Since the outbreak of the Sixth World War, the scar blue planet has been utterly obliterated. The remnants of humanity have migrated into the cosmos, heralding the dawn of the interstellar era. In the first 3 years of this era, the human gene reform program faltered, resulting in irreversible genetic defects that rendered procreation exceedingly challenging. Consequently, the global population plummeted, prompting the Interstellar Federation government to abolish the death penalty. However, in a bid to sternly combat criminal behavior and uphold the order of federal governance, the government established a punishment and rehabilitation system for serious offenders, aptly named the Abyss. Upon sentencing, serious criminals were shackled with mental restraints that sealed their psychic abilities, subsequently immersing their consciousness into the punitive rehabilitation system, where they would endure sentences within various abysmal realms. Their physical bodies were then placed in cryogenic sleep until their malevolent scores were entirely eradicated, allowing them to reclaim their freedom. Inmate name: Yeely. Gender: female. Age: 19. Crime level: S-class. Malevolent score: 17,748. Commencing assessment of inmate's mental state. Within a pure white expanse, the cold, inorganic sound of machinery echoed incessantly. Yeely supported herself with her hands, adopting a casual and languorous posture on the ground, her gaze slightly lifted to regard the personal data projected on the screen before her. Her exquisitely delicate features betrayed no hint of turmoil, neither bewilderment at her current predicament nor dread of the impending punishment. Rather, her slightly upturned ebony eyes sparkled with a flicker of eager anticipation. Indeed, she was a serious offender on the verge of being cast into the abyss, a drifting spirit within the system's realm. The inmate's mental state is normal. Commencing declaration of the Abyss rules. Rule 1. The primary purpose of the Abyss is to facilitate punishment and rehabilitation, transforming criminal ideologies through the acceptance of physical and psychological penalties in arduous environments. Thus, inmates are required to adopt a proper attitude and actively cooperate with their rehabilitation. Rule 2. Once the realm of the Abyss is generated, inmates cannot terminate it by any means until the standards of punishment are met. However, out of humanitarian concern, each abyssal world contains a glimmer of hope, allowing inmates the chance for self-rescue. A glimmer of hope? Yeely's lips curled into a bemused smile, her slightly narrowed eyes shimmering with intrigue, instantly revitalizing her previously languid demeanor. Rule 3. In the Abyss, inmates must maintain the original character of their virtual personas and must not reveal their true identities or act recklessly. Violators will be deemed unsuccessful in their rehabilitation and may face an increase in their malevolent scores. The declaration of rules has concluded. Does the inmate have any objections? None, came the somewhat cool voice of a girl, Yeely responding without a hint of hesitation. Her calm tone even hinted at a spark of excitement crackling within. The generation of the Abyss world begins. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2. 1. As the system's voice faded, Yeely felt a blinding white light burst forth before her. Subsequently, everything around her, including herself, began to dissolve into crystalline sands, swiftly surging towards the radiant light, until her consciousness too faded into the void. Ning ning, vakeo. Yeely jolted, as if emerging from a dream, her eyes snapping open to find herself sprawled on a desk against the wall. Before her was a youthful face, a long-haired girl retracting her hand from Yeely's shoulder. Get up, school is over. Yeely complied, sitting upright and discreetly surveying her surroundings. It was a spacious and noisy classroom, filled with desks piled high with books, students clad in matching blue and white uniforms, and chalk markings on the blackboard yet to be erased. A colorful notice board at the back read, 238 days until the college entrance exam. Yeely raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. The scene before her was an ordinary senior classroom from the early 21st century on Blue Planet, utterly disconnected from the so-called Abyss. Was enduring the hellish experience of high school truly her punishment and rehabilitation? The first abyssal realm had been generated. Just as she pondered, a cold mechanical voice resonated in her mind. In this abyssal realm, each day an inmate endures will deduct 10 points from their base malevolent score. A day reduces 10 points? Is that not a rather substantial base? Yeely was increasingly bewildered. This dreaded rehabilitation system that instilled fear in countless criminals was reduced to this? The criteria for the completion of the abyssal realm hinges upon the complete demise of the persona assumed by the inmate. The specific duration of the sentence shall be arranged at the discretion of the Abyss Review Committee. Yili pondered for a moment and posed a question in her mind. If there is a standard for realm completion, why is there still a need to schedule a specific duration? This seemed quite contradictory. For further details, inmates must explore these intricacies during their rehabilitation. We wish you a smooth rehabilitation process. As the chilling voice concluded, silence enveloped Yili's mind once more. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and pack your things to grab a spot in the cafeteria. If we're late, we'll have to wait ages. The long-haired girl's urging voice snapped Yili back to reality. All right. Yili closed the textbook sprawled before her, casually placing it atop the towering stack of books on the desk, and stood up. Let's go. Quickly, quickly. The girl, clutching a stack of books, led the way out of the classroom. Yili carefully navigated through the mountainous piles of books and exited the classroom. Outside, the hallway remained bustling, with groups of students milling about and frolicking. It was dusk, the sun setting, casting a golden glow upon the earth. They were on the 6th floor of the academic building, allowing them a panoramic view of much of the school. To the left of the building stood 2 adjacent 3-story structures, one serving as the teacher's office and the other housing laboratories, libraries, and computer rooms. The school's entrance lay to the right of the academic building, where a tall clock tower graced the small square. Yili glanced at the clock atop the tower. It was approximately 5:40. The school's playground and dormitories were situated behind the academic building, while the cafeteria and on-campus supermarket were nestled between the dormitory and academic buildings. Following the girl, they hurriedly made their way to the cafeteria, taking over 5 minutes to arrive. The cafeteria was quite spacious, capable of accommodating 400 to 500 diners simultaneously, and it was already bustling with students at dismissal time. Old routine, you grab a spot, and he'll get the food. The girl thrust her books into Yili's arms and, without awaiting a response, hastened towards the long table laden with trays. Yili calmly accepted the arrangement, ultimately settling into a corner seat near the exit. While waiting, she rifled through the remnants of the original owner's memories, learning that the original inhabitant was named Ning Ning. An ordinary senior at this closed-off high school, the long-haired girl was her desk mate and close friend, Tang Chi. The remaining memories were mundane daily life snippets, with little useful information. Observing the lively faces around her, Yili's curiosity grew. Where, truly, was the so-called abyss? After a 10-minute wait, Tang Chi finally emerged from the throng, balancing 2 full trays. Come on, praise me. Today I got you your favorite sweet and sour pork. I didn't fail my mission, she said, breathless, not forgetting to bask in her glory. You're amazing, Yili enthusiastically replied, accepting the tray she offered. The tray held 3 dishes and a serving of rice, including sweet and sour pork, braised tofu, and stir-fried bok choy. Tang Chi circled around the table to sit across from her. After we finish eating, let's go to the little supermarket. I need to buy a few things. Very well, Yili replied, deftly picking up a piece of sweet and sour pork with her chopsticks. The morsel glistened with a golden hue, its sauce evenly distributed, exuding a tantalizing aroma that mingled sweet and sour notes, making it irresistible. She was eager to taste it. Yet, before she could bring the delectable morsel to her lips, a sudden, melodious chime resonated in her ears. Dong, dong, dong. It's only 6 o'clock. We arrived quite early today, Tang Chi remarked, her voice cheerful as she bit into her chopsticks. Just then, as the 6th chime faded, the LED lights suspended from the cafeteria ceiling extinguished in an instant. In the dim light, Yili's complexion turned pale with shock. Before her eyes, the girl seated across from her underwent a horrifying transformation at a visible pace. Her once fair and delicate skin began to shrivel, darken, and turn a ghastly shade of blue as dark brown, web-like streaks spread across her body like a spider's web. Viscous, dark red fluid oozed from her features soon. Her skin began to swell, blister, and decay. Ultimately, foul-smelling pus and blood gushed from the ruptured lesions, her hair and nails falling away, revealing the ghastly white bones beneath the rotting flesh. The girl, who had moments ago been radiant with joy, had now morphed entirely into a grotesque, horrifying corpse. What was even more terrifying was that everything around her, 2. Succumb to this rapid decay within mere seconds. People, food, tables, walls, ceilings, nothing was spared. The air thickened with a nauseating, sour stench. The abrupt turn of events left Yi Li in a state of disbelief. However, in the next moment, the corpse's murky, yellowed eyes suddenly darted towards her, and with a ghastly grin, it lunged forth, reaching out to grasp her. This wretched creature was still animated. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Li released her now blackened chopsticks, and the putrid morsel, springing to her feet. She seized the stainless steel tray from the table and brought it crashing down upon the creature's head. Bang! The grotesque matter splattered everywhere. The corpse toppled backward from its chair, yet continued to writhe on the ground, desperately attempting to rise. Simultaneously, the surrounding corpses began to stir. They bared their teeth, their limbs contorted as they staggered towards her in a frenzied swarm. Though their movements were not rapid, they were relentless. Yi Li, undeterred, leaped from her seat and bolted towards the cafeteria's exit. As several corpses attempted to block her path, she swung the tray, striking them left and right, clearing her way. However, as she burst out of the cafeteria, she was met with another horrifying scene outside. Chapter 3. The Realm of Spirits. At this moment, the sun had completely sunk below the horizon. In the dim, lightless sky lay a desolate playground, crumbling walls, and dilapidated buildings, overgrown with weeds and littered with refuse, exuding a foul stench. Shadows of countless staggering figures, devoid of soul, wandered aimlessly. Once a vibrant campus, it had now transformed into a ghastly domain littered with decay. Yet amidst this spectral realm, Yi Li could not help but curl the corners of her lips into a smile. In her shimmering black eyes, there was little fear. Instead, she radiated enthusiasm, as if the unfolding scene was precisely what she had anticipated. Now, this resembled a desperate situation. However, at that moment, Yi Li suddenly felt a powerful tug on her arm. Turning her head, she discovered a decayed corpse had somehow crept up behind her, its rotting hand, skin torn and exposing bone, gripping her tightly. Its yellowed, blackened teeth clicked menacingly, poised to lunge at her. Instinctively, Yi Li swung a tray at its grotesque head with all her might. It was uncertain whether the tray ultimately succumbed to the violence or if the corpse was simply too resilient, but it shattered under the force of her strike. With her weapon destroyed, Yi Li swiftly pivoted, sidling up to the corpse, and with a swift motion delivered a powerful elbow strike to its neck, where flesh had already rotted away to reveal bone. With a sickening crack, the grotesque head hung at an unnatural angle, and the body crumpled to the ground, lifeless. This time, the corpse lay still, not rising again. Yi Li realized with a sense of clarity that these ghastly beings could indeed be slain. In her wake, a horde of corpses emerged from all directions of the school, their clawing hands and gaping mouths converging upon her, a chilling tide that sent shivers down her spine. Yi Li shook her aching arm, a result of her exertion, and quickly scanned her surroundings before sprinting towards the school gate. This high school had over 2,000 students and staff. Given the current circumstances, it was likely they had all succumbed to the decay. Although she now understood that these entities could be killed, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. With her current physical condition, even her skills would be of little use. It was only a matter of time before they wore her down. Thus, her immediate priority was to search for an escape route. As she ran, the corpses surged forth, their numbers increasing, the chaotic cacophony of footsteps echoing like the tolling of death and Apo's bell. Fortunately, their speed was limited, and with all her strength, Yi Li managed to evade them, reaching the bell tower, breathless and with weary legs. The condition of her body was dire. Bending forward, she rested her hands on her knees, gasping for breath before raising her head to survey her surroundings. The school gate loomed close, yet outside lay a dense fog that obscured her vision, lending an eerie quality to the scene. The horde was closing in behind her. Without time for contemplation, she pressed on, her weary limbs carrying her to the gate. Summoning her last reserves of strength, she grasped the rusted railing and climbed upwards. After a monumental effort, she finally managed to scale the iron gate, only for the relentless corpses to swarm around her. They pressed against the gate, their rotten hands reaching through the bars, clawing and scratching, the decrepit iron creaking ominously as if on the verge of collapse. No longer pausing, Yili trudged into the fog, her heart whispering a sense of foreboding that escape would not come easily. She tentatively advanced a few steps, and, through the mist, the silhouette of a building emerged, resembling a monstrous creature in the darkness. As she drew nearer, she recognized the dilapidated structure. It was the dormitory building of the school. Yili Kuden and Oppos. T suppressed a smile as a strange light flickered in her widened eyes. How intriguing. She vividly recalled that beyond the school gate lay a broad street. Yet now, after her journey, she found herself before the dormitory. This indicated that the iron gate she had scaled functioned both as the front and back door of the school. The entire institution resembled a loop, an endless cycle with no true escape. In the oppressive night, Yili stood like a lighthouse guiding the lost souls toward her. Yet at this moment, she found herself devoid of the strength to run any longer. With a hint of regret, she sighed, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. Who would have thought she would meet her end so swiftly? Standing her ground, she opened her arms and allowed the ravenous horde of the undead to overwhelm her. Searing pain engulfed her as she felt her flesh being relentlessly torn and gnawed upon, her organs shredded and crushed, her life force ebbing away. In the fleeting moments before her consciousness faded, Yili couldn't help but wonder, had she successfully survived a day? After all, she had accumulated 10 points of evil. Ning ning vakeup. Yili abruptly opened her eyes to find a vibrant youthful face before her. A girl with long hair was retracting her hand, having just patted her shoulder. Get up. School's over. Staring at the girl and hearing those familiar words, Yili momentarily lost her focus. Instinctively, she surveyed her surroundings, a spacious, noisy classroom filled with towering stacks of books, students clad in blue and white uniforms, and the blackboard adorned with colorful markers counting down the days until the college entrance exam. 238 days. Everything was just as it had been before. So, had she returned? Yili furrowed her brow, engulfed in confusion. She distinctly remembered being devoured by that swarm of corpses beyond the point of death. How could she be back at the beginning? Suddenly, she recalled the system and Oppos' words upon her first awakening, and a spark of realization ignited in her mind. Could it be? Why are you dawdling? Hurry and pack your things to secure a spot in the cafeteria. If you're late, you'll have to wait forever. The long-haired girl urged, but Yili was no longer listening. To validate her suspicions, she abruptly stood up, pushing the girl aside and walking away impassively. In her haste, Yili knocked over the stacks of books, collided with fellow students, provoking a cacophony of shouts and curses. Yet she paid them no heed, bursting out of the classroom and into the corridor. Next, she grasped the railing of the corridor and nimbly vaulted over. Then, facing the setting sun's rays, she released her grip and resolutely leaped from the 6th floor. Gasps filled the air. With a resounding thud, blood splattered everywhere. In the haze of consciousness, Yili seemed to hear someone exclaim, "Ah!" Another person jumped. Another? A question flickered through her mind. Chapter 4. The cycle. Ning ning, wake up. Yili abruptly opened her eyes to see Tang Chi and Oppos' youthful face, her lips moving with the familiar phrase, "Get up." It and Oppos'. Time to go home. Indeed, she had returned. Yili and Oppos' initial suspicion was confirmed, and a shadow of gloom crossed her face. At that moment, she finally comprehended the essence of despair and the paradoxical rules she had previously misunderstood. The rule of this dire situation dictated that for each day served, 10 points of basic evil value would be deducted. Completion of the sentence was marked by the complete demise of the character portrayed by the inmate. Yet, the reality of this predicament was that inmates would continuously resurrect, trapped in an endless loop of a single day. This meant that no matter how long she lingered in this plight, the maximum deduction of her evil value would be a mere 10 points, as she was perpetually reliving the same day. If the authorities were even more shameless, they might not even grant her that deduction, for the definition of a day could be exceedingly flexible, given that she could resurrect after each demise. Achieving complete death was an impossibility. Thus, the duration of her confinement depended solely on the whims of the adjudicators. If they were in a good mood, she might endure this cycle 100 or 80 times. But if they were displeased, she could suffer death and rebirth 1,000 or 10,000 times. After all, those sent to this hell were deemed by others to be irredeemable villains. The suffering of the wicked would elicit no sympathy or compassion. Indeed, some outside would relish the thought of her being trapped in this eternal torment. Having unraveled the complexities of her situation, Yili raised her hand to shield her eyes, offering a resigned smile. This was indeed a challenging predicament. She could tolerate the monotony of reliving a day and could accept the cycle of death and rebirth. However, enduring unfair suffering was something she would not willingly accept. Relying on others was less effective than relying on oneself. It seemed she must devise a means of escape for her own salvation. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and gather your things to claim a spot in the cafeteria. If you dawdle, you'll have to wait ages. Tang Chi's voice interrupted her thoughts once more. You go ahead. I won't be joining you. Yili decisively waved her hand, declining to accompany her. What's wrong? Are you still not awake? Tang Chi asked, puzzled. The cafeteria has your favorite sweet and sour pork today. If you arrive late, you might miss out. I and Appos am really not going. Yili remained steadfast in her refusal. Tang Chi paused in her actions, her eyes widening in disbelief. How can you not be tempted by the unbeatable deliciousness of sweet and sour pork? Are you out of your mind? As a diligent third-year student, nothing brought greater joy than a satisfying meal. I truly have no appetite. The mere thought of the once appetizing food turning into a moldy, foul-smelling mess made Yili feel nauseous. While she Kuden and Appos, T ascertained the food and Appos' taste, her revulsion was undeniable. Moreover, at this moment, she had more pressing matters to unravel. However, before Tang Chi could persuade her further, Yili interjected, by the way, Tang Chi, do you remember the person who jumped off the building not long ago? To escape this dreadful cycle, she first needed to understand why this school had transformed into an infinite loop of despair. Yet, the original owner and Appos' memories were sealed, leaving her without useful information. She could only seek clues elsewhere. She recalled hearing someone shout as she jumped, "Someone else has jumped." This indicated that not long before, someone else had indeed taken the plunge. A student's suicide was a significant event in a school. There could be a connection between the two incidents. Tang Chi was taken aback, her expression shifting noticeably. She stammered, "Why are you bringing this up? I had a dream about it, but I can't recall who that person was." Feigning distress, Yili fabricated, "It was that girl from class 2, when Shui." Tang Chi lowered her voice, seemingly wary. "Why would you dream about her?" "I don an Appos. Tino, perhaps the pressure of studying has been too much lately." Yili Juswali responded. Just as she was about to delve deeper into the inquiry, a commotion erupted in the classroom, drawing their attention. Looking up, they noticed a classmate pointing in their direction. Addressing a boy outside there, she and Appos, as sitting right there. Afterward, he turned to Yili and shouted, "Ning Ning, someone is looking for you." The boy immediately entered the classroom and approached Yili directly. He was tall, over 6 feet, with long limbs and a slender build. His handsome features and clean aura captivating the attention of everyone present. The classmates had already begun shifting their books to clear a path for him. Tang Chi was beside herself with excitement. "Hey, and Appos, Esla June. When did you two get so close?" Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she tugged at Yi Li and Appos' sleeve, completely forgetting about their earlier plans to eat. "We and Appos, not close." Yi Li replied honestly, pulling her sleeve back and crossing her arms. Tang Chi, however, was unconvinced, her head lowered as she whispered urgently, "If you and Appos, not close, then why is he looking for you? You must confess, when did you start flirting with our school heartthrob?" Yili chose to ignore her. She herself was bewildered. The script she had received previously contained no mention of his character. Before long, Lejun reached their table. "Areyo, Ning Ning?" he asked, gazing intently at Yili, his eyes brimming with curiosity. "Is there something you need?" Yili remained seated, casually lifting her gaze. His expression was tense, with furrowed brows and reddened eyes. He appeared anxious. After a moment in Appos' hesitation, he asked, "Have you had any impulses today?" "Impulses?" Yili countered, racing on Ayebrov. Lu Jun struggled to articulate his thoughts. I mean, have you thought about doing something extreme? Yili arched an eyebrow. Like what? Jumping off a building. He blurted out. Yili and Amp. Amp, oppose. S eyes widened slightly. She remained silent, but a faint smile played at the corners of her lips. Lu Jun, too, fell silent, his clenched fingers betraying his inner anxiety. Tang Chi, who had been eavesdropping, could no longer contain herself. What do you mean jumping off a building? She grasped Yili's arm, her voice laced with urgency. Ning Ning, what are you two talking about? You wouldn't actually consider doing something foolish, would you? Their cryptic conversation, combined with their prior discussion, left her feeling uneasy. They're and Amp, oppose. That's nothing to worry about. He and Amp, oppose. That's just joking. Yili casually reassured Tang Chi, retracting her arm as she stood up and gestured towards a nearby back door. Let an oppose step outside to talk. All right. Li Yu nodded, his serious demeanor visibly relaxing as he followed suit. Tang Chi reluctantly got up to let Yili pass, muttering worriedly, Are you really okay, Ning Ning? If you and oppose, feeling unwell, you must tell me. Don and oppose, T worry, I and oppose, am perfectly fine. Yili replied as she walked. You should go ahead to the cafeteria and eat. As they passed through the hygiene area near the back door, Yili paused, her eyes scanning the surroundings before picking up a large mop with a thick wooden handle, then walked out of the classroom amid the bewildered stares of her classmates. Chapter 5. The youth as the school day came to a close, the corridor bustled with students. Standing tall among the crowd, Lu Jun attracted considerable attention. Yili had no intention of discussing matters under the prying eyes of others. She simply instructed him to follow her and, regardless of consent, marched ahead with a mop towards the staircase. Lu Jun said nothing, following in her wake while observing the girl before him. She appeared somewhat petite, seated, her height had gone unnoticed, but now, standing, she barely reached his chest, measuring no more than 5 feet 5 inches. With shoulder-length hair framing her small round face, her features were unremarkable, just passably delicate. Yet her dark, luminous eyes stood out strikingly. For reasons unknown, she clutched a large mop, nearly as tall as herself. Perhaps it was too cumbersome, for after just a couple of steps, she shifted from holding it to dragging it, leaving a trail of murky water on the floor that nearly caused Lu Jun to trip several times. After much effort, they finally reached the staircase, and Yili's arms were sore. Gazing at the ascending steps, she took a moment to gather her strength, lifted the mop, and swung it forcefully over her shoulder. Instantly, the mop flailed, splattering water everywhere. Lu Jun, now adorned with a streak of brown stains on his school uniform, looked on in surprise, observing the petite figure struggling to ascend the stairs while the mop swayed precariously before her. He could no longer contain himself. Why don't I help you with that? He suggested. As Yili turned to respond, the mop swung in tandem, creating an arc in the air. She caught sight of Lu Jun, his upper body leaning back, his slim, agile waist bending gracefully. Wow, what great core strength! Yili silently admired, readily accepting his offer. Lu Jun carefully took the mop from her shoulder, effortlessly lifting it with one hand, and with a few long strides, he quickly ascended the stairs, leaving her behind, feeling somewhat affronted by his speed. This teaching building boasted 6 stories, and they were currently ascending to the rooftop terrace. There were 2 staircases within the building for access, but only the left staircase continued to the top. Thus, there was only one path leading to the terrace. At that moment, the iron door leading to the rooftop was secured with a small padlock. Lu Jun instinctively glanced at Yili, who nodded towards the mop in his hand, clearly indicating her intent. After a brief pause, he understood and sprang into action. The mop was put to use for the first time, its handle firmly gripped as he struck the lock with force. With several resounding thuds, the padlock was violently shattered. With the lock removed, he pulled the bolt, opened the door, and both of them stepped onto the terrace. The rooftop was unremarkable, empty and devoid of anything, surrounded by a 2-meter-high iron fence. The cool autumn breeze whispered through the air, sending a shiver down their spines. The side of the iron door facing the terrace lacked a bolt, featuring only a semicircular handle, rendering it impossible to secure from the outside. Without needing Yili's reminder, Lu Jun again took charge. He stepped on the mop, gripped the handle tightly and yanked upward, dislodging the mop head from the stick. As the door swung outward, he wedged the stick through the handle and into the gaps between the fence posts, effectively barricading the door. After a moment's thought, he tore off several filthy mop strands and secured the ends of the stick, the handle, and the fence together tightly. Once the door was secured, he turned to find Yeely standing at the railing, peering down through the iron mesh. The wind rustled her oversized school uniform, making her slender figure seem as if it might be swept away at any moment. Lu Jun approached her, only to hear her softly declare, "It's almost 6:00 and amp. Oppo's clock." At that moment, the clock on the bell tower below had just passed the 10-minute mark, with less than 10 minutes remaining until 6. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun and Oppo's expression shifted dramatically. He grasped her arm, excitement radiating from him. "You've experienced it too, haven't you? It's not just me." The events of the past days had left him questioning his sanity, fearing he was trapped in a terrifying illusion. "Let go." Yeely and Oppo's expression darkened immediately. She struggled against his grip, but his hold felt ironclad. "Tell me, you're experiencing this too? I'm not going mad, am I?" Lu Jun pressed urgently. "If you let go, I'll tell you." Yeely's tone turned frosty. "Tell me first, and then I'll let go." Lu Jun's agitation led him to lose his composure, clinging to her as if she were his last hope. Unexpectedly, the seemingly soft and harmless girl turned and delivered a swift punch to his abdomen. Caught off guard, Lu Jun doubled over in discomfort, releasing her arm. Yeely seized her freedom and swiftly stepped back, creating distance between them. "Let us talk without resorting to violence." She remained expressionless, her voice cold. "I detest being touched by others." The pain brought Lu Jun back to his senses. Aware of his fault, he grinned sheepishly and muttered, "I'm sorry." Yeely shot him a chilly glance, crossing her arms defiantly, and cut straight to the point. At 6 o'clock when the bell tolls, this school transforms into a desolate wasteland filled with rotting corpses that can run and devour the living. Once you die, you revert to this day, endlessly cycling through death and resurrection, correct? As she spoke, her dark eyes remained clear and devoid of emotion, as if she were merely an observer rather than a participant in the ordeal. "Why, yes, that's right." Lu Jun nodded vigorously, his voice trembling with excitement. He instinctively took a step forward, only to quickly retract it. "Then it's true. I'm in the same situation as you." Yeely finally confirmed his suspicions. From a moment Lu Jun approached her with his nonsensical inquiries, she had surmised that he, like her, was ensnared in this ceaseless loop. Surely, her unexpected leap from the building had altered her trajectory, drawing his attention. "Now, you tell me your story," she urged. "What have you experienced over the past few days?" After class the first day, I went to the school gym. Lu Jun began, as if he had finally found a confidant. "I trained in the swimming pool for a while, and when the clock struck 6, I was in the changing room, surrounded by a group of basketball players. Then, I was bitten to death by the monsters they had become." Chapter 6Q. The second time I awakened, I believed I had merely experienced a nightmare. Yet an undeniable fear gripped my heart, compelling me to remain in the classroom, rooted in place. However, as the clock struck 6, everyone in the building transformed into grotesque creatures. Before I could flee down the stairs, they pounced upon me. Lu Jun paused momentarily, the terror of death still swirling within him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. After taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he continued, "After I awoke for the third time, I was at a loss for what to do. After lingering in the classroom for a while, I decided to find a secluded spot to hide. Yet as I dashed downstairs, I saw you leap down." "Wait," Yeely interrupted suddenly. "So, including this time, you have looped 4 times? "Indeed." Lu Jun nodded. "Why?" Yeely furrowed her brow slightly. His number of loops exceeded hers by 1, with this instance. She had only looped 3 times. Was there something peculiar about this time discrepancy? However, given the original owner's memory loss, it was also possible that her first experiences had been erased. Unable to ascertain anything further, Yeely opted not to elaborate. "It's nothing. Please continue." Lu Jun resumed. "After you jumped, the commotion was tremendous, and many people gathered to watch. I overheard others discussing you, identifying you as Ning Ning from Class 11. And I took note of that. At that moment, I assumed something had happened to you, and everything should have changed afterward. Yet, when the clock struck 6, everyone still morphed into monsters, and I could not escape. So, after awakening again, I waited for you. The subsequent events you already know. Yes, I am aware. Yili replied with a calm gaze. Upon seeing that I had survived, you specifically came to inquire if I wished to die. Detecting the teasing tone in her words, Lu Jun managed a wry smile. The experiences of these days had nearly driven him to madness. Had it not been for Yi Li's unusual behavior that instilled a glimmer of hope within him, he would likely have succumbed to complete despair, hence his unfiltered excitement. After listening to Lu Jun's account, Yi Li organized her thoughts and posed several questions. At what exact time do you awaken each time? 5:30, Lu Jun asserted confidently. Every time I regain consciousness, it coincides precisely with the end of class bell. The school's dismissal time was consistently set for 5:30. Yili nodded, recalling that upon her first awakening and stepping out of the classroom, she had glimpsed the clock tower showing around 5:40. Discounting the time spent lingering in the classroom, her awakening time was likely around 5:35. After sharing her own timing, she inquired further, in these days besides me, have you noticed any other suspicious individuals? Where there's one, there may be others. It is entirely possible that additional individuals are trapped within this cyclical space. If we could identify them, a larger group would yield more clues. Well, I don't think so. Lu Jun hesitated and shook his head, usually after school. I head straight to the gym for training, and I rarely interact with my classmates, so I haven't noticed anything unusual about them. If it weren't for the significant commotion caused by your leap, I might not have noticed you so quickly. Are you a sports specialty student? Yili asked. Having heard him mention the gym twice already, she knew that only students with athletic specializations continue to train in their final year of high school. Yes, Lu Jun replied, his expression somewhat perplexed. You don't recognize me? I do not. Yili responded coolly, maintaining a serious facade. I am a new transfer student, and I do not know many people. Oh, Lu Jun did not question her claim and introduced himself. I am Lu Jun from the Science Class 3, a sports specialty student specializing in swimming. Yili raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. The school had 14 classes for the senior year, 9 science classes numbered from 1 to 9, and 5 arts classes from 10 to 14. Classes were assigned based on academic performance, so classes 1 to 4 in science and classes 10 and 11 in arts were considered elite classes, while the others were deemed ordinary. Typically, students with athletic specialties required extensive training time, limiting their academic hours, thus relegating them to ordinary classes. Yet, Lu Jun was in an elite class, indicating his academic prowess. No wonder he appeared puzzled when she questioned him earlier. Individuals like him, handsome, academically gifted, and athletically talented, were usually school heartthrobs, attracting attention wherever they went. It was unlikely few were unfamiliar with him. However, this had little relevance to Yi Li, who promptly asked, "What do you know about the girl who jumped from the school?" Since he had already accepted her as a newcomer with limited knowledge of school affairs. There was no need for subterfuge. The girl who jumped. Lu Jun frowned, straining to recall. That happened about a month ago. Her name was Wen Shui, from Class 2 in Science. At the time, I was outside the school for a competition. By the time I returned, the situation had already been dealt with, so I'm not very familiar with the details. I only heard she had a conflict with another student and, in a fit of frustration, jumped. With whom did she have a conflict? Yili asked. Lu Jun shook his head. I'm unaware of that. Do you know what time she jumped? Yili inquired. It seems it was in the evening. Lu Jun pondered. Yes, it was indeed after school. Also in the evening after school? Yili squinted her eyes. What is it? Lu Jun sensed something and countered. Do you think our entrapment here is related to her? I do not know. Yidi shook had heat. It could be connected, or it might not. The current clues do not directly establish a relationship between the two. Suddenly, a clear chime resonated throughout the campus. Both turned to gaze at the clock tower below, observing the slender minute hand pointing directly at 12. It is 6. Lu Jun's expression shifted dramatically, manifesting evident panic. The chimes rang like a death knell to him. Indeed, as the 6th chime echoed, all the lights around them extinguished in an instant. A dense veil of darkness enveloped the world, oppressive and stifling, turning the towering buildings into monstrous beasts poised to devour. At that moment, The entire school resembled a solitary island adrift in an endless abyss of blackness, where decay reigned and corpses lay strewn about. Yili peered down, spotting countless staggering figures converging like a tide, rushing into the building. Bang! Just then, the rusty iron gate emitted a loud clang. Tseksu su, timidly yun shodot vinsli. His body rigid as he turned his head, fixating his gaze on the iron door. Bang! 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 The sound reverberated again, as though someone was forcefully pounding on the door from within, accompanied by a cacophony of hurried footsteps drawing nearer. Lu Jun's heart raced wildly in response, each beat echoing like a drum. Bang, 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 bang. Soon, the entire iron door began to tremble violently, the rusted remnants cascading down, and the wooden sticks propped against the door shuddered incessantly, creating a clattering symphony against the iron and railings. They were coming, the monstrous, man-eating creatures. A wave of sheer terror enveloped him. A chilling sensation surged from his tailbone up his spine. His scalp tightened, and his body trembled as though every cell screamed for him to flee from the impending danger. Yet his legs felt as if they were nailed to the ground, immobile and frozen. Instinctively, he glanced at the girl beside him, only to find her standing quietly before the railing. Her unwavering gaze was fixed intently on a point below, her delicate features betraying not a hint of fear, only an expression of indifference and calm. In that moment, it was as if a light had pierced through the darkness, a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Lu Jun gulped, instinctively moving a few steps closer to Yili. If not for her prior warning, he would have been tempted to press against her. "What are you looking at?" His voice came out hoarse and strained as he forced himself to maintain composure, peering down the staircase only to be met with a surge of panic that weakened his legs further. "Look!" Yili raised her hand, pointing towards the clock atop the bell tower below. "The clock is still ticking." Lu Jun instinctively followed her, and there, at the decaying top of the bell tower, he saw the dilapidated clock, its slender minute hand, now past the 12, still moving ever so slowly. What was going on? Lu Jun was momentarily taken aback. In this cursed place, as night fell at 6 o'clock, it seemed all life had vanished, leaving only desolation and a horde of decaying, man-eating monsters. Yet, why was this clock still intact and ticking as usual? How intriguing! Yili's lips curled into a smile, her face alight with curiosity. Lu Jun, now nearly paralyzed with fear, muttered, "What could possibly be interesting about this?" The noise from the iron door grew increasingly louder, its rusted components rattling, threatening to give way at any moment. "What should we do now?" Lu Jun instinctively turned to Yi Li for guidance. Unbeknownst to him, this seemingly fragile girl had become his pillar of strength. "Wait for time." Yi Li pressed her lips together. "Wait for time?" Lu Jun did not grasp her meaning. "Indeed," Yi Li affirmed, "the clock continues to tick, indicating that time in this realm still flows. Each time we perish, we return to the initial point of the cycle. Have you ever considered what would happen if we simply refuse to die?" Refuse to die? Lu Jun's pupils constricted as realization dawned upon him. "You mean, waiting for the end of the cycle?" "Precisely." A rare glimmer of appreciation sparkled in Yi Li's eyes. Conversing with an intelligent person was indeed a relief. The so-called cycle, its end is merely its beginning, after which it proceeds from the starting point to the end point. Since the starting point of this cycle has been established, how then can we define the end point? What is known is that they revert to the beginning upon death, but this does not guarantee that death is the only end point. What if they simply refuse to die? Would the cycle remain uninitiated? Given that time is still progressing, it implies that everything remains in flux. In this space, time appears to be fixed. They awaken at their designated times, and the school transforms into a haunted realm precisely at 6 o'clock. Could it then be inferred that the cycle's endpoint also has a specific time? But how can we avoid death? Lu Jun furrowed his brows, his expression darkening. Gazing at the iron door, which was now on the verge of collapsing, he felt an insurmountable sense of impossibility regarding this task. "Let us take it slowly," Yi Li replied nonchalantly. "If we die a few more times, we will surely find a way." "Lu Jun, I've never encountered someone so unafraid of death. Let us go." Yi Li beckoned and turned resolutely towards the iron door. Lu Jun's legs felt like jelly. "Where are you going?" You're not seriously thinking of opening the door and walking to your doom, are you? Yili pointed to the roof above the door. This door won't hold for long. We need to climb up first. The roof was 3 meters high, but they could ascend via the adjacent iron railing. Every moment they could prolong their survival mattered. Upon hearing this, Lejun hurriedly followed suit. With his long limbs, he quickly scaled the railing. Although Yi Li was smaller, her agility allowed her to climb effortlessly. The two soon reached the rooftop, where the commotion below was palpable, sending tremors through their bodies. The vast emptiness around them was filled with a chilling wind that nearly knocked Yi Li off balance. She squatted down, pulling up her oversized school uniform to envelop her curled-up legs entirely. Lu Jun watched as she resembled a large mushroom in her squat, his lips twitching slightly before he silently moved behind her, shielding her from the wind, and squatted down as well. Is there a place in this school that is less populated and relatively concealed after class? Yili inquired. These grotesque corpses were far too savage. They could neither overpower nor outrun them, and fighting back was out of the question. To survive, they could only bide their time. The rooftop was no longer an option. They needed to seek a more secure hiding place. Lu Jun pondered before responding. The gymnasium, though it was where he had met his demise the first time. That was primarily due to the element of surprise and his lack of preparation. Typically, after classes, only a handful of athletes and sports team members would go there, hardly exceeding 50 individuals. Furthermore, the gymnasium was spacious, with doors between venues that could be locked, making it the safest place he could think of. All right, let us try the gymnasium next time. Yili agreed without hesitation. The two mushrooms had barely settled when the iron door below finally succumbed to the relentless efforts of the horde, crashing to the ground. In an instant, it was as if a dam had burst, with countless torn and grotesque creatures surging in like a tidal wave, crowding the once empty rooftop. They quickly spotted the two squatting figures atop the building, and a frenzy of pushing and shoving ensued as the monsters scrambled to ascend. As Lejun beheld the ghastly faces and heard the terrifying roars echoing closer, Yili decisively stood up. She shook out her numbed legs and was about to take a step when she felt her clothing being tugged. Turning around, she was met with a pitiful face. Chapter 8. The date were you doing? Lu Jun crouched on the ground, his voice trembling. Jumping off, Yili replied matter-of-factly. Lu Jun's face turned pale. What about me? Yili's tone was indifferent. Either jump with me or wait to be bitten to death by them. Choose. Gazing at the grotesque, decayed teeth, Lu Jun made his decision. I'm with you. Then let's go. Yili attempted to move, but her hem was still being tugged. Growing impatient, she asked, what now? Lu Jun's expression darkened as he looked at her for help. My legs are weak. Yili, with such cowardice, what a waste of such a large frame. Casting a disdainful glance at him, Yili ultimately reached out to pull him up. At this moment, several decaying hands had already grasped the edge of the rooftop. The corpse was about to crawl up. Jump! Yili yanked him directly to the edge of the building. Lu Jun stared down at the 20-meter drop, feeling dizzy, his calves trembling uncontrollably, yet he could not muster the courage to take that step. I can't. He felt himself on the brink of collapse. Fear engulfed him. He was genuinely terrified, even though he understood he could return to life after death. Not everyone could face demise with equanimity. At least not now. Just then, a corpse successfully crawled onto the rooftop. Its body was devoid of any intact flesh. Limbs twisted at unnatural angles. Its mouth gaping with decay, it howled as it lunged towards the two at the edge. Close your eyes. Yili finally lost her patience and shouted. Lu Jun instinctively complied, tightly shutting his eyes. He then felt a violent shove from behind. His body lurched forward. His feet lost contact with the ground, plummeting rapidly. Amidst the piercing scream, Yili unhesitatingly leaped after him. Bang! Bang! Two pools of blood swiftly spread. In his dying moments, Yili glimpsed countless sinister figures cascading from the rooftop into the night. Like moths to a flame, it was a truly magnificent sight. Ning Ming, Vakeup. Yili opened her eyes as if accustomed to the persistent urging of her deskmate. Get up. School is over. She lifted her gaze towards the classroom door and indeed saw a tall, slender figure peering into the corridor. Step aside. Yili stood up and addressed Tang Chi. Tang Chi, who was packing her books, instinctively moved aside, only to see her deskmate sidestep her and walk on. "Hey, where are you going? Aren't you eating?" Tang Chi called after her. Yili waved her hand and replied, "On a date." Upon exiting the classroom, Lu Jun appeared somewhat uncomfortable, clearly embarrassed by his actions prior to their near demise. Yili paid it no mind, casting him a knowing glance as they silently descended the stairs together. "Your teacher delayed class by 5 minutes, Lu Jun remarked. He had come to wait immediately after class, only to find the teacher diligently lecturing while he had been dozing off below. Yili casually responded, "Well, he dedicated." Once downstairs, the two of them made their way across the playground towards the gymnasium. Walking side by side in silence, they nonetheless attracted countless curious gazes, primarily due to Lu Jun, who resembled a walking beacon of light. Lu Jun had long since become accustomed to the attention, feeling no discomfort. He glanced at Yili, only to find her unfazed. The girl walked confidently with her hands in her pockets, unaffected by the piercing eyes and whispered gossip, as if everything around her was merely air. Lu Jun suddenly found himself intrigued by this seemingly fragile girl. She always appeared calm and indifferent, seemingly unafraid of anything, even in the face of death. A bold and peculiar girl. The school's gymnasium stood to the right of the playground, opposite the cafeteria, and it took them about 10 minutes to arrive. Upon entering the gym, the first sight was an honor wall, adorned with various awards from numerous prestigious sports competitions. Yili scanned the wall and soon spotted Lu Jun's name. He had 3 certificates, one of which was awarded just a month ago for placing third in the men's 400-meter freestyle at the 200x National Youth Swimming Championships. Yili raised her eyebrows, glancing at the boy beside her in mild surprise. To obtain third place in such a national competition was unexpected for this timid fellow. With time still remaining before 6 o'clock, Yili intended to explore the area first. This indoor gymnasium primarily comprises a comprehensive hall, a swimming pool, and a training room. The comprehensive hall was the largest, featuring courts for basketball, volleyball, and badminton. At that moment, a group of basketball players were vigorously practicing, accompanied by about 20 onlookers. The training room was to the right of the comprehensive hall, relatively small, mainly used by the school as gymnastics team. Yili pushed the door open to peek inside, finding only 3 girls stretching in front of the mirror, likely dance specialists. The swimming pool was located behind the comprehensive hall, requiring passage through the hall and a corridor to reach, adjacent to the shared showers and changing rooms. As they approached, the door to the swimming pool was firmly shut, and the interior was dim. "Typically, there are no visitors here. It's just me training," Lu Jun said as he pushed the door open, skillfully locating the light switch. The ceiling lights flickered to life, illuminating the simple interior. Inside, there was just a swimming pool measuring 25 meters in length and 5 meters in width. To the right of the pool was a wall, and to the left was a 3-meter-wide walkway, with a few chairs scattered about, nothing else. The room was entirely walled, devoid of windows, with only a small row of skylights allowing light to filter through the steel-framed ceiling. Yili pondered for a moment before deciding, "Let us stay here, but we need to lock all the doors outside first." The swimming pool was at the innermost part, and there were 4 doors from the main entrance to this point. "That's easy. I have the key," Lu Jun said. "Sometimes I train late before competitions, so I requested a key from the teacher. I have keys for all the doors from the main entrance to the swimming pool." "Then what are we waiting for? Let us go and lock the doors," Yili exclaimed, delighted by their good fortune. "Wait, the key is in my locker in the changing room. I'll go get it now." Lu Jun promptly pushed the door open and stepped outside. "Do you have a watch?" Yili inquired, having left her watch at home and with no clock in sight. She had no way to keep track of time. "I do, just wait for me," Lu Jun replied hurriedly as he left. The changing rooms were divided by gender, and Yili waited outside. Before long, Lu Jun emerged, holding out a sleek black sports watch. The watch appeared quite expensive at first glance. Yili wasn't surprised. She took it and slipped it onto her wrist. In such a high-end private international school, tuition fees were exorbitant. Aside from a few exceptional students who received waivers, most students who could afford to attend came from well-off families. It was now 5:53, with just 7 minutes remaining until 6. Chapter 9. The brawl time was of the essence, and the two did not tarry any longer. They sprang into action without delay. The entrance to the gymnasium featured 2 doors, an outer security gate and an inner tempered glass door. The gate appeared quite sturdy, while the glass door seemed unlikely to provide substantial protection, albeit it was better than nothing. At that moment, the gym was devoid of visitors, allowing them to secure the main entrance with ease. Disregarding the training room, Yi Li and her companion made their way directly into the multipurpose hall. Each venue within the gym was equipped with double-spring steel doors, and at that instant, members of the basketball team were still engaged in their game on the court. Unfortunately for Yi Li and her companion, their attempt to lock the door drew the attention of the players. "Hey, what are you doing? Why are you locking the door? Can't you see we're still here? What's going on?" Faced with a barrage of inquiries, the two remained silent, merely focusing on their escape. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you listening?" Sensing something amiss, several players began to approach them. Yi Li glanced at her watch and whispered, "Run," before sprinting towards another door on the opposite side of the hall. Le Jun quickly followed suit. "Hey, don't run." The players, realizing their intent, immediately gave chase. With their long limbs, they were quick on their feet. Fortunately, the basketball court was some distance away, and Le Jun reached the door first. He swung it open and waited for Yi Li to catch up, just as Yi Li's short legs were about to carry her through the door. She barely escaped just before being overtaken by the pursuers. Le Jun swiftly slammed the door shut, gripping the handle tightly to prevent anyone from entering. The door was pounded upon, and shouts of indignation and curses echoed from within. Yi Li, hardly pausing to catch her breath, hurriedly inserted the key into the lock and secured the door. "What is happening? What's going on?" At that moment, 2 boys clad in basketball uniforms exited the changing room, immediately drawn to the commotion. "Chin Yu, quick! Catch them!" They locked the door. The 2 boys, clearly allies of those inside, charged towards Yi Li and Le Jun. Given the proximity and the narrow corridor, evasion was not an option. Time was running out. Yi Li steeled her gaze, ready to fight. To her surprise, Le Jun wasted no time and threw a punch at the boy attempting to grab him. The boy, taken aback, received a heavy blow to the side of his face, stumbling back and collapsing to the ground. Seeing this, the other boy shifted his target and lunged at Le Jun. With quick reflexes, Le Jun dodged the incoming punch and delivered a swift kick, sending the attacker sprawling. "Damn it!" The first boy, now back on his feet, cursed as he charged at Le Jun, his eyes blazing with fury. In that moment, Le Jun found himself facing 2 opponents, yet held his ground, demonstrating remarkable agility and precision in his strikes, clearly accustomed to such brawls. Just as the 3 were entangled in their skirmish, a sudden, crisp bell tolled loudly. The sound startled Le Jun, causing him to falter, and he was met with a heavy punch to the chin, sending him crashing against the wall. The other assailant seized the opportunity to pin him down, attempting to subdue him. Le Jun struggled fiercely, driving his elbow into the side of his captor, managing to push him away. However, just then the bell ceased, and the corridor lights abruptly extinguished. Le Jun's heart raced. He turned swiftly, only to be confronted by a grotesque visage, its decaying flesh and rolling eyes a nightmarish sight. The ghastly grin, revealing yellowed and jagged teeth, loomed menacingly in the dim light, reminiscent of a ravenous specter from the underworld. With a terrified scream, Le Jun felt his heart leap into his throat. His complexion turned ashen, and his legs weakened, threatening to give way beneath him. As the ghastly figure advanced, a sharp crack pierced the air as a pointed wooden stick suddenly pierced the creature's throat, protruding grotesquely from its mouth. The foul stench of decay splattering across Le Jun's face. Overwhelmed, Le Jun collapsed onto the ground. Still reeling from shock, he witnessed a girl deftly withdraw the stick and, with a swift motion, thrust its pointed end into the eye socket of another approaching ghoul. Though this strike penetrated the creature's skull, it did not incapacitate it. The abomination, still clutching the stick, reached for Yi Li with its decayed, bone-exposed hands. Yi Li reacted quickly, delivering a powerful kick to the creature's leg, causing it to falter and kneel. Seizing the moment, she gripped the stick firmly, pushing the creature's head to the side with all her strength. With a sickening crunch, the sound of bones snapping echoed as the decayed head twisted grotesquely, its hands falling limp, silence forever. Yili then stepped onto the creature's shoulder, using the leverage to extract the stick, and shouted to the dazed boy still seated on the ground, "Let us go." Finally snapping back to reality, Lu Jun scrambled to his feet, following her into the swimming pool area. The swimming pool was in a state of disrepair, the water murky and filthy, the walls peeling and covered in cobwebs, and the entrance door rusted and caked with dust, permeating the air with a musty odor. With great effort, they managed to close the door, nearly breaking the key in the rusted lock. Not entirely convinced, Yili secured the door further with a mop handle she had snatched from the changing room during the chaos. Having settled everything, she slipped her hands back into her pockets and plopped down onto one of the dilapidated chairs, dust billowing around her. The exertion from running and battling the creatures had left her utterly exhausted. Lu Jun joined her, collapsing onto the adjacent chair, finally feeling a sense of relief wash over him. "You were quite fierce earlier, but now you've turned timid?" Yili teased, observing the boy who was now wiping his face with his jacket. "It's different." Lu Jun paused, his hand faltering as he explained, still shaken. "They are human, not monsters. I'm not afraid of people." Yili raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. "Then why are you so frightened of monsters? Have you experienced something terrifying before?" She had initially thought him merely timid, but his earlier aggression had been anything but weak. His reaction to the ghoul seemed to suggest a deeper fear than simple fright. Chapter 10. Shadows. Lu Jun fell silent for a moment before speaking softly. "When I was a child, my parents were often preoccupied with work and seldom at home with me. Sometimes they would receive a phone call in the middle of the night and rush out. One night, I awoke in the dead of night, feeling thirsty, and went to get a glass of water. As I passed through the living room, the lights were off, but the television had been left on, playing a foreign zombie movie. It was at the scene where zombies were devouring a person, and the camera focused intently on the gruesome details. I was only 6 years old, alone in the house, and I was so terrified that I ran back to my room, where I developed a high fever that night. It wasn't until my parents returned home the next day that they took me to the hospital. Ever since, I have struggled with sleep, afraid of the dark, hesitant to be alone, plagued by nightmares, and easily agitated. I even experienced uncontrollable trembling. My parents took me to see a doctor who diagnosed me with a phobia. Later, they sent me to my grandmother's house for several months of therapy, and gradually, I began to improve. However, I still carry a significant psychological scar from that experience. To this day, I have never dared to watch a zombie movie, and even images related to the genre evoke fear in me. No wonder. Yili sighed softly, her expression revealing understanding. At such a tender age, a child, still exploring the world with innocence, encountering such terrifying and unpleasant imagery is far beyond their capacity to endure, potentially leading to mental trauma and psychological scars. If these childhood shadows are not addressed and soothed in a timely manner, they often accompany a person throughout their life, becoming nightmares that cannot be easily dispelled. Indeed, Lu Jun lowered his gaze. This secret, shared with no one but his family, he had divulged for the first time to another. He couldn't explain why. When she asked, he found himself revealing everything. Perhaps it was their shared struggles, or perhaps he instinctively wanted her to see him as strong rather than weak. Yet, despite the awkwardness, he felt a sense of relief in sharing his burden. "And you? Why do you seem utterly unafraid?" Lu Jun inquired, returning the question. Although he acknowledged his own psychological scars, her reaction was remarkably subdued. He had never encountered a girl as fearless as she was. "Perhaps it is simply a matter of exposure," Yili replied nonchalantly. "The more one sees, the less one is affected. What once seemed strange becomes commonplace." "Then you are indeed remarkable." Lu Jun interpreted her words as an indication that she had grown accustomed to horror films, thereby fortifying her courage. Yili shrugged casually and shifted the topic. "Did you often get into fights?" Having witnessed his agile combat skills, it was apparent that he was well-versed in the art of self-defense. "I suppose so." Lu Jun nodded. "Back in middle school, I was small for my age and seldom spoke up. A few taller classmates often bullied me. However, when I entered high school and changed schools, I grew taller, and the bullying diminished." Although he spoke with calmness, Yili could still discern the underlying bitterness and weight in his words. In this world, there are always those who derive pleasure from bullying the weak to affirm their own superiority. To avoid becoming a victim, one must find ways to grow stronger. The age-old adage of survival of the fittest holds true. Why did you choose to swim, then? Yili inquired further. Typically, one would pursue a specialty in an area they excelled in, either due to lackluster academic performance or a particular passion. Clearly, Lu Jun belonged to the latter category. Because other sports are too noisy, he replied, surprising her. I enjoy the feeling of being in the water, where the only sounds are the flow of water and my heartbeat, and the rest of the world fades into silence. It's an experience as if nothing else in the universe matters at that moment. The sensation of swimming forward becomes addictively intoxicating, a sport meant for the solitary. Yili chuckled. Your childhood indeed seems fraught with challenges. Fear, bullying, and even your choice of sport reflect solitude. It's quite remarkable that you have grown into such a polished and graceful figure. Feeling slightly uncomfortable under her gaze, Lu Jun straightened up, turning his neck, only to suddenly feel a sharp pain at the back of his neck. Instinctively, he reached back to touch it, only to find the pain intensifying, suggesting a wound. His expression shifted to one of concern as he turned to Yili. I think I might have gotten hurt. Where? Yili asked. Lu Jun lowered his head, revealing the back of his neck. Here, on my neck. Yili leaned in to inspect it. The wound was small, with 3 dark lines resembling scratches. It must be from those creatures, she stated matter-of-factly. Is that so? Lu Jun's face paled, devoid of color as he stammered. Then, will I be infected? In zombie films, once a person is scratched or bitten, they become infected. Although he had never dared to watch such films, he had researched the topic. I doubt it, Yili reassured him, though she instinctively moved her chair a couple of steps away. Could you not show such overt disdain? He remarked, feeling a bit despondent as he wrapped his arms around himself. After a brief silence, he spoke again. If I really do get infected, just kill me. Why? Yili asked, taken aback. Lu Jun replied softly, I do not wish to become a monster, to transform into the very thing I fear and loathe the most. Yili was momentarily silent before responding with a faint acknowledgement. As time passed, 11 o'clock approached, leaving less than an hour until midnight. Lu Jun waited in vain for any signs of transformation, while it was Yili who began to feel hungry. She pressed her hand against her churning stomach, curling up in her chair. Observing her, Lu Jun asked with concern, What's wrong? Hungry, Yili replied weakly. As if to corroborate her statement, her stomach growled audibly, the sound resonating clearly even to Lu Jun suddenly. He seemed to recall something and reached into his pocket, producing a golden-wrapped chocolate. Here, Yili's eyes brightened at the sight. Where did this come from? I took it when I went to get the keys from the storage locker. It's the last one. You should have it, Lu Jun explained. Without hesitation, Yili accepted the chocolate, unwrapped it, and eagerly began to chew. The chocolate's unique soft and moist texture melted in her mouth, filling her senses with a rich cocoa aroma. But suddenly, her chewing came to an abrupt halt. Her face scrunched up in distaste as she mumbled, What is this? It's so bitter. There was not a hint of sweetness. The more she chewed, the more bitter it became. Oh, I forgot to mention. Lu Jun realized, quickly explaining, This chocolate is what I use for training. It's 100% sugar-free. Yili, her mouth full of bitterness, found herself at a loss, unable to spit it out or swallow it down, casting an accusatory glance at Lu Jun. The taste was unbearably bitter. Seeing her contorted expression of discomfort, Lu Jun couldn't help but laugh, revealing 2 charming dimples on his cheeks. He never expected that this seemingly fearless girl would be afraid of bitterness. However, noticing her increasingly darkened expression, he quickly turned away, covering his mouth. Ultimately, Yili managed to swallow the bitter morsel with great effort. She hugged her legs, resting her head on her knees, lost in thought. What are you thinking about? Lu Jun asked uneasily, noticing her sudden silence. Yili raised her gaze, her expression grave and earnest. I'm contemplating whether we should head to the cafeteria for a meal next time. Lu Jun responded with a non-committal silence when suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from outside, reminiscent of a heavy object striking the ground. Accompanying this were numerous hissing sounds and the chaotic thud of footsteps in the corridor, rapidly approaching their location. Chapter 11. A solution. Yi and Lu Wan exchanged a glance, both astonished by the fear reflected in each other's eyes. It appeared they had overestimated the sturdiness of the doors and underestimated the destructive power of the decaying corpses. Bang, 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 hiss. The chaotic and furious sounds of footsteps drew near. As a horde of monsters surged outside the door, frantically battering and clawing at it, their insatiable hunger for the living manifesting in their ravenous howls. The dilapidated door trembled violently, emitting a shrill cacophony. The already tenuous lock was quickly shattered. Fortunately, a mop handle was wedged in the door handle, providing a fragile reprieve. Gnarled, rotting hands, bloodied and skeletal, reached through the widening crevice of the door, clawing aimlessly in an attempt to pry it open. What do we do now? Lu Wan's voice quivered with trepidation. What else can we do? Just wait. Yi shrugged, maintaining an air of calmness. With less than half an hour until midnight, the transition to the next day loomed, a potential opportunity for more clues and the unraveling of the enigma before them. It was a cruel irony that victory was so close, yet slipping away, and it was impossible not to feel regret. However, the precarious state of the door made it clear that it would not hold much longer. With no hope of survival, they might as well await their demise. Restarting seemed the only option. Yet, in comparison, staying on a rooftop would be preferable. At least a leap from there would offer a swift and straightforward end, sparing them further agony. Wait, I have an idea. Just as Yi pondered whether to drown in the pool or be devoured by the corpses, Lu Wan suddenly pointed at the ceiling. We can climb onto the steel framework above. Yi looked up. The swimming pool's roof was pitched with a steel framework overhead. The lowest point was about 4 to 5 meters high, while the center soared to 7 or 8 meters. If they could reach it, they might endure for a while. But how we get up there? There's a lifeguard chair. Lu Wan indicated a tall chair leaning against the wall at the end of the corridor. If I climb on a lifeguard chair, I can boost you up. And what about you? Yi inquired. The lifeguard chair stood nearly 2 meters tall, and with Lu Wan's height, he could indeed lift her up. However, once she was up, he wouldn't be able to join her. Though slender, Lu Wan's weight was not insignificant. The rust-riddled steel framework would struggle to support both of them. Stay below, and you will surely perish. I don't mind. Lu Wan's face was pale, yet his tone was resolute. If one of us can survive, it's worth it. We fought hard to reach this point. We can't squander this chance. Yi regarded the determined youth before her, raising an eyebrow in surprise. While the sentiment was understandable, not everyone was willing to relinquish their hope of survival to another, particularly when facing their deepest fears. However, Yi was not one to dwell on sentimentality. She nodded in agreement. After all, such opportunities were rare, and finding a safer refuge in the future was not guaranteed. Moreover, solving the mystery sooner would benefit them both. Without hesitation, the two sprang into action. Lu Wan quickly fetched 2 chairs, placing them beside the lifeguard chair for stability. He then climbed up, standing on the chair's seat. At that moment, the combined height of the chairs and his stature left them about a meter from the framework above. Come up, Lu Wan urged, steadying himself against the wall as he extended a hand toward Yi. This time, Yi accepted his help. She cautiously climbed onto the chair and, with a determined effort, grasped his hand and hoisted herself up. The chair, already narrow, felt precarious with both of them standing on it, causing it to wobble slightly. Inescapably close, they found themselves brushing against each other. For Lu Wan, it was the first time he was this near a girl, and the faint scent of gardenias in her hair made him feel both nervous and elated. Yi, on the other hand, lowered her head, frowning as she struggled to suppress her discomfort with physical proximity. But there was no time for hesitation. The door was already bending under the relentless pressure, and the gap widened, allowing 2 decaying heads to poke through, hissing and calling out to them. They had little time left. Lu Wan, unwilling to glance at the chaos by the door, urged, "Get ready. I'm lifting you up now." Okay, Yi nodded. Taking a deep breath, Lu Wan steadied himself, then lifted her gently by the waist, raising her effortlessly. Yi, lightweight, was easy to hoist, and she reached up, grasping the steel framework. "I've got it. Climb," she exclaimed, using his shoulders as leverage to ascend. However, the aging framework began to creak ominously under their combined weight, rust and dust cascading down. Just as Yi Li was about to pull herself fully onto the framework, a sudden scream from Lu Wan pierced the air. She looked down to see a small, grotesque corpse had squeezed through the door, lurching toward them. Ning Ning. Lu Wan's voice trembled in terror as he stood frozen, paralyzed by fear, unable to move as the abominable creature approached. The corpse clawed its way up the chair beneath him. "Kick me down. I can't. Help me." His voice cracked, desperation evident. In that moment of sheer panic, a barely audible sigh escaped Yi Li's lips as she urged, "Close your eyes." Instinctively, he complied. Suddenly, he felt a tight grip around his neck, a forceful twist. Crack! As he slumped, Yi Li withdrew her legs, gripping the iron rod tightly, and hoisted herself back up onto the framework. Below, Lu Wan collapsed like a marionette with severed strings, tumbling down along with the chair and the corpse, splashing heavily into the pool. Splash, splash, water erupted around them. Chapter 12 Midnight Bang. At that moment, the mop handle that had been propped against the door finally snapped, and the great door swung wide open. A cacophony of frantic footsteps erupted as countless grotesque, decaying corpses surged through the entrance, crowding in relentlessly. Their throaty hisses echoed with excitement, each one leaping like a wild beast into the pool, thrashing about wildly, sending water splashing everywhere. Soon, a repugnant sound of gnawing filled the air. Yi Li paid no heed to the tumult below, lying on the steel frame, gasping for breath. The recent struggle had nearly drained her of all energy, and her entire body was racked with the agonizing ache of muscle strain. She couldn't help but think that this body was truly a wreck. The influx of corpses quickly filled the swimming pool, leaving no space to stand, and the water had long since overflowed, saturating everything around. Yi Li glanced downward and was met with a multitude of rotting, peeling faces, all staring up at her with the ravenous eyes of famished, ghoul-like creatures, sending chills down her spine. Countless bony hands, grotesquely decayed, reached out as if to tear her flesh, limbs, and innards apart. The horrifying scene made even Yi Li's scalp prickle, and she found it hard to look directly at it. She couldn't help but smirk, thinking how fortunate it was that she remained. Had it been Lejeune, he might have been scared to death on the spot. As the gathering corpses continued to swell below, Yi Li steadied her breath, turned over, and began to climb with hands and feet toward the center of the steel frame. With just over 10 minutes until midnight, she needed to find a way to persist as long as possible. She had a premonition that something significant would occur once the clock struck 12. Yi Li cautiously maneuvered against the wall, climbing slowly and carefully, yet the aging frame creaked incessantly, as if it might collapse at any moment. The corpses below began to surge in response to her movements, creating a bizarre order amidst the chaos. Fortunately, luck was on Yi Li's side, allowing her to reach the very center of the steel frame. Below her was the swimming pool, and with the height from the top to the ground, combined with the pool's depth, there was at least 8 or 9 meters of distance. The corpses continued to pour in, but the limited height and width of the swimming pool's entrance caused a bottleneck, slowing their influx. Time slipped away, and Yi Li lay in torment on the steel frame, watching as the mountain of corpses beneath her grew taller. The agony of waiting was truly maddening, especially as death and hope raced against each other, making the seconds feel like an eternity. At 11:55, with just 5 minutes until midnight, a decayed hand grasped the steel frame beneath Yi Li. The mountain of corpses had reached her feet. Thankfully, the steel frame stood half a meter high, with dense welding making it difficult for the corpses to climb up. After a prolonged struggle, only a head managed to poke through. In that moment, Yi Li disregarded the stability of the frame, lifting her foot to deliver a vicious kick to the rotten head. With a crack, the head tilted and became lodged in the frame, ceasing its movement. However, more and more decayed hands began to grasp the frame, and a horde of monsters fought to climb up, their competition only slowing their ascent and making them more entangled. The other corpses, unable to climb, grasped the frame, tugging vigorously, causing the entire ceiling to sway violently, creaking ominously. Yi Li decided against remaining in place and began to crawl with all fours toward the other end, toward the door. At 11:58, the steel frame, already weakened, could no longer withstand strain. The side where Yili had been perched was pulled down from the ceiling, detaching from the wall and collapsing. The entire steel frame tilted and crashed onto the mountain of corpses below, as if landing on a cushion of flesh. Fortunately, Yili, who had made it to the center, sustained little harm, while many of the corpses that had become stuck in the frame were crushed. Yet, more corpses continued to surge through the gap, crawling toward Yili like starving ghosts. As the time approached, she found herself with nowhere to escape. Desperately, she broke off a short iron rod from the frame, preparing to resist with all her might, determined to endure the final 2 minutes. Fortunately, the difficulty of climbing the frame prevented the corpses from overwhelming her all at once. Yili, nimble and quick, wielded the iron rod, stabbing and striking down any approaching corpses. But more and more monsters ascended, and decayed hands reached from below to trip her up. Before long, she was injured, the scent of blood driving the ravenous creatures into a frenzy. In a critical moment, a rotting hand grasped her ankle and yanked her down. Startled, Yili reacted swiftly, using her other foot to brace against the crossbar, resisting the downward pull. If she were to be dragged down, it would mean certain death amidst the ravenous horde. At that moment, 2 corpses crawled up from either side, lunging at her simultaneously. With one foot restrained, Yili struggled to evade them. In a desperate bid, she thrust the iron rod into one monster's throat, but before she could retract it, another corpse slammed heavily onto her, pinning her against the steel frame. The decayed creature opened its rotten maw and sank its teeth in her shoulder, while several other hands clawed desperately at her back. The excruciating pain of flesh tearing surged through her, causing her vision to blur with tears of agony, robbing her of the strength to resist any longer. As more corpses lunged toward her, their gaping maws mere inches away, she realized she was trapped. Suddenly, just as she had resigned herself to her fate, Yili felt an inexplicable stillness envelop her. It was as if by magic all the grasping, clawing corpses vanished in an instant. The sharp, jarring sound of metal scraping filled the air. Before Yili could comprehend what was happening, she felt the frame begin to tilt downward, instinctively grasping the steel frame beneath her. With the corpses no longer providing a cushion, the entire frame rapidly tilted downwards, crashing onto the ground and into the pool below. Yili felt a heavy jolt as the impact reverberated through her body. Pain surged through her, compressing her insides, as if her very bones were being shattered. A metallic taste filled her mouth, and dizziness threatened to consume her consciousness. Yili stifled a groan, forcing herself to swallow the bitter taste rising in her throat. Gritting her teeth, she opened her eyes, focusing her gaze on her watch. After a prolonged effort, she finally managed to discern the time. 12 o'clock. Time had stopped. Chapter 13. The turn of events with the crisis averted, Yili felt the tension in her body dissipate, as if she had suddenly lost all strength. Lying motionless amidst a heap of scrap metal. Uncertain if she had suffered a concussion, her mind felt foggy and unable to think clearly, a void enveloping her thoughts. The surroundings were eerily silent, interrupted only by the occasional sound of water droplets plopping onto the surface. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. It felt like an eternity, yet merely a fleeting moment, when suddenly a faint rustling sound pierced the stillness. Rustle, rustle. The sound was soft and slow, akin to something soft gently gliding against another surface. Gradually, Yili regained her senses, instinctively searching for the source of the sound. Her gaze soon fell upon the ceiling, where one side of the skylight had been obscured by an unknown substance. The height and limited light prevented her from discerning its nature, but it was evident that it was slowly creeping over the skylight, nearly covering it entirely. A sense of unease washed over Yili, compelling her to leave. However, as she attempted to move, a sharp pain shot through her body, as if her bones were disassembled. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon her. After catching her breath, she gritted her teeth and, using her hands for support, struggled to sit up. Just as she resolved to stand, a piercing pain radiated from her right foot, which had twisted, swollen, and painful from the earlier mishap with a crossbeam. Frowning, Yili lamented her misfortunes. After a considerable struggle, she finally managed to rise, laboriously navigating through the debris of steel frames. Before exiting, she cast one last glance upward. The mysterious substance had completely shrouded the skylight, plunging the space into a dim light. Leaning against the wall, she limped her way out of the gymnasium. The silence enveloped her, her footsteps echoing in the vast emptiness. Thud. Thud. Lonely and eerie. The doors along her path stood ajar, scattered and toppled, allowing her passage without hindrance. Upon exiting the gymnasium, she was greeted by an equally desolate scene outside. The ground lay in disarray, void of the gruesome corpses that had once filled the space. Yet soon, she noticed something amiss. A thick haze, previously lingering around the school's perimeter, had now enveloped much of the gymnasium. The fog continued to expand, creeping inward towards the school's heart. Straining to listen, Yili discerned soft, rustling sounds emanating from within the mist. Curiosity piqued. She boldly approached the outer wall of the gymnasium and stepped into the fog, intent on uncovering its secrets. Inside, visibility was limited to less than a meter, and as she ventured deeper, the rustling intensified. Before long, she discerned the source of the uncanny noise. It was an indescribable substance, dark red, viscous, and exuding a repulsive odor reminiscent of spoiled meat. This substance was everywhere, on the ground, the walls, blanketing all within her sight. Yili picked up a twig from the ground and prodded the viscous mass. It felt soft and sticky, resilient, akin to liquid tar. The substance seemed almost alive, undulating and spreading, the rustling sound a result of its movement. Clearly, this was the same entity that had obscured the skylight in the swimming pool. Yili raised an eyebrow. At this rate, it would not be long before this substance engulfed the entire school. The thought that it could climb to such heights as the walls and roof made her shudder at the potential consequences if it were to reach a person. As she pondered the situation, a sudden rustling sound from outside the fog drew her attention, suggesting someone was approaching. Yili quickly regained her composure, turning to steady herself against the wall as she stumbled toward the exit. As the mist began to thin, the rustling grew clearer, and she finally caught sight of a figure. It was a boy, clad in the same blue and white school uniform as hers. Sporting black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose and a backpack slung over his shoulder, clearly another student from the school. Surprised, yet elated to encounter another living being, Yili felt a surge of excitement. The presence of another meant potential clues. Her eagerness to greet him, however, was met with shock on his face. He froze momentarily before turning and fleeing in terror. Yili, bewildered, instinctively called out to him, but her voice emerged as a raspy shout. Upon hearing her, he bolted even faster, abandoning his backpack in his haste to escape. Yili was taken aback. Was she truly that frightening? Reflecting on her appearance, disheveled, bloodied, and limping, she realized she did resemble the terrifying corpses they had encountered before. Perhaps she did appear somewhat alarming. With a sigh, she noted the timidity of the boys in this generation. Why do they all seem so easily frightened? Nonetheless, she decided against pursuing him. With her injured leg, even if she wanted to chase him down, it would be futile. Besides, the boy could only run within the confines of the school. And with the viscous substance continuing to spread, he would inevitably have to return. Yili ambled over to where the boy had dropped his backpack, unzipping it without hesitation and rummaging through its contents. Inside, she found textbooks, exercise books, and a red notebook. Flipping open a textbook, she discovered the owner's name and class written neatly inside. Chi Zhou, Class 1 of the Science Stream. The handwriting was immaculate, showcasing the owner's impressive penmanship. Chi Zhou, Yili murmured, the name stirring a sense of familiarity within her. After a moment of recollection, she remembered seeing it on the honor roll displayed in the school's lobby during her first descent with Tang Chi. It showcased the top 10 students from each grade, their photographs, names, classes, and mottos. She distinctly recalled that Chi Zhou was the top-ranking student in the third year, excelling in his comprehensive grades. Chapter 14. The resolute individual. Yili pressed her thin lips tightly together, her brows slightly furrowed, and her enchanting fox-like eyes sparkled with confusion. First, there was the school heartthrob, and now, an academically distinguished top student appeared. In comparison, She felt utterly ordinary, mundane. Nonsense. A pair of timid souls. Yili scoffed internally. Yet, she could not discern the connection among the three of them, why they were ensnared in this ghostly realm. For a moment, the enigma seemed to grow ever larger, devoid of any useful clues or leads. She tossed her textbook back in her backpack, zipped it up, and carelessly dropped it to the ground, plopping down beside it, prepared to wait. Surrounding fog continued to seep and expand, enveloping the playground at the heart of the school. She needn't fear that person would not return. However, Yili evidently underestimated the top student's penchant for hiding. It was only when the fog nearly engulfed the entire playground, and the rustling sound echoed all around, that she finally beheld Chi Yejo timidly emerging from mist. He held a wooden stick in his hand, clearly well prepared. Upon seeing Yili sitting on the ground beside her bag, Chi Yejo appeared momentarily stunned, his gaze revealing puzzlement, before tentatively asking, "Are you human? Are you blind?" Yili snapped, her patience evaporating after all this commotion. "You're the one who's not human. Apologies." Chi Yejo awkwardly adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing her closely before inquiring, "You're from class 11, correct?" Yili's eyes flickered. The top student evidently recognized the original owner of her identity, rendering her previous guise as a new transfer student unnecessary. She nodded in acknowledgement. Chi Yejo remained at a distance, addressing her. "Could you return my backpack?" Not wishing to trouble him, Yili lifted the bag beside her and tossed it towards him. "Thank you," Chi Yejo hurriedly replied as he caught the bag and hugged it to his chest. At that moment, the thick fog swirled around them, and the eerie substance began to creep closer. Aware that time was running short, Yili directly asked, "Are you also stuck in this ghostly realm? Trapped in the same day? Every evening at 6 o'clock?" "Yes, that's correct," Chi Yejo responded readily. Yili continued, "Are there others with you?" "There's another girl named Luo Jia from class 2, Chi Yejo said, then inquired about her companion. "I have a partner as well, Jun from class 3. Yili felt a tinge of curiosity. What happened to Luo Jia? Chi Yejo's expression shifted slightly. She was bitten to death by the corpses. "And Jun? He was too." Yili's response was succinct. "How much do you understand about our current situation? This is my first time reaching midnight." As she asked, she discreetly studied the top student before her. He possessed well-defined features, exuding an aura of studiousness. He appeared slightly shorter than Jun. Upon realizing she was human, he maintained a calm demeanor, contrasting sharply with Jun's initial emotional outburst. Moreover, his thoughts were coherent. He posed questions in return, keeping a cautious distance, betraying a strong sense of vigilance. Compared to him, Jun seemed far more naive and straightforward. "I don't know much either," Chi Yejo replied, shaking his head. "This is my first time too." In a brief exchange, they shared vital information. The grotesque substance had already reached their feet, prompting Yili to rise from the ground. "Where were you hiding before?" He appeared entirely intact, his clothing clean and orderly, indicating they had found a relatively safe refuge. Despite not knowing how Luo Jia had met her demise, at the very least, they had gained some experience. "We hid in the library." Chi Yejo did not conceal the truth, understanding that collaboration was their only hope for survival. "Then we shall rendezvous at the library next time," Yili declared. "Agreed." Chi Yejo readily acquiesced. From that point onward, silence reigned as the grotesque substance filled every available space. Just as Yili had surmised, the eerie entity began to creep up their legs. The slick, viscous sensation was unbearable. Yili shifted her feet uncomfortably, but the substance clung to her with an astonishing stickiness, ensnaring her as if she were trapped in a quagmire, unable to escape. The experience of impending doom was far from pleasant. Yet, to Yili's surprise, Chi Yejo remained eerily quiet throughout. He clutched his backpack tightly, eyes firmly shut, his face pale with fear, yet he neither uttered a word nor struggled, embodying a serene acceptance of fate. What a resolute individual. Yili mentally categorized him as such. The grotesque substance climbed higher, traversing her thighs, encircling her waist, and enveloping her chest, inching up toward her neck. With great difficulty, Yili tilted her head back, her hands instinctively covering her mouth and nose. Yet the pungent, nauseating odor still invaded her senses. She felt her stomach churn violently, a wave of nausea rising in her throat, but she clenched her teeth, determined to refrain from speaking. Better to suffocate than to be choked by that revolting entity. At last, the grotesque substance completely enveloped her, leaving no escape. The intense deprivation of oxygen caused her head to throb agonizingly. Her lungs felt ablaze, and her heart pounded like a drum, her chest constricted with an unbearable pressure. Gradually, succumbing to the excruciating torment, she lost consciousness. Ning Ming, Vakeup. Yili jolted awake, and before the other could finish speaking, she clamped her hand over her mouth, springing to her feet and forcefully shoving the person from the chair. Tang Chi was taken by surprise, nearly losing her balance. Once she steadied herself against the nearby desk, the instigator had already dashed out of the classroom in a frenzy. Yili burst through the door, sprinting towards the corner restroom, where she rushed inside and collapsed at the sink. Heaving, she retched violently, the world spinning as she struggled to stop. After expelling everything, her stomach empty, she could only heave up bitter bile before finally managing to suppress the overwhelming wave of nausea. That substance was truly revolting. After what felt like an eternity of heaving, Yili felt lightheaded and unsteady. After a brief moment, she rinsed her mouth, washed her face, cleaned the sink of her vomit, and slowly leaned against the wall as she exited the restroom. Outside, Lu Jun was waiting for her, having followed her all the way. "Are you all right?" he asked, concern evident in his tone after hearing the commotion in the restroom. Yili lifted her head, revealing a pale face and tear-filled eyes, her lashes glistening with droplets. Her usually indifferent expression now bore an unprecedented vulnerability. Lu Jun was momentarily taken aback by her delicate demeanor, his heart racing. However, he quickly regained composure, awkwardly rubbing his neck, extinguishing any lingering feelings of sympathy. "I'm fine." Yili shook her head. "Let's go." "Where to?" Lu Jun inquired. "The library." Chapter 15. Internal Strife Library? "I thought we were supposed to head to the cafeteria first?" Lu Jun inquired, puzzled. "Do you think I can even eat right now?" Yili shot him a sharp glance, her eyes brimming with an icy intent. Lu Jun. Indeed, his previous perception of her fragility was nothing more than a delusion. Nevertheless, after descending the stairs, Yili still purchased a large bottle of mineral water from the vending machine. She had observed that anything they carried remained intact past 6 o'clock. They did not decay or disappear. For instance, the watch on her wrist and the chocolate in Lu Jun and Appo's pocket were both unaffected. While she could not stomach food at the moment, a sip of life's essence was still necessary. After her earlier bout of nausea, her mouth felt quite unpleasant. On their way to the library, Yili recounted the events that had transpired. Upon learning that she had encountered Qi Zhou, Lu Jun's expression shifted to one of noticeable peculiarity. "What's wrong?" Yili, ever perceptive, noted his unusual demeanor and inquired. "Nothing." Lu Jun shook his head, attributing it to a prior disagreement, which he deemed inconsequential. Seeing his reluctance to discuss further, Yili refrained from pressing him. Both were prominent figures at school, navigating the tumultuous waters of youthful pride, and it was only natural for some friction to arise. The school library was located on the 3rd floor of the comprehensive building, featuring an expansive, open design. Upon entering, they encountered the management desk, staffed by a teacher overseeing the borrowing and returning of books. Beyond that lay the reading area, furnished with 8 long tables capable of accommodating nearly 100 students. The latter half of the space was dedicated to the collection, with wooden bookshelves lined up on either side, brimming with volumes predominantly focused on academia. When they arrived, the library was sparsely populated, with approximately 20 students scattered across the reading tables, likely intending to remain until the library closed at 8:30. The school permitted students to study in the library after hours, provided they registered in advance with the class representative. "There he is." Lu Jun pointed out the target with a raised hand. Just as they were about to approach, a girl behind them called out, "Wait." Lu Jun turned back, puzzled. "What's the matter?" "Something feels off." Yili frowned slightly. At that moment, Qi Zhou sat at the 3rd table in the reading area, engrossed in his books, scribbling notes with an air of concentration that belied impending doom. "This doesn't seem right. Let us find a place to sit." Yili whispered, moving toward the bookshelf area, deciding to observe the situation. Lu Jun sensed the oddity as well and hurriedly followed. They both casually selected a book from the shelves and took a seat at the back table. A clock hung on the wall in the reading area, its minute hand having passed the 10, with less than 10 minutes remaining until 6. Yili feigned interest in her book while her attention remained focused on Qi Zhou. She was unfamiliar with Luo Jiajia and with around 10 girls present. It was impossible to discern who was who. Her gaze remained fixed on the scholar. As moments ticked by, Qi Zhou maintained a silence. It was only when the minute hand struck 11 that his writing suddenly halted, and he abruptly lifted his head, as though awakening from a dream, his expression momentarily frozen. At that instant, a girl with thick glasses sprang from her chair and dashed toward Yi Li and Lu Jun without a word. Qi Zhou's expression changed drastically, and he quickly rose to pursue her. The two sprinted past Yi Li and Lu Jun, plunging into the labyrinth of bookshelves. "Let us go." Yi Li's eyes gleamed as she motioned for Lu Jun to follow. The girl raced to the far end of the book collection, yanked open a door, and attempted to shut it behind her. Qi Zhou, quick on his feet, thrust his foot into the door's gap just in time. Pain surged through him as he was abruptly caught, yet he managed to prevent the door from closing. "Luo Jiajia, open the door," he urged, pushing against the door with both hands. "I want tea." The girl, identified as Luo Jiajia, vehemently resisted, trying to shut the door, her voice laced with fury. "You can die for all I care. I'll never trust you again." The commotion drew the attention of other students, several of whom peeked over to watch the unfolding drama. Yi Li and Lu Jun stood by, seemingly entertained, with Yi Li's eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Internal strife is quite fascinating. You don't need to go. There are still 2 of them here." Qi Zhou attempted to reason. Luo Jiajia hesitated, peering through the door crack and seeing 2 figures behind him. Yet, she remained indecisive. Yi Li then chimed in nonchalantly, "You can keep it shut if you want, but time is running out. We might as well face the consequences together. Who knows who might escape faster?" Her words struck a chord with Luo Jiajia, who bit her lip, finally relenting. "Fine, let them in, but only after I push the door open. Then let go." "You're pinching my foot." Qi Zhou grimaced, gritting his teeth. Luo Jiajia eased her grip slightly, allowing Qi Zhou to retract his foot. "It's too late. Lu Jun, come with me." Qi Zhou's face darkened as he hastily instructed before limping toward the exit. "I'm going," Lu Jun whispered to Yi Li before jogging to catch up. Yi Li had no intention of following. Instead, she approached the door and knocked. They left. "You can open it now." The door creaked open a crack. Luo Jiajia peered out, noting only a petite girl holding a large water bottle, and after a moment's contemplation, she finally opened the door fully. Yi Li stepped inside, revealing a storage room that was modest in size, filled with discarded, aged books and 3 broken bookshelves. Meanwhile, Lu Jun had followed Qi Zhou to the reading area. "Wait for me here." As soon as they exited the collection area, Qi Zhou instructed, then hurried to gather his belongings. Just as he finished packing, ominous tolling echoed in his ears, the sound of a death knell. Qi Zhou's countenance changed dramatically as he swiftly threw his bag over his shoulder and shouted, "Quick, knock over the bookshelf. Hurry." Lu Jun immediately understood the urgency, turning and rushing toward the nearest bookshelf, pushing with all her might. Chapter 16. The door, due to spatial limitations, the distance between each bookshelf is rather narrow, approximately 70 centimeters, while the shelves tower at a height of 2 meters. Suddenly, a cacophony erupts. A moment later, the neatly arranged bookshelves topple like a cascade of dominoes, one crushing another until the final shelf crashes against the wall. Countless books scatter, accumulating in the crevices between the fallen shelves, littering the ground. Lu Jiayun, having pushed down one side of the bookshelf, immediately darts to the other. At this moment, Qi Zhou stumbles over, and together they topple another shelf. Amidst the clamor, the bell tolls its final note, and the entire space decays at a visibly accelerating pace. Those classmates who had stood frozen in shock are instantaneously transformed into grotesque, bloodthirsty creatures, their bodies marred and reeking of decay. They roar with savage fury, clawing and gnashing like beasts rushing toward their prey. "Don't look back, run!" Yi Li shouts, snapping Lu Jiayun back to his senses, who obediently channels all his strength into rushing through the narrow passageway between the stacked shelves without a backward glance. The corridor is a chaotic mess, strewn with the tattered remnants of books and newspapers that have fallen from the shelves. Lu Jiayun is nimble and swift, while Qi Yezhou, nursing an injury, struggles with a pronounced limp, stumbling frequently, a pitiful reflection of the ghastly horde trailing behind them. Lu Jiayun reaches the end first. Yili sidesteps, allowing him access to the door, but Qi Yezhou is still a few steps away. The ghastly creatures behind him draw nearer. At that moment, Luo Jiejia, who has been waiting by the door, flashes a look of resentment and determination. She abruptly yanks Yili into the doorway and forcefully pushes the door shut. No. Qi Yezhou's eyes widen in horror as he witnesses the impending closure. Just as the door is about to slam shut, a large water bottle wedges itself between the door and its frame. Inside, Yili pushes Luo Jiejia aside and shouts to Lu Jiayun to secure the door. He yanks the water bottle free, using it to prop the door open, and dashes out. Seeing the door ajar rekindles Qi Yezhou's hope, spurring him to sprint forward. However, two of the ghastly creatures are already upon him, one clawing at his backpack. In a moment of desperation, Yili, having burst through the door, suddenly grabs Qi Yezhou by the collar, yanking him backward. Caught off guard, Qi Yezhou loses his grip on the strap of his bag, which is snatched away by the creature as he lunges forward. Lu Jiayun, quick on his feet, seizes the opportunity to pull him inside, just in time. The other creature, deprived of its target, lunges toward Yili. Without hesitation, she swings the water bottle violently, striking the creature's head with a resounding thud, then kicks it over, toppling it and several others that follow. In that instant, she dashes through the door. Bang! The door slams shut securely. The monstrous horde outside, momentarily thwarted, pounds and claws at the door in a frenzy. Inside, Qi Yezhou, having narrowly escaped, breathes heavily, his fists clenched, his crimson gaze fixed intently on Luo Jiejia. The palpable fury emanating from him causes her to shrink back slightly. What are you staring at? Last time, you left me outside, so it's even now. She retorts defiantly, crossing her arms and turning her head away, her tone laden with disdain and mockery. Consider yourself lucky this time. Someone helped you. I certainly wasn't as fortunate. Observing the exchange, Yili surmises the animosity between the two. It appears that during their previous encounter, when they toppled the bookshelves, Luo Jiejia had lagged behind and was pursued by the creatures. Rather than rescuing her, Qi Yezhou had shut the door, leaving her to face the monsters alone. It is no wonder that Luo Jiejia harbors a desire for vengeance. Had the roles been reversed, she would not have afforded him even the chance to touch the door. In contrast, Yili feels fortunate that her first encounter was with Lu Jiayun. Although somewhat dim-witted and timid, he possesses a straightforward nature, follows instructions diligently, and is devoid of ulterior motives. A commendable companion. Lu Jiayun, caught off guard by the sudden praise from the girl, feels both flattered and bewildered. Qi Yezhou, remaining silent, neither defends himself nor retaliates, instead offering a simple thanks to Yili. He then enlists Lu Jiayun's help in moving 3 discarded bookshelves in the room. The cramped space is narrow and elongated. They position one bookshelf upright before the door, while the other 2 are laid flat, effectively barricading the entrance. Subsequently, they drag over bundles of discarded books stacked in the corner, stuffing the gaps between the bookshelves to secure the blockade. Outside, the noise escalates, indicating the arrival of the horde. However, the overlapping rows of shelves obstruct the entrance, preventing the creatures from overwhelming the door with sufficient force to break in. In this moment, the small room has transformed into a bastion of safety for Yi Li and her companions. Chapter 17, Discussion. The room was dimly lit, with only a small window allowing a faint twilight to seep in. Yi Li withdrew her gaze from the monstrous tide surging outside the window and turned to the other 3 individuals present, her lips parting slightly. All right. The time for open discussion has arrived. Several hours remained until midnight. The lengthy night should not be squandered. Qi Yezhou proposed, "Let us share our respective encounters over the past few instances." Agreed, Yili responded without objection. Thus, the conversation unfolded. Luo Jia appeared sullen, seemingly still sulking, reluctant to engage in dialogue. However, she was consistently in the company of Qi Yezhou, and he was aware of her circumstances. Lu Jun remained relatively quiet, ceding the floor to Yi Li. Consequently, the dialogue primarily consisted of exchanges between Yi Li and Qi Yezhou, with Lu Jun and Luo Jia occasionally providing supplementary comments. Through their narratives, Yi Li unraveled some mysteries. Firstly, like Lu Jun, Qi Yezhou and Luo Jia had also undergone 6 cycles in the ghost realm, including this time. Thus, Yi Li concluded that she had only experienced 5 cycles, evidently due to the system's deliberate erasure of the original host's memories. The intent was clear: to increase her difficulty in serving her sentence. One could not help but deem this system quite insidious. Secondly, the initial starting points of Qi Yezhou and Luo Jiajia's cycles differed in time from those of Yi Li and Lu Jun. The awakening of Yi Li and Lu Jun occurred around dismissal time, while Qi Yezhou and Luo Jiajia awakened at 5:55, later than Yi Li and Lu Jun. This explained why Yi Li's previous leap from the building had attracted such attention. Yet only Lu Jun noticed something amiss. At that moment, Qi Yezhou and Luo Jiajia were still dormant in the library, oblivious to the chaos. According to Qi Yezhou, aside from the first cycle, where they were utterly confused until meeting their demise at 6 o'clock, they had been devising escape plans since the second cycle. Initially, upon awakening, their sole thought was to flee the library, but they found themselves surrounded by corpses with no place to hide, leading to their inevitable failure in escaping. It was only when Qi Yezhou conceived the idea of toppling a bookshelf and hiding in the storage room that they encountered Yi Li previously. As for why the 4 of them were trapped in this cyclical space, everyone was at a loss, let alone anyone knowing how to escape. Yet as it stood, although their initial starting points varied, their experiences were largely the same, with death marking the conclusion for all. Thus, this space evidently possessed specific characteristics. Identifying these specifics was key to unraveling the mystery. Currently known specifics indicate that once 6 o'clock strikes, the school transforms into a ghost realm, the living become corpses, while time continues to flow. However, when midnight arrives, all corpses vanish, time halts, and mist begins to envelop, engulfing the entire school in a bizarre substance. What should we do now? Lu Jun inquired after organizing his thoughts. Qi Yezhou replied, "We could do nothing but wait." Indeed, Yi Li concurred last time. Only the 2 of us survived past midnight. This time we have 4 individuals. Let us see if there will be any change. If there is none, we may have to face death once more. It was a well-known truth among them. After a moment of silence, Yi Li asked, "How much do you know about when Shuez leaped from the building a month ago?" She had kept this matter at the forefront of her mind, her intuition suggesting it might hold some clues. Upon hearing this, both Qi Yezhou and Luo Jiajia's expressions shifted noticeably, particularly Luo Jiajia, whose face froze in an unmistakable panic. Yi Li did not miss the dramatic change in her demeanor, narrowing her eyes and directly questioning her. "You should be more familiar with it, as you were classmates. Why do you bring this up?" Luo Jiajia countered with a tremulous voice. Yi Li remained silent, suddenly accusing her. "Her death is related to you. I assent to it?" "No, that's impossible. It wasn't me." Luo Jiajia immediately denied, her voice rising a notch in agitation. "Then why are you so upset? What was your relationship with her?" Yi Li pressed on relentlessly. "We were just desk mates." Luo Jiajia instinctively replied. "Ah, desk mates is it?" Yi Li's lips curled into a smirk, her fox-like eyes gleaming with insight. "You must know the details. Do tell us what transpired." Luo Jiajia's face paled, clearly reluctant to revisit the past. Yet with everyone's gaze upon her, she had no choice but to comply. She was bullied by other classmates and eventually couldn't bear it, leading her to jump. "What kind of bullying?" Yi Li inquired, her brow furrowing slightly. Previously, Lu Jun had mentioned that after a conflict with her classmates, when Shued jumped out of anger. But that seemed merely an official narrative. They had pushed her to that extreme, which was clearly not a trivial matter. Luo Jiajia bit her lip, her voice barely a whisper. It was that kind of bullying. Seeing her hesitation, Yi Li pressed further. Was she insulted? Threatened? Subjected to emotional neglect and isolation? Or was she abused and assaulted? Luo Jiajia lowered her head. All of them. Yili raised an eyebrow. This was no ordinary schoolyard squabble. It was evident malicious bullying had inflicted unbearable mental and physical anguish on the victim, ultimately driving her to suicide. Lu Jun's expression darkened. Having endured bullying himself, he resonated with her plight. Yili continued, "Who was responsible for bullying her?" "One was a classmate of ours, named Lin." At this point, Luo Jejia had nothing left to conceal and confessed. There are also two from Class 14, named Chen Xiaoxiao and Fongwen. A chill flickered in Lu Jun's eyes as he could no longer restrain his indignation. If you all knew she was being bullied, why did no one step forward to intervene? Instead, you stood by and watched as she was driven to despair, ultimately resorting to death as the only escape. "We were afraid," Luo Jejia hurriedly defended. "Who would dare to speak up? They would bully anyone who did so alongside her. Elin's father is a school board member. No matter what she does, she is protected. But we could be expelled." Lu Jun's eyes reddened. "So one by one, you chose to protect yourselves, remaining indifferent while your classmate was slowly pushed to her demise? That is truly heartless." Luo Jejia could not meet his furious gaze. Her head bowed in silence. Her hands intertwined nervously. After a lengthy pause, she finally looked up at Yili, her voice trembling. "So, are we trapped here because of Wen Shui?" "I never claimed that," Yili replied with a cold smile. Yet it was not entirely implausible. Perhaps she feels her death was unjust and has come seeking vengeance. Luo Jejia instinctively recoiled, her face ashen, clearly terrified. Yet she quickly regained her composure and retorted, "You're lying. If that were the case, why are you also trapped here?" "Who knows?" Yili shrugged, acknowledging her own confusion. Although she felt an intuitive connection between the two events, she lacked the necessary evidence to substantiate her belief. She had a premonition that if she could identify this pivotal connection, the entire enigma would be on the cusp of resolution. And her instincts had always proven to be remarkably accurate. Chapter 18. No way. After pondering for a moment, Yili suddenly recalled something and leaned closer to Luo Jejia, asking, "I have one last question. Why did Yilin and the others bully Wen Shui?" "Every event has its cause. Nothing occurs without reason. It is unclear whether it was due to the earlier fright or some other factor." As soon as Yili spoke, it was like a match igniting a barrel of oil, and Luo Jejia's emotions erupted instantly. "I already told you, I don't know." She sprang to her feet, waving her arms and shouting furiously, her expression extremely agitated. "Why do you keep asking me? I don't know. I don't know. I know nothing. Please stop asking me." Her loud outburst drew the attention of the corpses outside, who began banging on the door even more violently. After venting her frustration, Luo Jejia finally squatted down, clutching her head and choking back sobs. Yili observed the girl before her, whose emotions seemed on the brink of collapse, a flicker of profound understanding flashing in her eyes. She promptly fell silent, refraining from provoking her further. Lu Jun also chose to remain quiet, while Qi Yezhou had not engaged in this topic at all, leaving his reasons ambiguous, whether due to a lack of understanding, disinterest, or something else entirely. Each person harbored their own thoughts, and no one dared to speak again. As time ticked away, Yili found herself growing increasingly hungry before midnight even arrived. The original owner's stomach seemed rather weak. Hunger set in, causing her heart to race and her hands to tremble, with a gnawing sensation in her gut that was truly distressing. Coupled with her earlier vomiting, this hunger struck even earlier and more intensely, rendering the large bottle of mineral water she had purchased utterly useless. Unable to bear it any longer, Yili crouched down, pressing her hands against her stomach, curling up to alleviate her discomfort. Observing this, Lu Jun quietly approached and extended his hand to the girl, whispering softly, "Here, eat this." Yili turned her head, initially expecting yet another piece of bitter, sugar-free chocolate, only to be pleasantly surprised to find a lollipop resting in his palm. Where did this candy come from? Yili's eyes brightened, her tone brimming with excitement. "I got it from my deskmate," Lu Jun replied, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. He recalled the incredulous expression his deskmate wore at the time, teasing him about sweetening up some girl. After all, he never indulged in sweets, let alone solicited candy from others. Yili, however, was entirely focused on the treat in his hand, oblivious to the boy's slight embarrassment. She eagerly took the lollipop, unwrapping the plastic to reveal a white stick topped with a red and white sphere, exuding a gentle fruity aroma. Strawberry flavor, Yili exclaimed, unable to contain her delight as she popped it into her mouth. The rich creaminess mingled with the sweet and slightly tangy taste of berries melted in her mouth, delivering a marvelous and blissful sensation. Is it delicious? Lu Jun inquired. Yili squinted her eyes in pleasure. So sweet. Watching as her eyes crinkled into crescent moons. A smile involuntarily crept onto Lu Jun's lips. It turned out she had a penchant for sweetness. Time continued to pass, and midnight arrived once more. Just like before, the cacophony outside abruptly ceased, and the shadows beneath the window vanished in an instant, plunging the world into an eerie silence. The group began their tasks, removing the book bundles, shifting the bookshelves, and reopening the door. Outside, all was quiet and desolate, the remnants of decayed books strewn about, devoid of any monstrous presence. Yi Li and Shi Yezhou were the first to step out of the room, while Lu Jun and Luo Jia hesitated to follow. Despite having heard the tales, witnessing it firsthand still left them feeling shocked and apprehensive, fearful that those man-eating monsters might leap out from some hidden corner to greet them with a ghastly grin. Shi Yezhou picked up the backpack that had been snatched by the corpse earlier. Although the khaki canvas bag was stained and filthy, he showed no disdain, brushing it off before slinging it over his shoulder. The four of them exited the library and walked out of the complex, only to find the thick fog that had lingered outside the school's gates beginning to creep inside. Yili headed straight for the entrance, and indeed, near the iron gate, a layer of blackish-red flesh had formed, slowly writhing toward the door. Lu Jun, following closely behind, caught sight of this grotesque sight and furrowed his brows. What is that? It's revolting. I don't know, Yili replied, biting her lip. But this disgusting thing will soon consume us all. Lu Jun shuddered at the thought. Let us explore a bit and see if there is any way out, Yili suggested, turning to rally the group. Thus, the four began to wander through the desolate campus. Eventually, they found themselves congregated on the playground. The fog thickened once again, and the flesh-like mass drew nearer, transforming the entire school into a vast, misty sea, obscuring any possible escape route. What now? Luo Jia asked, wrapping her arms around herself, looking flustered. Yili replied nonchalantly. We wait. Wait for what? Luo Jia pressed. To die, Yili added leisurely. Luo Jia fell silent, her face pale, and her expression suggested she was on the verge of tears. Yili grimaced, disliking the sight of someone crying, and turned to walk into the fog. Where are you going? Lu Jun called after her, alarmed. Please, just let me die alone in peace. Thank you, Yili replied without turning, waving her hand dismissively. Next time, don't come looking for me. I have something to do. Let us meet by the vending machine later. After a moment's thought, she added, oh, and remember to cover your mouth. The mist quickly enveloped her slight figure, obscuring her from view. Yili walked until she reached the pulsating mass, ensuring no one followed her. From her pocket, she retrieved a shard of glass she had picked up earlier in the library. She was determined not to endure the nauseating horror again and resolved to end it herself. However, cutting her neck felt too gruesome to display publicly, so she deliberately avoided that method. As the mass began to creep up her legs, she pressed the sharp tip of the glass against her carotid artery. In an instant, blood gushed forth. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and just before losing consciousness, she faintly heard a girl's piercing wail, thinking to herself that this person would surely vomit upon waking. What Yili failed to notice was that as her blood spilled upon the mass, the previously sluggish substance began to writhe violently, bubbling and frothing as if boiling, akin to a fervent celebration. Chapter 19. Inside information. Yili awoke once more, not declining her desk mate's invitation to dine, and even eagerly urged her to hasten. Of course, the meal was merely a pretext. Her true intent was to subtly extract information regarding the incident involving Wen Shui from Tang Qi. The renowned gossip expert, Tang Qi, did not disappoint. Her lips flitting open and closed, revealing a plethora of reliable insider tidbits. Wen Shui was a special admit, academically gifted, consistently ranking within the top 10 in major examinations, and was a perennial recipient of scholarships. She was a petite girl, possessing a gentle demeanor, not one to provoke others. It was said that her family faced significant hardships. Her parents worked far away, leaving her to live with her grandparents, and she had a younger brother who was bedridden. After the incident, her parents had caused quite a stir at the school, ultimately receiving 30,000 yuan in humanitarian compensation from the school authorities. However, it was rumored that the parents of Yilin and her companions discreetly provided an additional 100,000 yuan, leading to a quiet resolution of the matter. As for Yilin and her friends, the impact of the incident was considerable. They were punished by the school and sent home for reflection and have yet to return. Yili found this amusing. Without even a formal reprimand, what kind of punishment was that? Rather than a punishment, it seemed more like a strategy to let them lay low. Once the storm had passed, they could return to their studies, take the college entrance exams, and pursue their futures, as long as their records remained unblemished. But by then, who would remember the innocent girl whose life had withered amidst her youth? Having inquired about Wen Shui, Yili also took the opportunity to gather information on Qi Yezhou. The revelations prompted her to exclaim inwardly, this academic prodigy was indeed formidable. If Lu Jun's rise to prominence was partially attributed to his looks, Qi Yezhou had entirely won over the public with his intellect. A special admit as well, since his entrance in the first year of high school. He had consistently dominated the top of the leaderboard with the highest total scores, serving as the student council president and representative at numerous events, accumulating awards and accolades effortlessly. Just months prior, he had secured first place in national competitions in chemistry and physics for high school students. Truly, a paragon of academic excellence. I have also heard that he has already been earmarked for a recommendation to Tsinghua University. Tang Qi expressed her envy, lamenting that they still had to toil through the college entrance exams, as competition could be quite discouraging. Yili wholeheartedly agreed. The comparative struggles could indeed be disheartening. Upon reaching the cafeteria, Tang Qi had barely stepped away to fetch her meal when Yili turned to leave, showcasing her utilitarian approach with unvarnished clarity. Exiting the cafeteria, she swiftly veered into a nearby convenience store, hastily procuring a bag of snacks, potato chips, cookies, cola, and a large bag of creamy sunflower seeds. When she returned to the bottom of the academic building, Lu Jun was already waiting by the vending machine. His complexion was pale, leaning weakly against the machine, clutching a large bottle of mineral water, evidently having recently endured considerable turmoil. Yili, ever the grudge holder, approached him and teasingly brandished her snacks, maliciously inquiring, "Care for a bite?" The response was a retching sound from Lu Jun, unable to contain himself. Yili relished the moment, finding solace in their shared suffering. Upon their return to the library, the clock struck 5:55. As they entered, they witnessed Luo Jia swiftly darting towards the trash bin, retching uncontrollably, drawing the attention of onlookers, including the supervising teacher. However, the noxious odor soon drove the crowd to retreat, covering their noses in disgust. When the clock struck 6, the quartet reconvened in the cramped storage room. It was time for discussions and summations. Luo Jia, still recovering, slumped on the floor, clutching a trash bin, thankfully a clean one, lest Yili be tempted to toss her out along with it. The other two boys wore expressions of concern, while Yili remained unfazed, lounging by the window, crunching on chips and sipping her soda, thoroughly enjoying herself. Given the current circumstances, even if they managed to endure until midnight, the school would still succumb to the enveloping mist swallowed by chaos. They appeared ensnared in a deadlock, unable to devise an escape. Yet, Yili did not share their pessimism. Surely, there was some aspect they had overlooked. As she munched on her chips, she mumbled in contemplation. Thus far, they seemed trapped in a series of interconnected enigmas, and only by uncovering the crucial clues could they unlock their predicament and progress to the next stage. Their entrapment must stem from their failure to locate the key to the mystery. But I can't think of any further clues. Lu Jun frowned, his thoughts jumbled. The location was fixed, time was stagnant, and the participants were assembled. What more could they possibly need? Suddenly, Qi Yezhou posed a question. How can you be certain that everyone is present? Yes, the number of participants. Yili's eyes brightened at his insight, feeling a sudden clarity. Time and place were immutable. The only variable was indeed the number of people. The academic prodigy was quick-witted, as expected. Lu Jun also grasped it, promptly raising a concern. But the school is so vast. Where should we search for others? With all faculty and staff, alongside various support personnel, the school housed nearly 3,000 individuals. Furthermore, given the uncertainty of each person's awakening time, they could not monitor everyone constantly. We can only eliminate options. Yili proposed. After school, where do students typically congregate? Lu Jun counted on his fingers. The academic building, cafeteria, library, gym, dormitories. Essentially, these were the primary locations. The academic building, cafeteria, library, and gym could likely be ruled out, Yili noted. They had traversed these areas and had seen no suspicious individuals. That left only the dormitory building. Lu Jun's brow furrowed further. Yet, even with just the dormitory left, locating individuals would still prove daunting. The school's dormitory was a U-shaped structure, akin to 3 buildings connected as one, spanning 8 levels with 36 rooms per floor, each accommodating 8 occupants. The lower 4 floors housed male students, while the upper 4 were reserved for females. With so many rooms to search, finding individuals one by one was no small feat. However, there was not a complete lack of options. Yili's imagination sparked. A sudden idea struck her. We could set up a loudspeaker downstairs and call for a gathering, then keep watch for a few days. If anyone were indeed hiding in the dormitory, they would surely take notice. After all, was it not the commotion of her leap that had drawn Lu Jun's attention before? That could work. Chi Yezhou adjusted his glasses, perched on his nose. But have you considered that the others might awaken at 6, or perhaps even later? Yili raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting that they could awaken to find themselves in a realm of spirits? Oh, the thrill of it sends shivers down my spine. Chapter 20. The objective upon careful reflection. One cannot entirely dismiss such a possibility. After all, time continues to flow beyond 6 o'clock. Thus, during the interval from 6 to midnight, it is conceivable that the other party may awaken. This also elucidates why, despite having endured multiple cycles, only the 4 of them have managed to persevere past midnight. Awakening to find oneself encircled by ghastly, decaying corpses is a fate from which no one could escape. Yet, if this were indeed the case, then even if she were to shout at the top of her lungs with a megaphone from downstairs, it is unlikely they would hear her. With this thought, Yili felt the burden of their plight weigh heavily upon her. Lu Jun and Chi Yezhou furrowed their brows in contemplation. Just as the trio felt utterly at a loss, Luo Jiajia, who had remained silent until then, suddenly spoke. Do you believe we are trapped in this cursed place because of Wenshui? Is that true? Her inquiry was directed at Yili. Yili glanced at her, refraining from intentionally frightening her, and replied candidly, that possibility cannot be ruled out. Until we have evidence to prove otherwise, anything remains plausible. Luo Jiajia bit her lip. Hesitating for a moment before continuing, Irin and the others returned to the school in the evening. They should be in the dormitory. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Yili and the others brightened. If this cursed realm were indeed connected to Wenshui, then, as the architect of her demise, Irin and her companions would surely not have escaped unscathed. How do you know this? Yili inquired further, for not long ago. Tang Chi had informed her that Irin and the others had yet to return to school. A hint of embarrassment crept onto Luo Jiajia's face as she explained. During the last half of the final class, I suddenly felt unwell and went to the restroom in the hallway. It was then that I happened to see them dragging their luggage through the school gate. With this revelation, Yili understood. They had returned after 5 o'clock, and by 6, Irin and her companions would likely still be in their dormitory, organizing their belongings. Everything seemed to align perfectly, now that they had identified their target. The next question to consider was how to rescue them and successfully endure until after midnight. At this moment, Yili had finished the last of the chips, cookies, and soda. She tore open the final packet of sunflower seeds and generously distributed them among her companions. Kulme, let us crack some seeds to stimulate our minds and brainstorm solutions, she proclaimed, pouring herself a handful and beginning to crack them enthusiastically. The act of cracking sunflower seeds is undoubtedly one of the most contagious and addictive pastimes. Typically, upon witnessing others engaged in it, one cannot help but join in, regardless of personal preference. Once the first seed is cracked, the second and third follow suit, until one finds it impossible to stop. Thus, in the dimly lit, confined space, the four gathered together, cracking seeds. Even Luo Jia succumbed, popping one after another into her mouth, making use of the trash she had brought along. The sound of relentless cracking filled the air, creating an oddly harmonious backdrop to the eerie banging from outside. The dormitory building was structured in a U-shape, with 10 dormitories lined up on each side on every floor. The central building featured double-opening dormitories across a corridor, totaling 20 rooms, with restrooms located at the junctions of the left and right buildings. According to Luo Jia, Irene and her companions resided in room 703, the third room on the 7th floor of the right dormitory. This meant that if they awakened at 6 o'clock or later, it would be impossible for them to escape safely down the 7 flights of stairs amidst the corpses littering the corridor. The route downstairs was impractical. They could only consider going up. Is it possible to climb up from the balcony? Yili asked. Each dormitory was equipped with a small, independent balcony for drying clothes. The distance from the 7th floor to the roof was merely 1 floor away, a height of perhaps 6 or 7 meters. If there were a place to secure a foothold, she should be able to ascend. If we drag the bed onto the balcony, it should not be too difficult to climb up, Chi Yejo suggested. However, we must also consider whether there are corpses in the upper dormitories. If there are, climbing would become even more perilous. Nonetheless, this remained the most viable option at present. It would be best to acquire a sturdy rope, just in case, Yili added. The rope must be strong enough to bear a person's weight. After all, at such heights, a careless fall could lead to certain death. Lu Jun pondered for a moment and remarked, there should be some in the gym. The rope used for the tug-of-war competition might still be in storage. A tug-of-war rope is sufficiently robust and devoid of elasticity, perfectly suited for their needs. With the rescue plan established, the next question was who would execute it. Since Chi Yejo and Luo Jia awakened too late, the 5 minutes they had would not suffice for them to run from the library to the dormitory. Lu Jun, being a male, could not enter the female dormitory, and he also had a tendency to faint at the sight of corpses. Thus, the only one suitable for the task was Yili. All right, then I shall go alone, Yili declared resolutely, her dark eyes shimmering with a starry light, clear and unafraid. For her, the prospect of dying a few more times was of little consequence. Thus, the plan was set, awaiting the commencement of the next cycle. With several hours remaining until midnight, the anticipation felt both tedious and interminable. Having eaten and drunk to her heart's content, Yili tilted her head and fell asleep against the window. Her calm and even breathing caught the attention of Lu Jun, who glanced over. There lay the girl, her eyes, always sparkling like stars, gently closed, resembling 2 crescent moons. Her thick, curled lashes cast delicate shadows on her eyelids, and her slightly parted lips showcased a state of complete relaxation. With her head tilted, her dark hair cascaded down, softly framing her face, giving her an appearance of gentleness and compliance that inexplicably urged him to reach out and ruffle her hair. Yet he refrained, fearing that such an act would render his hand useless. In truth, Lu Jun often found himself admiring the girl before him, genuinely respecting her fearless disposition. Beneath a seemingly fragile exterior lay a courageous and powerful heart, exuding an enviable and aspirational nonchalance. As time passed, midnight arrived once more as expected. This time, Luo Jia resolutely refused to leave. Yi Li and the others did not press her. Until the mystery was unraveled, it made little difference where she stayed. Yi Li, in a rare moment of kindness, left her a large plastic bag for snacks, which she could fashion into a makeshift head covering, a better option than choking. The trio departed from the library and exited the main building, finding the situation outside unchanged. Thick fog continued to spread. Yi Li, weary of further resistance, stepped into the teaching building, preparing to leap into the unknown. Lu Jun followed closely behind, while Chi Yejo alone continued on, carrying his backpack. Ascending to the 6th floor, Yili took advantage of the fact that the fog had yet to envelop the area below and reconfirmed their next course of action with Lejun. Since he would awaken first, he would retrieve the rope from the gym, and they would reconvene on the playground. After securing the necessary supplies, Yili would head to the dormitory, while Lejun would return to the library to wait until midnight. If all went smoothly, they would meet again after midnight. If not, they would have to start anew. Regardless, a breakthrough was finally on the horizon, and Yili brimmed with anticipation for the next occurrence. The fog quickly crept into the teaching building, and without hesitation, Yili vaulted over the railing, grasping Lejun's hand, who had instinctively closed his eyes. And together they jumped. Bang! Bang! Crimson blood soon flowed in rivulets from their shattered bodies, silently merging with the dark, viscous matter that lay beneath. As consciousness began to fade, Yili vaguely observed the previously serene, eerie substance bubbling ominously, as if it were boiling. Chapter 21. A cunning approach upon awakening once more, Yili proceeded directly to the playground as agreed. After waiting for some time, she finally spotted Lejun jogging towards her. Here you go. Everything is in here. Lejun approached, extending a backpack towards her. Yili reached out to accept it, noticing a cylindrical object wrapped in cloth protruding from the zipper. She unzipped the bag and discovered large bundles of rope, then grasped the cylindrical item and inquired, "What is this?" "It's for self-defense. I couldn't find anything more suitable, so I broke a javelin." Lejun explained. "It's quite good, thank you." Yili nodded in appreciation. "And these?" Lejun added, handing her a sports watch along with a lollipop. Yili accepted them with a smile, marveling at how thoughtful her little companion was. "All right, I'll be off now." She slung the backpack over her shoulders, waved goodbye to the boy, and left without hesitation. Lejun watched her slender figure, illuminated by the setting sun, as she departed without looking back. He opened his mouth, as if to say something, but ultimately restrained himself, suppressing his worries, and turned towards the library. Yili moved swiftly, making her way directly to the dormitory building. Ascending the right staircase, she encountered several students along the way. By the time she reached the 7th floor, there were less than 10 minutes until 6 o'clock. The door to room 703 was firmly shut. Seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention, Yili quietly approached and listened at the door, detecting sound from within. Someone was inside. According to Luo Jijia, only Yilin and her 2 companions resided in room 703. They had shared an 8-person dorm since their first year. After all, it was only to be expected that those from affluent families might receive special treatment. Yili did not knock immediately. Instead, she stepped back a few paces, leaning against the corridor wall and feigning to wait for someone, while discreetly retrieving a utility knife from her pocket. Alone, it was evidently impractical for her petite frame to confront 3 individuals directly, so she needed to devise a cunning strategy rather than resorting to brute force. The advantage of her small stature lay in its ability to inspire underestimation, making it ideal for surprise tactics. The utility knife, though small and not particularly sturdy, was sharp and manageable, having been discovered in the original owner's drawer. Yili extended the blade slightly, gripped it tightly in her right hand, and concealed it in her sleeve before stepping forward to knock on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Who is it?" A voice called from inside, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. The door soon creaked open, revealing a girl at the threshold, dressed in stylish attire with curled hair and heavy makeup. She bore no resemblance to a high school student. Her gaze was inquisitive as she scrutinized Yili with evident impatience. "Who are you looking for? Is he in?" Yili replied in a friendly tone. Upon hearing this, the girl turned slightly and called into the room, "Someone else looking for you, Yilin." Yili took the opportunity to glance inside. At the center of the dormitory, 2 girls were seated at a table. One sported short hair and donned a black denim outfit, exuding a cool, androgynous charm. The other had long, straight hair and wore a blue and white school uniform, appearing quite lovely. "What do you want?" Both girls turned their attention toward Yili, but it was the one with long hair who responded, clearly identifying herself as Yilin. "Someone asked me to deliver a message to you," Yili said. "It's not convenient to talk outside. May I come in?" Yilin appraised the frail girl standing at the door, a flicker of disdain crossing her features, and replied with a smile. "Come in." She then exchanged a knowing glance with the girl with curly hair. As Yili stepped into the room, the door was swiftly closed behind her. Paying no mind to the sound, she advanced directly to Yilin, her eyes sparkling brightly. "So you are Yilin. You're truly beautiful." Up close, Yilin's beauty was striking. Her flawless, fair complexion radiated warmth, and her gentle demeanor embodied the ideal of a boy's first love. Yet who could have imagined that beneath such a charming exterior lay a heart as cold as ice? Yilin's smile widened at the compliment. No girl dislikes being praised for her beauty, especially when the admiration comes from another female. Supporting her chin with her hand, she asked languidly, "So, what is this mysterious message?" "Well, someone asked me to tell you." As Yili spoke, she leaned closer to Yilin, as if to share a secret. Suddenly, she lunged forward, gripping Yilin's jaw with her left hand and forcefully pressing her head down onto the table. With a swift motion, she brandished the gleaming blade against Yilin's immaculate face. Yilin gasped in shock, her cry cut short by the chilling sting of the knife against her skin. "What are you doing? Let her go." The other two girls, startled by the abrupt turn of events, erupted in anger. The short-haired girl leaped to her feet, grabbing a water bottle from the table and raising it high. "Don't move." Yili's face bore a disarming smile as she threatened. It would be such a pity for such a beautiful face to bear scars. "Don't move." Yilin cried out in panic, terrified that a tremor from her captor's hand could mar her appearance. "What the hell do you want?" The short-haired girl's face was tense, yet she had no choice but to lower the water bottle. "Don't rush. You'll find out soon enough," Yili replied lazily, continuing to assert her control. "Now, you two, go over there and push that bed up against the door." Although there were only the three of them in the dormitory, for bunk beds occupied the space, and Yili referred to the only unoccupied one. "Why are we moving the bed?" The short-haired girl hesitated, taken aback. Yili remained silent, applying more pressure with the knife, causing Yilin to scream in fright. "What is taking so long? Move it now." The two girls glared at Yili, but, with no choice, quickly began to push the bunk bed toward the door. "Now, move your suitcases to the bottom bunk and find some items to stuff it as tightly as possible," Yili commanded. Having returned to school, their belongings remained untouched. The suitcases still lying on the floor. "Don't push it." The short-haired girl, Fong Won, fumed, her face reddened with anger. "Move faster. There's no time." Yili was unfazed, the blade still pressed against Yilin's face, leaving a red mark. "Come on, do what she says." Yilin was on the verge of breaking down, her voice quivering with emotion, appearing pitiful and heart-wrenching. The girl with curly hair discreetly tugged at Fong Wen's sleeve, offering a gentle suggestion. "Let us just move for now." Fong Wen ultimately relented, scoffing as she turned to grab a suitcase. Yili raised an eyebrow, finally identifying who was who. The short-haired girl was Fong Wen, while the remaining curly-haired girl was Chun Xiao Xiao. Suddenly, a series of clear chimes rang out. 6 o'clock had arrived. Yili's gaze was fixed intently on their movements. As the chimes faded, the lights in the room abruptly extinguished, and everything around them began to decay rapidly. In the dim light, Fong Wen and the others froze momentarily, then appeared as if awakening from a dream, their expressions bewildered and alarmed. Particularly upon seeing Yili, the surprise and shock were clearly etched on their faces. Observing this, Yili curled her lips into a smile, her heart surging with tumultuous emotions, and a glimmer of excitement shone in her dark pupils. Indeed, it was as she had anticipated. Chapter 22. Escape. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Yili could not help but smile, a swell of emotions surging within her, while her ebony pupils sparkled with excitement. Indeed, the academic prodigy had been correct. The trio, upon awakening, confronted the realm of phantoms, each encounter leading them inevitably to a gruesome demise, devoid of any hope for survival. A truly dismal fate. "Who are you?" Fong Wen inquired hoarsely. Chun Xiao Xiao, too, bore a complex expression. It was evident that their previously unchanging memories had been abruptly infused with a new narrative, with the protagonist being the girl before them. "Me?" Yili chuckled, adopting an exaggerated tone. "I am the savior who has come to rescue you from peril." As she spoke, she retracted the utility knife in her hand and released Yilin. By this point, the others should no longer be oblivious to the situation. Yilin, having regained her freedom, hastily covered her face and rushed to join Fong Wen and the others. Upon hearing her words, the three exchanged glances, regarding the petite girl before them with skepticism. Bang! Bang, 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 bang. At that moment, a cacophony of vigorous pounding echoed through the door, causing the iron-framed bed pressed against it to rattle violently. The expressions of Yilin and the others shifted dramatically, their faces paling in terror. The monsters were coming again. What are you waiting for? If you wish to live, hurry and barricade the door. Yi Li's low command jolted the trio awake, prompting them to hurriedly move items to block the bed. The harrowing experiences they had endured had thoroughly terrified them, and the appearance of the girl indeed felt like the arrival of a messianic figure, compelling them to heed her directions, hoping she could lead them out of this nightmare. While the three busied themselves with barricading the door, Yi Li surveyed her surroundings. Between the dormitory and the balcony stood a stainless steel glass partition. The sole glass door was not large, and the bunk beds could not pass through. The exterior balcony was semi-open, with a rusted iron railing standing over a meter high. Leaning against the railing, Yi Li peered upwards. The balcony of room 803 appeared desolate and tranquil, while suddenly, a young woman emerged from the balcony of room 704, eagerly reaching out to greet her. In silence, Yi Li withdrew a half-segmented spear from her backpack, tearing away the cloth that covered the metal tip, and with precision, she pierced it through the girl's neck. The scene was witnessed by the three behind her, and their gazes ignited with fervor. We've blocked the bed. What do we do now? Yilin inquired anxiously as Yi Li turned back. Yi Li took a glance inside the room, instructing them to drag 2 more beds over for additional barricades. She then seized a chair and forcefully smashed it against the glass partition. After a series of violent crashes, she shattered all the glass and even severed one of the stainless steel supports. Seeing that the opening was sufficiently large, she called the others over, and together they dragged the final bed onto the balcony. What are you planning to do? Yilin asked, perplexed, as she observed the girl rummaging through her backpack and fiddling with some ropes. Are we going to climb down from the balcony? We're on the 7th floor. Those ropes don't seem long enough. We're not descending, we're ascending. Yi Li pointed upwards. This door won't T hold for long. We must find a way to reach the rooftop. As she spoke, she deftly tied the midpoint of the rope around her waist, securing one end to the iron frame of the bed and the other to the half-segmented spear. Listen carefully, aside from us, there are 3 others trapped here as well. Therefore, our objective is to survive until midnight and then reunite with them. Remember, if even one of us dies during this time, everything will reset. If you wish to endure less suffering, cooperate with me. Understood? Upon hearing that escape was possible, the 3 eagerly nodded, assuring her, rest assured, we will follow your lead. Yi Li reiterated the steps and precautions, then swiftly climbed atop the bunk bed. The ceiling loomed over 3 meters high, and standing on the upper bunk, she had to stoop slightly to avoid contact with the ceiling. Cautiously, she edged towards the bed's edge, extending her hand outward to feel for the railing of the balcony above, soon grasping it firmly. Rather than rushing, she steadied herself against the ceiling with one hand while testing the railing's sturdiness with the other. The force exerted was so great that it caused the bunk bed beneath her to tremble, sending shivers through the 3 below. Once assured of the railing's strength, Yi Li tossed the half-segmented spear over the railing, wedging it horizontally before gripping the railing with both hands, leaning her upper body back. With a powerful push, she propelled herself upward, swiftly planting her right foot on the opposite railing, thus suspending herself from the balcony of the 8th floor. The night wind howled fiercely, rustling her uniform as if it threatened to cast her into the abyss below. Taking a deep breath, Yi Li peered through the gaps in the railing. Fortune favored her. Inside room 803, only a decaying corpse was confined. The creature had been drawn to her, banging furiously against the glass door. Seizing the moment, Yi Li climbed up, vaulting over the railing. With the help of those below, she untied the rope and grasped the half-segmented spear, advancing towards the door. She twisted the handle with her left hand, opening a crack just as the corpse lunged eagerly towards the gap. In that instant, she thrust the spear forcefully into its grotesque, decaying head. With a squelching sound, putrid fluid splattered, resulting in a swift demise. Withdrawing the spear, she watched the corpse collapse before returning to the railing, lowering the rope for Fong One to tie around her waist and ascend first. Being the tallest among them, her assistance would save considerable effort. Fong One, agile and relatively bold, quickly scaled the balcony without incident. The two promptly entered the room, barricading the door with the bed and hastily covering it with other items. With living beings present, the corpse would soon be attracted, necessitating their preparations. After successfully securing the door, Yili and Fong Wen pulled up the two below in succession, then replicated the process, smashing the glass partition and dragging the beds to the balcony. Bang, 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 bang. At that moment, a fierce pounding echoed from the door of room 803. The monsters had been lured in. Chapter 23. Selfishness time was of the essence, as Yili swiftly secured the rope and climbed to the upper bunk. The edge of the top level protruded nearly 20 centimeters beyond the balcony's edge, with an additional waterproof ledge rising about 30 centimeters higher. To reach the ledge, Yili had to lean perilously outward, making the task exceedingly hazardous, especially since she still needed to ascend. After contemplating her next move, she instructed Elin and the others to bring a wooden table from inside, positioning it upside down against the bed frame, with one end extending beyond the edge while the other was held down by the trio to prevent it from tipping over once she stepped on it. Yili then pressed her hand against the ceiling and cautiously maneuvered to the table's unsupported section, the aged wood creaking underfoot. Below her lay only a 5-centimeter thick wooden board, giving way to a dizzying height that threatened to engulf her in darkness with a single misstep. A chilling wind howled, carrying the acrid sense of dust and rust that stung her nostrils and provoked the urge to sneeze. Resolutely, Yili held her breath, tossed the half-bound javelin onto the rooftop, and reached up to grasp the waterproof ledge. With a determined effort, she pulled herself upward, her legs pushing against the wooden board, and, after a strenuous climb, she finally reached the rooftop. Her arms trembled slightly from exertion, a clear sign of fatigue, yet with little time to rest. She quickly sought a place to secure the rope. Ultimately, she chose to tie it to the beams of the shock-absorbing frame. After measuring the distance, she bound the rope at its midpoint, leaving 2 lengths for safety. Just as she finished securing the rope, a sudden commotion erupted from below. Yili hastily grabbed the rope and rushed to the edge, peering down. The balcony of room 802 was now teeming with corpses, clawing menacingly at Elin and the others. The gap between the balconies was significant, and while the reanimated corpses were stiff and far less agile than the living, some attempted to leap across, only to fall into the void. Although these grotesque monsters could not reach them immediately, their ghastly, decaying visages and the hunger-laden growls sent chills down one's spine. Elin and her companions huddled in fear on the opposite balcony, trembling uncontrollably. Yili immediately called down, "Hurry up!" Startled, the trio sprang into action. According to their earlier plan, Fong Wen was supposed to ascend first, but Elin clutched the ladder stubbornly. "Get away! Let me go first," she shouted, attempting to ascend without regard for the others. The imminent danger exposed her selfish nature, and the other two seemed accustomed to her dominance, not daring to contest her. Yi Li's expression darkened. "Let Fong Wen go up first. I can't pull you." She remained focused on what would enhance the chances of survival for everyone, disregarding the order of ascent. "I can climb up myself," Elin insisted. "Is that so?" Yili smirked, uninterested in further debate. "Then I'll untie the rope, and you can come up on your own." Elin froze, resentment and unwillingness flashing in her eyes, but she knew better than to argue with Yili. Without the rope, she would never manage to scale the height alone, and ultimately she relented, begrudgingly stepping back to allow Fong Wen to ascend first. Fong Wen, tall at 1.70 meters, had long limbs and was secured with a safety rope, making her ascent to the rooftop relatively effortless. However, just as she began to untie the rope, Elin and another companion screamed in terror below. The lock on the dormitory door had been completely broken, and despite several bunk beds barricading it, the door remained jammed. Yet, skeletal hands, bloodied and bone-exposed, clawed through the gap, desperately trying to push their way inside. The door's opening. "They're coming in. Hurry!" Elin cried in panic. At that moment, Chen Xiaoxiao suddenly grabbed her sleeve, her eyes pleading. Yilin, can I go up first? My clothes make it hard to climb. I'm slow. She was still dressed in a short skirt and long boots, making her ascent cumbersome. Yilin frowned and firmly rejected her. No, you said you're slow. If the monsters come in before you climb up, what will I do? Chen Xiaoxiao persisted, shaking Yilin's hand in desperation. Please, Yilin, let me go first. You're so slim. We can pull you up afterward. Just then, the rope was finally tossed down from above. I said no. Stop pulling me. Yilin snapped, finally losing her patience. She shoved Chen Xiaoxiao forcefully to the ground, using both arms and legs to scramble onto the bed, tying the rope around her waist. Once she secured the rope, she noticed Chen Xiaoxiao still seated on the floor, and with a frown, she barked, "What are you waiting for? Help me hold the table." A flicker of resentment crossed Chen Xiaoxiao's eyes, but ultimately, she dared not protest. Obediently getting up to assist, Yilin quickly ascended to the rooftop. At last, it was Chen Xiaoxiao's turn. However, just as she tied the rope around her waist, a corpse squeezed through the door, navigating the obstacles with ravenous intent, lunging toward her. Fear gripped Chen Xiaoxiao, her pupils dilating as panic took hold. It's coming. The monster is here. Pull me up. Pull me up, she cried, frantically trying to climb, but without anyone holding the other side of the table, it toppled over. Unable to grasp the ledge in time, she plummeted downward. Ah! Her piercing scream echoed as the already dilapidated wooden table shattered upon impact on the 8th floor. Fortunately, Chen Xiaoxiao had secured a safety rope around her waist, which prevented her from falling entirely, but she slid down significantly, hanging in mid-air, her hands gripping the rope tightly, her toes barely grazing the railing. However, the corpse was now close. Having crawled beneath the bed, it lunged with predatory ferocity, seizing her foot. Help! Please! Chen Xiaoxiao wailed in terror. It's got me. Pull me up. Save me. As she pleaded, she kicked and struggled, attempting to free herself from the creature's grip. Yet the corpse would not easily relinquish its prey. It clung to her legs, its jaws snapping menacingly. Ah! Chen Xiaoxiao cried out in pain. The more she struggled, the tighter the rope became, her weight making it impossible for anyone to pull her up, compounded by the rope's friction against the rough concrete, threatening to snap at any moment. As the dormitory door continued to be forced open, the imminent danger loomed. Once the door fully gave way, the corpses would surge in, sealing her fate. Chapter 24. Regret, I'll go down to save her. You two prepare to pull us up, Yili declared in a moment of urgency. Without waiting for Yilin and Fong Wen to respond, she swiftly grabbed another spare rope and casually wound it around her arm. Securing the end of the rope in her hand while gripping a half-spear with the other, she leapt without hesitation from the edge of the building. Below, Chen Xiaoxiao, already terrified beyond measure, beheld a slender figure descending like a celestial being amidst the darkness. Utilizing the tautness of the rope, she swung toward the balcony and, with precision, drove the blade through the creature's skull. With a splatter, Chen Xiaoxiao felt a cold dampness splatter her legs, and the force that had bound her loosened, granting her freedom once more. Yili hooked her foot onto the upper bunk, pulling on the rope to stabilize herself. Once steady, she returned the spear to her backpack and reached out to pull Chen Xiaoxiao up. Quick, pull us up, Yili shouted to the rooftop, noticing another undead creature about to squeeze through the door. Fong Wen immediately bent down, grasping Chen Xiaoxiao's outstretched hand to assist her ascent. On the other side, Yilin prepared to reach for Yili. Yet, just as her hand was about to extend, she hesitated, a thought flashing through her mind. At this moment, Yili was entirely supported by the rope in Yilin's hand. Given her limited height, with her feet precariously perched on the bed's edge, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to climb up alone without assistance. They were all safely atop the roof now, rendering Yi Li's presence seemingly superfluous. Who could ascertain whether her words held truth or deception? If Yilin chose not to extend her hand, Yili would undoubtedly perish. The more Yilin pondered, the more restless she became, and a sinister glint appeared in her eyes as she gazed down at the girl. This person had insulted and threatened her twice. Such grievances could not be overlooked. Perhaps it would be better to allow her to meet her demise directly. their gazes locked in the air. Yili immediately discerned Yilin's malicious intent, yet she felt no fear. Instead, a subtle smile graced her lips, enigmatic and knowing. Yilin felt a chill as she recognized the dangerous undercurrents swirling in Yi Li's starry black eyes, filled with mockery and disdain, as if she were merely observing a jester. The eerie smile on Yi Li's face seemed to invite confrontation. "If you dare come." A sudden chill coursed through Yilin, causing her to shiver involuntarily. She envisioned the tragic outcome awaiting her upon their next encounter, as if instinctively seeking to avoid danger. Almost instinctively, Yilin reached out and seized Yi Li's hand. The dormitory door finally burst open, and countless monsters surged forth. With a powerful push, Yi Li toppled the twin bed, using the momentum to pull Yilin up before the horde could reach them, once more scaling the rooftop. All were now utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground, gasping as if they had narrowly escaped death. Chen Xiaoxiao sobbed while removing her knee-high boots. Her foot had been bitten by a corpse, but the boot had prevented any flesh from being harmed, resulting only in a bruise. However, her thighs bore numerous scratches, blood streaming down, creating a terrifying sight. Will she be all right? Fong Wen and Yilin exchanged wary glances, instinctively distancing themselves, fearful that she might suddenly transform and attack. "Do not worry. As long as the blood does not drain completely, she will not perish," Yili responded coolly, her experience evident. Fong Wen stepped forward, tearing the hem of her inner t-shirt to bandage Chen Xiaoxiao's wounds. Yilin hesitated before finally explaining to Yi Li, "I was momentarily blinded by the wind, which caused my hesitation." Yi Li cast her a sidelong glance, a smile playing on her lips, and said nothing as she rose to leave. The regretful look in her eyes sent a shiver down Yilin's spine, a certainty that what Yi Li regretted was the absence of a valid reason to eliminate her. Yi Li settled in a slightly sheltered spot, retrieving the lollipop that Lu Jun had given her earlier, tearing off the plastic wrapper and popping the candy into her mouth. "Ah, this one is mango milk flavored. Quite sweet indeed." With the lollipop in her mouth and her arms crossed, she leaned back against a pillar, her eyes narrowing in enjoyment. Through their brief interactions, she had discerned that Yilin was the leader of the trio, while Fong Wen served as the muscle, and Chen Xiaoxiao was merely a voiceless follower. Since the three were also trapped in this haunting domain, it became increasingly clear that its formation was indeed connected to Wen Shui. However, Yili found herself perplexed as to why they, along with Lu Jun, were ensnared in this realm. Yilin and her companions were the culprits responsible for Wen Shui's demise, so their entrapment was hardly surprising. Luo Jiajia was Wen Shui's deskmate, perhaps having committed some wrong against her that led to her confinement. These individuals all had direct ties to Wen Shui. But what of herself and the academically gifted Lu Jun? They had no connection to Wen Shui during her lifetime, let alone any animosity. Was it merely a case of unfortunate luck, an arbitrary misfortune? Yili could not fathom it, and chose not to waste her mental energy on it, hoping instead that midnight would arrive swiftly, bringing unforeseen surprises. As time passed, Yilin refrained from approaching her again, and instead coaxed Fong Wen to gather information. Yili merely stated that after midnight, all corpses would vanish, enveloping the school in mist, consumed by bizarre phenomena, and that only by gathering everyone would a new opportunity arise. She also mentioned the identities of the other trapped individuals, but refrained from discussing the connection between the Wen Shui incident and the haunted realm, fearing they might panic and create unnecessary complications. After all the turmoil, her situation was not easy either. As midnight approached, Yili untied the rope, tying knots at intervals to facilitate their descent. Finally, the clock struck 12, and silence enveloped the surroundings once more, save for the relentless, biting night wind. Yili stood atop the roof, scanning her surroundings, where everything appeared dim and misty, reminiscent of before, yet subtly altered. Furrowing her brow, she resolved to descend first and reunite with Lu Jun. With her backpack secured and the rope tied around her waist, she tightened the line and began her careful descent. This time, she did not return to room 803, knowing it had likely been ravaged by the horde. Instead, she dropped down to the balcony of room 801. Safely arriving, she untied the rope, signaling for Yilin and the others to pull themselves up while she helped them down. During this waiting period, Yili suddenly noticed the surrounding mist spreading at an alarming rate, far quicker than before. Sensing that something was amiss, she urged the others to hasten their movements. By the time everyone had safely reached the balcony, the mist was nearly upon them, accompanied by an eerie rustling sound that grew ever closer. "Hurry!" Yili called out, leading the charge out of the dormitory and down the stairs. The other three, bewildered, could do nothing but follow closely behind. As they burst from the dormitory building, Yili glanced back to see that the mist had already consumed half of the structure, advancing at a speed more than double that of before. With no time to lose, she led the group onward toward the playground, while the mist trailed behind them, as if it were relentlessly pursuing their every step. Chapter 25, Convergence. Before long, Yili spotted Lu Jun waiting at the playground. To her surprise, a thick fog was not billowing behind him. Unlike before, when the mist had spread from the periphery of the school towards the center. This time, it emanated from the back gate, gradually expanding toward the front entrance. Lu Jun seemed to notice something unusual as he approached them. "What's going on?" he inquired. "I don't know," Yili replied, shaking her head and catching her breath. "Where are Chi Yezhou and the others?" "They're waiting by the teaching building," Lu Jun said, joining their hurried pace. "Let us regroup with them first." The group pressed on toward the teaching building, the fog thickening with alarming speed, accompanied by an eerie, rustling sound that drew closer. They had no choice but to quicken their pace, running for their lives. At last, they reached the clock tower where Chi Yezhou and Luo Jiejia were waiting, just before the fog could catch up with them. "Look, the fog has stopped," Lu Jun suddenly exclaimed. Yili turned to see that indeed, the fog had ceased its advance at the perimeter of the teaching building, leaving it and the small square in front clear. She halted, hands on her hips, gasping for air, feeling as if her lungs might burst, her throat dry and nauseous, tinged with a metallic taste. She could scarcely believe that this extraordinary event had almost rendered her breathless. Aside from Lu Jun, who had joined them midway, Yilin and the others were equally out of breath and exhausted. Chun Xiao, who had discarded her shoes and was running barefoot, collapsed onto the ground, unable to rise. Although they had suspected it earlier, seeing Yili actually return with Yilin and the others still surprised Lu Jun and the rest, especially Luo Jiejia, whose face was a mixture of shock and uncontrollable fear. Just then, a sudden light burst forth from the direction of the teaching building, illuminating the dark surroundings with a blinding brilliance. Everyone instinctively shut their eyes and turned away. As they adjusted to the brightness and opened their eyes once more, they beheld the once dilapidated teaching building transformed into a pristine and orderly structure bathed in daylight, with lights illuminating the corridors of each floor, yet it remained eerily vacant. Suddenly, Luo Jiejia let out a scream, trembling and pale with terror. "Blood! There's blood on the ground." The others turned to see a large patch of dried blood on the floor tiles, its edges forming a peculiar shape that vaguely resembled a human figure, as if someone had been sprawled on the ground with blood seeping around them. Yili's deep gaze flickered as she grasped the implications. The others also sensed a chilling realization. An eerie silence enveloped them, a frigid dread settling in their hearts. At that moment, Chi Yezhou, standing next to Luo Jiejia, suddenly looked up at the building, his expression shifting dramatically as he rushed toward the teaching building without a second thought. By the time they processed his action, he had already disappeared into the dim staircase, the sound of his footsteps echoing upward. The remaining group exchanged worried glances, uncertain whether to follow. However, they soon noticed that the eerie substance lurking in the fog began to emerge from all directions, inching toward them with a grotesque motion. Having never encountered such horrors, Yilin and her companions were oblivious to the threat, but Lu Jun and the others knew all too well. Together, they turned their gazes toward Yili. "What should we do now?" Lu Jun asked. "What else can we do?" Yili mused, stroking her chin with a tone of resignation, yet her eyes sparkled with interest. "Let us go upstairs and take a look. Clearly, these creatures are urging us toward the teaching building. If we don't go in, we'll perish. Then what are we waiting for? Let us take the risk." Contrasting Yi Li's adventurous spirit, the others were filled with trepidation and anxiety. To them, the teaching building loomed like a monstrous maw, eagerly anticipating its prey. The teaching building was an L-shaped structure, 6 stories tall, containing 7 classrooms on each floor, with each 2 floors corresponding to a grade level. There were staircases on both sides, with the right staircase at the far end beside the restroom, while the left staircase was at the corner of the L shape. Chi Yejo had ascended the left staircase, so Yi Li and her group decided to follow suit. However, before heading upstairs, Yi Li casually chose a nearby classroom and entered to take a look. The others hesitated to follow, waiting outside, except for Lu Jun, who accompanied her. Yi Li attempted to turn on the lights, but they remained dark. The dimly lit classroom was furnished with neatly arranged wooden desks and chairs, with open textbooks scattered across the tables, as if just moments ago the room had been filled with bustling students, only to have vanished into thin air. This eerie situation stirred a sense of unease within her. Yi Li picked up a textbook from the desk and flipped through its pages, finding nothing unusual. Just as she was about to set it down, she felt something odd in her hand. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a small amount of grayish-white powder on the desk, resembling remnants of ash from something that had burned. "What have you found?" Lu Jun leaned in to inquire quietly. "Just some ash," Yi Li replied, picking up another textbook from a neighboring desk, discovering more ash beneath it. Seeing this, Lu Jun also flipped through several books on the desks, confirming that the powder was present on each one. "It seems like every desk has it," Lu Jun remarked. Curiosity piqued as he pinched a bit of the ash between his fingers. "This ash looks a bit strange. Don't touch it." Yi Li cast him a glance, offering a cautious warning. "Sometimes, ignorance truly is bliss." "Let us go," she declared, placing the book down and heading for the door. Confused, Lu Jun hurriedly clapped his hands and followed her. As they exited the classroom, Yi Li noticed something amiss. Outside the door, only Yilin and Luo Jia remained, while Fong Wen and Chun Xiao were nowhere to be found. "Where are they?" "Yi Li asked it." "They went upstairs to the restroom," Yilin replied. Just as she finished speaking, a sudden, piercing scream echoed from the upper floor. The sound was shrill and haunting, sharp as a needle piercing the eardrum, sending chills down their spines. "It's Fong Wen." Yilin's face went pale. A collective tension gripped everyone as Yi Li sprang into action, rushing toward the staircase with urgency. Chapter 26. The restroom. Chun Xiao could no longer hold it in. She felt the urgent need to relieve herself the moment she exited the dormitory, but in the midst of her escape, she had refrained from expressing her discomfort. Now, having calmed down, she found herself unable to endure any longer. Yet, the thought of venturing to the restroom alone filled her with trepidation. For the teaching building appeared eerie and unwelcoming. Aware that Yilin would likely ignore her, she sought out Fong Wen instead. Their friendship was amiable, and unable to withstand her coaxing, Fong Wen quickly acquiesced. Thus, the two of them deviated from the group and ascended to the second floor via the staircase on the left. Restrooms were available from the 2nd to the 6th floors of the building, albeit segregated by gender. The 2nd and 4th floors housed the women's restrooms, while the 3rd and 5th were designated for men. The restroom they sought was located at the far end of the corridor on the right side of the building, necessitating their passage through a dimly lit hallway. A solitary light bulb illuminated only a limited area, casting shadows at both ends, particularly in the stairwell, which exuded an unsettling aura. Chun Xiao grasped Fong Wen's arm tightly, and the two huddled close together, heads bowed, hastily traversing the corridor. They dared not glance at the empty classrooms on either side, as though they were being observed by malevolent spirits lurking within. The corridor echoed with an unsettling silence, save for the sound of their hurried footsteps, which reverberated ominously, quickening their hearts. At long last, they arrived at the restroom door, which stood closed. Fong Wen mustered her courage and nudged it open with her toe. Inside, darkness reigned, accompanied only by the distant sound of running water, seemingly devoid of any peculiarities. They held their breath and cautiously approached, and Chun Xiao quickly felt along the wall beside the door, flicking the light switch. Fortunately, the light illuminated the space. The restroom was empty, devoid of any presence. The two girls exhaled in relief and stepped inside, carefully closing the door behind them. The school's restroom featured old-fashioned squat toilets, partitioned by blue dividers into 6 separate stalls. A long trough ran beneath them, with a water tank positioned at the front, perpetually filling, ready to flush the trough when full. Each girl entered her respective stall. After a hurried release, Chen Xiaoxiao couldn't help but sigh deeply, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over her. Just as she stood up and adjusted her skirt, a series of knocking sounds resonated from a stall ahead, as if someone were tapping on the divider. Assuming it was Fong when urging her to hurry, she instinctively replied, "I'll be right out." However, the moment the words escaped her lips, an unsettling realization struck her. Fong Wen had distinctly entered the stall behind her. Why then? Was someone knocking on the front stall? This thought sent chills down her spine, and her heart began to race with anxiety. It dawned on her that the stall behind her had remained eerily silent. Fong Wen seemed to have vanished. Terrified, Chen Xiaoxiao dared not dwell on the implications nor make a sound. Trembling, she reached for the door latch. Yet, just as her fingers brushed against it, a voice emerged from the stall ahead, a stranger and Oppo's voice. "Classmate, my door is stuck. Could you help me open it?" The voice was soft and pleading. Chen Xiaoxiao and Oppo's pupils dilated. Her complexion drained of color, and beads of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. She hastily attempted to unlatch the door, but the flimsy divider felt as though it had been welded shut, resisting her every pull and shove. "Classmate? Classmate? Are you still there?" The knocking continued, accompanied by the same fragile voice. Chen Xiaoxiao's heart raced with terror. She gritted her teeth, stifling any sound that threatened to escape her lips, as scalding tears cascaded down her cheeks. Her body trembled, feeling as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, her very blood seemingly congealed. She did not know who this sudden apparition was, or whether it was even human, yet, instinctively, she understood that she must not respond. "Knock, knock, knock. Classmate? Why are you silent? Please, help me open the door. Please." The relentless knocking grew more frantic in response to her silence. The once pleading tone morphed into a sharp, menacing shriek, echoing like a wailing wind through the night. "Help me. Why won't you help me? Why won't you?" In that moment, fear weighed heavily upon her chest, akin to a boulder pressing down, and Chen Xiaoxiao curled into a corner. Burying her head in her knees, her hands desperately clamped over her ears, all the while silently praying in despair. "Please don't find me. Someone, save me, save me." Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, perhaps an eternity or merely a fleeting instant. Suddenly, silence enveloped the space. The frantic banging ceased, the sharp questioning vanished, leaving only the sound of running water from the tank. Chen Xiaoxiao remained frozen for a moment before she could no longer resist the urge to lift her head and slowly open her eyes. Before her, the light remained constant, and nothing was amiss. It was as if all that had transpired was merely a figment of her imagination. A wave of relief washed over her, yet fear lingered, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Struggling to regain her composure, she pushed against the divider to rise, eager to escape this dreadful place. However, at that moment, a deafening crash erupted, startling Chen Xiaoxiao, causing her to tumble back to the floor. Yet she quickly realized that it was merely the sound of the tank, emptying its contents to flush the trough. Indeed, the water began to surge forth from the trough beside her. But before she could breathe a sigh of relief, a horrifying realization struck her. The water gushing forth was a vivid crimson. It appeared as though what had poured from the tank was not water, but blood. At that instant, Chen Xiaoxiao succumbed to panic, unleashing a blood-curdling scream. She desperately tried to open the door, but it remained obstinately shut. Blood water continued to swell from beneath, rising steadily until it lapped at her knees. Finally, the flow ceased. Silence reclaimed the space. This time, even the sound of water from the tank had vanished. With her eyes ablaze in terror, Chen Xiaoxiao pressed her body against the door, her heart racing. Suddenly, an unseen force yanked at her feet, causing her to lose her balance and plummet into the blood water. In an instant, a pair of bony, pallid hands erupted from the crimson depths, seizing Chen Xiaoxiao's head and dragging her down into the murky liquid. As splashes erupted around her, her body thrashed in a desperate struggle, limbs flailing. At last, a dull crack echoed from the depths, and Chun Xiaoxiao's form went rigid, collapsing lifelessly into the bloodwater. A torrent of deep red surged to the surface, quickly merging with the surrounding blood, engulfing her entirely. Chapter 27. Where's the head? After hurriedly finishing her business in the restroom, Fong Wen swiftly emerged from the stall. Noticing that Chen Xiaoxiao was still unresponsive, she called out, "Are you done, Xiaoxiao?" No reply came. Fong Wen furrowed her brow and knocked on the stall door. Xiaoxiao. Still, there was silence. The restroom was eerily quiet, the only sound being the rushing water in the tank, which made the stillness all the more unsettling. A wave of terrifying images flooded Fong Wen's mind, causing her heart to race and her throat to feel dry. With great difficulty, she swallowed hard and tentatively grasped the doorknob. To her surprise, the door opened easily. There was no one inside. Where could Chen Xiaoxiao be? A nameless fear gripped her heart, and without a second thought, she bolted out of the restroom. As she exited, her eyes caught a glimpse of a figure standing at the far end of the corridor in front of the stairwell. Though the light was dim, the person wore a sweater and a short skirt, their bare legs unmistakable. It could only be Chen Xiaoxiao. Fong Wen felt a surge of anger. "How dare you, Chen Xiaoxiao? I kindly accompanied you to the restroom, and you just leave without a word?" The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, her rage eclipsing her fear. She quickened her pace down the corridor, catching up to the figure, and placed a hand on their shoulder, exclaiming, "What do you mean, Xiaoxiao?" But as her words trailed off, she felt something was terribly wrong. The texture beneath her hand was wet and clammy, causing her to choke on her words. At that moment, the figure slowly turned to face her. The motion was unnatural, almost mechanical, as it twisted until it faced her directly. In an instant, Fong Wen's face drained of color, her eyes widening in terror. A blood-curdling scream erupted from her throat, freezing her in place as her legs trembled violently. Chen Xiaoxiao's face was a pallid void. It bore no features, only a smooth, featureless skin. Fong Wen desperately attempted to retract her hand and flee. Every fiber of her being screamed to escape, but her hand felt as if it were bound in iron, immovable. She could only watch in horror as the grotesque head twisted and snapped off, falling limply onto her arm. The icy touch of the hair and the smoothness of a lifeless face sent her into a state of panic. Finally, under the overwhelming stimulus, Fong Wen regained control of her body. Instinctively, she flung the head away and screamed as she scrambled up the stairs to the third floor. Meanwhile, Yi Li and her group were rushing up from the first floor when they saw a dark object flying toward them. Quick to react, Yi Li ducked to avoid it. But Lu Jun instinctively reached out and caught it. Upon looking down, he realized it was a head, plump and furry. With a horrified scream, he dropped it, and it rolled across the floor, coming to rest with its featureless face up, illuminated by the dim light. But the terror was just beginning. They soon spotted the headless body standing nearby, its neck a grotesque mess of jagged flesh, as if the head had been violently wrenched away. Lu Jun felt his legs weaken, cold sweat breaking out as he nearly fainted. Even Yi Li was momentarily taken aback. Yilin and Luo Jia screamed in fright, turning to flee downstairs, only to quickly return, realizing the gruesome mess had now spread to the staircase, blocking their escape. The headless corpse stood ominously at the base of the stairs leading to the third floor, a chilling sight that paralyzed them with fear. Panic etched on his face. Lu Jun leaned against the wall, trembling as he turned to Yi Li. "What do we do?" Yi Li furrowed her brow, equally bewildered. The person who had been with them just moments ago had seemingly vanished without a trace. The gory wound was devoid of blood, as if all of it had been drained away. As the group stood paralyzed in confusion, the headless corpse began to stir. It raised its hands to its neck, opening clenched fists to reveal a mouth in one palm and an ear in the other. "My head. Where's my head? Who has seen my head?" It called out, taking steps as if in search of its missing head. The sound of its wet feet splashing against the floor echoed ominously, like a death knell ringing in their ears. Yilin and Luo Jia shrieked and huddled against Lu Jun, clutching his shirt tightly. Though terrified, Lu Jun dared not pull Yi Li back, instead following closely behind her. Yi Li watched the headless figure closely, noting the ear in its palm twitching as if it were listening. She hissed, "Everyone be quiet," It can hear us. The group quickly covered their mouths, suppressing any sound. As the headless corpse drew nearer, they cautiously shifted toward a side corridor. Suddenly, Luo Jia screamed. In her frantic evasion, she had stepped on the head. The noise startled the headless corpse, which whirled around and shouted, "Where's my head? Give me back my head." In a moment of instinct, Yili stepped forward and kicked the head down the stairs. The world fell silent, the only sound being the head rolling down the staircase. Chapter 28. Herr Fong ascended the staircase with fervent determination, her blood seemingly boiling, her heart racing so fiercely that it felt as though it might leap from her throat. However, upon reaching the third floor and wishing to continue her ascent, she was horrified to discover that the staircase leading to the fourth floor had vanished, replaced by an inexplicable wall that had appeared out of nowhere. Stunned, she stood momentarily, lost in a daze. Why was this happening? Why? Fong dared not linger in place, hastily making her way through the corridor to the staircase on the right. Yet, to her dismay, the situation was identical on that side. The route to the fourth floor was completely obstructed. Now utterly at a loss, she felt she could not return to the second floor. In a fit of panic, she ultimately chose to retreat to the left staircase, standing in the relatively well-lit corridor while awaiting the arrival of others. Though she could not see what was transpiring below, she could distinctly hear the cries and sobs of Elin and the others. Fong hunched over, one arm tightly wrapped around herself while her other hand rose to her mouth, biting her fingers, her feet restlessly pacing in place. The anxiety and fear gnawed at her fragile nerves, rendering her incapable of calm or rational thought. She could only wait helplessly. Suddenly, she was startled by a soft, rustling sound, akin to the wind whispering through the willows, or perhaps something small gently scraping. The sound, though faint, was relentless, sending her into a state of alarm. Yet, the surroundings were clear. There was nothing to be seen. Fong held her breath, straining to discern the source of the noise. Before long, she realized it seemed to emanate from the fire hose cabinet on the wall before her. Though the cabinet was locked, she could see through the transparent glass of a door that it contained only a single indoor fire hydrant, a neatly coiled bundle of hoses, and a nozzle. The sound appeared to be coming from within that very hydrant. The rustling persisted, as if some enchantment had ensnared Fong's full attention. Her gaze was fixated on the dark opening of the hydrant, blinking not once, unaware that all other sounds had faded into silence. In that moment, it felt as though she were the sole occupant of the building. Suddenly, she witnessed something slowly emerging from the hydrant's spout. Thin, numerous strands like dark tendrils slithered and writhed at the opening. Hair, countless strands of hair. Her heart leapt to her throat, icy terror seizing her as she felt herself plunge into an abyss of dread. In an instant, the hair burst forth from the spout like a serpent unleashed, shattering the glass with a resounding crash and surging towards her. Ah! Fong barely managed a startled cry before the hair coiled tightly around her neck. The force was so great that her eyes rolled back in her head, nearly rendering her unconscious. But this was merely the beginning. An ever-increasing multitude of hair emerged from the spout, dividing into 4 strands that wrapped around her limbs like serpents. Tightly woven, the strands constricted from her fingertips to the very ends of her extremities, twisting and squeezing relentlessly. Soon, sharp cracking sounds echoed, as if some hard substance were being gradually twisted and crushed. Unexpectedly, Yili kicked the head away, leaving everyone frozen in place, hardly daring to breathe. Yet, astonishingly, the headless corpse stood still for a moment before turning to lean against the wall, slowly making its way down the staircase in search of its missing head. Only when its figure vanished around the corner did everyone exhale, their legs trembling. Yili placed a finger to her lips, signaling for silence, then quietly led the way up the staircase, the others closely following. However, before they could reach the 4th floor, a wave of putrid stench assaulted them, overpowering and nauseating. Lu Jun and the others turned pale. Yili raised an eyebrow, but hastened her steps. Soon, she arrived at the source of the foul odor, just off the staircase. Beneath a shattered fire hose cabinet, Fong lay still amidst a pool of blood. At that moment, her limbs had vanished, the severed ends jagged as if brutally torn away. Blood flowed from the wounds, saturating the ground in a horrifying crimson. Her face was grotesquely contorted, eyes bulging with blood. Her once fair complexion marred by a web of ruptured capillaries and red streaks, with clear signs of strangulation around her neck, indicating she had endured unimaginable suffering in her final moments. Ugh, came the sounds of violent retching from behind. It was Lejeune and the others who had arrived. Yili ignored them, glancing up at the fire hose cabinet once more. The glass door lay shattered, shards strewn outside, indicating it had been broken from the inside out. She peered into the dark spout of the hydrant, her expression subtly shifting. At that moment, Lejeune, holding his nose, cautiously approached. He fixed his gaze on Yili, unable to lower his eyes, and trembled as he asked, How? How did she die? She must have bled out after having her limbs torn off, Yili concluded. Lejeune's face turned ashen, swallowing hard as he inquired, But what happened to her limbs? There are no remains visible in the corridor, and the blood is all concentrated here, with no traces extending elsewhere. Where could they have vanished? Yili pointed to the fire hose, saying, If I am not mistaken, they should be in the fire pipe below. Lejeune, puzzled, asked, How so? The spout has remnants of flesh, Yili replied, and hair as well. Lejeune focused intently, indeed discovering fragments of human tissue and blood, alongside some dark strands of hair within the narrow opening. However, those strands appeared to be long, while Feng one had short hair, and the color did not match. In such a small hole, how could both hands and feet fit inside? He questioned, still bewildered. What do you think? Yili glanced at him, her gaze meaningful. Lejeune contemplated the possibilities, a chill running down his spine. It wouldn't fit intact, but shattered pieces could. Upon reaching this conclusion, he could no longer contain himself, covering his mouth and hastily retreating to retch. Yili, unimpressed, turned back towards the staircase. From this moment forth, it is best that no one strays alone, she warned the others. In a brief span, 2 lives had been extinguished, both in a silent and gruesome manner. This eerie place was far more sinister than it appeared on the surface. Chapter 29. The mirror let us ascend, Yili declared, stepping towards the staircase. The foul stench of viscera had already permeated the 2nd floor, and it was only a matter of time before it engulfed the 3rd. Curiosity piqued. She wondered where Qi Yejo, the first to dash upstairs, had gone. The previously tumultuous Lejeune and his companions now bore ashen expressions, yet they all persevered, their weakened legs trailing behind Yili. The staircase was shrouded in darkness, and the sound of their footsteps echoed eerily within the silent, confined space, enhancing the sinister atmosphere. As they rounded the corner, a large mirror embedded in the wall caught their attention. It was a dressing mirror intended for students to groom themselves, mirroring one found on the 1st floor. Typically, the staircase was illuminated, but now, in the dim light, the reflections in the mirror appeared particularly unsettling, sending chills through their spines. None dared to linger. Heads bowed, they hurried past, ascending the stairs. Upon reaching the 4th floor, they were shocked to discover that the staircase leading to the 5th floor had been inexplicably replaced by a wall that seemed to have emerged from nowhere. How could this be? Where did this wall come from? Astonishment swept over them. Yili reached out to touch it, confirming it was indeed a tangible barrier, not an illusion. Let us explore the other side, she urged, leading the group towards the right staircase, only to find the same ominous situation. All paths to the 5th floor had vanished. Panic set in as they realized they were trapped, with the eerie stench of viscera still lingering around them. None knew if this death would grant them another chance at life. Yili frowned, struggling to comprehend the bizarre turn of events. The path had been clear until they reached the 4th floor. Why had it suddenly ceased to exist? Let us search for clues, she suggested, refusing to believe they were faced with a dead end. The group began inspecting each classroom, even the farthest restroom, yet yielded no discoveries. With no leads, they returned to the staircase in the left corner. Yili leaned against the railing, peering outside, discussing with Lejeune the possibility of climbing directly to the upper floors. Eileen and Luo Jia stood nearby, hesitant to stray too far. The distance between them was palpable. Despite being classmates, their relationship was strained, with Luo Jia consistently avoiding Eileen, treating her as if she were a threat. Eileen, proud by nature, did not initiate contact either, remaining aloof. Noticing that Yi Li and the others had yet to reach a conclusion, Eileen glanced down the staircase, anxious to see if the strange entities below had pursued them. As her gaze swept downward, an inexplicable sensation arose within her, a compelling urge that drew her towards the staircase, as if something beckoned her to descend. Yet, recalling Yi Li's earlier warning not to wander alone, she resisted the impulse. Nevertheless, the feeling intensified, akin to a feather teasing her heart, igniting a fervent desire to investigate. Just a glimpse, and I shall return promptly. We are so close together, surely nothing will happen. Eventually, Eileen convinced herself, taking hesitant steps down the staircase. Uncertain of what she sought, she was compelled by an unseen force to act with urgency. By the time she realized her actions, she found herself standing before the dressing mirror. The mirror reflected her image in its entirety. Her sleek black hair, fair complexion, and delicate features appeared flawless, captivating even her own gaze. Eileen instinctively raised her hand to touch her reflection, her eyes gleaming with self-admiration. Suddenly, she noticed her reflection blink oddly. Startled, she withdrew her hand. Upon closer inspection, her mirrored self exhibited no other peculiarities aside from a hint of alarm. Convincing herself she must have imagined it, she turned to leave, but just as she moved, a laughter resonated in her ears. The voice was sweet and familiar. Eileen spun back to the mirror, where her reflection grinned mischievously, playfully urging, "Don't go." Terror gripped her as she stared at her own image, heart racing uncontrollably. The reflection continued to smile, the grin expanding grotesquely until it stretched from ear to ear, revealing a chilling, sinister curve. Those eyes, once gentle, now glared with malevolence, fixated on the figure outside the mirror, radiating a malevolent intent. Abruptly, the reflection extended its hand towards her, reaching out as if to ensnare her. Instinctively, Eileen recoiled in fright. Yet, the hand appeared to stretch impossibly, elongating as it approached her. "Ah!" Eileen finally found her voice, shrieking as she turned and sprinted up the staircase. Her footsteps pounded heavily against the concrete, creating a desperate rhythm. But soon, she realized that no matter how fervently she ran, the staircase seemed endless, the surroundings frozen in time, while the staircase continued to stretch before her. Behind, those ominously extending hands pursued relentlessly. "Help! Someone please!" She cried out to her companions in the corridor. Yet though they were near, it felt as if an insurmountable divide separated them, her cries falling on deaf ears, unacknowledged by any response. "Ah!" Eileen's desperation escalated. Her breath quickened, heart pounding wildly. Drenched in sweat, exhaustion consumed her, and she felt her strength waning. Yet, that relentless hand continued its pursuit, accompanied by the familiar voice echoing, "Don't go. Let us trade. It will be so much fun." Finally, her legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed onto the stairs, utterly drained of energy. In an instant, she felt a grip on her ankles, yanking her backwards. She was going to die. The grim specter of death loomed over her, and she knew that if she were pulled into the mirror, her fate would be sealed. Desperately, she flailed her arms, grasping for the stair railing, trying to resist being dragged away. But her assailant's strength was overwhelming. In their struggle, Eileen quickly succumbed, being pulled down step by step. When she reached the bottom, her head struck the ground with a thud. For a moment, everything spun, and she felt on the verge of unconsciousness. When her senses returned, she found herself enveloped in icy darkness, confronted by a transparent barrier. There she stood, outside the glass, face to face with her own reflection, which wore a radiant yet eerie smile. "Ah!" Eileen realized her predicament, terror coursing through her veins as she pounded on the glass, crying out, "Let me out! Please, let me out!" But the figure beyond merely waved her hand dismissively before raising a foot and forcefully kicking toward her. Chapter 30. Temptation. A sudden crisp sound echoed through the silent stairwell, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Yi Li and the others turned to see Yilin standing at the corner of the staircase, surrounded by shattered glass. Her expression was one of alarm and trepidation as she shrank back and softly explained, "This mirror is strange." Simultaneously, They were astonished to discover that the inexplicably appeared wall had vanished, revealing the staircase to the 5th floor once more. Rustle, rustle. At that moment, the eerie, flesh-like substance had already engulfed the 3rd floor and was advancing toward the 4th. Let's go up first, Yeely urged, retracting his gaze and beckoning everyone to ascend. The others hurriedly followed suit. In the dim light, the hurried figures failed to notice that the scattered shards of glass were slowly oozing with crimson blood, as if they were not merely fragments of a mirror, but remnants of bodies. The group hastily ascended to the 5th floor, only to find that the staircase to the 6th floor had vanished as well. The wall remained intact, devoid of even a crack. Before Yeely could speak, Lejun instinctively dashed toward the right side of the corridor, shaking his head from a distance. No way through either. Yeely furrowed his brow and turned to Yilin, who had just caught up, asking, "What did you see just now? What is peculiar about that mirror?" When the mirror shattered, the wall blocking our path disappeared. Evidently, the mirror is the key, Yilin recounted, wrapping her arms around herself, still shaken. Yeely raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over her face before a subtle smile graced his lips. "You are quite fortunate. While your 2 companions met a dreadful fate, you stand here unscathed. How can that be anything but luck?" Yilin remained silent, her head bowed, seemingly still haunted by the recent events. "What should we do now?" Lejun returned, inquiring. The flesh-like substance had already spread to the 4th floor, making it impossible to return and examine the mirror. With the route to the 6th floor blocked, where else could they seek clues? "Let's explore a bit more," Yeely suggested. "If all goes as expected, we might not uncover anything, but we must at least follow the necessary procedures. Otherwise, we risk losing hope." Thus, they resumed their search, checking classroom after classroom. Luo Jia had no ideas of her own, quietly trailing behind Yi Li and Lejun. Just as she was about to enter the next classroom with them, Yilin, who had been lagging behind, suddenly pulled her back and whispered conspiratorially in her ear, "I know how we can reach the 6th floor." Luo Jia halted in her tracks, turning to ask, "How do we get up there?" Yilin glanced at Yi Li and Lejun, who had already entered the classroom, then pulled Luo Jia aside, a mysterious expression on her face. "It's simple. We just need one more person to die, and we can go up." "D?" Luo Jia gasped, her eyes widening in shock. "Exactly," Yilin affirmed, her confidence unwavering. "Think about it. People died on the 2nd and 3rd floors, and there was no wall blocking the way up. Since there are no deaths on the 4th and 5th floors, the path is obstructed. And Haven T, you noticed the pattern in the order of deaths?" "What pattern?" Luo Jia queried. Yilin continued. "Those who awaken last are the first to perish. Following this logic, it's your turn next." Luo Jia immediately raised an objection. "By your reasoning, if there is a pattern, it should be you who dies first. How do you know I haven't died before?" Yilin's tone turned ominous, her face twisting into a strange smile. "Or did you think the path to the 5th floor opened by chance?" To Luo Jia, that smile resembled a venomous snake, cold and malevolent, prompting her to instinctively retreat a couple of steps. Yet Yilin approached her, her smile unervingly enchanting. "Trust me, you will be next. If you wish to live, find a substitute quickly. That Ning seems quite suitable." The sudden declaration of death sent Luo Jia into a panic, chills running down her spine as her heart raced. Although the words sounded utterly ludicrous, she understood the truth in them. She was going to die. "Why are you telling me this?" Luo Jia asked, bewildered. They shared no bond, having even been at odds. "Honestly, I don't care whether you live or die," Yilin replied, smirking, her eyes glinting with malice. "I just find that girl insufferable. Since one person must die, let it be her." Luo Jia was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond, instinctively shaking her head in denial. "Do you want to die? The exit is on the 6th floor. Once we get up there, we can escape." Yilin continued, her voice beguiling. "Aren't you the best at using others as shields? Just like you did with Wen Shui. If you can lure someone into the restroom, everything will be resolved without you lifting a finger." Luo Jia bit her lip, her breath heavy, her entire body trembling with fear, yet something deep within her was beginning to stir. She did not wish to die. She truly wanted to live. "What are you two doing?" At that moment, Yili and Lu Jun emerged from the classroom, spotting the two of them outside, prompting Yili to ask. As if their secret had been uncovered, Luo Jiejia froze, at a loss for words. Yilin glanced at her, her expression instantly shifting, and she turned to Yili, stating, "She wants to go to the restroom, and she asked me to accompany her. I don't want to go. Why don't you go with her?" Yili's gaze flicked dispassionately over her face before settling on Luo Jiejia. "Do you want to go to the restroom?" Luo Jiejia paused, her fists clenched tightly, as if making a decisive resolution. She then looked up at Yili and nodded. "Yes, I want to go. Can you accompany me?" Yili raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze deep and contemplative. She nonchalantly replied, "Then let us go." Author's note: to clarify, the premise of the floors is that one must die for the pathway to the next level to open. Initially, when Chun Xiao and Fong ascended to the second floor, the staircase to the third was blocked. It was merely the dim lighting and their focused intent that led them to overlook it. Chapter 31. Suicide on the fifth floor. There was only a men's restroom, devoid of any women's facilities, yet at this moment, no one seemed to mind. Yili and Luo Jiejia made their way steadily towards the end of the corridor, while Yilin and Lu Jun remained behind, waiting outside the classroom in the center of the hallway. The two walked leisurely, one behind the other, as the fading light behind them stretched their shadows, casting them into elongated, ethereal forms, reminiscent of two spectral figures. Upon reaching the restroom, Yili propped herself against the door and spoke. "Go ahead. I'll wait for you here." Luo Jiejia hesitated. "Aren't you coming in?" Yili replied, "No." A flicker of anxiety crossed Luo Jiejia's face, her voice tinged with urgency. "But I'm scared alone. Please accompany me inside. I'm not accustomed to using the men's restroom." Yili's expression darkened with impatience as she gestured towards the corner of the corridor. "If you're truly frightened, you could always resolve it here. No one will notice. Why must you insist on going into the restroom?" Luo Jiejia's face flushed with embarrassment, her gaze darting. After a brief internal struggle, she bit her lip and asked, "Could you at least help me open the door and turn on the light?" This time, Yili did not refuse. She kicked the door open and reached for the switch on the wall. Watching the petite figure standing at the entrance, Luo Jiejia steeled herself and suddenly shoved her forward. She had no intention of harming her, but was desperate to avoid death. Just as her hand was about to touch Yili, the restroom lights flickered on abruptly. The sudden brightness made Luo Jiejia squint instinctively, and she perceived a dark shadow dart past her. In the next moment, she stumbled, losing her balance, and fell forward with a thud, crashing to the ground. Realizing the gravity of the situation, her complexion drained of color, and disregarding her physical pain, she scrambled to her feet, ready to flee. However, the restroom door slammed shut before her, as if sealed by iron, and no matter how she tugged at the handle, it would not budge. "Let me out. Help me, please." Luo Jiejia pounded on the door, her voice filled with despair. In that moment, an overwhelming fear enveloped her like an inescapable net, consuming the remnants of her sanity and driving her to the brink of collapse. Suddenly, she heard a peculiar sound behind her, akin to fingernails scraping against glass, sharp, grating, and dreadfully disconcerting. Luo Jiejia's body stiffened, her throat tightened as she slowly turned around. Her pupils dilated, and a piercing scream escaped her lips. Ah! Before her, in the large mirror above the sink, a pair of ghastly, emaciated hands emerged. The long, dark nails were methodically scratching the surface of the mirror. Meanwhile, having stepped aside, Yili witnessed Luo Jiejia tumble into the restroom, the door slamming shut behind her. After a moment of contemplation, she pushed the door open once more. Inside, Luo Jiejia had risen, standing motionless before the sink, an unsettling stillness enveloping her. Yili shifted her stance slightly, adjusting her angle, and caught a glimpse of Luo Jiejia's face in the mirror. It was devoid of expression, her eyes vacant, resembling a lifeless doll. Gradually, Luo Jiejia raised her hands, gripping her jaw with one hand above and the other below, and began to forcefully pull apart her own face. First, her lips tore, followed by her cheeks, extending down to her jaw, peeling back layers from skin to muscle, and finally to bone. As the gashes widened, torrents of blood gushed forth. Yet Luo Jiejia continued with unwavering resolve, methodically ripping her own mouth open. Most bizarrely, throughout this horrific scene, Yili stood outside, as if witnessing a silent play, with not a single sound escaping the restroom. Only the grotesque imagery unfolding before her eyes. It was not until Luo Jiejia had nearly split her head in two, her lower jaw hanging limply, that a nauseating stench of blood filled the air, as if a transparent barrier had been lifted, exposing the gruesome reality. Having witnessed this surreal act of suicide, Yi Li's complexion paled, her stomach churning violently. It was an experience far too grotesque, and all of this transpired in less than 2 minutes. Yi Li's gaze darkened as she withdrew her hand from the door, leaning towards the adjacent stairwell. Indeed, the wall that had previously obstructed the path had vanished. "Come here," she called to Lu Jun and the others in the corridor. They rushed over, startled to see the stairway now accessible. Lu Jun inquired, "How did the path open? Where's Luo Jiejia?" "She's in the restroom," Yi Li replied. "She's dead." "Dead?" Lu Jun's heart raced in shock. "How did she die?" "It's been less than 5 minutes. How could another person be dead?" Yi Li stated, "She committed suicide." "Suicide? But she seemed fine. Why would she do that?" Lu Jun was increasingly perplexed. After enduring so much, it seemed illogical for her to resort to such an act. Yi Li smirked, glancing at the silent figure of Yilin. Her voice laced with intrigue. "We ought to ask Yilin what she said to Luo Jiejia that compelled her to seek death so eagerly." She paused. "Or perhaps it's more accurate to say, we shouldn't even call you Yilin, for the true Yilin has likely long since perished in the mirror." Yilin lifted her head, a cruel smile gracing her lips as she coldly retorted, "I have no idea what you're talking about." "Is that so?" Yi Li chuckled, her gaze piercing, "But I believe you do." The smile faded from Yilin's face, her eyes narrowing with malice as she glared at Yi Li, her voice sharp and menacing. "I despise you. You deserve to die." Before her words could dissipate, she lunged, brandishing a shard of glass that had somehow found its way into her grasp, aiming for Yi Li's throat. The transformation occurred in an instant. Lu Jun, unable to react in time, could only watch helplessly as the gleaming blade hurtled toward the girl. But before he could utter a warning, Yi Li had already taken action. With swift precision, she seized Yilin and Appo's wrist with her left hand, pivoted her body, and forcefully pulled down on Yilin's arm, pinning her to the ground. Then, stepping onto Yilin's armpit, she exerted pressure while pulling back with both hands. A sharp crack echoed through the air, accompanied by Yilin's agonized scream as her right arm was effortlessly dislocated. Chapter 32. Disarticulation. Yi Li methodically dismembered Iron's left hand as well. The entire process was executed with such fluidity that Lu Jun was left utterly astonished. How did you accomplish that?" he stammered, his face a mask of disbelief. "Quite simply," Yi Li replied with a smile, demonstrating the technique to him. "Once you familiarize yourself with the structure of human bones," she lifted one of Iron's legs, applying pressure to her hip bone with her foot, and with a bit of finesse, she coordinated her movements, exerting force simultaneously. Crack! Accompanied by a horrified scream, Iron's leg collapsed limply. "Let me show you again. Pay close attention." Understanding Lu Jun's need for clarity, Yi Li graciously demonstrated once more. Following another scream, she clapped her hands together. "There we go. Did you understand?" Lu Jun, his eyes wide with shock from witnessing the gruesome display, could only express his overwhelming feelings with a single exclamation. "What the hell?" Yi Li found his stunned expression amusing and inquired, "Would you like to give it a try? I can dismember and reassemble you. It's quite exhilarating." "Truly." Lu Jun shook his head vigorously. "No, I have no desire to try. Thank you." Yi Li ceased her teasing, retrieving a utility knife from her pocket and crouching before Iron, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Now, let us uncover what manner of creature you truly are." At that moment, Iron lay on the ground, drenched in sweat and appearing as wretched as a lifeless dog. Yet, her face bore no signs of submission or plea. Instead, it remained twisted in a mad, ferocious glare, her eyes dark with malice as they fixed upon Yi Li. "How did you discover the truth?" she rasped weakly, her voice barely above a whisper. Yi Li waved the utility knife before her. Previously, I used this to injure your right cheek. Yet now the wound is on the left. Lu Jun, upon hearing this, immediately focused on Iron's left cheek, where he indeed observed a faint red mark. The trace was subtle, easily overlooked if one did not scrutinize closely. Thus, from the very beginning, she had known that this Iron was a counterfeit. So, what exactly are you? Yili asked, her curiosity piqued. A specter? Iron glared at her, her face a mask of fury, refusing to answer. Yili, undeterred, pressed the blade against her face, slicing through flesh. Vivid crimson blood erupted from a wound. Not a ghost, Yili murmured, a hint of disappointment flickering across her features as she began to ponder aloud. Then what are you? Iron's second personality? Or perhaps her malevolent thoughts? But regardless of her nature, once she emerged from the mirror and usurped the original, she became indistinguishable from a human, incapable of inflicting harm. Otherwise, she would not have taken the unnecessary step of inciting Luo Jia to attack me. Would she? Heh. What of it? Iron's eyes glinted with murderous intent as she fixed her gaze on Yili, a deranged grin spreading across her lips. None of you will escape. You will all perish. You shall all die. Yili shrugged, unfazed. Our fates remain uncertain, but you will certainly meet your end first. With each barrier that vanished, the grotesque mass below surged forth, ready to consume the floors above. This instance was no exception. While they spoke, the mass had already crept to the edge of the staircase, poised to engulf the fifth-floor corridor. Yili raised her utility knife and made a deep incision into Iron's wrist. Blood began to flow freely, trickling toward the staircase in a winding path. Come on, Lu Jun, Yili called, and the two ascended the stairs leading to the sixth floor. What are we doing? Lu Jun asked, confusion etched on his face. Conducting an experiment, Yili replied. Before long, the blood met the grotesque mass, and what had initially been a sluggish undulation transformed into a frenzy of motion, bubbling as if boiling water. The commotion intensified, and the mass rose like tumultuous waves, ultimately giving birth to numerous spherical entities, closely packed together. These spheres were as large as human heads. No, perhaps they were heads. As they ascended further, necks, bodies, and arms emerged. Though the lower halves were conspicuously absent, they resembled mud figures half buried in the mire, constructed from flesh and filth. Their faces bore no eyes or noses, only gaping mouths filled with rows of fine, sharp teeth. The mud creatures supported themselves with their hands, crawling eagerly along the trail of blood until they reached Iron, where they bowed their heads and began to devour her voraciously. This surreal scene left Yi Li and Lu Jun utterly stunned. No one had anticipated that the grotesque mass would transform into such abominable creatures upon contact with blood. Reflecting on their previous encounters with the flesh, they felt an odd sense of relief. Accompanied by the unsettling sounds of gnashing teeth, Iron's anguished screams echoed through the air. With her limbs dismembered, she had no capacity to resist, lying helplessly as the creatures feasted upon her. Yet even in her dire state, she continued to spew venomous curses and threats until her body was reduced to a bloody pulp, devoid of life. Author's note: I wrote a bit less today. I've caught a cold, and my mind isn't quite functioning well. Please bear with me. Chapter 33. Diary. Yi Li and Lu Jun could hardly endure the nauseatingly bloody scene before them, covering their mouths as they hastily retreated. As they ascended the stairs, Lu Jun could not suppress his curiosity. How did you know those things would change? Yi Li replied, I happened upon something neither human nor ghost and decided to test it casually. Lu Jun responded, that indeed seems rather casual. The sixth floor remained eerily silent, devoid of life. The desolate corridor resembled a direct pathway to death, with no visible exit leading to hope. What should we do now? Lu Jun inquired, glancing at the girl beside him. Unbeknownst to him, this frail girl had become his anchor. Her eyes, deep and calm like a tranquil pool, inexplicably soothed his frayed nerves. Yi Li wore an expression of indifference as she scanned her surroundings in search of Qi Yezhou. He was the first to race up the teaching building, yet his presence was conspicuously absent. If nothing had gone awry, he should be nearby. Thus, they began their journey down the corridor, pausing to inspect each classroom they passed. Upon reaching Class 11, Yili unexpectedly entered, making her way directly to her desk. It remained cluttered with stacks of books, just as she had left it. She picked up a workbook from her desk, illuminated by the light streaming through the window, and discovered a small pile of grayish-white powder. Ashes. Yili's expression shifted dramatically, as if a heavy lead ball had settled upon her heart, plunging it into a state of despair. If her conjecture was correct, there was no escape from this ghostly realm. Everything they had done thus far might have been in vain. If that were the case, it would be dreadfully tedious. What's wrong? Lu Jun, unable to comprehend her actions, noticed her pallor and inquired. Still reeling from the blow, Yili murmured, "There's ash here too." Lu Jun, puzzled, replied, "Wasn't it already known that every desk is covered in ash?" Faced with the ignorance of the boy beside her, Yili felt a tumult of emotions within her. However, gazing into his innocent and earnest eyes, she could not bring herself to shatter his hopes and chose to remain silent. "It's nothing, let us go." The two exited the classroom, continuing their search, yet they found no trace of Chi Yejo, as if he had vanished into thin air. The stairs leading to the rooftop on the left remained unobstructed, indicating that this was indeed the final floor. Upon reaching the last classroom, they were about to leave in search of the rooftop when Yili suddenly halted, her gaze fixed on the class sign affixed to the doorframe. Class 2 of the Science Department. Something was amiss. Yili furrowed her brow, calling out to Lu Jun. "Look." Lu Jun glanced at the class sign, equally taken aback. "Why is it Class 2 of the Science Department?" This was the first classroom on the 6th floor. According to class order, it should have been Class 8. Why had it suddenly changed to Class 2? Class 2 belonged to Wen Shui. Yi Li's eyes brightened. "Let's go in and take a look." She did not ponder why Class 2, which should have been on the 5th floor, had inexplicably appeared on the 6th. Its presence here surely held significance. Whether it was benevolent or malevolent, they would soon discover. Upon entering the classroom, Yili scanned the room from the podium and noticed that the second desk in the 3rd row on the left was conspicuously empty amidst the stacks of books. This solitary vacant seat was likely where Wen Shui had sat during her lifetime. Yili approached it, bending down to peer into the drawer, where she found a notebook. The notebook was a common style, its bright red cover strikingly noticeable. "Is this Wen Shui's notebook?" Lu Jun asked, astonished. "It should be," Yili replied, holding the notebook, feeling an inexplicable familiarity, as if she had seen it somewhere before. She opened the cover, revealing neatly written characters on the pages, with dates inscribed at the top. It was a diary, Wen Shui's diary. This indicated that it might contain clues. Both of them felt a surge of excitement and quickly began to peruse its pages under the faint light streaming through the window. The earliest entries revealed that Wen Shui had begun writing in her diary during the 2nd semester of her sophomore year. Initially, the entries chronicled her daily life and studies, filling entire pages with her musings. Although she did not write every day, she managed to compose 2 or 3 entries each week. However, on May 8th, the page contained only one repeated phrase. Why? Different sizes, fonts, and a haphazard scrawl filled the page, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Yili's fingers paused momentarily. This day was likely when Wen Shui first faced bullying. The paper was uneven, with many creases, suggesting she had been crying while writing, leaving traces of her tears. As she continued to flip through the pages, she noticed several were torn out. The final entry remaining was dated September 5th. Reading, "I really can't hold on any longer. I'm sorry. I will break my promise. On this day next year, I will not be able to walk with you in the campus of Qingda. Please take care." Upon reading this, Yili frowned. Based on the timeline, September 5th was likely just days before Wen Shui's tragic leap. Thus, this passage served more as a farewell than a diary entry. But to whom was this farewell addressed? Who had Wen Shui made a promise to? Yi Li and Lu Jun exchanged a glance, each reflecting the other's bewilderment. The campus of Qingda. Qingda. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Yi Li, and she keenly grasped the significance. She recalled that Tang Qi had mentioned that Chi Yezhou was a student with guaranteed admission to Qingda. Therefore, the person with whom Wen Shui had made a promise was an academic prodigy. No wonder. Chapter 34. Illusion. Yi Li immediately voiced her conjecture. Do they know each other? Lu Jun was equally astonished. Yet, during their previous discussion regarding the Wen Shui incident, Qi Zhou had remained utterly silent, appearing entirely indifferent and oblivious. Not only did they know each other, but their relationship was also quite profound, Yili asserted with certainty. Otherwise, they would not have agreed to attend Qingda together. Lu Jun began to piece it together. If their relationship was indeed significant, why had he chosen to conceal it? Given their close ties, it was plausible that he was already aware of the connection between this ghostly realm and Wen Shui, yet he chose to remain silent. What could possibly be his motive? Yili reminded him, let us not forget, he was the first to point out the discrepancy in numbers. And he also raised questions regarding the timing of the other party in Amp, Oppos, S awakening. Lejun and Amp, Oppos, S eyes brightened. Are you suggesting that he deliberately guided us to find Yilin and the others? Could his intention be revenge for Wen Shui? After all, Yilin and her companions were the primary culprits behind Wen Shui and Amp. Amp, Oppos, S demise, and their fate within this building was exceedingly grim. However, if that were the case, why had Luo, Jia met her end? And what of you and me? Why are we trapped here? Lu Jun was perplexed. Prior to this, he had no acquaintance with Wen Shui. I do not know, Yili admitted, equally baffled. Perhaps the torn diaries held the answers. She raised her hand to touch the remnants of the pages on the diary, pondering to herself. The tears were jagged and rough, leaving her uncertain whether they were inflicted by Wen Shui herself or by another. Could it be that they contained a record of her bullying experiences? As Yili contemplated this, a sudden wave of intense dizziness overcame her, forcing her to shut her eyes in discomfort. Yet, when she opened them again, the scene before her had transformed drastically. She still found herself in the classroom, but now the light was bright, and students flowed in and out, resembling the bustling atmosphere of regular class breaks. However, her peers seemed oblivious to her presence, treating her as if she were mere air. Amidst the crowd, she soon spotted Yilin and Luo Jiajia. Meanwhile, Lu Jun witnessed Yili suddenly close her eyes, collapsing as if lifeless. Alarmed, he hastily reached out to support her. Ning ning, ning ning. What is wrong? Wake up. Yet, no matter how he called her, the girl remained unresponsive. Her eyes firmly shut. A cold sweat broke out on Lu Jun and Appo's forehead as he tentatively extended a trembling finger to check her breath. Thankfully, she was still breathing, although the reason for her sudden fainting eluded him. As long as she was alive, that was what mattered. What should he do now? At that moment, Lu Jun felt as though he had lost his anchor, his heart racing with anxiety. After contemplating, he resolved to follow their previous plan and head to the rooftop. He stuffed the diary into the backpack slung across her shoulders and carefully lifted her onto his back, heading straight for the classroom exit. Upon reaching the stairwell, he noticed that the clay figures below had begun to ascend the steps, nearing the 6th floor. Sensing the presence of the living, they bared their teeth, their sharp fangs clicking ominously. The sight of these bizarre creatures sent a wave of panic through Lu Jun, the hairs on his neck standing on end. He dared not linger and hurried up the stairs. Carrying the girl was effortless. She was light, and her soft form against his back became his sole motivation to persevere. The iron door leading to the rooftop remained firmly locked. Lu Jun retrieved a half-spear from her backpack, skillfully prying the lock apart. With a pull of the latch, he opened the door and ascended to the rooftop. However, the rooftop lay desolate, with only the night wind lamenting in the dark. Qi Zhou was nowhere to be found. Chapter 35. Wen Shui in the dimly lit restroom. Yili stood before the sink, momentarily lost in the reflection staring back at her. Just moments ago, she had slipped into a vivid illusion, witnessing the torment endured by Wen Shui. She observed the relentless aggression of the bullies, the apathetic indifference of bystanders, and the heartbreaking transformation of Wen Shui from furious resistance to utter despair, ultimately leading her down a path of no return. In a harrowing twist, Yili found herself forcibly immersed in the frail body of the original victim, experiencing firsthand the anguish, helplessness, and despair that permeated Wen Shui's existence, a heart filled with desolation. On countless dark and solitary nights, burdened with pain, she had poured her soul into her diary, each entry a blood-stained lament, a silent rebellion, her last stand. Yet, that solitary outlet was discovered one fateful day, the pages torn away and scattered like snowflakes, leaving her drenched in icy despair that penetrated her very heart. Ultimately, she could bear it no longer. One day, after school, she hastily penned a farewell note and, with the toll of 6 o'clock, leapt from a height without hesitation. The frail figure vanished into the resplendent glow of the setting sun, akin to a moth drawn to a flame, resolute and tragic. When all was said and done, she found herself here. Yili furrowed her brow, a flush of red rising in her eyes. The profound sense of helplessness and despair emanating from the other still tugged at her emotions, igniting a fierce desire to annihilate all that stood before her. Clenching her fists, she struggled to suppress the boiling rage within, determined not to lose control. Suddenly, she felt a chill sweep through her, causing her to shiver involuntarily. In that instant, she saw a shadow materialize beside her in the large mirror. No, it was more fitting to call it a ghostly apparition. It was a girl with disheveled short hair. A gaping wound on the left side of her head, blood streaming down, mingling with the red and white of exposed brain matter that clung to her damp hair. Her face was as pale as paper, the blood on her left cheek stark and glaring, and the brutal impact had distorted her features. Her school uniform, nearly soaked through with blood, rendered her grotesque, delivering a jarring visual blow. Yili recognized her instantly. It was Shui. Yet, confronted with this eerie and terrifying sight, Yili felt no fear. She remained disturbingly calm. She gazed through the mirror, locking eyes with the other, whose gaze was reddened and filled with anguish. Why? When Shui inquired softly, her voice imbued with sorrow, echoing eerily in the confined space. You all saw it happening, yet no one was willing to act. Yili understood that this question was directed at the original victim, for Ning Ning had once been present during Shui's torment. The moment when she lost her long hair. Under the threat of the bullies, Ning Ning had fled, completely ignoring Shui's pleas for help. It was this betrayal that had trapped the original victim in this ghostly realm. Having felt the pain and torment firsthand, Yili recognized that this bullying was, at its core, a collective act of malice. Every silent bystander bore guilt. Yet, Yili's response was chillingly indifferent. Why should they? They are not related to you. Why should they risk themselves for you? When Shui appeared taken aback. I do not understand your meaning. For instance, you, Yili replied coolly. You stand up against injustice. But what is the outcome? Anger from the strong, betrayal from the weak, and perhaps even loss of life. Do you believe that if someone stands up for you, they would not suffer a similar fate? If that were the case, on what grounds can you demand such sacrifices from them? When Shui seemed to process this rationale for the first time, her eyes widening, making her already ghastly visage appear even more horrifying. Have I done wrong? She murmured. Is it right for them to bully the weak at will? No. Yili shook her head. There is no absolute right or wrong, only relative perspectives. This world has never been about the weak being justified, nor the wicked being justified. Delving into the psyche of the bullies is futile. Each perpetrator is distinct in their malevolence. As victims, rather than waiting weakly for others to save us, we must find ways to save ourselves. Everyone has their own fears. Too many wish to act, yet dare not. No one is anyone else's savior. The only one who can save you is yourself. When Shui forced a pained smile. But I fought back, and it was futile. All I received was harsher retribution. That only indicates that your approach was flawed, that it did not strike at their vulnerabilities. Yili's gaze fell, her voice icy, as the tempest of emotions within her began to stir once more. When Shui fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating her words. Before finally responding, perhaps you were right, yet I will still hold fast to my choice. With that, she smiled gently, a soft and serene expression. Time is short. You must leave. Before the words could fully escape her lips, Yili was once again engulfed by a profound dizziness. On the rooftop, with no escape left, Lu Jun gently lowered the girl from his back, cautiously helping her to sit against the iron railing. He settled beside her, exhaling heavily. There was no point in struggling any longer. It wouldn't be long before those mud-like figures would ascend, their fate already sealed. Yet, after all they had endured and fought for, his once frantic heart now found a strange calm, a sense of resignation to fate. Lu Jun turned to the girl beside him, who remained still, showing no signs of awakening. Recalling their shared journey, Warmth blossomed within him. He was grateful for her companionship. Without her, he would not have endured until now. A twinge of regret surfaced, wishing he had met this extraordinary girl sooner, though he also felt fortunate to have known her at all. The cold night wind howled, tousling the girl's smooth hair like rolling waves. Lu Jun felt a stirring in his heart, an irresistible urge compelling him to reach out. He wanted to caress her hair, just once, fulfilling his final wish. Yet, just as his fingers brushed against the soft strands, her gently closed eyes snapped open, revealing dark pupils glinting with an icy light, fixed intently upon him. Chapter 36. The truth. Lu Jun was instantly struck by fear, his hair standing on end, nearly jumping from his spot. He quickly withdrew his hand, stammering nervously. "Why, you woke up?" "No, I mean you finally awakened. I just noticed your hair was disheveled. I didn't mean to touch you." He fumbled for an explanation, but the girl paid him no heed. Her gaze had already shifted toward the iron door. Lu Jun turned to look as well. Within the dark entrance, grotesque mud heads emerged one after another, their wide mouths filled with sharp teeth splitting into terrifying grins, resembling a horde of ravenous demons escaping from the gates of hell. Lu Jun's heart trembled, yet he couldn't help but exhale in relief. Thankfully, they arrived just in time. But in the next moment, he was shocked by his own thoughts. Wait, what does just in time even mean? Is being disliked by the girl more terrifying than these man-eating demons? As this thought crossed his mind, he seriously compared the two, falling into silence. Perhaps, it seemed, he would rather confront these demons than face her disdain. Yili, meanwhile, was entirely preoccupied with her own questions. Why? If she was not mistaken, the group led by Luo Jia had all perished within the illusion, dying in such bizarre, tragic, and silent ways. Yet, having been drawn into the illusion by Wen Shui, why had she not been killed, but instead received answers to her questions? Could it be that because she was not the direct cause of Wen Shui's demise, she was spared? But if that were the case, why were these flesh-eating mud creatures still present? Why did this cursed domain remain? Yili was baffled, feeling a strong sense of incongruity. She furrowed her brows, attempting to meticulously recall everything she had experienced within the illusion. Surely, there was some crucial clue she had overlooked. Wait, suddenly, Yili had a revelation, her eyes sparkling with realization. Although Wen Shui had appeared terrifying within the illusion, her demeanor had been remarkably calm. Even during their debate, she had not exhibited any extreme emotional fluctuations, not at all resembling someone filled with malevolence or deep-seated resentment. If there was no resentment, then why had she trapped them here? And what about Wen Shui's parting words? She had said, "Perhaps you were right, but I still stand by my choice." Her choice. Yili endeavored to untangle her chaotic thoughts, feeling she was on the verge of uncovering the truth, only a step away from revelation. Meanwhile, the insatiable mud creatures had already climbed onto the rooftop, surging toward the two. Observing the girl's frown and serious expression, Lu Jun dared not disturb her. Clutching the broken spear, trembling as he moved forward, Yili glanced at the determined boy standing futilely in her defense. And an idea suddenly struck her mind like a bolt of lightning, clearing the fog that clouded her thoughts. As if awakening from a dream, she abruptly grabbed Lu Jun's shirt, urgently questioning, "You mentioned having a conflict with Qi Yezhou. What was that conflict?" "Huh?" Lu Jun was taken aback by her sudden inquiry, bewildered as to why she would bring this up at such a critical moment. Yet he responded truthfully. "It was rumored that the quota for Qin University's recommendation was reserved for me, but last month I received notice that the place was ultimately confirmed for me." He must have been upset and came to confront me about it. He recalled how fiercely they had argued, nearly coming to blows. "That Esset," Yili smiled, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "I found the answer." At that moment, all the clues seemed to interlock seamlessly, providing answers to all her doubts. But Lu Jun was still confused. What answer? Yili countered with another question. "Where is the diary?" "Where is Wen Shui's diary?" Lu Jun blinked. Striving to keep up with her pace, "It's in the backpack behind you." Yili quickly removed her backpack and rummaged through it, pulling out the red notebook. "Qi Yezhou, come out." She raised the notebook high, shouting into the void, "Haven't you been searching for Wen Shui? I know where she is." At that moment, the mud creatures had reached them, poised to pounce and devour their flesh. But upon Yili's declaration, all the monsters suddenly transformed into smoke, dissipating into thin air as if they had never existed. In their place stood a striking figure, none other than the elusive Qi Yejo. Lu Jun stared at the scene, completely bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. Yet Yili smiled. You finally decided to show yourself? Qi Yejo's expression was cold as he fixed his gaze on the notebook in the girl's hand, his voice icy as he demanded, Where is she? Why is the diary in your possession? Yili replied calmly, She is right here. I just saw her, and she gave me the diary, but she simply doesn't want to see you. Why? Why doesn't she want to see me? Qi Yejo's eyes widened, a madness surging beneath the surface. Surely you know why she doesn't want to see you. Yili stated, She told me that even now, she still stands by her choice. She never intended to harm anyone, even until her death. And you? How many lives have you taken out of spite? They deserve to die. Qi Yejo roared, his eyes burning crimson. Xiao Xue was such a kind and optimistic person. It was you who drove her to her death. You all should perish. Yili shrugged, indifferent to his accusations. Whether it was anger or revenge, every individual must be accountable for their actions and the consequences they wrought. How did you figure it out? Qi Yejo suddenly cast a peculiar glance her way. Did Xiao Xue tell you? No, it was him. Yili pointed at Lu Jun, who was still bewildered, merely serving as a backdrop. Everyone trapped here is linked to one Xue, yet he is the only one who is not. She never saw his figure in her memories. While the others have their reasons for being here, Lu Jun's presence feels utterly incongruous. It was only when she shifted the source of conflict from one Xue to Qi Yejo that everything fell into a logical explanation. From beginning to end, one Xue bore no resentment, only confusion toward the world and human nature. This cursed domain indeed arose because of her, yet it was not under her control. Therefore, the one truly manipulating this cursed domain was Qi Yejo all along. Chapter 37. Conclusion. How did you know I was looking for Xiao Xue? Qi Yejo inquired once more. That's quite simple, Yili replied, waving the notebook in her hand. Do you remember our first encounter on the playground, when you were so frightened that you fled, leaving your backpack behind? I found an identical red notebook in your bag, which I presume is the very one I hold now. Once I realized that you were the mastermind behind everything, your previous odd behaviors began to make sense. For instance, your constant attachment to your backpack isn't due to your eagerness to learn, but rather because it contains one Xue's diary. Moreover, every time you stayed up until midnight, fully aware of the futility, it wasn't in search of an escape, but rather in search of someone. Even your hasty ascent to this building was prompted by the sight of one Xue's ghostly figure, wasn't it? You truly are clever. Qi Yejo adjusted his glasses, his icy voice laced with madness. But you all must die. Yet, in the face of his threat, Yili remained unfazed. With a slight smirk, she retorted, Look at what you're saying. Haven T, we already died long ago. Her words struck like a bolt from the blue, instilling a sense of dread within. Qi Yejo was momentarily silenced, his expression a mask of fury. At that moment, Lu Jun, who had been oblivious until now, finally grasped the situation. Ning. What do you mean by that? What do you mean we already died? Despite his frantic questioning, a flicker of understanding ignited within him. She was right. They had indeed perished, every one of them. All of this had been foreshadowed. Each night at 6, the school transformed into a desolate, haunted realm, where everyone became mere walking corpses. In the classrooms, they discovered ashes on each desk, remnants of human remains. Even the all-consuming abominations, the mud figures that devoured life, were manifestations of the deceased. These signs indicated that the school harbored no living souls, including those trapped in the ghostly domain, doomed to an eternal cycle. Yili offered no further explanations, merely placing a reassuring hand on the young man's shoulder. Do not worry, it will soon come to an end. Turning back to Qi Yejo, her tone was indifferent yet suffused with an oppressive weight. I am aware of your hatred, for us and for yourself. Otherwise, you would not have intertwined your awakening with Luo Judge's punishment. You have not only annihilated everyone, but also condemned us, whom you deem guilty, to an endless cycle of torment within this ghostly realm. What you perceive as vengeance for one Xue is merely a means to assuage your own guilt. You have imprisoned us, ensnared yourself, and foolishly sought to trap when Schwez well. From the very beginning, you have been a pitiful creature, selfish, ungrateful, and devoid of compassion. What do you know? You know nothing. Chiezo was incensed by her words, his expression morphing into one of wild fury as he interrupted her, eyes ablaze. We grew up together. Our impoverished backgrounds and similar experiences forged a bond of mutual understanding. We supported and encouraged one another, caring for each other. No matter how harsh life became, no matter how despondent I felt, she always faced it with a smile, radiant and optimistic. To me, she was a beacon of hope in despair. Yet, such a kind and gentle soul, someone so precious to him, was taken away just like that. He despised himself for neglecting her during that crucial time for the sake of competition. But by the time he learned the truth and sought to comfort her, it was far too late. That light had extinguished before his very eyes. After the incident, I approached the school authorities seeking justice for her, yet they dismissed me without a second thought. Unyielding, I wrote letters to expose the truth, only to have my opportunity for guaranteed admission usurped. You have stripped away everything that belonged to me, piece by piece. How could I not harbor hatred? Why should I let you go? As he spoke, despair overwhelmed him, and he sank to his knees, sorrowfully lamenting, I just wanted to see her again, to personally apologize. Yili regarded him with profound eyes. Perhaps he had always been obsessive and mad, but until now, he had possessed a vulnerability that kept him from losing control. If when Schwez's suicide had ignited his madness, then the replacement of his guaranteed admission was the final straw that shattered him completely. It was the last vestige of their shared promise. Until you have endured another's suffering, do not urge them toward kindness. Had she been in his position, she might not have fared any better. Her earlier words were merely a means to unseal his repressed emotions, allowing him a release. Suppressing the turmoil within, Yili sighed. Do you not understand? The girl you so ardently long for cannot bear to witness you ensnared in this boundless cycle of resentment, shrouded in perpetual darkness. If only you could relinquish everything, you would find her waiting for you in the light. Chiezo hesitated, his gaze fixed on Yili. Is what you say true? Whether it is true or not, you will discover for yourself, Yili replied. After all, you can no longer confine us. Why not let go entirely? The ghostly realm was the embodiment of Chiezo's resentment, and what imprisoned them was the fear within their own hearts. Now that they all recognized their demise, that fear ceased to exist. Seemingly heeding her words, Chiezo finally released his clenched fists and slumped to the ground. In an instant, a fierce inferno erupted, engulfing the entire rooftop in flames. Lu Jun stood in shock, reaching out toward the roaring flames. Yet oddly, he felt no pain, only warmth and relief. Instinctively, he glanced at the girl, watching her figure gradually fade amidst the soaring flames and dancing sparks. The youth opened his mouth, as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing, simply smiling and waving farewell. Yili waved back, watching his form vanish completely into the brilliant inferno, transformed into mere embers. He was truly liberated this time. Everything had come to an end. Before her consciousness dissolved entirely, Yili glimpsed a figure in the firelight, a girl, when Schwe. At that moment, she had returned to her original form, her long hair flowing like silk, her sweetness intact, and a gentle smile gracing her face as she reached out toward the solitary boy seated on the ground. The second predicament, special infected individuals. 1. The Punishment Transformation System Monitoring Center. By heavens, the records have been refreshed, exclaimed the third system monitor, gazing at the latest data on the predicaments. Which one? The fifth monitor leaned in, curiosity evident on his face. Which predicament record of yours has been updated? Number 444. The third monitor's voice rose with excitement. 444? The disbelief in the fifth monitor's voice was palpable. Isn't that the legendary most treacherous predicament in history? Number 444? Indeed. The third monitor nodded vigorously. The punishment transformation system has developed over 300 designations, each branching out into thousands of various predicaments. Among the more than 300,000 predicaments, only the 444th is deemed the most treacherous. It is not the sheer horror or torment of this predicament that earns it this title, but rather the multitude of traps and pitfalls it harbors, littered with dangers. The cyclical nature of the predicament, where one loop interlocks with another, results in 3 interconnected cycles, regardless of where the inmate finds themselves. Stepping into a trap or triggering a danger forces them to start anew. Furthermore, if the inmate fails in the 3rd cycle, they must not only return to the beginning of the 1st cycle, but their previous memories will also be wiped clean, requiring a complete restart. Yet, this is not the most insidious aspect. The most vexing part is that, according to the completion criteria of this predicament, even if the inmate loops through it thousands of times, they may not successfully deduct even 10 points from their sin value upon exit. It is akin to plowing a stone field, an utterly futile endeavor. Currently, thousands of inmates have undergone this ordeal, yet those who have managed to escape on their own can be counted on one hand. Many have succumbed to madness within, only to be released by the Predicament Review Committee out of mercy. How many cycles has this individual completed? The 5th monitor asked, intrigued. If his memory serves correctly, the previous record holder looped through 28 times, which included a memory wipe and a complete restart. 7 times. The 3rd monitor signaled with her fingers, noting that she passed the final stage in 1 attempt. Remarkable. The 5th monitor's eyes widened. Quick, let me see who this person is. The 3rd monitor immediately pulled up the inmate's file. Yili, only 19 years old, yet classified as an S-level criminal. Goodness, her sin value exceeds 10,000. What heinous crime has she committed? The 5th monitor inquired. Though age is not a measure of capability in this era, an S-level felon at such a young age is indeed rare. I'm not sure. The 3rd monitor shook her head. I can only see the basic information. The rest of the records are encrypted, and I cannot access them. Her curiosity about this record-breaking newcomer was palpable, but she lacked the necessary clearance. Why are you two idly gossiping instead of properly monitoring the data? At that moment, their team leader, Zhang, approached, catching the two in their distraction. Zhang, a man in his 30s, was tall and imposing, with a perpetually stern expression that commanded attention. Just his presence instilled a sense of pressure. The 3rd monitor dare not hide anything and promptly reported the situation. Zhang glanced at the inmate's personal details, his gaze darkening. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed in a low voice, "Monitor this individual's data closely. If she successfully escapes 3 predicaments in a row, report to me immediately." Understood, leader. When Yili regained consciousness, her spiritual essence had returned to the pure white system space, where a cold, mechanical voice echoed in her ears. The 1st predicament world has been completed. Beginning settlement. Settlement complete. Inmate has successfully escaped. 50 points of base sin value can be deducted. Upon hearing this, Yili's lips curled into a smile, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Not bad at all. I didn't toil in vain. It seems I've profited. Inmate name, Yili, gender, female, age, 19, crime level, S, current sin value, 17,698, beginning assessment of inmate's mental state. Inmate's current mental state, normal, generating predicament world, countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The test subject's heartbeat and pulse are normal. Blood pressure and temperature are stable. Preparing for right arm amputation. Chainsaw activated. Yili opened her eyes to find herself lying on an operating table, her limbs bound securely with sturdy restraints, a mouthguard tightly strapped to prevent biting her tongue, rendering her akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Surrounding her were masked personnel in protective gear, busily preparing for the procedure. Commencing the experiment, timer initiated. With a shrill whir of the chainsaw, Yili watched helplessly as a technician wielded the activated saw towards her right arm. In an instant, excruciating pain shot through her limb, battering her nerves like a tempest. Her vision darkened, and she struggled to breathe. She could not contain her agony, letting out a muffled wail, but the mouthguard reduced it to a feeble whimper. Is this really how it begins? No time for preparation at all? Must it be this intense? Yili felt her eyes widen in rage. Her entire body trembled, drenched in cold sweat. Her ears filled only with the rapid drumming of her heartbeat. Experiment at 30 seconds. Heartbeat accelerates, blood pressure rising. Buzzing, experiment at 1 minute 20 seconds, heartbeat slows, blood pressure continues to drop, test subject's consciousness begins to blur. Buzz, experiment at 1 minute 50 seconds. Amputation complete, limb sent for inspection, the incision continues to bleed. Experiment at 2 minutes 30 seconds, blood pressure plummets to 50. Test subject enters a state of shock. Experiment at 3 minutes 50 seconds, bleeding at the incision halts, blood pressure starts to rise. Blood has been sent for inspection. Experiment at 5 minutes, all vital signs of the test subject return to normal. Experiment concluded. P.S. This story draws inspiration from the overarching narrative of the Korean drama Sweet Home, particularly in terms of the symptoms of infection and the transformation of individuals into different monsters based on their desires. However, the plot direction and character design are entirely original and independent. Please do not make unfounded assumptions. Thank you. The Second Deadlock, Special Infected 2. The world of the Second Deadlock has been generated. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice suddenly echoed in her mind, as if a shard of ice had been cast into the tranquil and hazy depths of Yi Li's consciousness, jolting her back to clarity in an instant. Instinctively, she stirred, only to be met with a sharp pain surging through her right arm, akin to an electric current racing through her every nerve. In this deadlock world, each year spent in confinement deducts 1 point from the basic evil value. Only 1 point for a whole year? How miserly! Once the pain subsided slightly, she laboriously opened her eyelids, her blurry vision slowly adjusting to survey her surroundings. This was a laboratory. She was still lying on the surgical table from before, but the experimental personnel who had once surrounded her were now nowhere to be found, leaving her utterly alone amidst a collection of cold instruments. The completion standard for this deadlock world is defined by the complete death of the character portrayed by the prisoner. Another one of these? Yi cast a glance at her mangled limbs, a sense of foreboding creeping into her thoughts. Submission for this deadlock. Protect the savior. A submission. Yi raised an eyebrow, finding this a novel twist. What rewards accompany the completion of such a task? She mused internally. Completing the submission grants additional deductions from the evil value. Yi inquired further. Is there a designated target for the savior? For specific details, the prisoner must explore independently during their confinement. Wishing you a smooth term of imprisonment. Yi. Very well. Everything shall be explored independently. After all, it was clear they would not make it easy for her to complete the task. Yi lay there for a moment longer, gathering her strength, when suddenly, footsteps and voices echoed from outside the door. There's one last one here. Once we return her, we can switch shifts. Great. After a whole afternoon of work, my legs are about to give out. That's just because you're new. You'll get used to it in a couple of days. This job is arguably the easiest in the facility. Sometimes we even have some fun. What kind of fun? You'll find out soon enough. The door creaked open to reveal 2 men, one tall and one short, pushing a gurney towards Yi's side. The shorter man gasped upon seeing the woman lying silently on the surgical table, her wounds gruesome and unbandaged. Could she still be alive? Whether she lives or dies is not our concern. We just follow orders from above and take her back to the cell, the taller man replied nonchalantly. After all, how many of the anomalous individuals brought here actually survived? They all ended up tossed into the incinerator eventually. As he spoke, he began to lift the woman from the surgical table. Come on, lend a hand. Lift her legs. 1, 2, 3 up. Together, they hoisted her onto the narrow gurney. The movement caused Yi to feel a wave of darkness wash over her. She nearly succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. Yet, she gritted her teeth and remained silent. Feigning death. She can't be dead, can she? The shorter man asked nervously, shrinking back at the sight of her stillness. He was a newcomer and had yet to witness many deaths. The taller man brushed aside the hair, obscuring her face, and prodded her nose with a finger. Not dead. She's breathing. He chuckled, and not bad-looking either. The shorter man, relieved that she was alive, retorted, Come on, she's covered in blood. How can you tell what she looks like? I'm not exaggerating. I have plenty of experience in the field. You can tell quality at a glance. Just look at her delicate skin. She can't be too old. The taller man pinched her cheek, grinning mischievously. He nudged his companion. Don't say I didn't bring you along for some fun. What do you think? Shall we have a little entertainment tonight? The shorter man hesitated. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What if someone finds out? Besides, she's in such bad shape. What are you worried about? Everyone does it. The taller man scoffed, rifling through a nearby folder to check the registration records. Lucky us. She's new and destined for level -10 cell. No worries. The anomalous individuals locked up, they're insignificant and pose no threat. Even if something goes wrong, you won't be held accountable. This doesn't seem right. The shorter man protested, though his mind was racing with temptation. The woman did appear to have a commendable figure. What's wrong with it? Spending 10 days or half a month here, we'll be lucky to get out even once. I'm practically suffocating, the taller man insisted. But the shorter man remained uncertain. Enough with the buts. This is an unspoken agreement among us. The taller man interrupted impatiently. Let us get her back first. We can discuss the rest later. The wheels of the gurney clattered as they moved through the jarring bumps. Yili endured the pain and managed to pry open her eyelids slightly. She was being wheeled down a corridor, the overhead lights flickering continuously as they passed by white-tiled walls and closed laboratory doors. They wound through the lengthy passage until finally entering an elevator. The descent was marked by stops, leading into another long corridor. Yili was pushed forward relentlessly. The corridor's lights were dim, with small, cramped, dark cells lining the walls, each housing individuals who stared vacantly, devoid of any reaction to the newcomer, as if they had long since grown accustomed to such arrivals. The air was thick with an indescribable stench, reminiscent of a sewer left uncleaned for years, cold, damp, and foul. Soon, the gurney halted in front of an empty cell. The barred door swung open, and Yili was unceremoniously dragged inside, tossed onto a hard, cold concrete bed. The clang of the barred door echoed, shut behind her. Once the footsteps faded into the distance, Yili finally opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings. The cell was cramped, barely 10 square meters, furnished solely with a narrow concrete bed beneath her, devoid of any other furnishings. The bed was covered with a thin, stained mattress, its original color long obscured. In the far corner, a makeshift toilet emitted a nauseating stench. The room lacked lighting, relying entirely on the dim glow from the corridor. The entire cell could only be described as filthy, dark, and foul-smelling. Yili wrinkled her nose in distaste and immediately began to delve into the memories of her original self. It was evident that this was not a peaceful environment. She needed to swiftly comprehend the predicament of her former identity. The second deadlock, special infected individuals 3. The good news is that this time, fortune smiles upon us. The original host's memories are fully intact. The bad news is that this dire world is set against a chaotic apocalypse. The current year is 2345 AD. Located on Blue Star. 3 years prior, humanity's insatiable greed finally incited the wrath of the supreme deity to punish and test humankind. The supreme deity unleashed malevolent thoughts upon this planet, accompanied by a crimson rain. These malevolent thoughts have burrowed deeply into the hearts of humanity, stirring restlessly, awaiting the opportune moment to emerge. Once these malevolent thoughts take root, they continuously release intense desires, seducing the infected and altering their thoughts. During this period, the infected experience severe auditory hallucinations, accompanied by symptoms such as chest tightness, shortness of breath, and nosebleeds. The timeline for each individual mutation varies. The shortest span is no less than 3 days, while the longest does not exceed 15 days. Once the infected individuals succumb completely to desire and obsession, they lose their souls entirely, transforming into various monstrous beings. These creatures are not only terrifying and grotesque in appearance, devoid of humanity, but they also feast upon human flesh. People refer to these man-eating monsters as abominations. However, not all infected individuals ultimately become abominations. A rare few manage to resist the temptations of the malevolent thoughts within them and do not succumb to monstrosity. These individuals retain their human appearance and normal cognition, but due to their mutations, they evolve with various special abilities. Society refers to these unique infected individuals as extraordinary beings. Since the Crimson Rain carrying malevolent thoughts fell globally, It signifies that every living person on Earth is a potential infected individual. Like ticking time bombs, no one knows when malevolent thoughts buried in their hearts will ignite and explode. According to incomplete statistics, within the first year following the Crimson Reign, approximately 1/10 of the global population has undergone infection and mutation, of which less than 1,000 have transformed into extraordinary beings. Abominations, which devour human flesh, are rampant worldwide. Faced with this immense survival crisis, nations have hastily constructed towering, fortified walls, and established secure bases to isolate the terrifying abominations beyond these barriers. Within the confines of these secure bases, the inhabitants must undergo rigorous daily screenings. Any signs of infection result in immediate confinement to isolation zones. The fate of those confined is rarely favorable. They either mutate into man-eating abominations, subjected to research and extermination, or transform into extraordinary beings with unique abilities, becoming experimental subjects or weapons for hunting abominations. Currently, a vaccine capable of suppressing the emergence of malevolent thoughts has been developed, but it only serves as a temporary measure, incapable of complete eradication. Furthermore, the vaccine has a limited efficacy and requires regular administration. Despite this, the cost of these vaccines remains prohibitively high, rendering them unaffordable for the average citizen. Consequently, many individuals, upon realizing their infection and impending mutation, resort to desperate measures to escape the secure bases and venture into the forsaken lands teeming with abominations, choosing to fend for themselves. The original host, Jiang Wanzhou, is one such infected individual who fled the secure zone. Shortly after entering the forsaken lands with her companions, they encountered formidable abominations, resulting in her companion's demise, while she found herself trapped beneath a collapsed ruin. Fortunately, at the brink of death, she mutated into an extraordinary being, ultimately saving her life. However, misfortune soon followed. Barely escaping death, she was captured by the base's hunting guard and thrown into a research facility. The original host's unique ability is an exceptionally powerful, self-healing capability. This means that regardless of the severity of her injuries, she can rapidly mend herself and return to her original state. Even a broken neck can heal and realign itself. Having grasped her current predicament, even Yili couldn't help but commend her situation. Impressive, my host. If it weren't for her current limitation of one functioning arm, she might have applauded. The system has certainly ensured that she faces a relentless fate. However, despite her grievances, Yili feels quite satisfied with the body she inhabits. Although the original host was merely an ordinary university student prior to the apocalypse, her passion for long-distance running led her to participate in numerous marathons, indicating she possesses commendable physical fitness. She is no longer the frail individual from her previous life, incapable of lifting a burden or running without gasping for breath. Coupled with her formidable self-healing ability, what may seem like a trivial power to others becomes a significant boon for someone as tenacious as her. As the saying goes, the weak fear the strong fear the reckless, and she is now that reckless individual. After all, death is not an easy fate for her. She can afford to take bold risks. With this thought, Yili turned her gaze to her severed arm. The gruesomely mangled stump revealed a faint movement of crimson flesh, slowly writhing and provoking a persistent itch, as if countless insects were crawling over it. Yet compared to the excruciating pain of broken bones, this itch is merely a trivial nuisance. Yili knows that before long, her arm will regenerate, so she chooses to relax, closing her eyes to conserve energy. If all goes as expected, someone will come to entertain her tonight. She cannot afford to be negligent. Time drifts slowly by in the pitch-black underground cell, where day and night are indistinguishable. However, it has been some time since the scheduled dinner hour. Suddenly, the quiet corridor is pierced by the sound of footsteps. The rhythmic clatter of two men, one tall, one short, approaching the cell where Yili is confined. Illuminated by the dim corridor lights, one can see a figure lying quietly on the narrow concrete bed within the cell, while a small bowl of clear rice porridge and a piece of bean cake remain untouched on the floor before the bars, indicating that the occupant has not risen to partake in her evening meal. Is this girl dead? The taller man furrowed his brow, showing no interest in corpses. Hastily, he opened the cell door and entered to check for signs of life. Thankfully, she is still breathing, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. This works out. Though it takes away some of the fun, at least it won't cause too much commotion. Why don't you go first? The tall man suggested to his companion, offering him the opportunity. No, you go ahead. The shorter man quickly waved his hands, revealing his apprehension. All right then. The tall man, no longer courteous, chuckled as he began to loosen his belt, instructing his partner to stand guard at the door until he finished. Sure, the shorter man replied quickly, retreating from the cell to provide cover. The tall man, with a few swift movements, unfastened his pants and approached the woman lying stiffly on the bed. The dim light within the cell obscured the woman's features, yet this did not hinder his intentions. Eagerly, he knelt beside her, leaning in to unfasten her clothing. Just then, the woman's previously closed eyes suddenly flew open. Her shimmering black irises sparkled even in the dim light, and the icy gaze sliced through the air like a blade, chillingly grazing the man's face. The second predicament, special infected, for the man was suddenly taken aback, realizing that the woman had awakened. However, before he could react, he felt a violent blow to his groin. The force was so immense that it nearly shattered his previously fervent enthusiasm. Excruciating pain surged like a tidal wave, rising up to his throat. But before he could let out a cry, Yili had already taken action. She swiftly wrapped the makeshift rope of a bedsheet she had twisted tightly around her hands around his neck, pulling it taut, effectively stifling any sound he might have made. At the same time, seizing the moment of his pain, Yili bent her knee into his chest and forcefully toppled him off the bed, following suit as she rolled down with him. Utilizing her weight to pin him firmly to the ground, she quickly wrapped the bedsheet around her arm twice, yanking it tight. The other end was securely fastened to the drainage pipe beside the toilet, allowing her to pull it taut even with just one hand. With his neck constricted and pressed to the ground, coupled with the earlier blow to his groin, the intense pain rendered him powerless, leaving him unable to escape Yi Li's grasp, only able to weakly thrash about. Meanwhile, Yili was not without her own suffering. The series of movements had inevitably aggravated her injured right arm, causing sharp pain that made her face pale, her cold sweat pouring down as stars danced before her eyes. Yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to relinquish her hold for even a moment. The commotion inside soon caught the attention of the short man on guard outside, who immediately leaned in to peer into the cell. However, the dim lighting made it difficult for him to discern the details, and he could only vaguely see two figures entangled on the ground, unable to make out the situation clearly. The short man noticed nothing amiss, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Hey, it seems the battle is quite fierce. They've even moved from the bed to the floor. After casting a hurried glance, he turned away, eager not to interrupt his brother's escapades. As time passed, the tall man gradually fell silent. Yili, still not loosening her grip, held on for a moment longer, ensuring that her adversary was completely incapacitated before finally releasing the bedsheet. She lay on the ground, panting, preparing to regain her strength before proceeding. With the more formidable tall man dealt with, the remaining short man posed no threat at all. In the corridor, the short man listened intently to the diminishing sounds from within, a sense of nervous anticipation beginning to build. He rubbed his slightly sweaty hands against his pants, striving to appear calm and collected, lest anyone notice his eager demeanor and mock him. He had lived his life until now without much experience with women. Before the apocalypse, he lacked both money and talent, and with his unimpressive looks, women hardly regarded him. Now, in the aftermath, he could barely scrape together a meal, let alone muster the energy or resources to pursue a woman. Yet, unexpectedly, fortune had smiled upon him, granting him an extraordinary opportunity. He not only had a chance to eat, but also to indulge in pleasure. The thought of soon tasting that euphoric ecstasy filled him with excitement. Just as the short man was lost in his fantasies, a hand suddenly clapped down on his shoulder. He instinctively turned around, expecting it to be the tall man who had finished his business. But before he could clearly see who was behind him, too long, rigid fingers swiftly jabbed towards his eyes. The suddenness of the attack, combined with the close proximity, left him no time to evade. In an instant, he felt a burst of blood before the excruciating pain struck. He let out a wretched scream, clutching his eyes with both hands as warm liquid streamed down between his fingers. Yi Li, having injured his eyes, did not relent. She continued to punch his abdomen and kick his groin until he was thoroughly incapacitated on the ground. Only then did Yi Li shake out her hands, exhaling a breath, and stagger back into the cell. She picked up the bowl of watery gruel that reflected her silhouette and drank it down in one go, then swiftly stuffed a few dry soybean cakes in her mouth before walking over to the tall man's lifeless body and tearing off his belt. When Yi Li exited the cell again, the short man remained curled on the ground in agony, groaning incessantly. She approached him, slipped the torn leather belt around his neck, tightened it, and then, indifferent to his fate, dragged him forward. Along the way, the prisoners confined in the dimly lit cells witnessed this scene, their previously numb and indifferent expressions replaced by excitement and yearning. "Save me! Let me out! Please help me! Save me!" They clamored like parched souls who had spotted a source of water, rushing to the bars, reaching out through the gaps, waving their arms, shouting and crying, hoping the woman outside would show mercy and extend a hand to rescue them from this hellish torment. However, Yi Li paid no heed to their desperate gazes. She leisurely chewed on her dry soybean cakes while unsteadily dragging her burden forward, traversing the long corridor until she reached the elevator entrance. Above the elevator door, a surveillance camera monitored all activities in the corridor. Yi Li brazenly exposed her actions to the watchful eye of the camera, intent on demonstrating her strength and worth. For in this world, only those of value deserve to live. As expected, the shrill sound of an alarm soon reverberated through the air. The display screen beside the elevator began its countdown. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and a group of armed security personnel streamed out. The last to emerge was a tall young woman in a sleek black outfit. She was strikingly beautiful, her dark hair meticulously styled into a neat ponytail, her expression stern, her gaze icy, exuding an undeniable air of authority that marked her as no ordinary figure. With a simple gesture, she commanded her team to surround Yi Li, while another group moved towards the back of the corridor. Yi Li showed no inclination to resist. She discarded the belt, raising her hands behind her head in a gesture of surrender. The woman's eyes briefly scanned her before settling on the nearly lifeless short man on the ground, where a flicker of deep disdain crossed her otherwise impassive face. Soon, another group of security personnel returned, bringing back the corpse of the tall man. "Captain Gao, we have another one, already deceased." The woman, referred to as Captain Gao, remained unfazed, merely gesturing towards Yi Li. "Take her away." "Yes." Several security personnel advanced to push Yi Li forward. "No need to shove. I can walk on my own," she muttered in displeasure, complying as she stepped into the elevator. "Captain Gao, what should we do with this one?" a team member inquired. At this point, they were all well aware of the implications of the duo's presence at this time. Such frivolous antics were not uncommon among the individuals confined in the lowest levels, regarded merely as expendable subjects in the experiments, with no one truly caring about their fate. Thus, while they observed the events unfold, they were too indifferent to intervene. Yet, they had not anticipated that this evening, the two would encounter a formidable opponent, resulting in one dead and one injured, which was indeed surprising. Captain Gao cast a disdainful glance at the man groaning pitifully on the ground. "Useless trash," she remarked coldly, pointing at him. Suddenly, her fair hand began to contort, transforming in an instant into a glimmering metallic spike. In the next moment, the metallic shard elongated with a swift motion, piercing through the man's skull with a sickening sound, ruthlessly extinguishing his final breath. Worthless, utterly unworthy of existence. The second deadlock, Special Infected 5, as Yi Li entered the elevator. She was abruptly fitted with a black hood that obscured her vision entirely, and thereafter she was unceremoniously dragged along. When the hood was finally removed and she beheld the light once more, she found herself confined within a solitary metallic chamber. The guard who had escorted her pushed her through the door, locked it behind her, and departed. The room contained nothing but a table and two chairs, which struck her as rather stingy. There wasn't even a drop of water provided. With a slight pout, Yili pulled out a chair facing the door and slumped into it. After enduring a long ordeal, compounded by serious injuries, she was utterly exhausted. Her eyes wide, open only due to the intense pressure of her clenched jaw. When the fatigue became unbearable, she moved her injured right arm to invoke a sharp pain that would rouse her dulled senses. Fortunately, the wait was not prolonged. Approximately half an hour later, the door creaked open, revealing a tall man clad in black combat attire. The man, in his early 30s, was strikingly handsome, with deep-set features and a commanding presence. His narrow, upturned eyes bore a hint of mischief, and a prominent scar ran sharply from his brow to the corner of his eye, enhancing his fierce allure and instilling a sense of trepidation in those who gazed upon him. The guard promptly approached to pull out a chair for him. He sat with a leisurely grace, crossing his legs in a manner that exuded authority while maintaining an air of casual indifference. His gaze lifted slightly, surveying the one-armed woman before him with an indifferent curiosity. Upon recognizing him, Yili raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Just passing by?" she muttered, her words seemingly nonsensical. Yet, he understood, a flicker of amusement dancing in his deep eyes. "And what leads you to that conclusion?" Yili replied slowly, the commander of the base guard, the head of the security department, General Hua Jingyang. "If you were merely passing by, I truly cannot fathom what merit I possess as a mere pawn to warrant a personal audience with someone of your stature." As one of the key figures in the base, the original owner had retained memories of him. Hua Jingyang, at 33, was the youngest general in the history of Country Z prior to the apocalypse, having proven his mettle on the battlefield. He was both daring and astute, with most of the military power in the base firmly under his control. It was precisely due to her awareness of his significance that Yili found the situation perplexing. She was not devoid of self-awareness. "You are quite intriguing," Hua Jingyang remarked, a smirk tugging at his lips, his tone playful as though he were toying with a pet. "So, what is the cause of your nocturnal commotion?" "Desperation, I suppose," Yili shrugged. "I wish to propose a transaction." Hua Jingyang raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what kind of transaction?" Yili explained, "I am aware that I am but an inconsequential anomaly, yet my abilities do hold some research value. I am willing to cooperate fully with your experimental studies, in exchange for a suitable isolation environment. Upon completion of the research, I would also like an opportunity to join the guard." "That is quite a list of demands," Hua Jingyang replied, "but you must understand regarding the experiments. You have no choice. Even if you do not cooperate, the necessary experiments will proceed regardless." "I understand," Yili nodded. "However, I tend to become irritable if my living conditions are uncomfortable, which could lead to unforeseen complications during the experiments, causing you additional trouble. Besides, my request is hardly unreasonable. A mere change of quarters would be a trifling matter for you, wouldn't it? A little convenience for both parties saves us all some hassle." Hua Jingyang countered. "Then why not simply eliminate you? That would be far less troublesome." "Now that sounds splendid," Yili chuckled. "I wouldn't mind, but it's rather difficult to do it alone. If you could assist me with that, I would be eternally grateful." Whether she lived or died mattered little to her. If this world fell apart, she could simply seek another deadlock to navigate. "You are indeed amusing," Hua Jingyang laughed heartily, his eyes brightening with delight. "Yet, that alone is insufficient. Your value is regrettably limited." "Not at all," Yili retorted. "Every individual possesses infinite worth. Though my life may hold little value now, and my powers may seem trivial, who can guarantee that after a second mutation, I one T become something extraordinary? Indeed, both anomalies and monsters could undergo secondary mutations, with monsters transforming into formidable entities, significantly enhancing their defense, attack, and even intelligence. Anomalies, too, would experience an evolution of their powers. Even the most seemingly useless abilities could undergo a radical transformation. However, the chances of an anomaly evolving a second time were exceedingly slim, fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to a direct transformation into a monster. In their base alone, amidst a population of millions, fewer than 10 anomalies had successfully undergone a second mutation, making them quite rare. "You're quite the dreamer," Hua Jingyang remarked, mockingly. "Life is already harsh enough. One must have dreams to harbor hope. What if those dreams come true? Yili boldly asserted. So what do you say? Care to make a risky investment? Hua Jingyang remained silent, instead extending a hand to receive a folder from a nearby aide. He swiftly perused its contents before speaking. Jiangwan Zhou. You Jiangwan Zhou. Watching the moon by the railing. A lovely name clearly. The folder contained the original owner's personal information. Only 22 years old. Yet quite audacious, Yili squinted with a smile, shamelessly responding, I'll take that as a compliment. Regenerative abilities. Hua Jingyang's gaze shifted to her mangled right arm. So, your severed limb can indeed regenerate? Yili nodded proudly. Absolutely. It can return to its original state. Quite rare. Wouldn't you agree? Hua Jingyang smirked. So, you're a salamander person. Salamander person? Yili gasped. Is that a personal attack? Can we not have a civilized conversation? His amusement at her flustered expression only spurred Hua Jingyang to laugh heartily, finding her reaction genuinely rare. Just as long as you're entertained, Yili retorted. Now, can you give me a straightforward answer? I'm eager to return to my slumber. Her patience was waning. Hua Jingyang closed the folder with a smile. Given your unique ability, I believe it's worth a try. He then instructed his subordinates to relocate her to a new cell on the 5th sublevel. Truly a general with discernment. Yili's eyes sparkled as she gave him a thumbs up with her remaining hand. Hua Jingyang remained unfazed by her flattery, merely waving his hand. Take her down. Yes, General. 2 guards promptly approached, reapplying the hood over Yili's head and escorting her out of the chamber. As they departed, the captain of the security team, Gao Wen, entered shortly thereafter. The second predicament. Special infected individuals. 6. General. Gao Wen spoke respectfully, addressing the man seated in the chair. What brings you here in person? The entire security of the Research Institute was managed by her second guard team, and it was rare for the general to involve himself in such matters. Just as she was about to interrogate the disruptive mutant, she was informed that the general was already inside. She then proceeded to the adjacent monitoring room and remained there until their conversation concluded. I came to find Dr. Shui. I happened to pass by and thought I would check in. Hua Jingyang recalled someone's earlier remark and chuckled, tossing the folder in his hand onto the table. What did the doctor say? Is there any new progress on a vaccine development? Gao Wen inquired. Hua Jingyang rubbed his aching temples and replied nonchalantly. It's the same as before. General, I don't understand. Gao Wen was aware he preferred not to elaborate, so she shifted the topic. Why did you agree to that mutant's request? Given that the mutant had committed murder and caused chaos, she believed it was only right to punish her as a deterrent. Why then had they accommodated her request to be reassigned to a different cell? She is quite intriguing, Hua Jingyang remarked, glancing at her. You share a certain resemblance. Gao Wen was taken aback and quickly picked up the folder on the table, flipping through it with a furrowed brow, a hint of offense evident on her delicate face. She is merely a useless mutant. How could I possibly resemble her? She asked, displeased. I'm not referring to abilities, but to character. Hua Jingyang shook his head, a smile creeping onto his lips. She is as ruthless as you. Whether dealing with enemies or herself, her heart is equally merciless. Such individuals tend to succeed in whatever they undertake. Gao Wen curled her lip in disdain. Though reluctant to admit it, this mutant named Jiangwan Zhou was indeed formidable. And don't you think she is quite clever? Hua Jingyang's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a glint of amusement. I have always been particularly lenient with intelligent individuals. She is acutely aware of what she desires and possesses, knowing how to act in her favor to maximize her benefits, combining both courage and strategy. Such clever individuals often yield unexpected surprises and are full of intrigue. Just as he spoke, Hua Jingyang suddenly felt a warmth in his nostrils, followed by 2 streams of crimson liquid flowing down. Gao Wen gasped in alarm. General, your health. She hesitated, her concern evident. The general had been consistently receiving vaccinations to suppress the emergence of malevolent thoughts. How could he exhibit symptoms of mutation? In the current turbulent climate, the plight of mutants was exceedingly difficult due to humanity's strong rejection. She had herself faced severe criticism when she suddenly transformed into a mutant, nearly losing her position. And it was only thanks to the general's protection that she retained her role. However, if the general were to mutate abruptly, his current standing would undoubtedly be jeopardized. The authorities would never allow a mutant to wield significant power. It's nothing. Hui Jingyong waved his hand, tilting his head slightly. Calmly, he pulled out a tissue from his pocket to wipe away the freshly spilled blood before continuing. I've already received the serum from Dr. Shui. I should be able to hold on for a while longer. Gao Wen's face revealed a mix of sympathy and concern, for she understood that once the mutation commenced, even with medication, the symptoms would persist and the mutant would endure constant torment. General, please don't worry. Even if that day truly arrives with your willpower, you will surely succeed in becoming a mutant. She firmly believed this to be true. Hui Jingyang smiled, but did not respond. A shadow of ambiguity flickered in the depths of his lowered gaze. The underground holding cells of the Research Institute spanned 10 levels. The higher the level, the more valuable the mutants confined within and the better the conditions of the cells. Yili was escorted to level -5. Upon seeing her new cell, she felt that all the trials of the night were worth it. The standard room was 1 cell to 1 guard, with a single room measuring 15 square meters. White walls on all sides, a ceiling light, a simple iron frame bed with a clean set of sheets and blankets, and a table with a chair. The bathroom, nearly 3 square meters, contained a basic toilet, a shower head, and a sink. Though it lacked a door, the entrance was against the wall with a curtain for privacy. The cell door was an electronically controlled one fitted with a transparent viewing window. Without approaching the window, one could not discern the full interior. Yili surveyed the room and expressed her satisfaction. Now, this resembles a place fit for human habitation. The cells were uniformly lit at 9 in the morning, with inspections at 9:30. Lights out occurred at 9 in the evening, with water turned off at 11. Meals were provided twice daily, at 11 in the morning and 7 in the evening. Someone brought her the standard issue supplies, explaining the management regulations. The guard speaking to her appeared young, with an honest and earnest face. The number on his badge ended in a fortunate sequence, 168, a continuous streak of good fortune. Noticing the woman covered in blood and looking disheveled, the young guard kindly reminded her, "It's already lights out. In half an hour, the water will be turned off. If you need to wash up, you should hurry." "Thank you." "Yedi epresit her singere gratitude." The young guard nodded, set down the items, and exited the cell. With a loud thud, the door closed, and the overhead light extinguished, leaving only the dim glow from the corridor filtering through the transparent window, casting a rectangular shadow on the floor. Utilizing the faint light, Yili rummaged through the supplies brought by the guard. She found 2 sets of loose cotton clothing, including simple undergarments, a pair of rubber-soled slippers, a towel, a roll of tissue, and a small bar of soap. Grabbing a change of clothes along with the towel and soap, she headed to the bathroom. The icy water from the shower cascaded down, sending sharp, unbearable pain through her wounds. Leaning against the wall with one hand, she gritted her teeth and endured. Once her injuries began to numb, she quickly washed away the bloodstains from her body. After drying off and changing into a clean outfit, Yili collapsed onto the pillow, indifferent to her damp hair, and drifted into a deep slumber. For the following days, her routine consisted of waking up to eat, then sleeping again, spending her time in the cell, whether her eyes were open or closed. After a blissful week, her right arm had fully regenerated, aside from her skin appearing somewhat fairer and more delicate. There were no other noticeable changes. However, she felt little surprise, as she understood that the restoration of her limb signified the impending approach of the next experiment. Sure enough, 3 days later, Yili was once again ushered into the laboratory. This time, she unexpectedly lost her left arm. Yet, upon being returned to her cell, she was informed that her solitary life of comfort had come to an end. It turned out that the number of human mutations had been increasing, and the influx of mutants being sent to the Research Institute was on the rise. The facility could no longer accommodate solitary confinement for all. With new detention centers yet to be constructed, the only solution was to pair mutants together in the same cell. That very evening, Yili welcomed her new roommate. The woman was tall and robust, her appearance and demeanor suggesting she was no pushover. However, when the lights were turned on for the morning inspection, the woman was found crying and demanding to be transferred to another cell. The second predicament, Special Infected 7, The small attendant checking the room was none other than the previous one, designated as 168, named Zhao Lei. He quickly opened the door to investigate and found the woman sprawled on the bed like a lifeless dog, utterly motionless, drenched in sweat. Tears streaming down her face along with a torrent of mucus. She whimpered incessantly, as if she had endured immense suffering. When he inquired about her condition, all she could utter was a garbled plea to change rooms, her words barely discernible, and after a few more attempts, she could not help but drool uncontrollably. Zhao Lei had no choice but to summon another female attendant to examine her, only to discover that she bore no injuries whatsoever. Yet she was entirely incapacitated, unable to even stand. Ultimately, he resorted to waking Yi Li, who was resting on another bed, and asked, "What has happened to her? Did you do something to her?" Although he was skeptical that she was the culprit, given her own severe injuries, he could not overlook the fact that the woman possessed an ability that allowed her skin to petrify, rendering her impervious to harm, even from bullets. It was inconceivable that she could be injured by anyone. After all, there were the only two occupants in the cell last night. It couldn't possibly be a haunting, could it? Yi Li, begrudgingly sitting up, irritably ran her fingers through her hair before directly admitting, "Yes, it was me." Zhao Lei was taken aback and pressed further. "What did you do to her?" "It was nothing much, just a little adjustment of her bones," Yi Li replied lazily, casting a disinterested glance at the woman sprawled across the bed. "Adjust her bones?" Zhao Lei's eyes darkened as he glanced at the woman, who lay there immobile. Surely, this was not the ordinary effect of a mere bone adjustment. Why would you do such a thing? Zhao Lei queried, perplexed. After spending the past 10 days with her, he had come to perceive her as a rather amiable individual, one who remained quiet and polite in the cell, not someone who would intentionally harm others. "She stole my things," Yi Li stated flatly. It turned out that upon entering the cell the previous night, the woman, taking advantage of her imposing stature, had threatened Yi Li, who was already injured, and brazenly stolen her soap without permission while washing up. Although Yi Li had refrained from retaliating on the spot, she had harbored a grudge. That night, while the woman was sound asleep, Yi Li had gone ahead and dislocated her forelimbs and jaw, allowing her to lie there like a dead dog for most of the night, only reassembling her bones after the morning lights turned on. Upon learning the details, Zhao Lei was at a loss as to whether to criticize Yi Li for overreacting or to conclude that the woman had brought this upon herself. However, he was more astonished by the extent of Yi Li's ruthless vindictiveness. Furrowing his brow, Zhao Lei had no choice but to handle the matter according to protocol. Despite the circumstances, you have harmed someone and caused a disturbance. By regulations, you must be confined for a day for reflection and introspection. Yi Li was taken aback, not expecting such a rule, and inquired, "Could I be confined after I finish my lunch?" The meals here were quite decent, typically consisting of a bowl of thin porridge and a small piece of egg cake, which she particularly enjoyed. "No, you must go immediately," Zhao Lei shook his head, explaining with a hint of reluctance that, according to regulations, one cannot eat during the confinement period. Upon hearing this, Yi Li's previously indifferent expression darkened. However, she did not raise her voice or protest. Instead, she coldly glared at the woman across the bed before compliantly following Zhao Lei out. The fleeting glance she cast was laden with a chilling venom, akin to a serpent poised to strike, sending a shiver down the woman's spine. Confinement, in layman's terms, meant being placed in a dark, soundproof room where one loses all sense of time and space. Over time, the oppressive fear and boundless loneliness would gradually erode one's will. When Yi Li was finally released, it was close to noon the next day. Aside from her pale complexion and slight weakness from hunger, she appeared to be mostly unaffected. Upon returning to the cell, she coincidentally arrived just in time for the 11 o'clock meal. The woman was still there, lying on her bed. Upon seeing Yi Li return, she instantly transformed into a spooked cat, her body tense with wariness. Yet Yi Li paid her no heed, quietly finishing her lunch, taking a brief shower, and then collapsing onto her bed to sleep. She slept soundly until dinner time, at which point she awoke to find her evening meal consisted of a bowl of vegetable porridge and a dry, unadorned grain pancake. Yi Li washed her face and casually sat at the solitary table to enjoy her dinner. The woman was curled up on her bed, struggling to eat. occasionally glancing at her roommate's back, contemplating whether to initiate conversation and soften her approach. However, Yili offered her no opportunity. After finishing her dinner, she returned to bed and entirely disregarded the woman as if she were invisible. Just before lights out, Zhao Lei made a special visit to check on them, and upon seeing both lying peacefully in their respective beds, he felt relieved. But unexpectedly, the following morning during the room check, the situation had escalated once more. The woman was once again the one injured, unable to move from the bed. The only difference was that this time, Yili had dislocated her bones and had not bothered to reassemble them. What could have prompted this? Zhao Lei was puzzled. The woman had clearly been terrified the last time and would not dare provoke her again. No particular reason. I just find her displeasing. Yili replied with indifference, uttering a brazen remark. On this day, I shall dismantle her for the entire day. In the end, Yili once again earned herself a day in the confinement room, while the woman was hastily taken away to seek medical attention for her bones. However, given the limited capacity of the cell, a new roommate had to be arranged. After this incident, Yili became akin to a prickly hedgehog, unable to get along with anyone. Within 3 days at most, she would have her new roommate crying out for a transfer. Her reasons for bullying were numerous, ranging from complaints about snoring and teeth grinding during sleep to grievances about excessive bathroom usage. Even the sound of someone eating was deemed a valid reason for her to bully them. Ultimately, being confined became a regular occurrence for her. Consequently, her notoriety spread throughout the research institute, earning her a fearsome reputation. Yet, it was General Hua himself who had initially arranged her cell, so despite her behavior, no one dared to reassign her. Half a month flew by, and after successfully driving away her 6th roommate, this time she was not confined, but rather sent to the laboratory. This time, perhaps out of a malicious intent for revenge, Yili had her leg amputated from a thigh. Due to the severity of her injury, she remained in a hazy state of consciousness until she was wheeled back to the cell. In her foggy awareness, she suddenly felt a warm flow emanating from her wound, providing her with a slight respite from the intense pain. Yili abruptly opened her eyes, and her crimson gaze reflected 2 unfamiliar faces, one belonging to a boy with a doll-like visage, and the other, a doll-like girl who appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old. In the second dire situation, Special Infected 8 at this moment, the boy with a doll-like face crouched at the bedside, gently placing his hands over Yi Li's severed leg through the bedsheet. A warm current surged from his hands. Behind him, a little girl huddled, clutching a teddy bear in one hand and tightly gripping the boy's clothing with the other, her head lowered in fear. "What are you doing?" Yi Li's gaze was icy, as if it were ancient ice, sweeping coldly over the faces of the two. She felt exceedingly weak. Resembling a dying beast, her inherent bloodlust and murderous intent starkly evident, heavily armored, revealing her sharp fangs to the intruders. "You, please don't misunderstand. We are new here, otherworldly beings. I possess healing abilities." The boy, terrified by the blatant murderous intent in her eyes, felt his hair stand on end, his voice trembling. Yet his hands continued their work. Yili could distinctly feel the warm current flowing over her wound, gentle and slightly ticklish, alleviating the fiery pain, granting her a modicum of relief amidst the unending torment. This person was tending to her injuries. For a moment, Yi Li's expression faltered. She could no longer recall the last time someone had actively helped her heal. It seemed that every instance had been her alone, quietly nursing her wounds. "No need, I want to die." Yi Li's gaze narrowed slightly. Her voice, though weak, carried a coldness that kept others at bay. "I understand, but this should provide you with some comfort." The boy pressed down his inner fear, cautiously explaining. His round, glistening eyes sparkled like a gentle, harmless creature. Yi Li silently regarded the boy for a moment, choosing not to respond, and then closed her eyes, slipping back into a deep slumber. When Yi Li next awoke, it was already noon the following day. Her injuries had eased significantly. As long as she did not touch or pull at the wounds, the intense pain had largely subsided. At this moment, she found herself alone in the cell. The 2 newly arrived individuals from the previous night had vanished without a trace. As she pondered this, the door to the cell swung open, revealing Zhao Lei, who entered with a meal in hand. He approached the bedside and, seeing her frail form, inquired, "Do you need me to feed you?" "No need, I can manage myself." Yili, who consistently preferred to avoid close contact with others, declined his offer, propping herself up slowly against the wall. After a moment, she extended her hand to accept the porridge and egg cake from him, eating at a leisurely pace. Rather than leaving immediately, Zhao Lei dragged a chair over and sat down. He scratched his head, a hint of shyness in his demeanor, saying, "There's something I'd like to ask of you." "What is it?" Yidi replied, puzzled. As a confined experimental subject, what could she possibly assist him with? "It's about your new roommates. Could you perhaps be a bit more lenient with them?" Zhao Lei made a small gesture with his fingers, his voice laced with earnestness. "I was just about to ask you, why are there two this time, and one of them is a child?" Yili raised an eyebrow, countering with a question. "What is their connection to you, that you personally came to greet me? The previous individuals had not received such treatment. They aren't related to me." Zhao Lei shook his head and proceeded to explain their circumstances. The boy was named Xiao Bei, a fledgling medical student who had recently discovered his healing powers in this apocalyptic world, thus helping out in the laboratory. The little girl, called Duo, was an orphan brought back by the security team from a place of exile. When they found her, two young bodies, presumably her parents, lay near her, alongside a corpse of an aberrant creature. It was surmised that they had perished while attempting to protect her. Duo, having been severely traumatized, had developed selective mutism and had yet to utter a single word. Even her name had been given by others. Due to her origins from the exile, Duo exhibited faint aberrant fluctuations, resulting in her immediate transfer to the research facility. When she first arrived, she had been injured, and Xiao Bei had been the one to care for her, leading her to become quite reliant on him. During the day, Xiao Bei would take her to the laboratory, returning to the cell only at night, thus minimizing any disturbance to Yili. The cell they previously occupied was on the 4th basement level. "I was the one who suggested their relocation here," Zhao Lei implored. "I beg you, just turn a blind eye and get along with them. Please do not torment them any further." Zhao Lei clasped his hands together, his tone filled with helplessness and entreaty. "What you say displeases me. It makes me seem difficult to get along with. Visibly displaced. Have you forgotten the kinds of monsters I was previously assigned?" She paused, suddenly posing a soul-searching question. "But why are you being so kind to me? Did you take a liking to me?" This was not mere vanity. Although the original had a tomboyish appearance with her ultra-short hair, her features were strikingly attractive, possessing the allure of a mature woman, tall and well-proportioned, naturally captivating to the opposite sex. "What nonsense are you speaking?" "I have not," Zhao Lei exclaimed, instantly springing to his feet, his previously earnest face now flushed red. "If you say you haven't tea, then what else with the sudden excitement? Clearly, you've never been in a relationship." Yili observed his innocent expression and continued teasing him with a smile. "Just because you're single now doesn't mean it will always be the case. But let me remind you, do not fall for me. I shall not be responsible for breaking a pure-hearted young man's heart. Enough with the banter. Quickly drink your porridge. They'll come to collect the bowls soon." With a bright red face, Zhao Lei hastily exited the cell, reminding her not to trouble them any further. As the cell door slammed shut, the smile faded from Yi Li and Appo's face. She squinted slightly, her gaze unfocused on a distant point, as if contemplating something, her expression revealing a hint of profound complexity. The second deadlock, special infected, 9. As the lights dimmed on that fateful night, the two new roommates indeed returned. They stood before Yi Li, somewhat timidly introducing themselves. "Hello, I am Xiao Bei, and this is Duo. From now on, we shall be roommates." Perhaps having heard of Yi Li's notorious reputation, Xiao Bei spoke cautiously, a hint of flattery in his tone. "If we ever err in our conduct, we kindly ask for your forgiveness, sister. If there are any matters you wish us to avoid, please let us know, and we shall make every effort to accommodate you, ensuring we do not disturb your peace." His voice was gentle, his gaze clear, with a cherubic face that radiated innocence and softness. In a show of respect, he even prompted the little girl beside him to bow toward Yi Li. Their timid, reverent demeanor nearly amused Yi Li. To address her, He had the audacity to call her sister right away. How perceptive of him. With a serious expression, she inquired, "There's nothing much to discuss. But my sleep isn't particularly sound. Do you snore, grind your teeth, or talk in your sleep?" "Not at all. I don't, and neither does Duo. Xiao Bei quickly assured her. "If I happen to snore one day, please feel free to wake me. I can forego sleep to ensure you are not disturbed." "Very well. Then there are no issues." With that, Yili decided to conclude the discussion, especially since Zhao Lei had entrusted her with the responsibility of maintaining harmony. Upon hearing her response, the boy visibly relaxed. He crouched down, gently pulling the shy girl from behind him closer, and softly said, Duo. Sister has agreed to let us stay. Shouldn't you thank her?" Duo timidly raised her little head, her large, glistening eyes flitting over to the older girl sitting on the bed. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded in response to her brother's encouragement, her twin braids bobbing gently. "Could you give sister a smile?" Kia by Pomtet Fortier. After a brief pause, Duo mustered her courage, looked up, and revealed a beaming smile to Yili. However, the sight made Yili burst into laughter. It wasn't he that Duo's forced grin was particularly comical. Rather, the child was in the midst of losing her baby teeth, and as she smiled, her missing front tooth created a striking contrast against a row of small white teeth. The image was undeniably humorous. Noticing Duo's face redden in embarrassment from her laughter, Yili quickly cleared her throat and awkwardly offered, "All right, be good." With this, Duo shyly pressed her lips together, displaying two adorable dimples, and affectionately wrapped her arms around her brother's neck. With the roommate's approval, Xiao Bei finally relaxed. Before the lights went out, he took Duo to wash up. Just before bed, he kindly inquired if Yili needed his abilities to assist with her injuries. However, Yili declined his offer, not out of stubbornness, but for her own reasons. She had discovered that during her healing process from her severe injuries, her powers seemed to be steadily increasing. From her observations, her recovery speed for regrowth and healing was noticeably accelerating. Thus, relying on her own self-healing proved to be far more beneficial. After 9 o'clock, the cell was engulfed in darkness once again. Having spent the day resting in bed, Yili was not yet inclined to sleep. With her eyes wide open, she gazed at the patch of light on the floor, her mind wandering aimlessly. Occasionally, she could hear the soft rustle of movement from the bed across from her, the sound almost deliberately muted. After a while, Xiao Bei's voice broke the silence. "Sister, are you asleep?" Her thoughts interrupted. Yili furrowed her brow and replied, "What is it?" "I apologize, sister, but Duo cannot sleep. May I tell her a bedtime story? I have been doing so every night, and she has grown accustomed to it." Xiao Bei asked, his tone filled with trepidation. Prepared for a refusal. To his surprise, she simply replied, "Go ahead." "Did you hear that, Duo? Sister has permitted it," he said, delight evident in his voice as he turned to the little girl beside him. "So tomorrow, you must give sister another smile, all right?" Duo's eyes widened with excitement as she nodded eagerly. "All right, now let us begin the story. After you finish, you must go to sleep," he instructed gently. "Today, we will tell the tale of the ugly duckling. Once upon a time on a farm, all of Mother Duck's ducklings hatched, except for one extraordinarily large egg that remained unhatched." His voice was soft and soothing, weaving a gentle narrative that wafted through the air like a delicate breeze, caressing her ears and easing her taut nerves, lulling Yi Li into a peaceful slumber. The night passed uneventfully. The following morning, at precisely 9 o'clock, Xiao Bei quietly roused Duo for their morning routine. As they prepared to leave, he noticed Yi Li was awake. Remembering his brotherly instructions from the previous night, Duo flashed her a bright smile, revealing her 8 little teeth. Oh no, it was 7. Days rolled by, and Yi Li's legs gradually grew to knee height. Through their interactions over the past few days, she had come to understand her 2 roommates quite well. Xiao Bei was a warm-hearted young man, genuine and considerate, displaying thoughtfulness in every action. Each morning, he patiently styled Duo's hair into little braids, and at night, he regaled her with a variety of bedtime stories, caring for her in every conceivable way. When they slept, he ensured Duo lay against the wall, protecting her on the outer side, and always turned away to grant her privacy once she had drifted off. He extended the same courtesy to Yi Li, consistently greeting her with a warm good morning and good night, informing her when he was leaving and returning. His words were sincere, not trivial or sycophantic, but emanated from the heart, creating an atmosphere that made Yi Li feel as though they were not confined within the dark walls of a cell, but rather nestled in a cozy home. Duo, too, was an exceptionally understanding and obedient child. Though she was mostly silent, her intelligence shone through as she quickly grasped everything Xiaobei taught her. She could independently bathe, eat, and even wash her own clothes, bringing ease to those around her. Thus far, Yi Li expressed her utmost satisfaction with her two roommates, appreciating them from every conceivable angle. That evening, as Duo returned home, her small face bore an expression of discontent, indicating that her mood was far from cheerful. Curious, Yi Li inquired, only to learn that Duoduo's other front tooth had also met its unfortunate fate today. Come on, give your sister a smile. Yi Li teased playfully with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Duo immediately pouted her small lips and furrowed her brows, her round, glistening eyes brimming with tears, as though she might burst into tears at any moment. Watching from the side, Xiaobei couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head in exasperation. Sister, perhaps you should refrain from teasing her. Over time, he had discerned that the woman before him, who exuded an aura of cold elegance, was not as fearsome or harsh as rumor had suggested. Rather, he found her to be a free-spirited individual, cool on the exterior yet warm within, easy to engage with as long as one approached her with respect and sincerity, despite her occasional childish antics in playfully tormenting Duo. That night, in an effort to soothe the wounded spirit of Duo, Xiaobei took it upon himself to narrate a bedtime story about the Tooth Fairy. He encouraged her to secretly hide her fallen tooth beneath her pillow, claiming that the Tooth Fairy would come in the night to exchange it for a gift. This simple tale brought a smile to the previously gloomy Duo, who eagerly hid her tiny tooth. Yi Li, lying across the room, scoffed quietly at the absurdity of the story, but found it within herself to refrain from exposing Xiaobei's playful ruse. In the dead of night, she heard Xiaobei stealthily rising, rummaging through his pockets before discreetly placing something under Duoduo's pillow. Yi Li smirked, choosing not to disturb the Tooth Fairy's exchange, and quietly closed her eyes. The next morning, the moment Duo opened her eyes, she rushed to search her pillow. A gasp escaped her lips, an unusual sound for a child who rarely spoke, let alone made any noise. Yi Li, intrigued by the sudden excitement, sat up to see what had transpired and was immediately captivated by the sight of several candies wrapped in colorful plastic lying beneath Duoduo's pillow. 3 in total, red, yellow, and blue. Do you like the Tooth Fairy's gift? Xiaobei asked gently, a smile gracing his face. Duoduo's cheeks flushed with joy as she nodded vigorously, clearly delighted. Where did you get these candies? Yedi askit, her, troat involuntarily tiktening. Though these sweets might not be of the best quality outside, they were a rare treasure in the confines of their dim quarters. I received them from someone at the lab, Xiaobei replied, noticing Yi Li's keen interest in the candies. Duo, would you share one with your sister? He asked, only for Duo to swiftly snatch the candies and hide them behind her back, a silent refusal. Come now, don't be stingy. Next time, I'll bring you more, all right? Xiaobei coaxed. Duo resolutely shook her head. Look, you have 3. Just share one, please. He persisted. In response, Duo unwrapped a blue candy and popped it in her mouth, then held out her palms to show him. Now, there are only 2 left, she exclaimed. Xiaobei was momentarily taken aback. This child is usually quite generous. She must be holding a grudge after all the teasing from her sister. Unable to persuade Duo, Xiaobei turned to Yi Li, suggesting, perhaps next time I can bring some for you? I don't want any. Yi Li succoufed, collapsing back on her bed with a sarcastic remark about how one should be cautious of eating sweets after losing teeth. Duo immediately frowned, turning away in displeasure. As Xiaobei observed the 2 children sulking, he sighed in resignation. Time passed quietly, and Yi Li's injured foot gradually healed. She seemed to have adapted to the mundane yet peaceful existence within the confines of the cell. However, the tranquility of that night would soon be shattered by an unforeseen event. Yili was roused by an unusual sound, naturally vigilant and a light sleeper. Even the faintest noise could awaken her. The sound was a series of dull thuds, akin to a heavy object repeatedly colliding with the wall. Yili sprang from her bed, barefoot and swift, moving quietly to the door. She peered through the transparent window, only to find the corridor dimly lit and devoid of life at that late hour. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed through the silence. Yili's gaze snapped to the window of the adjacent cell, where something dark had struck the glass, leaving a smear of crimson liquid and remnants that trickled down, obscuring the view inside. Then, a strange sound emanated from within, the slow, sticky crunching of flesh, interspersed with sharp, decisive bites, as though something was voraciously devouring skin and bone behind that door. A frown creased Yili's brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Yet her dark eyes sparkled with a flicker of intrigue. The unsettling sounds persisted for a while before gradually fading. Then a grotesque, scarlet appendage pressed against the window, licking the remnants clean, revealing a shadowy, massive figure. In an instant, the figure drew closer, revealing a colossal, blood-red eye peering through the window, filled with an insatiable hunger and ferocity. It soon spotted Yili, hiding behind the door, akin to a cat that had cornered a mouse, its expression transforming into one of eager greed, accompanied by the faint sound of sinister chuckling. The second predicament. Special Infected, 11. At this moment, Yili was intently gazing at the creature inside the cell, her eyes wide with fascination. There was no trace of fear on her face. Instead, she appeared thoroughly intrigued. After all, it was an otherworldly demon, a rare product of a failed secondary mutation of an extraordinary being. Its appearance, though grotesque and repulsive, was somewhat off-putting to her. Regardless of whether it was a bizarre creature or an otherworldly demon, they possessed an insatiable thirst for human flesh. The demon had already devoured its cellmate, and now, upon seeing Yili, could not resist the temptation. It began to violently slam against the cell door, attempting to break free and seize the delectable morsel before it. Yet, Yili felt no concern. The security measures in this underground facility were top-notch, and the higher the floors, the more stringent the security became. As expected, after the demon struck the cell door a couple of times, a piercing alarm suddenly blared, awakening everyone from their slumber. Xiao Bei rolled over, instinctively pulling the nearby duo into his embrace. Noticing Yili standing at the door, he urgently inquired, "What is happening out there, sister?" "Someone failed a secondary mutation. Stay in bed and don't come over," Yili replied tersely without looking back. Xiao Bei immediately understood, his expression turning frantic. He quickly urged Duo to close her eyes and covered her ears to shield her from any frightening sights or sounds. The alarm soon attracted a contingent of fully armed guards, led personally by Gao Wen. They peered through the window to assess the situation inside the cell and swiftly devised a tactical plan. The rarity of the otherworldly demon made it a valuable specimen, and being trapped in the cell, they were determined to capture it alive. As more and more personnel gathered in the corridor, Yili's view was obstructed. She could only glimpse through the cracks, faintly observing several individuals clad in specialized protective gear, wielding long, stick-like instruments as they entered the adjacent cell through the slightly open door. Moments later, a series of crackling electric sounds accompanied by horrifying, inhuman shrieks echoed through the air, sending shivers down one's spine. The cacophony finally subsided, and the cell door swung open, allowing the waiting guards to rush inside. Shortly thereafter, Yili witnessed two individuals in protective gear being carried out. They appeared lifeless, their fates uncertain. Following them, 5 or 6 others carefully transported a massive body wrapped in oilcloth and tightly bound with chains, gingerly placing it onto a specialized steel gurney for swift removal. The crowd in the corridor gradually began to disperse. With her vision restored, Yili peered through the open door into the adjacent cell, only to be met with a gruesome sight. The floor was drenched in glaringly red blood, mingled with dismembered body parts, starkly revealing the brutality of the demon. Although the demon had been successfully removed, the chaos it instigated continued unabated. An announcement echoed throughout the facility, mandating that all detained extraordinary individuals undergo immediate testing. Before long, a group of masked individuals clad in protective gear arrived with specialized equipment, commencing a thorough examination of each cell on every floor, conducting a series of safety tests on every extraordinary being. By the time it was Yi Li's group's turn, the morning lights had already been turned on. One by one, they were subjected to specialized instruments that measured their hormone levels and fluctuations in extraordinary abilities alongside blood draws for analysis. Even Lil Duo was not spared. During the blood draw, her small face turned pale with fright, tears streaming down like pearls, yet she bravely held her lips tight, refusing to cry out. Her pitiable demeanor tugged at one's heartstrings. After the testing, Xiaobei routinely took Duo out. Yi Li, however, crawled back to her bed, intending to catch up on sleep. Just as she began to doze off, the cell door swung open once more. Zhao Lei entered, holding Duo's hand. "Why is she back?" Yi Li asked, puzzled. "They wouldn't let Xiaobei take her into the lab." Zhao Lei explained as he helped Duo sit on the bed and removed her shoes. "So from now on, during the day, you'll have to look after her." Yi Li instinctively refused. "I can't take care of a child." Zhao Lei reassured her, "It's all right. Duo is very well behaved. She can manage her own affairs. You just need to keep an eye on her. I'll visit whenever I can." Yi Li felt as if she were being pushed into a corner. Yet, with such words spoken, refusing again would seem rather unkind, leaving her with no choice but to acquiesce. Fortunately, Duo was indeed more sensible than the average child. She could feed herself, use the toilet independently, and when bored, would quietly play with her teddy bear on the bed without fussing. After dinner, Duo sat at the foot of the bed with her teddy bear, eagerly awaiting her brother's return. However, as the lights-out time approached, she still had not seen Xiaobei. Instead, it was Zhao Lei who came for a check. Xiaobei can't return for the time being. He has been flagged for abnormal hormone levels and fluctuations in his extraordinary abilities, and needs to be isolated for a few days. Zhao Lei scratched his head, so until he returns, you'll have to help look after Duo. Yi Li sighed inwardly. Could she still refuse? Clearly, Zhao Lei had no intention of granting her that opportunity and hastily departed. Yi Li felt a heaviness in her heart. Abnormal hormone levels and fluctuations indicated that Xiaobei might undergo a secondary mutation. This was no longer merely a matter of a few days' isolation. If the secondary mutation failed, he could be lost to her forever. Duo, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, only knew that her beloved brother was temporarily absent. She pouted, her eyes reddening as she looked at Yi Li, on the verge of tears. Yi Li returned her gaze, bewildered at how she had unwittingly acquired this little burden. They exchanged glances for a while, and ultimately, Yi Li gave in. With a resigned sigh, she rose from her bed, set down the teddy bear, and prepared for bedtime rituals. Duo obediently followed suit. The weather was quite cool, and the water cold, making daily baths unnecessary. Therefore, Yi Li wrung a towel and allowed the child to wipe herself down. Duo proved quite capable, managing to clean herself with impressive finesse. After rinsing her mouth and washing her feet, Yi Li carried the child back to bed. As she completed her own wash-up and emerged, the lights-out time had arrived. The cell was enveloped in darkness, and Yi Li tucked Duo under the covers, encouraging her to sleep before lying back down herself. However, after lying there for a while, Duo remained wide awake, her large eyes fixed intently on Yi Li. Feeling rather unnerved under her scrutiny, Yi Li raised an eyebrow. "You wouldn't want me to tell you a story, would you?" Dio, not that easily." Yi Li sighed. Dealing with children is the most troublesome. Yet, her mind was devoid of stories. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to improvise. Thus began the tale of a fierce dragon and a princess. Once upon a time, there was a king who was very poor, so he devised a plan to offer his daughter to the dragon in exchange for treasure. Perhaps Yi Li had a knack for storytelling. The more she narrated, the more animated she became, recounting how the princess wielded a heavy sword and battled the dragon for 300 rounds, ultimately vanquishing it and decapitating the king, claiming the throne for herself. The story concluded brilliantly. Whether it was the captivating nature of the tale or its frightening elements, Duo, far from feeling sleepy, widened her eyes in excitement, appearing even more invigorated. Yet, by this point, Yili had exhausted her patience. Go to sleep quickly. If you disturb me again, I shall not hesitate to reprimand you, she declared with an air of sternness before turning her back to the wall. However, not long after, she heard the faint sounds of someone getting out of bed behind her. Yili furrowed her brow, but chose to remain indifferent. It was not until she felt her clothes being tugged that she finally turned her head with a hint of impatience, her tone sharp. What is it now? There stood Duo, timidly at the edge of the bed, clutching a teddy bear, one hand extended towards her. In the palm of that outstretched hand lay a small piece of yellow candy, wrapped in plastic. In the second dire situation, Special Infected 12, Yili was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the candy. She sat up, her curiosity piqued, and asked, "What do you intend to do?" This clever child, so attached to her precious candies, always carrying them in her pockets wherever she went, now unexpectedly offered one to her with evident ulterior motives. Duo remained silent, gently placing her teddy bear on Yili and Appo's bed, her big, round eyes blinking with anticipation as she gazed at her. Yili glanced at the teddy lying on the bed and instantly understood. "Do you wish to sleep with me?" Duo eagerly nodded her little head and sweetly extended the candy in her hand towards her. Yili looked at the little one and then at the candy. Her brow furrowed in internal conflict. She craved the candy, but was reluctant to take on the responsibility of the child. After much deliberation, Yili ultimately succumbed to temptation. Having been confined in this dark underground for too long, subsisting on nothing but bland broth, she was long overdue for a treat. "Very well," she stated with a stern expression, swiftly snatching the candy from Duoduo's hand. "But just for tonight." Uncertain whether it was her own hesitation or Duoduo's, she tore open the wrapper and popped the round hard candy into her mouth. The sweet flavor instantly enveloped her palate, mingled with a hint of lemon, tangy and delightful. Yili shifted to make room beside her on the bed. With the candy in her mouth, her words were somewhat muffled. Yet Duo understood, promptly kicking off her shoes and climbing onto the bed, snuggling up with her teddy bear. Yili tucked the blanket around her, then laid down as well. She had always preferred to avoid close contact with others, and even with a child lying beside her, she felt a twinge of discomfort. To distract herself, Yili crossed her arms over her chest and focused on the candy. However, the child seemed oblivious to her discomfort. Suddenly, Duo turned around, reached out her little hand, and tightly embraced her, instinctively seeking comfort. Yili's body stiffened at once. She instinctively raised her hand to push the child away, but in the next moment, she felt the slight body pressed against her tremble, accompanied by the faint sound of sobbing. It was a sound so frail and helpless, evoking a sense of pity within her. Yili paused, her mind conjuring the image of a small figure sobbing quietly in a dark corner. With a sigh, the hand she had raised descended gently onto the child's back, patting her softly, the movement transitioning from rigid to tender, becoming more natural. In the days that followed, only Yili and Duo remained together in the cell, relying on one another. In between meals and sleep, Yili enjoyed teasing the little one for amusement. When Duo was teased, she would pout and ignore her, yet day by day, her dependence on Yili grew stronger. Security checks for the anomalous individuals in the facility became increasingly frequent, with blood tests occurring every 2 days. While adults managed, Duo, being just a child, was unable to cope. Her little face grew increasingly pale and gaunt. Yili witnessed it all, but felt powerless to intervene. Fortunately, Zhao Lei kept his word and visited the cell whenever he could, spending time with Duo. Occasionally, he would secretly bring her small treats, sometimes a boiled egg, other times a small bread roll. Given the harsh living conditions where food was scarce, these morsels came from his rations. In addition to the food, Zhao Lei had somehow procured several children's storybooks, the kind with pinion. Though the books were somewhat tattered and missing pages, they became the perfect pastime for Yili and Duo. Each night before lights out, Yili would read a story to Duo, teaching her the characters the following day. Duo was remarkably bright. She could recognize a new character after just 2 lessons. Though she couldn't articulate the words, She could point them out correctly when asked. Days passed, and a week slipped by in the blink of an eye. One afternoon, after finishing their meal, Zhao Lei brought good news while collecting the dishes. He informed them that Xiao Bei had successfully undergone a second mutation, with no significant changes to his abilities, merely an enhancement of his healing powers. He was expected to return soon. Upon hearing that her brother would soon be back, Duoduo's face lit up with joy as she bounced on the bed. Clutching her teddy bear, Zhao Lei affectionately ruffled her hair, then turned to Yili, his expression growing serious. Additionally, I've inquired about your upcoming experimental surgery. It seems it is approaching and will not involve amputation this time. Not an amputation? Yili was taken aback, as the procedure was supposed to involve the removal of her left leg. If it was not an amputation then, she raised her hand to gesture towards her abdomen. Are they going to perform a laparotomy on me? Zhao Lei nodded, somewhat reluctantly, explaining that they needed to examine her internal organs, indicating that the risks for this experiment were considerable. Yili laughed incredulously. This was not merely a matter of risk. It could very well be a matter of life and death. Who could survive without a heart or lungs? Yili furovit herberais. Realizing that remaining in this place was no longer an option. After a moment of silence, she looked up at Zhao Lei and suddenly asked, Do you think there exists a savior in this world? Zhao Lei was taken aback. Why do you ask? Curiosity. Yili replied lazily. At this rate, everyone will eventually mutate, but the likelihood of becoming monsters is far greater. Monsters survive by preying on humans. If a savior does not emerge to change all of this, everything and everyone eventually perish? Zhao Lei's gaze flickered. He pondered for a moment before lowering his voice. Have you heard of a medical doctor named Chao Yiming? No. Yili shook her head. The original owner's memories did not include this person. The vaccine currently inhibiting the emergence of malevolent thoughts was initially developed under his leadership. In the early days of the apocalypse, he was once hailed as a savior by the world. However, after a laboratory accident at the base, Dr. Chao mysteriously vanished. Some say he has died, while others claim he is still alive, hiding in the land of exile. Second predicament. Special infected 13. Yili listened, her expression one of confusion. But why do I have no recollection of what you just mentioned? The original owner's memories were intact, yet neither Dr. Chao nor the experimental accident was present in her mind. When did you arrive at A3? Cao Lei inquired. Yili pondered for a moment before responding. I've been here for over a year. The vast expanse of Country Z, with its large population, boasted numerous safe bases categorized into 3 levels, a B and C based on safety ratings and scale. The A3 base they currently occupied was one of the 5 top-rated bases for safety. Previously, the original owner had resided in a smaller base with a C safety rating. However, when that base could no longer sustain itself, the survivors were redistributed to other bases. That explains it. You weren't here when the experimental accident occurred. Cao Lei clarified. Since Dr. Chao's disappearance, everything related to him has become a taboo. Almost no one speaks of him anymore, so it's natural you would know. Why has it become a taboo? Yili queried, perplexed. Wasn't Dr. Chao regarded as a savior? Even in death, shouldn't he be celebrated and remembered? How did he become a taboo? Zhao Lei's reluctance to elaborate hinted at deeper concerns. I can't say for sure. He admitted, as if hesitant to delve further. All right, I must go to the next room, he said, glancing at his wristwatch. The research institute has been quite unstable lately. Please be cautious with Duo while you await Xiao Bei's return. Understood. Yili nodded, grateful for his assistance during this time. Thank you. There's no need for gratitude. Zhao Lei chuckled, turning to exit. But just as he reached the door, he abruptly halted and looked back at Yili. By the way, do you like ginkgo trees? What? Yili was momentarily taken aback, unable to process his question. Yet, Zhao Lei continued. There's a place called Pinghua Pans in the west of the city. My family used to live there. It has a century-old ginkgo tree, lush and magnificent. Now in October, the leaves are turning yellow, and the tree is a splendid golden sight. If you get the chance, you should go see it. It's beautiful. With that, he left without waiting for her response. Yili stared at the closed door, feeling utterly perplexed. She decided to wait until Zhao Lei's evening rounds to inquire about his cryptic remark. Turning to Duo, she called for her to wash up, preparing her for a nap. At that moment, A scream suddenly echoed from the neighboring cell, a sound strikingly familiar. It was Zhao Lei. Yili rushed to the door, pressing herself against it. However, the limited view from the transparent window revealed nothing. Another scream rang out, this time from the opposite cell. The newly arrived female anomaly, like Yili, was now pressed against her window, her face a mask of terror as she recoiled in fear from whatever she had witnessed. Footsteps approached from next door, signaling someone was emerging. Instinctively, Yili crouched down to avoid being seen and gestured for Duo to be quiet. The footsteps paused in the corridor before moving toward the opposite cell. Beep! A sharp electronic sound pierced the air. Yili's expression darkened. That was the sound of a door access card being used. With a thunderous crash, the cell doors swung open, and the female anomaly's screams erupted. No. Don't come closer. Help. Go away. Save. But swiftly, her cries were silenced by a chilling crunch, followed by a grotesque sound of gnawing and chewing. Yili fought to suppress her impulse to investigate. She quietly slipped off her slippers and padded barefoot to the bedside, swiftly scooping up the terrified Duo, her pale face reflecting sheer fright, and hurried toward the bathroom. After a moment's thought, she grabbed the lone wooden chair from the cell. Once inside the bathroom, she pressed her back against the wall, curling up on the floor with Duo in her arms, using the chair as a flimsy shield before them. Duo trembled in fear, clutching her sister's clothing for comfort. Yili's countenance was equally grim. If her suspicions were correct, it was likely a monstrous entity with considerable intelligence, capable of using a door access card. This meant that all cells were essentially open to it. Trapped within their confines, they were like lambs awaiting slaughter, powerless and left only to silently pray that the creature would not enter upon finding the cell empty. Yet, evidently, their prayers bore no fruit. Before long, a crisp electronic sound echoed in their ears. Beep! The second predicament. Special Infected 14. The sound echoed like a summons from the depths of hell, sending chills down their spines. Yili and her companion immediately tensed, scarcely daring to breathe. Duo, terrified, buried her head in her sister's embrace, her small hands tightly covering her mouth, eyes squeezed shut. They heard the heavy door of the cell slide open, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps entering the chamber. The footsteps moved intermittently, occasionally interrupted by the scraping of metal beds and the tearing of fabric. The otherworldly creature was searching for them. Yili's gaze hardened as she gripped the wooden leg of a chair. Gradually, the footsteps drew closer to the bathroom, finally stopping just outside the curtain. The army green waterproof curtain did not reach the floor, and beneath it appeared a pair of boots, ominously planted on the ground. Moments later, the curtain rustled, and something sharp dragged slowly across the fabric's edge. Two massive fingers, black and clawed, crept in from the side, grasping the curtain. In the next instant, the curtain was violently ripped aside, revealing a grotesque, towering creature before Yili and her companion. The creature was horrifically ugly. Its lower body bore some resemblance to a human form, while its upper body had grotesquely swollen and distorted. Its skin was blackened and cracked, resembling a layer of withered bark. Its head was grotesquely enlarged, its blood-red eyes greedily fixed on the delectable prey before it. A monstrous maw split wide, revealing a multitude of sharp teeth stained with crimson remnants, as it grinned menacingly at Yili and her companion, thick, foul drool oozing down its jaw. Even for someone as bold as Yili, the sight sent a chill coursing through her veins. The creature was repulsively hideous. The crisis loomed ever closer. Yili's mind raced as she strategized. The tattered uniform on the creature indicated it had once been a guard, likely retaining some memories from before its transformation. Hence its understanding of the access card. The very access card now dangled conspicuously from its neck. Just as Yili contemplated the possibility of seizing the access card, the ravenous creature could no longer contain its hunger and made its move. Its grotesque mouth opened wide, and a long, serpentine tongue, as thick as a human arm, shot out with lightning speed towards Yili. Reacting swiftly, she turned her head sharply to the side. The long tongue grazed her cheek, leaving a bloody mark as it slammed against the tiled wall behind her, the force creating a dent in the ceramic. Yili's peripheral vision caught the movement, and her expression darkened. The confined space of the bathroom made evasion difficult, especially with a child in her arms. They needed a way out. The creature, frustrated by its initial failure, lashed its tongue again. Yili seized the moment. As the tongue approached, she swung the broken chair leg with all her strength, smashing the rotting appendage against the wall. The impact was so forceful that the chair splintered apart. The creature howled in agony, retracting its injured tongue. The pain ignited its fury. Eyes ablaze, it tore down the curtain and stepped into the bathroom, intent on capturing its prey to devour their flesh and bones. The cramped confines of the bathroom forced the enormous creature to stoop and contort as it moved, making its approach clumsy. As it advanced, Yili devised a plan. Holding the broken chair leg, she rolled with Duo in her arms, pushing the child out from between the creature's legs and shouting, "Run!" Duo tumbled out of the bathroom, colliding with the wall. Though the impact stung, she held back tears and obediently scrambled to her feet, racing away. However, the proactive Yili found herself caught by the creature's ghastly claw, its sharp talons digging into her left shoulder, lifting her off the ground. As the creature's toothy maw loomed dangerously close to her neck, Yili gritted her teeth against the pain, her eyes flashing with determination. She raised the chair leg and plunged it into the creature's blood-red eye. The creature howled in agony, instinctively releasing its grip. As Yili fell, she deftly snatched the access card from the creature's chest. Ignoring her injuries, she rolled and crawled beneath it, hastily escaping the bathroom. Outside, Duo waited anxiously in the corridor, her little face pale with fear, but her hands waved excitedly upon seeing her sister emerge. With the door tantalizingly close, Yili's heart raced. If she could just reach the door, swipe the card, and lock the creature inside, they would be safe. However, reality proved cruel. Just as she reached the door, a sudden whoosh echoed behind her. A long, slimy tongue lashed out, wrapping around her neck. In a desperate attempt to hold on, Yili grasped the doorframe. But the creature's strength was overwhelming. She felt as if her neck might snap, let alone take another step forward. Seeing Duo's frightened face, desperately reaching for her, Yili closed her eyes, steeling her resolve. She suddenly released one hand, pressing the access card against the door scanner. With a sharp beep, the electronic sound rang out, and she relinquished her other hand. In that moment, as the tongue pulled her backward, she hurled the access card out the door with all her might. The second desperate situation, Special Infected 15, the sound of the cell door slamming shut echoed, and a child's piercing scream filled the corridor. The youthful voice, sharp and high-pitched, resonated with profound fear and helplessness, causing one's heart to ache. Whether someone had finally noticed the anomaly and triggered the alarm, or for some other reason, the shrill sound of the alarm soon followed. Meanwhile, inside the cell, the grotesque creature had already half emerged from the bathroom, its claws gripping the doorframe, its long tongue tightly wrapping around the prey's neck, swiftly pulling her back. Yili had already been dragged to the ground, desperately waving her arms, attempting to grasp anything within reach. With the alarm blaring, the guard team would arrive shortly. She needed to find a way to buy time for rescue, as long as her vital points were not harmed, even if the monster devoured her limbs. Her formidable self-healing ability would ultimately allow her to survive. Yet, it seemed that Lady Luck had turned her back on Yili. After a frantic struggle, she managed to seize only a tattered bedsheet and a slipper, but she had already been pulled to the threshold of the bathroom. The creature, previously wounded by Yili, now appeared cautious. With both hands gripping the doorframe for leverage, it squeezed its massive form out of the bathroom, its solitary eye glaring hungrily at its prey below, drool dripping from its mouth in grotesque anticipation. Yili's face had turned crimson from the suffocating grip of the creature's tongue, and her forehead throbbed with veins bulging from the agonizing pressure. As the beast leaned down, its claws reaching for her, a fierce glint flashed in Yili's bloodshot eyes. She tightened her core, bent her knee, and with all her might, kicked upward toward the creature's ample chin. The kick was sudden and fierce, catching the monster off guard, and its jaw snapped shut, causing its own sharp teeth to make painful contact with its tongue. A howl of anguish erupted from the creature as its injured tongue released its grip on the prey, quickly retracting back into its throat. Enraged and humiliated, it retaliated with a brutal kick aimed at the instigator. The thick military boot struck Yi Li's side forcefully, sending her tumbling across the ground. She curled up in a pitiful heap, but could not afford to dwell on the pain in her abdomen. She greedily inhaled fresh air, which rushed in her throat, stinging her injured vocal cords. She coughed violently, blood mingling with her breath, splattering the floor around her. Frustrated by repeated setbacks, the creature finally went berserk. It advanced toward its prey, stooping to seize her foot and effortlessly hoisting her up, only to hurl her violently away. Yi Li crashed to the ground, dazed and battered. Her leg dislocated from the impact. Struggling to lift her eyelids, she propped herself on her elbows, attempting to crawl forward, only to be seized again by the creature's claw clutching her flailing arm, lifting her once more. Crack! Ah! At the sound of a bone snapping, Yi Li could not suppress a scream of agony. The creature had brutally broken her arm. Gritting her teeth in pain, she raised her uninjured arm and swung the slipper she had clutched tightly, delivering a harsh slap to the creature's grotesque face. Smack! Though the damage was minimal, the humiliation was profound. Roar! The creature howled, its foul-smelling saliva splattering across Yi Li, nearly overwhelming her with disgust. "You foul-mouthed beast," she retorted, shoving the slipper into its mouth. In response, the creature's claw seized her other arm. Crack! Both arms rendered useless. Dizzy from the pain, Yi Li's vision blurred, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, leaving her too weak to resist. As the creature opened its cavernous mouth, revealing a maw full of sharp teeth ready to deliver a fatal blow to her delicate neck. At that moment, the cell door burst open with a resounding crash. Bang! Yi Li felt a rush of air past her ear, followed by a sharp sound as a bullet pierced the creature's massive mouth. Dark, foul blood sprayed forth, and the creature howled in agony, its remaining eye ablaze with fury. It tossed aside its prey and lunged at the newcomer. However, the captain of the guard, Gao Wen, showed no fear. She holstered her gun, her delicate hand transforming into a silver blade, and leaped into action, her long black hair slicing through the air like a sharp arc. Her movements were unadorned, yet extraordinarily decisive. With a swift, precise strike, she severed the creature's claw mid-lunge. A side kick sent the injured creature crashing to the ground, and before it could rise, she delivered another swift chop, rendering its other claw useless. The entire sequence was executed with impeccable efficiency, leaving the creature gasping on the ground, seemingly devoid of any will to resist. Recognizing the identity of the creature from its tattered uniform, Gao Wen's expression darkened. The emergence of such a creature within the guard team would surely reignite the old debates among the elders, leading to endless discussions. She turned her gaze from the creature and focused on Yi Li, who lay bloodied and battered on the floor, her eyes filled with disdain. In the next moment, as if possessing eyes in the back of her head, she accurately struck at the long tongue that was stealthily approaching her from behind. With a sickening thud, a portion of the tongue fell to the ground, and the creature writhed in agony. Following this, a group of guards rushed in, beginning to bind and subdue the creature on the floor. Duo followed closely behind, collapsing in front of her injured sister, unsure of what to do, and began to weep helplessly. Useless is indeed useless. Gao Wen observed the two, one large and one small, her cold, beautiful face displaying nothing but indifference and mockery. Yi Li, sprawled on the ground, motionless, managed a feeble smirk, then tilted her head to spit a mouthful of blood. However, Duo extended her small hands protectively in front of her sister, her tear-filled eyes glaring defiantly at the unkind woman, refusing to let her bully her sister. Gao Wen scoffed dismissively, turning her gaze away. "Captain, should we take this creature to the infirmary?" A guard who had finished handling the creature inquired. "She'll be fine on her own. There's no need to waste resources," Gao Wen replied coldly. "These two have had contact with the creature. Isolate this cell. Until I give further orders, no one is permitted to enter." "Understood," the guard responded promptly. Soon after, the team dragged the creature away, leaving the cell once more sealed. Only the remnants of chaos remained, alongside the frail figures of Yi Li and Duo. Exhausted, Yili mustered the last of her strength to softly comfort the sobbing child beside her. Don't cry. I'm fine. Just sleep for a while. Be good and don't make a sound. If you do, I'll scold you. Her voice grew softer until utterly fatigued. She closed her eyes and lost consciousness. Duo, determined to be obedient, pressed her small lips together, striving not to cry or make noise. Moments later, she gently placed her tiny hand against her sister's forehead, closed her eyes, and fervently prayed within her heart. She wished for her sister to recover, to get better soon. In the second dire situation, the special infectors, Yili awoke from a deep slumber, roused by an insatiable hunger. Upon opening her eyes, she realized she was still sprawled on the cold ground, a tattered blanket draped over her. It was clear that with Duodwa's tiny limbs, she could not have moved her to a bed. The surroundings remained as chaotic as before her unconsciousness, littered with disorder. Although she did not see the little one, the sound of water trickling from the bathroom reached her ears. With great effort, Yili pushed herself up, her limbs feeling heavy and uncooperative, a wave of dizziness washing over her. Yet in the next moment, she froze, instinctively moving her arms and legs. To her astonishment, she discovered that her previously broken arm and dislocated leg had miraculously healed. It dawned on her that her current state of weakness must be attributed to her ravenous appetite. Just how long had she been lying there? Furrowing her brow in confusion, Yili called out, Duo. Her voice emerged hoarse and dry, akin to a rusty saw scraping against parched bark. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached, and Duo appeared, clutching a damp towel in her small hands. Upon seeing her sister awake, her round, glistening eyes sparkled with joy, only to be swiftly followed by a pout and a burst of tears. Duo rushed into Yili's embrace, wrapping her little arms around her neck and burying her face in her shoulder, pouring out her fears and grievances. Yili, already frail, nearly toppled over from the force of the embrace, but managed to steady them. Why are you crying? I'm fine now, she said, her voice lacking strength, as she gently pushed the little one away. Is there something to eat? Hurry, I'm starving. Duo nodded vigorously, hastily wiping her tears as she dashed off to fetch food for Yili. She returned with a small bowl of vegetable porridge and a dry, coarse pancake. Although it was well past dinner time and the food had gone cold, Yili devoured it ravenously, relishing each bite. Once she had satisfied her hunger, she felt truly alive again. After a brief respite, Yili rose, determined to tidy the disarray around her before the lights went out, at least to prepare a clean bed for the night. Duo, ever considerate, followed suit, assisting her. How long have I been asleep? Yili inquired as she cleaned. Duo pondered for a moment before raising a finger. What? Yili halted in her movements, astonished. I've only slept for a day, given her previous healing pace. It seemed implausible for her injuries to have healed in such a short span, and the intense hunger she felt could not have arisen without days of fasting. Are you sure you're not mistaken? She pressed. Duo shook her head firmly, indicating that it indeed was just a day. Yili froned, asking if anyone else had come by. Could someone have treated her? But Duo again shook her head, affirming that no one had visited. Yili fell silent, her mind swirling with questions. The absence of visitors combined with her inexplicable recovery left her bewildered. Her gaze fell on the little girl beside her, an expression of inquiry flickering in her eyes. Yet, soon Yili's thoughts were interrupted as Duo began to cry once more. She had unearthed her beloved teddy bear from a pile of torn sheets, but the toy was in tatters, its head completely detached, stuffing scattered everywhere. Upon seeing her only toy ruined, Duo's lips quivered and tears streamed down her cheeks. Yili felt helpless. The bear was beyond repair, even with needle and thread. She patted Duo's head in a gesture of sympathy, then set about tidying the bed, finding a small piece of soap before retreating to the bathroom. When she emerged, the lights had already gone out. Duo remained on the floor, sobbing for her lost teddy bear, ignoring Yili's calls to come to bed. Faced with the stubborn child, Yili felt exasperated. After a moment's thought, she retrieved a dry towel from the bathroom and, after folding it, removed 2 small hair ties from Duo's braids. With a few deft ties and a final flourish using the ribbon from the teddy bear, she fashioned a towel bear. Here, Yili thrust the towel bear into Duoduo's hands, her tone impatient. Now hurry to bed. If you keep this up, I might just scold you. Duo lifted her hand to touch the towel bear, her tear-filled eyes reflecting wonder and delight. She suddenly looked up at Yi Li and, without warning, threw herself into her sister's arms, planting a kiss on her cheek. The unexpected affection caught Yi Li off guard. While they had grown closer recently, it was the first time Duo had shown such intimacy. By the time Yi Li regained her composure, Duo had already climbed onto the bed, seemingly exhausted, and fell asleep almost immediately, lightly snoring. Watching the child sleep peacefully with her new toy, Yi Li felt a soft smile tug at her lips, her eyes glimmering with an unacknowledged tenderness. The following day, Yi Li's sudden recovery attracted the attention of the research facility, leading her to be taken to the laboratory. After a series of tests, the results were astonishing. In just one day, Yi Li had undergone a second mutation. This explained her rapid healing from severe injuries and the overwhelming hunger she experienced, a byproduct of the mutation process. However, the reason for her sudden and unanticipated second mutation remained elusive, ultimately attributed to a stress response. From the results of the tests conducted, it appeared that aside from the accelerated healing, her abilities had not undergone any other mutations, leaving her still a rather useless asset. Yi Li reacted with indifference to these findings. While she outwardly maintained an air of lethargy, internally she recognized that her time at the research facility was limited. Those deemed without value would inevitably be discarded. In the days that followed, Yi Li did not encounter Zhao Lei again. Inquiries made to the new guards hinted, though not explicitly, that he had perished. Yet Yi Li felt a lingering strangeness, particularly regarding Zhao Lei's final words to her, which seemed laden with unspoken meaning. 3 days later, Qiao Bei finally returned. He appeared considerably thinner, as though he had endured much due to the second mutation. Duo was overjoyed to see her brother. Clinging to his arm for the better part of the day, as if she were a piece of chewing gum, refusing to let go. Relieved to be free from childcare duties, Yi Li welcomed the respite. However, come nighttime, when the lights were extinguished, Duo climbed into her bed, insisting on sleeping with her sister. No amount of coercion or threats swayed Duo, who seemed to understand that Yi Li was merely a paper tiger. Frustrated and speechless, Yi Li turned her back in silent protest. Watching the two girls bicker, Qiao Bei found amusement yet felt a pang of sympathy. Duo was timid and sensitive. If she did not genuinely care for someone, she would not be so close. As the night deepened and Qiao Bei began to drift into slumber, he suddenly felt a gentle tapping on his shoulder. As he groggily opened his eyes, he beheld Yi Li crouched at the foot of his bed, her obsidian eyes fixed intently upon him, shimmering with celestial sparks. Her delicate lips curled into a subtle smile, and her voice, icy and haunting, resonated like a siren's call in the depths of night. Hey, would you care to join me in a daring escape? The second predicament, Special Infected 17. Hey, do you want to join me in escaping from prison? In order to prevent eavesdropping, Yi Li spoke in a hushed tone. However, to Qiao Bei, her words thundered like a clap of lightning, jolting him awake from his slumber, the drowsiness evaporating in an instant. What did you say? He asked cautiously, almost doubting his own hearing. Yi Li slowly rose to her feet, speaking deliberately. I said, do you wish to escape this research facility with me? As her words resonated, Qiao Bei's heart raced violently. A warmth flickered in his gaze. Do you have a way to get out? Of course, there's a way. You simply need to tell me whether you will join me. Yet, Qiao Bei did not allow himself to be swept away by her sudden proposition. He gently inquired, but what happens after we escape the research facility? Where do we go? Naturally, we shall find a way to escape the base and reach the place of exile. Yi Li replied matter-of-factly. Qiao Bei furrowed his brow. But the exile is fraught with dangers, filled with strange creatures and perilous threats. Then it depends on whether you choose to pursue freedom amidst danger or to live a life devoid of dignity. A trace of mockery danced on Yi Li's lips. Besides, it is not as if this sealed cell is particularly safe. 2 incidents involving strange creatures attacking occurred within a month, which is ample proof. Let me think about it. Qiao Bei remained hesitant. Take your time. Yili was not surprised by his reaction, but she issued a stern warning. However, I must make this clear. Once you agree, there will be no turning back. I will not allow you to withdraw halfway. At least, not while you are still alive. The unmasked chill in her dark eyes sent shivers down Xiao Bei's spine, filling him with dread. Nevertheless, he was undeniably intrigued. No one wished to remain in this bleak, sunless place, devoid of freedom and hope. However, the consequences of escaping oversight were severe. Capture could result in losing their current privileges or even facing execution. After much contemplation, the allure of freedom ultimately prevailed. He gritted his teeth and met Yili's gaze decisively. All right, I will join you. But I have one condition. We must take duo with us. Certainly, Yili readily agreed, having never excluded the child from her plans. Now, can you share your plan? Kia by urgit impatiently. A plan, you say? Yili beamed, her mischievous eyes sparkling. Are we not discussing it right now? Xiao Bei felt a sense of being led astray. Is it too late for me to withdraw? Yet Yili did not afford him the opportunity to reconsider. As she settled cross-legged on his bed and beckoned, "Come, let us discuss the plan without delay." From her current understanding, although the underground cell was devoid of guard presence, the security measures were incredibly robust. The cell door could not be forcibly opened, and the only exit to the surface was a single elevator, monitored 24 hours a day. Escaping directly from the underground cell was utterly impossible. Thus, they needed to find a flaw in the above-ground laboratory. However, Yili could only enter the building during experimental procedures, and each time she ascended, she was required to wear a hood until she reached the operating table, preventing her from observing the layout of the laboratory. This was precisely why Yili insisted on enlisting Xiao Bei as help. Only he could freely enter and exit the laboratory, gathering vital information regarding its conditions. Xiao Bei, not wishing to withhold information, promptly shared everything he knew. The laboratory comprised 12 floors, constructed in a completely sealed manner. The top floor was also enclosed, with movement between floors reliant on 2 elevators. The main exit was on the first floor, with both front and back doors guarded by armed personnel on a 24-hour rotation. Everyone entering or exiting the building required an identification card for access. Although Xiao Bei possessed a temporary identification card, it was only valid within the building. Even if they somehow obtained an identification card, it would be impossible to pass through the scrutiny with a child in tow. Deceit was not feasible, and the forcible breach was even less likely. The security office was located on the first floor. If anyone attempted to force entry, alarms would be triggered, prompting immediate arrival of the security team. With their unarmed state and diminished abilities, they stood no chance against the fully equipped guards. It would be tantamount to seeking death. I cannot conceive of a way to escape. After analyzing their current predicament, Xiao Bei frowned, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. To him, their chances of escape seemed utterly hopeless. Not necessarily, Yili replied, an enigmatic smile gracing her lips. While it may be difficult for the living to escape, the dead may not share the same fate. In the second dire predicament, special infected individuals, 18, what does it mean? Qui by blinked in confusion, utterly perplexed. It is quite literally what it states. Yili leaned back against the wall, nonchalantly replying, "Let me ask you, how are the experimental subjects that die in the laboratory typically handled?" They are incinerated alongside the experimental waste and garbage at an outside incineration facility, as Xiao Bei spoke. A sudden realization dawned upon him, his eyes widening in shock. "Wait, you're not suggesting we disguise ourselves as corpses and sneak out in a garbage truck, are you?" Yili nodded, periodicity. This way, passing through all the checkpoints will pose no issue. Xiao Bei immediately countered, but every time the experimental waste is transported out, it is subject to inspection by designated personnel. Even if you disguise yourself as a corpse, it wouldn't be that easy to deceive them. Do not fret. I have my methods, Yili shrugged, appearing entirely unconcerned. The real question is, can you take charge of transporting the experimental waste to the loading area? She would naturally take on the role of the corpse, and with her petite stature, they could devise a way to conceal her in the bins of experimental refuse. However, for their plan to succeed, Xiao Bei must be the one to transport the waste. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. That should not be an issue, Xiao Bei affirmed. There's typically an excess of waste in a laboratory that needs transporting, and I often assist in taking it downstairs for loading. Before the apocalypse, he was merely an intern medical student without any clinical experience, so his contributions in the lab were limited to assisting and performing emergency first aid with his abilities. He was akin to a brick, moved wherever needed, and he had tackled a variety of tasks in the lab. Yet, despite this, Xiao Bei still harbored concerns. But each time we transport waste out, we must clock in and register. If we're gone for too long, it will attract the guard attention. That is precisely what you need to focus on next, Yili stated. You must ascertain the precise shift change times of the guards and the daily schedule for the garbage truck leaving the research facility. Only by understanding these timings can we draft a relatively meticulous escape plan. Additionally, as a precaution, you need to procure some adrenaline and sedatives. The adrenaline is for me. I have never been administered any anesthetics during surgeries to ensure accurate data, enduring the procedures entirely awake. Thus, during the operations, my body initiates self-protection mechanisms and slips into a state of unconsciousness due to the pain. At that time, adrenaline will be necessary to awaken me. The sedative is for Duo. Being an innocent child, she may not cooperate. To avoid any unforeseen incidents during our escape, it would be wiser to keep her in a deep slumber. Peace. The usage of these medications is purely fictional. Please do not take it literally. Thank you. My next surgery is scheduled for 3 days from now, so you have only 3 days to prepare all of this. As Xiao Bei noted her requests, he pondered how to accomplish them. I'll do my best, he said, his voice tinged with anxiety. Merely contemplating the task made him feel uneasy. Not just your best. It is imperative that you succeed. Yili straightened her back, her expression shifting to a rare seriousness. This opportunity is singular. If we miss it, our pact is nullified. She patted Xiao Bei's shoulder in encouragement. So let's get to work. In the ensuing days, Xiao Bei seized every opportunity to transport waste downstairs, keenly observing the guard's shift changes while familiarizing himself with them. Late at night, he would quietly report his findings to Yili. Based on this information, she continually refined their escape plan. The guards operated on an 8-hour rotating schedule, with shift changes occurring at 11 in the morning, 7 in the evening, and around 3 in the early morning. The garbage truck parked in the backyard would depart between 7:30 and 8 in the evening, laden with experimental refuse, heading directly to an incineration facility 50 kilometers away. Consequently, Yili determined that their escape would take place at 6:30 in the evening. They needed to ensure that the waste was transported out just before the guard's shift change, so that the incoming guards would not immediately notice Xiao Bei as prolonged absence. In addition to timing, Yili meticulously arranged each step of their plan, preparing contingencies for potential unforeseen circumstances. Everything proceeded methodically, and 3 days swiftly passed. On the final night, after lights out, Xiao Bei, the main operative in their plan, tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, rehearsing the escape strategy in his mind, feeling both anxious and anticipatory for the arrival of tomorrow. Sister, he finally couldn't help but call out to Yili across the room, lowering his voice to ask, "If we really make it out, what do you plan to do first?" Yili, with her hands behind her head, appeared relaxed. "What kind of question is that?" "Naturally, I'll find a way to have a good meal. The outside world is fraught with danger. Who knows when we might meet our end? We must indulge while we can." Xiao Bei was rendered speechless, but found her reasoning compelling. For them, the prospect of a satisfying meal had become an exceedingly extravagant desire. "And you? Is there anything you wish to do?" Yili countered it. "I'm unsure what I want to do," Xiao Bei mused. "Perhaps I'll indulge in a feast as well." Yili chuckled lightly. "Can't you have any aspirations of your own?" "No, I'll just follow your lead," Xiao Bei replied, shaking his head with a shy smile. He had never been particularly decisive, comfortable with the status quo. After the apocalypse, as his family perished one by one, he found himself utterly alone. If not for encountering Duo and Yili, he might never have considered fleeing the research facility. They had given him courage and hope. "Really? You'll do everything I say?" Yili raised an eyebrow. "Yes," Xiao Bei nodded emphatically. "I'll follow your lead." He was uncertain why. Despite their similar ages, she exuded an inexplicable aura that commanded respect and trust. It seemed that as long as she was present, there was no need to worry about any perilous circumstances. Yili smiled, her tone suddenly shifting. Then you'd better go to sleep right now. If you keep making noise, I won't hesitate to assist you in that regard. With that, she made a mock gesture of slicing with her hand, her intent clear. Qiao Bei. Knowing she meant what she said, Qiao Bei promptly fell silent, turned to face the wall, and obediently closed his eyes. After a moment of silence, he couldn't resist asking softly, "Sister, we will definitely succeed, right?" The response was a succinct yet unequivocal affirmation. "We will." The second deadly predicament. Special infected individuals, 19, at the crack of dawn the following day, before the lights in the cell flickered to life. Yili arose and entered the washroom, initiating the ritual of pouring cold water into her stomach. The chill of October had settled in, and the water was frigid, sharp enough to send shivers coursing through her being with each gulp. Yet, she continued to drink, determined to fill herself with the icy liquid. After this endeavor, the reward was swift. Her stomach began to gurgle and churn violently, leading to a series of urgent evacuations. When the laboratory personnel arrived at the cell, they were met with the sight of the surgical subject, her complexion pale and lifeless, sprawled on the bed like a fish out of water, prompting immediate concern. Clutching her distended abdomen, Yili feebly suggested postponing the surgery. The team agreed without hesitation, as no one desired the chaos of an uncontrollable evacuation during the procedure. Such a scenario was too grim to contemplate. Thus, the experiment originally scheduled for the morning was successfully deferred until the afternoon. However, no sooner had the laboratory staff departed than a new group of inspectors clad in protective gear entered, bringing with them an array of instruments. It just so happened to be the day designated for blood tests. One by one, the anomalous individuals lined up for testing, and even the exhausted Yili was unable to evade the process, having a large vial of her blood drawn. After the testing, Qiao Bei prepared to escort Duo out. Earlier, he had leveraged Yi Li's surgery as a reason to obtain permission from the laboratory to take Duo with him for the day, as she had no one to look after her. Yet, upon learning that her sister was to undergo surgery, Duo was reluctant to leave. With teary eyes, she lingered by Yi Li's bedside, her small face etched with worry. "What's wrong? Are you concerned for me?" Yi Li teased, smiling. "Then give me a smile, and it will make me feel better." However, Duo, aware of Yi Li's playful jibe, pouted in displeasure. Her sulky expression resembled a puffer fish ready to burst, prompting Yi Li to reach out and gently poke her tender cheek. "All right, Duo, we must be on our way," Qiao Bei urged. "Your sister still feels unwell. Let her rest for a bit." Duo glanced between her brother and sister, still hesitant to part. Yi Li affectionately ruffled her hair. "Be good. Go with your brother. We'll see each other tonight." Only then did Duo obediently nod, clutching her towel-wrapped teddy bear and taking her brother's hand. Just before exiting, she suddenly turned and tugged at the corner of Yi Li's mouth, offering a quirky, gap-toothed smile that radiated innocence and charm, eliciting a laugh from Yi Li. As the door to the cell slammed shut, Yi Li closed her eyes, preparing to conserve her strength for the impending surgery. Time slipped away swiftly. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Yi Li found herself once more on the operating table, bound at her limbs and with a bite block secured in her mouth. She lay like a lamb awaiting slaughter, bracing for the impending ordeal. Given the significant risks associated with this abdominal surgery, Qiao Bei was stationed nearby, ready for any eventualities. At approximately 4:50, the surgery commenced, with fully equipped personnel bustling around Yi Li. As the razor-sharp scalpel sliced through her soft abdomen, Qiao Bei watched in horror as the woman, usually so composed, contorted in agony, her features twisted in pain. The piercing cries emanating from her throat pierced his ears like daggers, igniting a tumult of emotions within him, rendering him nearly incapable of bearing witness to her suffering. Yet, the others surrounding her appeared utterly indifferent to her torment, treating her as merely a subject for experimentation rather than a living being. Even as she succumbed to unconsciousness, teetering on the brink of death, they forbade him from intervening, prioritizing the collection of precise data over her well-being. In that moment, a wave of helplessness and fury surged within Qiao Bei. He lowered his gaze, fists clenched, the initial anxiety dissipating, replaced by a resolute determination. He would ensure their escape from this hellish nightmare. The surgical procedure dragged on for nearly an hour. Apart from her heart, every organ in Yi Li's abdomen had been manipulated, culminating in the excision of a portion of her liver. Xiao Bei chose to remain behind to assist in cleaning up the surgical instruments and discreetly conceal the scalpel in the process. Once all personnel had exited, he altered the records, marking Yi Li's status as deceased. At this moment, she remained in a state of unconsciousness. Xiao Bei carefully placed her into a body bag, transporting her on a gurney to an adjacent vacant laboratory. He then swiftly returned to the break room, retrieving the already sedated duo, who was deep in slumber, and concealed her within a small garbage bin, ensuring her airway remained unobstructed while covering her with experimental refuse. The compact size of the bin made it impractical for an adult to hide within, and it was unlikely anyone would scrutinize it closely. Moreover, the dosage of sedative administered to duo would ensure she remained asleep for at least 5 hours, minimizing the risk of discovery. After securing duo, Xiao Bei wheeled the 2 small garbage bins back to the laboratory where Yi Li lay. The time was now 6:20, leaving merely 10 minutes until their planned escape. Following the strategy, Xiao Bei injected Yi Li with adrenaline, forcibly rousing her from her stupor. In no time, Yi Li's eyes fluttered open. The first sensation to wash over her was a violent palpitating of her heart, racing as though it might burst, leaving her dizzy and on the verge of retching. Gritting her teeth, she endured, her crimson eyes reflecting a cold, sharp intensity that sent a shiver down Xiao Bei's spine, filling him with apprehension. "How are you holding up?" "Cease," he inquired, concern etched across his face. After a brief moment, as the suffocating pain began to subside, she replied, "I'm managing." She lifted her garment to inspect her abdomen, astonished to find that the gaping wound was nearing closure, although the internal agony persisted. Yi Li furrowed her brow. Her condition hardly resembled that of a corpse. "What the scalpel I asked you to bring?" she inquired sharply, directing her gaze at Xiao Bei. "Here it is," he responded hastily, producing the scalpel swathed in gauze. "Listen closely. I need you to use that knife to reopen my abdomen." Yi Li's tone was unnervingly calm, as though she were discussing the dissection of another rather than herself. Xiao Bei's expression morphed into one of sheer terror. "Why? We need to create a convincing facade of death to escape. I must appear lifeless first." Yi Li explained, "You'll cut me open, and once we're through the back door, you can use your abilities to heal me. Rest assured, my powers will staunch the bleeding. I want to perish." Understanding her logic, Xiao Bei still grappled with anxiety, his hand trembling as he gripped the knife. "But I have no experience. I'm afraid I might fail." "I'm not afraid. Why should you be?" Yi Li countered, cutting off his hesitation. "Now lie down and get on with it. There's no time to waste." The second dire predicament. Special infected, 20. Seeing the situation, Xiao Bei could only brace himself and proceed. He took several deep breaths to steady his nerves before he picked up the scalpel and made the incision. Fortunately, due to his diligent practice during school, often using his second brother's skin to hone his skills, his hand was relatively steady. As a sharp blade descended, the wound on Yi Li's abdomen, which had been close to healing, opened up once more, gaping and bleeding profusely. Through the tear, her internal organs were faintly visible. The pain caused Yi Li to break out in a cold sweat, yet she gritted her teeth and remained silent. The crimson blood flowed abundantly, soaking her clothes, and the pungent metallic scent filled the air, sending a shiver down Xiao Bei's spine. "All right, sister." Yi Li inhaled sharply, taking a moment to gather herself. She then raised her hand to smear some of her blood across her face, deliberately making herself appear more disheveled, before tremblingly uttering, "Hand me the scalpel. Let us prepare for action." The excessive blood loss was causing her body temperature to plummet, rendering her a mere shadow of a corpse, making the timing perfect. Xiao Bei quickly wrapped the scalpel in gauze and handed it to her. With a nod of affirmation from her, he zipped up the body bag and secured it with the straps from the cart. The digital clock on the wall now read 6:40. Xiao Bei dared not delay further. He hurriedly washed the blood off his hands, stuffed 2 small trash bins into the lower compartment of the cart, and immediately pushed the cart out of the laboratory, heading towards the stairwell. They were on the 6th floor, and, at this hour, many people were moving up and down the stairs. He needed to position himself early. He steadied the cart as best as he could to avoid jostling the injured occupant inside. Along the way, he encountered several people, his heart racing like a rabbit trapped in his chest. Fortunately, no one seemed to notice him. Today seemed to be fortuitous. The elevator, which usually took ages to arrive, appeared within minutes. As the elevator doors opened to reveal an empty interior, Xiao Bei hastily pushed the cart inside. Just as he prepared to swipe his car to descend, a voice suddenly called out from outside, "Wait." A man rushed towards the elevator, dragging a large trash bin behind him. It was evident he was also transporting waste down to the lower levels. Xiao Bei's heart leapt to his throat. He instinctively tightened his grip on the cart, panic flashing in his eyes. Yet, to avoid suspicion, he refrained from swiping his card to close the elevator doors. The newcomer quickly entered with his trash bin, thanking Xiao Bei as he did so. Xiao Bei merely smiled in return and activated the elevator. This man was a newcomer whom Xiao Bei had little interaction with. He merely knew him as Lin Jie, a fellow laborer in the lab. Lin Jie was quite sociable, and, seeing Xiao Bei also transporting waste, struck up a casual conversation. Internally, Xiao Bei was a bundle of nerves, but he maintained a calm facade, responding patiently. The elevator soon descended to the 1st floor. With a chime, the doors slowly opened to reveal a throng of individuals awaiting entry. Xiao Bei allowed Lin Jie to exit first, following him out while cautiously maneuvering the cart. The 1st floor lobby was bustling, and armed guards were conspicuously present. Xiao Bei lowered his head, feigning composure as he made his way towards the back door, his legs trembling slightly with each step. The short distance felt interminable. Time had already passed 6:55, and 4 guards wielding weapons stood at the back exit, casting their gazes upon Xiao Bei and Lin Jie as they approached. Xiao Bei's nerves tightened, and he swallowed hard. Lin Jie had already lifted the lid of the trash bin for the guards to inspect. Xiao Bei took a steadying breath and unzipped the body bag. One tall guard stepped forward, lifting the bag to glance inside, only to grimace and exclaim, "Damn, you lot upstairs are really careless. At least stitch the body up. The intestines are about to fall out." Another guard with a scruffy beard leaned in for a look, unfazed, commenting, "What does it matter? The dead are dead. Why bother? They'll all end up in the incinerator anyway. Sewn or not, it's all the same. That's disgusting. I still have to eat later. It's turning my stomach. If you can't stomach it, I wouldn't mind helping you out. Get lost. You wish." As the guards exchange banter, Xiao Bei seized the opportunity to zip up the body bag, swipe his identity card, and push the cart out the back door. Outside, the sky had darkened, and a chill evening breeze swept through, causing Xiao Bei to shiver and sneeze, finally realizing he was drenched in cold sweat. He glanced back to see the guards changing shifts inside. The courtyard was spacious, primarily meant for parking. Aside from a garbage truck, 3 armed vehicles were parked nearby. There were no guards in the yard, but the towering walls were equipped with electric fences, not allowing even a fly to escape. The two made their way to the garbage truck, where the loading ramp had already been lowered, and they simply needed to push the trash onto the vehicle. At that moment, Xiao Bei, who had been unusually quiet, suddenly called out to Lin Jie for assistance with the cart. Lin Jie readily obliged, moving his trash bin aside to help. With minimal effort, they managed to push the cart onto the truck bed. The cargo area was already filled with numerous trash bins. Alongside 6 or 7 corpses piled up, Xiao Bei first lifted 2 small bins off the truck, then grasped a corner of the body bag, saying to Lin Jie, "Help me lift this down." "All right," Lin Jie responded, reaching for the other end. However, as he grabbed the bag, he suddenly yelped in pain, retracting his hand. He had inadvertently pricked himself on something, and a small cut appeared on his palm, bleeding profusely. "What happened?" Xiao Bei asked with concern. "I don't know what pricked my hand," Lin Jie replied, shaking off the blood. "It should be fine. The cut isn't deep." Xiao Bei, however, wore a worried expression. What if it was a needle? Who knows what was injected before? Lin Jie's face paled at the thought. "What do we do now? Why don't you take the cart back and disinfect your wound?" "I can handle things here," Xiao Bei suggested promptly. "Okay," Lin Jie agreed without hesitation. I'll head back. As Lin Jie walked away with the cart, Xiao Bei crouched down and unzipped the body bag. Inside lay a bloodied figure, motionless, with no discernible rise and fall of breath. Xiao Bei's heart raced, and he whispered urgently, "Sister." The second deadlock. Special infected, 21. A sudden pang gripped Xiao Bei's heart as he called out softly, "Sister." Yet, the others seemed oblivious, offering no response. Panic enveloped him, tightening around his heart like a vice, making it difficult to breathe. Tears welled in his clear eyes, blurring his vision. "Sister." His voice trembled as he called again, lacking the courage even to check for her breath. "Stop calling my soul, and hurry to treat me." With a weak voice, Yili struggled to open her eyes, feeling utterly exhausted. The moment Xiao Bei had lifted her from the vehicle had jolted her wound, nearly costing her the remainder of her life, plunging her into a brief unconsciousness. "Oh good." Xiao Bei finally reacted, hastily placing his hands gently on her abdomen. Yili felt a warm current flowing softly over her wound, accompanied by a slight tingling sensation as the flesh around the injury began to pulse and grow. Soon, the gaping wound on her belly healed at a visible pace, leaving no trace of its former injury. However, Xiao Bei's complexion grew pale, evidently drained from exertion. "That's enough." Yili interrupted the treatment, propping herself up. The absence of her liver could not be remedied in a short time. As long as her abdomen remained intact, she would be all right. Xiao Bei, disregarding his own need to catch his breath, rummaged through one of the small trash bins and pulled out a package. Inside were clean clothes, some food, and water, all prepared in advance by Yili. "Sister, please change into these clothes first. I'll go outside to keep watch and drag up another trash bin," he said, extending the package toward her. "No rus." Yili countered, completely unconcerned about her disheveled appearance. She opened the package, stuffing her mouth with a piece of sponge cake, mumbling, "First, tell me about the situation in the yard." Meanwhile, on the 11th floor of the experimental building, in a testing room, Dr. Shui held a blood test report. While Hua Jinyang analyzed, from the test data, "Your condition is increasingly dire. Even with the vaccine suppression, the mutation levels continue to rise." At that moment, they were alone in the room, as all others had been dismissed. Dr. Shui spoke candidly. "You need to prepare yourself. At this rate, an outbreak could occur at any moment. Moreover, due to the excessive intervention of a vaccine, the likelihood of your mutation failing is significantly higher than that of an ordinary person. If you fail, it could even lead to a direct transformation into a monster." Hua Jinyang furrowed his brow, his austere expression revealing little emotion. He asked calmly, "Is there any progress in developing the new vaccine?" "Not yet," Dr. Shui replied, shaking his head, a hint of nostalgia and regret crossing his face. If Dr. Chow were still here, perhaps there would be a solution. His expertise and insight surpassed mine. It's a pity. He could have been humanity's hope. "Do not mention that name to me again." Hua Jinyang abruptly interrupted, his voice icy, a surge of fierce animosity flickering in his eyes. "That fanatic is no savior. He would drag us all into hell. Admit it, without him, you are nothing." He was right. Stop this futile resistance. Surrender to your inner self. Indulge in your desires. Do not suppress it, do not hide it. Unleash all your anger and dissatisfaction. The chaotic voices echoed in his mind, and Hua Jinyang felt a splitting headache as every nerve endured torment. A violent, bloodthirsty emotion began to swell within him, inciting an uncontrollable urge to kill. He pinched the bridge of his nose, forcing himself to remain lucid, and turned to Dr. Shui. "First, give me the vaccine." All right. Dr. Shui, clearly startled by his reaction, hurriedly turned to retrieve a syringe from the temperature-controlled cabinet. However, unbeknownst to Dr. Shui, at that moment, a torrent of crimson blood suddenly gushed from Hua Jinyang's nostrils, and the clarity in his eyes swiftly became clouded with a thick, bloody hue. The peculiar protrusions at his temples hinted at something dark and hard attempting to break through from beneath his skin, while strange, ghastly blue-black veins emerged on his once pale cheeks, pulsating and intertwining beneath the surface like a web spreading down his neck. This was the onset of his transformation into a monster, an indescribable, Overwhelming hunger surged from deep within him, and Hu Jingyang's blood-red eyes fixated on the middle-aged man before him, the seductive whispers echoing in his mind. Eat him. Quickly eat him. Tear open his flesh, drink his blood, devour him. Hu Jingyang seemed entranced, slowly rising to his feet, advancing step by step toward his prey. Suddenly, the sound of commotion startled Dr. Shui as he prepared the vaccine. He turned swiftly to see Hu Jingyang, who had been seated, now standing by the blood sample cabinet. Facing away, Dr. Shui could not discern his actions, but he noticed the ground scattered with numerous empty blood collection tubes. Realization struck Dr. Shui, and his nerves tightened as cold sweat broke out on his back. "See, Commander. Are you all right?" he stammered, instinctively moving toward the door. "Mifine." Hu Jingyang slowly turned to face him, his voice low and gravelly. "I feel great, better than ever." At this moment, he had entirely shed the signs of transformation, resembling a human once more, his face suffused with satisfaction. A devastating exhilaration burned brightly in his darkened eyes, infused with a potent bloodthirst. "It seems I've found the true savior." He raised a hand to wipe away the crimson remnants at the corner of his mouth, revealing sharp, gleaming tiger-like fangs that curled upwards from his slightly parted lips. Akin to a bloodthirsty beast lurking in the shadows, stealthily revealing its lethal fangs to its unsuspecting prey. The second predicament, Special Infected 22, as the night deepened. A few dim stars faintly adorned the pitch-black sky, exuding a sense of tranquility tinged with solitude. Around 7:30 p.m., a large truck laden with a cargo of refuse slowly exited the heavily guarded research institute, making its way towards the incineration plant situated 50 kilometers away. At that moment, in an office on the 12th floor of the research institute, Hu Jingyang sat leisurely in a chair, awaiting the results of his latest blood tests. The furrowed brow that had been a constant presence on his face was now completely relaxed, replaced by a look of contentment. It had been a long time since he felt so at ease. Ever since the onset of the mutation symptoms, it felt as though a relentless drill was incessantly piercing through his mind, causing excruciating pain and turmoil, making him wish he could simply end his own suffering. He had to constantly strive to remain lucid, forcing himself to stay calm to avoid succumbing to the sinister whispers echoing in his mind. Just a short while ago, he had nearly lost control completely, on the brink of transforming into a monster. Fortunately, in that critical moment, his reason prevailed. Instead of attacking Dr. Shui, he had rushed towards the blood sample cabinet. To his surprise, this twist of fate had brought him great fortune. The flickering spark of hope danced in the depths of Hu Jingyang's dark eyes, and he could not suppress the smile that crept onto his lips, his well-defined fingers tightening with excitement. His regained sanity was undoubtedly linked to the blood he had consumed. If he could locate the owner of that blood and confirm its efficacy in suppressing the mutation, he would undoubtedly emerge as the savior capable of averting this impending cataclysm. To possess control over him would equate to holding the very hope of humanity in one's hands. Who could possibly stand against him then? Just the thought was exhilarating. The wait was brief, as Dr. Shui hurriedly pushed the door open and entered. "General, the results are in." He held a stack of test reports, his expression brimming with excitement. "All your mutation values have plummeted to their lowest. They are nearly within the range of a normal person. Thus, you should not exhibit any mutation reactions in the near future. This is nothing short of a miracle." Hu Jingyang was not surprised by the outcome. He was all too aware of the transformation occurring within his body. "Have you located the owners of those blood samples?" he inquired, shifting to the question that occupied his thoughts most. "Rest assured, each test tube is marked with a corresponding number. I have already sent Gao Wen personally to collect blood samples again," Dr. Shui replied, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose, his face barely concealing his excitement. "I am confident that we will succeed in developing the new vaccine and humanity will be saved." Hu Jingyang remained non-committal, stressing, "This matter must not be publicized. It must remain highly confidential." "Of course, General. You can count on me," Dr. Shui assured him, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Just then, Gao Wen rushed in, her usually composed face now etched with gravity. "General, Several anomalies have escaped from the facility. Oh, Hu Jingyang raised an eyebrow, taken aback. Who are they? It was the first time he had heard of anyone successfully fleeing the heavily fortified research institute, and now it was several individuals. Gowan replied, "It's Jiang Wanzhou, the individual you assigned to the cell, along with her roommate Xiao Bei and a child." Hu Jingyang paused to recall who they were before quickly asking, "Did their blood samples also include those three?" "Yes, they were among them," Gao admitted, her face reflecting her shame. After all, their escape had occurred under her supervision, marking a grave oversight on her part. Upon hearing this, Hu Jingyang's gaze turned icy. He abruptly stood up from his chair, urgently pressing, "How did they escape? Do you know their whereabouts?" "I reviewed the surveillance footage. They likely hid in the garbage truck to exit the institute," Gao explained hastily. "We have contacted the truck driver, instructing him to continue without raising alarm. We are preparing to pursue them. Go now." Hu Jingyang's dark eyes churned with impatience. "You must bring them all back, alive." "Yes." Gao immediately took her leave. Soon, 3 armed trucks sped out of the research institute's gates, racing towards the incineration plant in the northwest direction. Approximately 20 minutes later, the armed vehicles intercepted the garbage truck on a road passing through a slum area. The bright headlights illuminated the night as a group of armed elite guards disembarked, surrounding the garbage truck. With a signal from Gao, the trained guards swiftly opened the truck's compartment to search inside. However, it wasn't long before a guard emerged, reporting, "Captain Gao, we found no targets inside the truck." "None?" Gao frowned instantly. "Did you search thoroughly?" "All the clues pointed to this garbage truck. How could there be no one?" "Indeed, there were no targets found. We examined several corpses and confirmed they are not them," the guard continued. "However, there are words painted on the truck's wall." Before he could finish, Gao quickly approached to inspect. The truck's compartment was lit by a lamp, casting a dim yellow light across the space. On the lower right side of the truck's wall, 4 large words were inscribed in blood: "Waste not worthy." Beside it, a grotesque smiley face was drawn, seemingly mocking everyone with a wide grin. "The second predicament, Special Infected 23. These words were originally obscured behind a garbage bin, and it was only after we moved the bin aside that we discovered them." The guard stepped forward to explain. At this moment, Gao Wen's face was ashen. Undoubtedly, this line was left for her by that woman. Having previously regarded her as worthless, the woman had deliberately chosen this act to mock and humiliate her. It was utterly despicable. "Have you interrogated the driver?" she inquired of the guard beside her. "We did. He claimed to know nothing about what transpired in the cargo hold." The guard replied, "We examined the vehicle's dash cam. He did not stop at all during the journey from the research facility, and the cargo door remained locked from the outside. This effectively rules out any possibility of collusion." Upon hearing this, Gao furrowed her brow, lost in thought. The truck had not halted throughout the journey, and the cargo door was locked from the outside. How could the individuals have simply vanished? Yet it was evident that the 3 had been on this truck. Otherwise, those words would not have been left behind. Wait. The words. A sudden flash of insight struck Gao. These words were intended for her. That woman had anticipated their pursuit. Thus it was impossible for her to have boarded the truck willingly. Could it be that she remained hidden within the research facility, unable to escape? Impossible. Gao quickly dismissed her own speculation. That woman had gone to great lengths to reach the backyard. She would not have squandered such a golden opportunity. If she hadn't hidden in this truck, how could she have possibly fled the facility? Suddenly, a thought sliced through the murky chaos of her mind like a bolt of lightning. Gao realized something and urgently called to those around her. "Everyone, immediately inspect the 3 trucks we arrived in." Upon hearing her command, the guards sprang into action. Soon, someone discovered something unusual and came to report. "Captain, we found something beneath the last truck. Take me to see." Gao promptly followed the guard to the last truck, accepted the flashlight handed to her, and crouched down to investigate. Sure enough, she observed evident traces of dust and several fabric strips entangled on the steel frame beneath the truck. It was clear that someone had recently hidden there. All their attention had been focused on the garbage truck ahead, and no one had noticed that someone had secretly slipped away here. A surge of indignation boiled within Gao, her eyes cold and her expression shrouded in frost. She stood up abruptly, gritting her teeth and commanding, "Everyone, immediately disperse and search the surroundings. They cannot have escaped far. We must capture them. As night deepened, a hazy crescent moon slowly ascended into the sky. Amidst the low, dense shanties, two tall, slender figures stealthily navigated the narrow pathways, one of whom cradled something in their arms. It was none other than Yi Li and her companions, who had successfully escaped. At this moment, they could faintly hear the clamor from the nearby highway. "Sister, let me carry Duo," Xiao Bei whispered as they turned into a secluded alley. Throughout their journey, Yi Li had been carrying Duo, binding the child to her front with her clothing. She had held on to her all the way, including when they had hidden beneath the truck. Fatigue must have set in by now. "All right," Yi Li acquiesced, halting her steps to allow Xiao Bei to help her untie the clothing, then transferring the sleeping Duo onto his back, securing her once more with the fabric. Stretching her sore, numb arms, Yi Li glanced around before swiftly vaulting over a low wall into a yard, where she stealthily snatched two coarse cloth coats hanging from the eaves, then casually took a small bag of sweet potatoes left in the corner. Xiao Bei watched, astonished by her deftness. On this chilly autumn night, dressed only in thin cotton garments, they could not help but shiver in the brisk wind. Yi Li donned one coat and draped the other over Xiao Bei's back, covering Duo to shield her from the cold, before leading the way forward. Xiao Bei adjusted the child on his back and hurried to keep pace with her, asking, "Sister, where are we heading now?" Yi Li replied, "They won't catch up to us anytime soon. We need to find a hidden spot to rest for the night." This area was a slum with a complex terrain, densely packed homes, and numerous alleys, making it ideal for concealing their whereabouts. If the pursuers wished to find them, it would require considerable effort. Having successfully escaped had already instilled great faith in Yi Li within Xiao Bei, who now followed her instructions without question, his gaze filled with admiration. He pondered for a moment before, unable to restrain his curiosity. "Sister, how did you know they would come after us? Was it really that difficult to guess?" Yi Li shrugged, casually responding, "Isn't it common sense? When special individuals escape, the research facility will undoubtedly send someone to pursue them. So, when I realized there were armed trucks still parked in the backyard, I decided to change vehicles to catch them off guard. However, it surprised me that such minor characters would warrant Gao Wen's personal involvement. I intended for that message to be passed along, but I never expected her to receive it directly. I can only imagine how her expression must have been in that moment. What pity I couldn't witness it. Yet I did not foresee it," Xiao Bei lamented. "You don't understand. When they surrounded the garbage truck, my mind went blank, and I felt both terrified and relieved. If we had still been hiding in that truck, we would surely have been caught without a chance to escape." As he rambled, Yi Li suddenly halted, turning back to interrupt him with a serious tone. "Then you are mistaken. If anyone were to be caught, it would be you, not me. I'm a clever one here. Even if they hadn't T-switched vehicles, she would have created a distraction to make the driver stop and check, allowing her to escape in time. Enough chit-chat. Let us move. If we get caught and brought back for soup, I certainly want to rescue you." Yi Li urged, continuing forward. "Xiao Bei, I feel like you're insulting me, but I have no evidence." Stung by her merciless sarcasm, Xiao Bei pursed his lips, hastening to catch up. He thought to himself how his sister's words remained sharp and unyielding. Yet, as he observed the woman striding ahead with purpose, a pure smile soon graced his face, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Truly, she was the sister he revered and respected. Ding the little admirer is online. In their second dire predicament, the two companions pressed forward without pause. Along the way, Yi Li busied herself by scaling walls, climbing over doors, soliciting water from one household and borrowing fire from another. Ultimately, she managed to acquire a tattered quilt that she draped over her shoulder. Observing this with wide, gleaming eyes, Xiao Bei internally marveled at her resourcefulness. After traversing the impoverished district, they discovered an abandoned mountain temple nestled halfway up the slope, which they decided to use as their refuge. The temple lacked a door, and the courtyard was overrun with wild grass. Inside, the space lay in disarray, a remnant of the neglect that had befallen places of worship in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Humanity, preoccupied with survival, had long abandoned their faith, leaving the divine abodes to decay. As Yili ventured inside, she nearly stumbled over a muddy effigy that had once borne a benevolent expression, now rendered eerie by the peeling paint in the darkness. Finding a sheltered spot, she tidied up a little, laid the quilt on the ground, and instructed Xiaobei to set down their companion, Duo. She then stepped outside to gather some dry twigs and leaves to kindle a fire. The flickering orange flames danced and licked the air, dispelling the night's chill and soothing their anxious hearts. After allowing the fire to burn for a while to accumulate some ash, Yili carefully buried the 6 small sweet potatoes she had salvaged earlier beneath the coals. Though diminutive, these tubers were a welcome find. Once they were buried, she laid more twigs on top and stoked the fire with additional wood. "You're quite impressive, sister," Xiaobei remarked, crouching beside the fire and rubbing his hands together. "Even roasting sweet potatoes." Yili glanced at him but did not respond, instead reaching into her pocket to retrieve a small handful of rice grains. Having pilfered these from a house earlier, they were inconvenient to carry and difficult to consume, so she had only taken a small amount. She sprinkled some of the grains onto the hot ash, and soon, a chorus of popping sounds erupted as the grains transformed into fluffy popcorn, leaping joyfully onto the ash. Using a long stick, she fashioned 2 makeshift chopsticks for Xiaobei while keeping 2 for herself, deftly picking the popcorn from the ash. She blew gently on her handful to remove the ash before eagerly popping the morsels into her mouth. Xiaobei, witnessing her delight, eagerly mimicked her actions. The popcorn was crisp and delightful, bursting with a hint of sweetness that was utterly satisfying, even if it did not fill them up. "This is my first time having rice this way. It's delicious," Xiaobei exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. Yili, observing his naive enthusiasm, rolled her eyes. "It's good, but slow down. Don't eat it all." Xiaobei chuckled. "I want to save some for Duo when she wakes up. She has never had this before." Yili offered no further protest and scattered the remaining grains onto the fire. Before long, the 2 had consumed all the popcorn. Yili remained by the fire, occasionally checking the sweet potatoes buried beneath the ash to judge their doneness. Given their small size, overcooking them would be a waste. Meanwhile, Xiaobei, propped up with his chin in his hands, struggled to keep his eyes open as he awaited dinner. At last, Yili discerned that the sweet potatoes were sufficiently tender. One by one, she retrieved them from the ashes, wrapping one in a leaf, and, despite the heat, began peeling it. As the charred skin fell away, the vibrant orange flesh emerged, releasing the tantalizing aroma of roasted sweet potatoes that beckoned to them. Without hesitation, they took bites, the soft and fragrant flesh melting in their mouths, truly a feast for them in this moment. They paid no mind to the scorching heat, their hands and faces smeared with soot, yet the taste was irresistible. Perhaps the allure of the roasted sweet potatoes was simply too enticing. For even the previously slumbering Duo awoke, her eyes bleary, still under the calming effects of the sedative. She rubbed her eyes, bewildered by her unfamiliar surroundings. Xiaobei quickly scooped her up, offering her water and patiently peeling sweet potatoes for her to eat. After indulging in 2 sweet potatoes herself, Yili paused, leaving the rest for Xiaobei and Duo. She wiped her dirty hands and mouth, then lay down on her side of the quilt, reminding them, "Make sure to extinguish the fire when you're done." "All right," Xiaobei replied, continuing to feed the child. Once Duo had finished her meal, Xiaobei gently coaxed her back to sleep before extinguishing the fire and settling onto the other side of the quilt. The thin, damp quilt offered little comfort, and the chilly mountain breeze seeped through the cracks in the walls, chilling them further. They relied on the lingering warmth of the embers to stave off the cold. Yet, despite their discomfort and uncertainty about the future, Xiaobei's heart soared with a sense of freedom. The next morning, as dawn broke, Yili suddenly opened her eyes wide, her dark irises clear and alert, completely devoid of the fog of sleep. She quickly rose and stepped outside the temple. From below, the sounds of barking dogs echoed through the dense forest, accompanied by a faint buzzing in the air. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yili frowned and hurried back to wake Xiaobei and Duo. "Get up." They've begun searching the mountains. Instantly awake, Xiaobei felt a surge of adrenaline wash over him, while Duo, bewildered by the strange surroundings, looked around in confusion. Yili crouched down and tied Duo to her back, setting off with urgency. Xiaobei gathered his belongings and followed closely. The trio swiftly exited the main hall and made their way through the dilapidated rear wall of the temple, sprinting up the mountain path. As they ascended, Xiaobei finally grasped the commotion below. "Sister, why are they using dogs? Have they deployed drones to find us?" They were mere insignificant figures. So why the elaborate efforts to capture them? "I don't know," Yili replied, equally perplexed but resolute in her decision to flee. "Where shall we go now?" Xiaobei inquired, parting the branches blocking their path. With no clear plan, he and Duo relied entirely on Yili. After a moment's contemplation, she asked, "Are you familiar with a place called Pinghua in the west of the city?" "I know it," Xiaobei nodded. "There is a centennial ginkgo tree nearby. It used to be a famous scenic spot. I visited a few times with classmates. The view is quite beautiful." "Then that is where we shall go," Yili declared with conviction. "Wait, why there?" Xiaobei questioned, puzzled. Yili's lips curled into a smile, her brilliant black eyes sparkling with an uncontainable excitement. "Of course, to enjoy the scenery." Author's note: I would like to take a moment to address the updates. Since the beginning of this story, I have made it clear in the comments that my updates are slow, so I urge readers to approach with prudence. Those who have read the comments will have noticed my repeated encouragement to accumulate chapters and enjoy them one at a time. As I strive to ensure quality amidst the uncertainty of quantity, there are times when I experience writer's block and lack inspiration. During such moments, I prefer to write slowly rather than hastily produce subpar content. I'm truly grateful for your understanding, and I kindly ask that any dissatisfaction be expressed through comments on the chapters rather than in the comment section, as critical remarks can affect my mood. Because I care, I am sensitive to feedback. Of course, if you wish to leave negative reviews, you are welcome to do so. I simply ask that you refrain from leaving comments. Thank you very much. Moving forward, I will set my update times at noon and 8 in the evening. If there are no updates after these times, you will have to wait until tomorrow. That is all for now. Sending love. The second predicament. Special Infected 25. The trio traversed the rugged mountain path without pause until they had crossed the entire mountain. Yet, the pursuers were relentless. Hot on their heels, Yili carefully surveyed the terrain below. At the foot of the mountain lay a winding road that snaked along the range, while on the opposite side flowed a meandering stream bordered by a dense thicket of reeds. The road is impassable. We must wade through the stream and seek refuge in the reeds across, she decisively concluded. The hunting dogs relied on their acute sense of smell, and the most effective way to evade them in the wild was to enter the water. Once submerged, the previously detectable scent would alter, rendering the dogs directionless and incapable of tracking their prey. After emerging from the water, they could hide within the thick reeds, making it exceedingly difficult for even drones to detect their presence. "All right, I trust your judgment," Xiaobei nodded in complete agreement. The three immediately crossed the road and approached the stream, following its course downstream until they found a relatively calm spot suitable for crossing. "Sister, let me carry Duo across," Xiaobei suggested. Being taller and stronger, with the water reaching his waist, he could transport Duo without her getting wet. Yili promptly placed Duo down, allowing Xiaobei to hoist her onto his shoulders, and together they stepped into the stream. At that moment, the sun had just begun to rise in the east, and the water was frigid, causing both to shiver uncontrollably. The stones beneath the water were smooth and slick from the current, posing a risk of slipping. Yili held a sturdy branch to probe the water and maintain balance while supporting Xiaobei. Each step required utmost caution. Duo, understanding the gravity of the situation, clung tightly to her brother's head, not daring to move an inch. Eventually, they successfully waded across the stream, albeit with some trepidation. Behind them, the sound of barking dogs grew closer as the pursuers reached the foot of the mountain. Ignoring their soaked clothes, the trio quickly crouched and slipped into the dense reeds. In the autumn breeze, the reeds had turned a golden hue, their tops adorned with fluffy plumes that swayed gracefully, scattering feathery blooms across the air. The reeds were tall and thick, making it difficult to spot them as they navigated through. However, the muddy ground beneath was treacherous, each step a struggle as they sank unevenly into the muck. Yili instructed the others to drape their jackets over their heads to protect against the sharp edges of the reeds. After considerable effort, they finally emerged from the thicket, covered in a layer of soft, white reed fluff, resembling 3 walking feather dusters. They continued toward the western part of the city, but soon realized that wherever they went, their presence attracted pursuers, as if the entire base was conducting a thorough search for them. With no choice but to remain hidden, they took convoluted routes, avoiding populated areas. They traversed from dawn until dusk before finally reaching Pinghua Pile. How much further? On a winding slope paved with bricks, Yili, carrying the now-sleeping duo, inquired. After a day of exertion, even the adults were nearing exhaustion. Probably just another 10 minutes, Xiao Bei replied, one hand on his hip and the other pointing ahead as he panted. If we continue up this slope, we'll see the large ginkgo tree. There is also a prominent cathedral nearby. Yili frowned slightly, feeling a bit impatient, but ultimately chose to press on with her weary feet. After nearly another 20 minutes, they turned a corner and were suddenly greeted by a vast expanse of gold. Before them stood a colossal ginkgo tree, its trunk so wide that 3 people could barely encircle it, its branches heavy with golden leaves resplendent in the fading sunlight. Yili glanced around and indeed spotted a Gothic-style church not far away. Along the route, they had encountered numerous European-style buildings, but due to the remote location, many had fallen into disrepair, including the cathedral before them, with a portion of its wall collapsed. Yili handed duo to Xiao Bei and approached the ginkgo tree, circling it twice. The ground was carpeted with golden leaves, creating a rustling sound beneath her feet. Xiao Bei watched curiously, puzzled as to why she was so intent on coming here. Was it truly just for the scenery? As he pondered, a sudden buzzing sound caught his attention. His heart raced as he looked up to see a dark object flying towards them from the direction of the church. There's a drone, Xiao Bei exclaimed. Hastening towards Yili, shouldn't we leave? They were atop a mountain, with only one slope leading down. If the pursuers caught up, there would be no escape. Yili, having heard the noise, noticed that the dense canopy of the ginkgo tree provided some cover, making it difficult for the drone to spot them. Let's wait a moment, she said, her brow furrowed as she scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Xiao Bei felt a surge of anxiety, but dared not question her, knowing she would not divulge her thoughts. Just as the buzzing grew louder, he suddenly spotted a man emerging from the church, waving frantically in their direction. Although he was obscured by a hat and scarf, there was an inexplicable familiarity about him. Sister, look, someone's in the church, Xiao Bei urged. He seems to be signaling for us to come over. Yili looked up, her lips curling into a smile, her fox-like eyes sparkling with determination and without hesitation. She sprinted towards the figure. Let us go. Xiao Bei followed suit, cradling duo. Upon their approach, the man swiftly turned and entered the church, leading them through the dilapidated interior before finally opening a hidden door that led them into a secret chamber. Candles were lit one by one, their warm glow illuminating the space. The silent man turned to face the trio at the door, slowly removing his hat and scarf. Is it you? Upon recognizing the familiar visage, Xiao Bei's eyes widened in disbelief. You're alive? The second deadlock, special infected, 26. Is that you? At last, recognizing the man before her, Xiao Bei's pupils constricted, and she gasped in disbelief. You're not dead? The figure standing before her was none other than Zhao Lei, the young guard who had recently met a tragic demise at the hands of the otherworldly fiends. However, upon closer inspection, there was something different about him. Though his facial features remained unchanged, his demeanor and aura exhibited a stark transformation. No longer did he appear the simple, dull-witted fellow. Instead, he radiated a sharp cunning. It's been a while. Zhao Lei greeted Xiao Bei with a smile, then turned to the ever-composed Yili. I didn't expect you to actually come looking for me. You seem entirely unfazed that I am still alive. You hinted at it quite clearly. If I couldn't deduce it, that would make me a fool. Yili replied with a hint of disdain, but I am quite curious. How did you manage to fake your death and escape? That night, she distinctly recalled hearing his cries and confirmed that he was in the same room with the fiends. The guards who arrived afterward found no trace of him. How had he deceived everyone and slipped away? That's a long story. I'll tell you all about it when I have the time. Zhao Lei seemed reluctant to elaborate. Deflecting the question, rest assured, I have no intention of harming you. Right now, the entire base is searching for you, causing quite a stir. But your appearances have yet to be disclosed. Therefore, we must leave the base promptly tonight. As he spoke, he patted the table beside him, revealing water and food in the drawer. Help yourselves to a bite, rest for a moment. I'll check if the pursuers have left. With that, he strode past the three, exiting through the door, and playfully ruffled Duo's hair as he passed. Sis, what is going on? Kia bei was Ottilie bewildert. Struggling to comprehend the situation. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? Yet, clearly, he was alive and well. Yili approached the table, opened the drawer, and indeed found several bottles of water, along with some biscuits and bread. By now, Duo had awakened, and Yili handed her some water and bread, while she herself opened a bottle, drinking heartily. But why is he helping us out of the blue? Xiao Bei continued to fret. Aren't you at all worried he has ulterior motives? Of course, he has his motives, but there's no need for concern. Yili replied, stuffing a piece of biscuit into her mouth. Crisp. The biscuit was somewhat stale, but it was not greasy and pleasantly sweet. Xiao Bei was perplexed by her reasoning and pressed further. Why not worry? Yili, feeling exasperated, shot him a sidelong glance, thinking that his good looks must have come at the expense of his intellect. After another bite of biscuit, she explained at her own pace. Consider this. If someone has intentions toward you, it implies you hold value. The lengths he went to bring us here surely aren't for our demise. If it's not about our lives, what does it matter what he wants? Moreover, didn't you hear him say he intends to take us out of the base tonight? Since our goals align, what is there to be conflicted about? Xiao Bei scratched his head, feeling as if he grasped her point, yet something still felt amiss. But sis, he began to inquire further. Before he could finish, Yili swiftly shoved a piece of bread into his mouth, exasperated. Enough already. Eat up. Why the endless chatter? Feeling slightly wronged, Xiao Bei blinked but dared not ask further, silently munching on the bread. Surprisingly delicious. The small secret room measured about 15 square meters, furnished with a table and a chair, with a wooden bed against the wall. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Yili led Duo to the bed to rest. The bed was too small for Xiao Bei to squeeze in, so he simply settled into the chair, resting his head on the table. By the time Zhao Lei returned, Yi Li and the others had managed to doze off. He brought 3 sets of clothing for them to change into and instructed them to wear hats and masks for concealment before leading them out of the chapel. They stealthily made their way to a dimly lit alley near the city wall called CG Alley. CG Alley was one of the chaotic and dark zones within the base. This old street was a melting pot of all sorts of characters, rife with disorder and lawlessness, a place even the base guard seldom ventured. Currently, the alley was dominated by 3 factions, the largest being the Tianying Hall, which would take on any business for the right price. Such factions typically had powerful backers, making them untouchable. Zhao Lei appeared well prepared. Upon entering the alley, he swiftly located a contact and followed him into an underground club associated with the Tianying Hall. They were greeted by a bald man named Brother Jia, who wore a slick hairstyle and had a broad grin. He exuded the aura of someone well-versed in the underworld, concealing a knife behind his smile. Throughout the encounter, Zhao Lei conducted the conversation, while Yi Li and the others stood by as mere spectators. The discussion revolved around arranging for their escape from the base, accompanied by a suitable reward. Zhao Lei maintained his composure, his eloquence starkly contrasting his previous demeanor as a guard in the regulatory facility. After some haggling, he handed Brother Jia's suitcase. As Jia opened it for inspection, Yili leaned in to catch a glimpse, revealing it contained 2 shiny gold bars, each roughly the size of a palm. Brother Jia appeared thoroughly satisfied with the payment. Grinning as he asked, "So, when are you planning to leave?" "Right now," Zhao Lei affirmed. Now, Brother Jia seemed taken aback. It was already dark outside, with many lurking fiends, making it an unsafe time to venture out. Moreover, aside from Zhao Lei carrying a backpack, the other 3 had come empty-handed, which seemed like a blatant invitation to disaster. "Indeed, we are pressed for time," Zhao Lei insisted. "Please arrange for someone to escort us." "Very well. I'll make the arrangements," Brother Jia conceded without further inquiry. They were merely responsible for escorting them out of the city. The fate that awaited them beyond those walls was of no concern to him. Brother Jia promptly summoned his subordinates to prepare for their departure. As the saying goes, where their SA will, their SA way. While the main entrance of the base was off-limits, numerous secret passages led outside the city walls. The four of them donned hoods and masks to conceal their identities as they were guided into the passage. About an hour into their journey, Brother Jia, who was leisurely sipping wine, was startled by the sudden entrance of a flustered subordinate. "What is all the fuss about?" he snapped impatiently. The subordinate, visibly shaken, replied hurriedly, "Not good, Brother Jia. The guards have barged in." Before he could finish, the previously closed door was kicked open with a resounding bang. A throng of fully armed guards flooded in, encircling everyone inside, led by a tall, strikingly beautiful woman. Brother Jia recognized her instantly, a sycophantic grin spreading across his face as he approached. "Ah, Ifadayasin, Captain Gao. I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Gao cast a cold glance at him, brandishing 3 photographs in front of his face, demanding, "Have you seen these 3 individuals?" Since Yi Li and the others had their faces covered, they had not seen the guards' faces. However, Brother Jia quickly identified them from the images of a man, a woman, and a child, his smile growing more pronounced. "It seems I may have seen them," he replied ambiguously. "Where are they now?" Gao pressed, her voice sharp. "Captain Gao, you are well aware that I am conducting business openly, and as a businessman, one must adhere to the principles of commerce. It is simply unacceptable to casually divulge client information." Brother Jia chuckled, momentarily blinded by greed, yet he was about to continue, stating that as long as the price was right, it was a different matter altogether. However, his words were abruptly cut short. A slender silver metallic spike was pressed against his neck, and with the slightest exertion, it could easily pierce his throat as effortlessly as puncturing a sheet of paper. "Let us see just how much is your worthless life truly worth?" Gaowen's voice was as frigid and piercing as the spike she wielded. The second predicament, special infected individuals, 27. In a meticulously decorated office, Hua Jingyang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the inky darkness of the night. The furrowed brow he wore betrayed the weight of his thoughts. The Research Institute had conducted tests on the samples left by the 3 escapees and confirmed that the blood belonged to a woman named Jiang Wanzhou. However, during her initial entry into the research facility, no characteristics that could suppress mutation were detected in her blood. It appeared that the transformation in her body manifested only after a secondary mutation. Regrettably, this revelation came too late. She had already slipped beyond their grasp. The sole consolation lay in the fact that a portion of her liver had been excised during a recent surgery, which could be temporarily utilized in the development of a new vaccine. "General," Gaowen stood behind him, her expression heavy with remorse. "This failure is mine. Please, punish me." "Gaowen, you are a talent I have nurtured. Your capabilities are beyond question. Yet, your only flaw is your excessive pride," Hua Jingyang replied, turning to face her, his tone unusually stern. "It was your complacency that allowed the adversary to seize the opportunity." "Yes, I understand my mistake." Gaowen lowered her head in shame, recognizing her underestimation of the woman's cunning and abilities. From the very beginning, that woman had been plotting. Her cooperation in the experiments was a ruse to lower their guard. Her incessant changes of roommates were strategic maneuvers to find suitable allies for her escape from the Institute. She possessed undeniable capability, yet feigned weakness, even resorting to self-mutilation to deceive the guards. Her resilience and ruthlessness were qualities not easily found in ordinary individuals. Yet, she had allowed herself to be blinded by appearances, dismissing the woman as a worthless liability, only to be ultimately proven wrong. "Please, General, grant me another chance. Allow me to undertake the mission. I wish to capture her myself," Gao earnestly implored, vowing not to underestimate her adversary again. "Very well." Hua Jingyang pondered for a moment before conceding. "This matter shall be entrusted to you. It is, after all, of significant consequence, and it is prudent to keep it from too many ears." Given her external support, she must have made thorough preparations to escape the base. "You must act swiftly, remain vigilant, and bring her back to me alive." Gawain immediately saluted. "Yes, General. I will not fail in my mission." Under the cold night sky, a crescent moon hung askew, with a few solitary stars flickering in the vast silence. Yi Li and her companions had successfully escaped the base through a hidden passage. Now, deep into the night, the exit of the passage opened onto a desolate wilderness, where the ground was strewn with withered grasses, making it nearly impossible to discern the way forward. Yet Zhao Lei seemed quite familiar with the area. He retrieved 2 flashlights from his bag, keeping one for himself and handing the other to Yi Li, without revealing their destination, leading them onward. Yi Li and her companions asked no questions, silently following in his wake. Their journey was fraught with peril, as they encountered 2 grotesque aberrations along the way. One creature bore a human head atop a massive, slimy body, resembling a grotesque slug, while the other was a humanoid monster with enormous legs, sprinting with astonishing speed and possessing remarkably sharp teeth. Both monstrous beings lunged at them like famished wolves. But Zhao Lei dispatched them with an electric stun gun and a dagger, showcasing his evident training and experience, suggesting he had served in the military. After approximately an hour of cautious travel, they finally arrived at an abandoned factory located in a remote area, unscathed yet weary. Zhao Lei led the trio through a window into the factory and ignited a torch affixed to the wall, allowing Yi Li and the others to take stock of their surroundings. The factory had clearly been prepared in advance. All the windows were tightly covered, blocking out any light. Apart from a few dilapidated machines, a large stack of cardboard and miscellaneous items loomed in one corner, towering to the height of 2 individuals. Zhao Lei approached the pile, removing the cardboard layers and uncovering a modified off-road vehicle, which surprised everyone. "We will rest in the vehicle tonight and set off at dawn. I have prepared some essentials inside, sufficient to reach our next supply station," Zhao Lei explained as he unburdened his backpack, sorting through its contents. "And where are we headed?" Yi Li finally found her voice, having remained silent throughout their journey. "I cannot disclose that just yet, but everything is arranged. You need only cooperate with me. Rest assured, I am not a villain. I will not bring you harm," Zhao Lei stated, opening the car door and tossing his organized backpack inside. Just as he prepared to climb in, he sensed someone approaching from behind. Before he could react, he felt a chilling pressure against his neck. "Don't move." Yi Li's voice was close, her tone casual. "I am willing to follow you, but I lack trust. If you conceal anything from me, I cannot feel secure." As she spoke, she pressed her blade slightly harder, causing a thin line of blood to form on his skin. "And do not worry, I am not a benevolent person. I will show no mercy." In a moment of astonishment, a flicker of surprise passed through Zhao Lei's eyes, but he swiftly regained his composure. With a casual tone, he inquired, "Miss Jiang, having just rescued you from peril, is it not rather unethical of you to dismantle the bridge behind you?" "You are absolutely right," Yi Li replied with a grin. "However, I must confess, I lack any semblance of humanity, let alone morality. If you truly dislike speaking, it matters not. Since you have exerted considerable effort on our behalf, you surely wouldn't mind being a good Samaritan to the end, would you? Why not let us have this vehicle and part ways here, sparing you any further concern in the future?" "Do you dare to speak such words?" Zhao Lei retorted, incredulous at her audacious claims. Yi Li, however, wore a look of pride and continued, "Indeed, I possess few merits, save for my audacity and thick skin." Zhao Lei remarked, "That is not merely boldness. It is extraordinary audacity. What do you truly desire?" He felt a surge of irritation, yet the threat around his neck restrained him from acting recklessly. Yi Li, ignoring his question, called out to Qiao Bei, who stood dumbfounded nearby. "Go check the vehicle for any ropes or the like. Bind him first." At that moment, Qiao Bei was completely out of his depth, bewildered as to how Yi Li had suddenly taken action. Nevertheless, he instinctively chose to heed his sister's command, quickly instructing Duo to stay aside while he climbed onto the vehicle to rummage through it. "Isn't this a bit excessive?" Zhao Lei's composure began to wane. In this desolate wilderness, with monsters lurking about, being restrained could lead to death with the slightest misstep. "Rest assured, once we are in the vehicle, we shall release you," Yi Li reassured him, devoid of any genuine concern. Before long, Xiaobei emerged from the rear of the vehicle, triumphantly holding a large bundle of nylon rope. Found it. Seize. Come here and bind him, Yili commanded instantly. With the rope in hand, Xiaobei approached but felt at a loss as to how to proceed. Do you know how to tie Zongzi? Yili quipped. Just bind him so he cannot move. She sighed, exasperated by the ineptitude of her current lackeys. Xiaobei wished to confess that he had never tied Zongzi before, yet he remained silent, steeling himself to proceed. Just as he drew near to bind Zhao Lei, who had been compliant until now, Zhao Lei suddenly struck. With a swift motion, he raised his hand and forcefully struck Yi Li's wrist, causing her to lose grip of the surgical knife, which clattered to the ground. The blade, having been perilously close to his neck, inadvertently nicked his skin, blood gushing forth. Ignoring the pain, he pivoted to retaliate against Yi Li. Unfazed, she met his assault with grace. After a series of exchanges, Zhao Lei soon found himself alarmed. His opponent not only possessed formidable skills, but seemed to surpass him. Previously, during their time in the detention center, he had witnessed her tussle with a roommate and had underestimated her abilities, believing she was merely above average. However, it became evident that she had been holding back, concealing her true prowess. Her strikes were precise, devoid of any superfluous movements, each one aimed to counterattack, targeting vital points. Before long, Zhao Lei was forced into a defensive posture. When Yi Li executed a powerful axe kick that struck his temple, he fell to the ground, dazed and in agony, unable to rise. You say you're causing unnecessary trouble, yet here you are, lying flat on the ground, wasting my energy at this late hour. Yi Li remarked as she approached, stepping on Zhao Lei's back while seizing his arm. With two sharp cracks, she effortlessly dislocated both of his arms. Zhao Lei, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, held his tongue, managing to endure in silence. Yi Li took the rope from Xiaobei and bound his feet, then, with a semblance of kindness, flipped him over. Who on earth are you? Zhao Lei glared at her, his eyes filled with fury. With a casual pat of her hands, she stood up, retrieved her bag from the vehicle, and, after taking several large gulps from a water bottle, she replied leisurely, Did you not already investigate my background thoroughly? Otherwise, you would not have sought me out. Zhao Lei's expression shifted as he paused, momentarily taken aback. Noting his reaction, Yi Li smirked, honestly, whether you admit it or not is irrelevant. I have already surmised much. Initially, I intended to give you the opportunity to be forthright, hoping we might cooperate, but alas, you have proven to be quite uncooperative, treating others as fools. Oh, then enlighten me. What have you deduced? Zhao Lei challenged, skepticism lacing his tone. I suspect you are an undercover agent from another faction, infiltrating the A3 base with the objective of extracting a certain individual from the research facility. Yi Li, feeling fatigued, sat down against the tire, nonchalantly continuing, That person must be among the three of us. It's undoubtedly Duo, I senti it? Zhao Lei's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, yet he remained obstinate. I fail to see why you would think that. Yi Li chuckled lightly, revealing her reasoning without hesitation. I inquired about Xiaobei. He stated he did not know you until he encountered Duo. You even mentioned that it was you who facilitated their becoming my roommates. A man would not shower kindness upon a woman without motive. There must be an ulterior motive. I once asked if you had feelings for me, and your reaction indicated you did not harbor such intentions. Since your interest does not lie with me, it must be that you recognize my plan to escape and deliberately placed Xiaobei and Duo in my vicinity to facilitate our cooperation in fleeing. You orchestrated this because you could not manage to extract Duo on your own. Am I correct? Why are you so adamant that my intentions are solely for Duo? Zhao Lei, alarmed, still refused to yield. Could it not be that I genuinely have feelings for you, and my denial was merely out of shyness, with all my actions being for your sake? Sure, but you should abandon such hopes. I would never be interested in you. Yi Li declared, her disdain unmistakable, severing any romantic notions with finality. Zhao Lei felt humiliated by her words. I can confidently assert this based on evidence. Yi Li continued, apart from your suspiciously attentive care towards Duo, the most glaring inconsistency lies with her attitude toward you. That child is cautious and rarely warms up to others. even after spending every day with her. It was only after some experiences that she gradually accepted me. Yet, she has never shown any aversion to your presence. I asked Xiao Bei, and he mentioned that prior to moving into my cell, you had little interaction with Duo, yet she has displayed a fondness towards you. The only possible explanation is that you have known her long before she entered the research facility. Am I correct? In the second dire strait, Special Infected 29, Zhao Lei was left utterly speechless, completely taken aback by the woman's keen observation. He could not help but swallow hard, yet stubbornly insisted, even if what you say is true, everything I have done is to rescue Duo. On what grounds do you claim I am an undercover agent for another force? Duo and I are not only acquaintances, but also blood relatives. It is only natural for me to do all this for her. Yi Li, unfazed by his retorts, narrowed her eyes slightly, a faint smile playing on her lips, revealing an unmistakable delight. It was as if she were engaged in a puzzle game, relishing in the thrill of outmaneuvering her opponent, rather than immediately countering him. She nimbly rose from the ground, inspected the off-road vehicle, and then returned, speaking leisurely. The reason I suspect another force is behind you is that your preparations for the entire rescue plan are far too meticulous. This is simply beyond what one individual could accomplish. When we met at Pinghua Pi, you mentioned that the base was searching for us, yet our appearances had not been made public. If they had not been disclosed, how did you know they were hunting for us? And why were you waiting at the church for us? Doesn't this imply that you have an informant within a research facility? Zhao Lei was about to retort, but was interrupted by Yi Li raising her hand. Hold on. Don't be too hasty. Let me finish. And regarding the reward you gave to Brother Jia, those 2 large gold bars are quite unusual. They could not have been obtained at the base, but must have been brought in from outside. Finally, this modified off-road vehicle. When did you prepare at the base? I just checked the supplies in the vehicle, and if we were to divide them among the 4 of us, they would last about a week. And you mentioned that these supplies would only be sufficient to reach the next supply station. This indicates you have a clear understanding of our destination, which is quite far and likely has more than one supply station along the way. It has only been a little over a week since you faked your death to escape the research facility. So tell me, how did you arrange all of this in such a short time? You must have a group. Zhao Lei felt increasingly alarmed. He had never anticipated that she could deduce so much from such trivial details. Oh, by the way, I also took a wild guess at the force behind you. It should be that Dr. Chow, once referred to as the Savior, right? Before Zhao Lei could fully process her astonishing revelations, Yi Li struck him with another shocking assertion that left him utterly disoriented. Why do you think so? He couldn't help but ask. Yi Li explained. Because when you mentioned him before, despite your efforts to conceal it, your subconscious tone and micro-expressions revealed that you're not only familiar with him, but also hold him in high regard. You yourself said that ever since Dr. Chow went missing, everything concerning him has become taboo at the base. Yet, you casually brought him up. And with the connection to Duo, it seems you intended to win me over, which is why you gave me the heads up, correct? Zhao Lei was rendered speechless. It wasn't that he didn't want to respond. He simply couldn't find an excuse. This woman was far more formidable than he had imagined. Not only did she possess exceptional courage and strength, but her insight was astonishing as well. He began to regret not being more forthright from the beginning. If he had her support, the journey back would surely be much smoother. Zhao Lei immediately conceded. All right, you're right. Let us cooperate. Cooperate? Yidi chocolate lightly. In the next moment, her smile vanished, her expression turning cold. Too late. Without further ado, she ignored the lifeless body on the ground and turned to call out to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei, take Duo to the car to rest. We will set off tomorrow, and this person can remain on the ground. Having endured a long day, she couldn't help but yawn, her shimmering black eyes glistening with fatigue. Hey, wait, I made a mistake, all right? I genuinely wish to collaborate with you. Zhao Lei rushed to plead. Still not interested. Yi Li replied curtly, we have no desire to join you. But what about Duo? Zhao Lei pressed immediately. Duo. Yi Li turned to glance at him, her face brimming with derision. Is that even a question? The person we rescued will naturally go with us. Zhao Lei grew anxious. That's not acceptable. No. Please give me another chance. This time, I will be completely honest and transparent. I will do whatever you ask. Yili finally halted her movements toward the vehicle, turning back to raise an eyebrow and inquire, whatever you say. Yes, yes, whatever you say. Zhao Lei nodded fervently. Yili smirked. All right, then call me daddy. Zhao Lei. What kind of ridiculous request is that? If you want to say it, then I'll just walk away. Yili feigned turning away. No, wait. Daddy, you're daddy. Zhao Lei finally broke down, nearly bursting into tears. Please, just spare me further torment. All right then, with her mischievous appetite satisfied. Yili relented, directing Xiao Bei to carry the already sleeping duo into the car, before returning to sit beside Zhao Lei. Now, tell me how you fake your death to escape. You are an extraordinary person, right? Zhao Lei tilted his head, attempting to negotiate. Can you let me go first? This is too uncomfortable. That depends on your performance. You have shown no integrity thus far, so we must take it step by step. Yili refused. With a sigh, Zhao Lei resigned himself to fate. You're right. I am indeed an extraordinary person. What kind of ability do you possess? Yili immediate. Zhao Lei did not answer directly. In the next moment, he suddenly vanished from sight. More precisely, his clothes remained, but his body had turned completely transparent. Yili's eyes widened in surprise. Invisibility? Zhao Lei withdrew his ability, resuming his original appearance. Yes, my ability is invisibility. Quite impressive. Yili couldn't help but praise. Then she pondered for a moment, raising an eyebrow. So, you slipped out completely naked then? Just imagining that scene is, well, rather eye-watering. Zhao Lei's face flushed with embarrassment. I had no choice. The circumstances compelled me. So why did you have to fake your death to escape? Yili continued her inquiry. And the timing of the abnormal mutation was too coincidental. Was that your doing? The second predicament, special infected individuals, 30, was orchestrated by me. Zhao Lei admitted it readily this time. It turns out his current identity is fabricated. His true name is Meng Tianhao. He previously infiltrated the research institute as a guard under the guise of an ordinary person. Thus, during routine inspections, he had to employ various means to disguise his identity as an extraordinary individual. However, this secret was inadvertently uncovered by a colleague, who subsequently blackmailed him. To protect his identity, Meng Tianhao had no choice but to administer a drug that accelerated mutation, which was developed by Dr. Chow. Yet, it required an auxiliary agent to ensure a successful secondary mutation. Otherwise, it would result in a transformation into a monster. Seizing the opportunity, he faked his death to escape and prepare for their rescue. Yedi listenit, astonishit. There exists a drug that accelerates and directs the mutation? So, the sudden secondary mutation that Xiao Bei and I experienced was due to you administering us the drug? It was only natural for her to speculate. The timing of their mutations was too abrupt, and the probability too significant. No, this has nothing to do with me. I did not administer any drug to you. Zhao Lei. Oh no, Meng Tianhao immediately shook his head in denial, though his gaze betrayed a hint of evasion. Moreover, that drug is exceedingly rare. I possess only one vial. This has nothing to do with you. Yili squinted her eyes. But you know the reason, Don and Oppos. You? Meng Tianhao and Oppos. S expression stiffened noticeably, his eyes blinking rapidly. Yet, Yili did not grant him time for contemplation and pressed on. Is it related to Duo? Is it connected to her abilities? No. Meng Tianhao instinctively opened his mouth to refute. Think carefully before you speak. Yili and Oppos. S expression darkened, interrupting him without hesitation. She was not one to exhibit excessive patience. Opportunities are fleeting. Realizing that she had seen through his thoughts, Meng Tianhao felt somewhat embarrassed. He closed his eyes, wrestling internally for a moment, ultimately choosing to confess. I cannot be entirely certain it is Duo's cause, but she indeed possesses such abilities. How so? Yedi raisit an intrigued ebrot. Meng Tianhao explained. Specifically, I am not entirely clear, but it seems that Duo can release a signal that induces mutation through her will. And this signal targets not only humans, but also supernatural creatures. This is her extraordinary ability? Yili was taken aback. She finally understood why they had gone to such lengths to bring Duo out. So that was it. That child's ability is exceptionally unique. It is indeed her power. Meng Tianhao nodded, but perhaps due to Duo's age, her powers were not fully controllable, hence not every instance was effective. Yili nodded in agreement. Willpower is a form of mental strength, and without systematic training, it is indeed challenging to master, especially for a child with an unstable temperament. No wonder the Research Institute had never detected Duo and Oppo's abilities before. Such powers remain undetectable unless triggered. At that moment, while I was trapped in a confinement room with the aberration, it was you who triggered the alarm, correct? Yidi inwidet again. It was indeed me. Meng Tianhao replied. I initially intended to confine it within the room, but I did not expect it to retain consciousness and use the access card, which resulted in you being trapped. No, given your skills, you should have been able to eliminate that aberration. Why did you almost end up getting killed by it? As he spoke, he suddenly realized something and immediately countered. Were you doing it on purpose? Yili smiled and encouraged, go on. Meng Tianhao instantly became animated. You knew that once the alarm was triggered, Gaowen would undoubtedly come with her team, so you deliberately performed for her, didn't you? That woman is proud and looks down on the inept. You feigned weakness to lower her guard, right? Your analysis is accurate, Yili acknowledged with a nod. If it became known that she possessed the ability to eliminate an aberration, her guards would undoubtedly tighten, making escape impossible for her. I knew it. Meng Tianhao felt he had finally guessed correctly, grinning like a fool. However, speaking of which, you are quite ruthless towards yourself. Yili ignored him and continued to inquire. Since Duo and Oppo's abilities are so remarkable, why was she left to fend for herself, ultimately being taken in by the A3 base and Oppo's Research Institute? As I mentioned earlier, Duo and I are family. I am indeed her uncle. Meng Tianhao and Oppo's smile vanished, and his tone grew somber. A year ago, I was sent to the A3 base as an undercover agent. When I left, Duo had not yet mutated. However, several months ago, for reasons unknown, my sister and brother-in-law suddenly took Duo away from the gathering place to find me, but tragically, they perished in an accident along the way. Later, the surviving Duo was sent to the Research Institute, and that was when I learned of these circumstances. You have witnessed the methods of those madmen at the Institute. If they were to discover Duo's abilities, who knows how they would torment her. She is so young. How could she endure that? Therefore, I must rescue Duo and take her back. Otherwise, my sister's spirit would never forgive me. Having endured considerable torment herself, Yili deeply empathized and could understand. My condolences. She rarely offered comfort, but added, I have one last question. Why did Dr. Chow fake his death and leave the A3 base? Given that Dr. Chow is hailed as a savior, with his achievements, he should be a respected figure wherever he goes. Why is it that here, no one dares to mention him? Dr. Chow was persecuted and had no choice but to leave the base. Meng Tianhao explained. Yili raised an eyebrow. Are you implying that the experimental accident was not an accident? Indeed, it was not an accident. Meng Tianhao elaborated. After the apocalypse descended, humanity sought every means to prevent mutations. Even evolved extraordinary individuals were regarded as anomalies and perceived threats, thus facing widespread ostracism. However, Dr. Chow held a different perspective. He believed humanity was undergoing a monumental evolution. Instead of forcefully suppressing mutations, efforts should be directed toward enhancing the likelihood of successful transformations. Consequently, he refused to participate in the development of new vaccines, leading the base to brand him a traitor, accusing him of being anti-human, and secretly orchestrating an incident in the laboratory to eliminate him. Fortunately, the Dr. S supporters discovered this in advance and safely extracted him from a base. They subsequently established their own gathering place in exile with Dr. Chow as our leader. Meng Tianhao's eyes gleamed fervently, his complexion flushed, resembling an ardent devotee. Yidis gaze fidikeret. Do you hold Dr. Chow in high esteem? Is he also an extraordinary individual? He is not, but that is precisely his greatness. Meng Tianhao stated emphatically. He refers to us extraordinary individuals as new humans, claiming we are the hope of the future. He is the savior of all extraordinary beings. When you meet him in the future, you will understand. Yili curled her lips slightly, withholding her opinion. I have shared all that I know. May I be released now? Meng Tianhao inquired. Wait, we need to discuss. Yili rose from the ground, dusting off her clothes, and called over Xiao Bei, who had been listening nearby, to confer in a corner. The second deadlock. Special infected individuals, 31. What do you think? Yili asked softly from the corner. Huh? Xiao Bei blinked, his expression somewhat dazed. I don't know. I just listened to my sister. Overwhelmed by an influx of information, his mind had yet to catch up. Yili sighed, feeling a touch of exasperation for this slow-witted fellow. What I meant to ask is if you have any place you wish to go. I plan to take Duo to their gathering site for a look. If you have somewhere else in mind, I can consider escorting you there first. Since Duo was their target, it was inevitable they would seek her out wherever she was. Thus, it would be more prudent to visit their lair directly. Additionally, she was curious to meet Dr. Chow. She hadn't forgotten the side quest given to her by the system when she first entered this grim scenario, the quest to find the savior. Now that there were signs of progress, she needed to verify whether the individual in question was indeed the so-called savior. Having endured her fair share of hardships in this wretched place, she was reluctant to leave without finding a way to obtain some form of compensation. As for Xiao Bei, he had indeed assisted her quite a bit, so she was willing to lend him a hand within her capabilities. Xiao Bei finally comprehended her words and shook his head vigorously. No, I have nowhere to go. I will go with you. I promise I will listen to everything you say. Sister, please don't leave me behind. His clear, large eyes stared up at Yili, fear and confusion evident in his gaze, resembling a small puppy terrified of abandonment. Yili felt a shiver run down her spine under his gaze and raised an eyebrow. When did I say I would abandon you? It's just that the journey ahead will likely be perilous, and the situation at that gathering site is still uncertain. I and Appos am not afraid. Wherever you go, I will follow, Xiao Bei declared with determination, then murmured softly, but sister, can we still trust Xiao Lei? Oh no, Meng Tianhao? Initially, he had thought that man was good-hearted, but he was taken aback to discover he was full of lies, even his name being false, leaving no room for trust. Yili replied, as for his trustworthiness, I cannot say, but based on his behavior, what he has said thus far appears to be true. Sister, you are remarkable. You can tell at a glance whether someone is lying. Xiao Bei gazed at her with admiration, for he had observed the entire exchange without discerning a thing. Well, I studied psychology in college, Yili replied nonchalantly. Since no one recognized the original host, she could fabricate her words freely. In any case, we must remain vigilant, particularly regarding Duo. Her abilities are too unique. If they fell into the hands of those with ulterior motives, she would undoubtedly suffer. Rest assured, sister, I will keep Duo firmly in my sight, Xiao Bei promised, nodding. After a moment's thought, he added, but sister, if you plan any actions in the future, please give me a heads up so I can collaborate with you. Otherwise, I might just complicate things. He recalled her sudden aggression toward Meng Tianhao, which had caught him entirely off guard and nearly ruined their plans. Thankfully, his sister was skilled enough to subdue the man swiftly. That fellow put on quite a show. If I hadn't taken him by surprise, he wouldn't have been so easily overwhelmed. Just remember to follow my lead from here on out. I assure you, I won't betray you, Yili affirmed. Indeed, this man isn't worth much anyway. He can serve as a caregiver, which is quite advantageous, Xiao Bei said with a grin, filled with gratitude and making his assurances. After their discussion, they returned. Yili wasted no time and promptly set to work, efficiently resetting Meng Tianhao's arm with a couple of decisive clicks. She then had Xiao Bei assist in alleviating his negative status. Meng Tianhao rotated his newly repaired arm and twisted his neck, which had ceased bleeding, finally feeling as if he were alive again. Yili yawned lazily and said, I hope for a pleasant collaboration. I trust you won't act foolishly again. Detecting the underlying threat in her words, Meng Tianhao hastily smiled. No. From now on, we're all partners, and I will certainly be forthcoming. Yili smirked slightly. We shall see. With their agreement in place, they wasted no further time and climbed into their vehicles to rest. The off-road vehicle was spacious, featuring 3 rows of seats. though the last row was currently filled with supplies, leaving only the first 2 rows for seating. Meng Tianhao took the driver's seat, while Xiao Bei willingly occupied the passenger seat, leaving the middle row for Yi Li and Duo, and he volunteered to keep watch through the night. At that moment, Duo was curled up on the seat, her small brow furrowed, sleeping fitfully. Yi Li lifted the child's head, resting it on her lap to make her more comfortable. She leaned back against the seat, closed her eyes, and gently patted Duo's back. Time passed swiftly. As dawn broke the next day, a black off-road vehicle emerged from the abandoned factory, quietly hitting the road. Following this route for approximately 15 kilometers would lead them directly to the national highway. For the next several days, they would travel north along the highway. If all went well, they could reach City Z in about 5 days, where their next supply station awaited. Inside the vehicle, Meng Tianhao explained the upcoming travel plan while driving. Why take the national highway? Isn't the expressway faster? Xiao Bei, though he had kept watch through the night, was now too excited to sleep. Meng Tianhao patiently elaborated. During the Great Escape, many people fled the city in their vehicles, but suddenly numerous individuals began to mutate, attacking others indiscriminately, leading to chaos. The expressway is still clogged with abandoned vehicles, rendering it impassable. Oh, I see. But isn't the national highway congested too? Qiao Bai, who had never experienced such events, was filled with curiosity. He had been confined to the ancient city where Base A3 was located since the onset of the apocalypse and was unaware of the situation outside. Meng Tianhao replied, "The national highway is relatively better, as fewer people travel it. Additionally, supply convoys from various bases will clear the way when passing through." Meanwhile, Yi Li sat in the back, munching on dry bread while listening to the 2 men chatter. Duo remained asleep. Perhaps due to the exhaustion and chill from the past few days, Yi Li noticed the child had developed a slight fever upon waking. After Xiao Bei's prompt treatment, the fever subsided, but the child still appeared drowsy. With nothing else to do in the vehicle, Yi Li allowed her to continue resting. The roads in the area were rural and bumpy, making for a rough ride. Fortunately, they were in an off-road vehicle, which mitigated the jolting somewhat, although their speed was considerably reduced. By the time they reached the national highway, more than 2 hours had passed, and the sun was already high in the sky. Duo finally woke up, but remained somewhat dazed, leaning against Yi Li like a rag doll. Yi Li opened the water that Xiao Bei had kept warm and offered her a few sips before wetting a towel to wipe her face. She then tore off a piece of bread for the child to nibble. In the front seat, Xiao Bei began to succumb to drowsiness, resting his head against the window and snoring softly. After being questioned all the way, Meng Tianhao finally enjoyed the peace and could concentrate on driving. What is that? But not long after, as Yi Li idly gazed out the window, she suddenly murmured. She promptly rolled down the window, braving the cold wind to stick her head out, only to quickly retract it. What's wrong? Meng Tianhao glanced in the rearview mirror, noticing her pallor, and hurriedly inquired. Yi Li replied calmly, "There's a drone following us." The second predicament, Special Infected 32, upon hearing this, Meng Tianhao immediately rolled down the car window to take a look. Indeed, 2 gray-black drones were closely following behind the rear of the vehicle, perfectly positioned in the visual blind spot, suggesting they'd been tailing them for quite some time. Meng Tianhao's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly pulled his head back inside and shut the window tightly, muttering curses under his breath. Damn it. These wretched beings just one T let up. They must have been lying in wait for us on the national road since early morning. Yi Li furrowed her brows, sensing something was amiss. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "What news has reached the researchers after our escape?" Meng Tianhao replied, "They said that after your escape, the entire research facility was put under lockdown, with guards conducting extensive searches for you, causing quite a commotion. Aside from searching for us, has anything else unusual occurred at the research facility?" Meng Tianhao pondered for a moment, then recalled, "Oh, right. It seems there was an unexpected blood draw organized for some of the abnormal individuals during your escape. That's how the guards discovered you were missing." At that moment, Xiao Bei, who had just awakened, interjected, "Didn't they just take blood that morning?" Why would they organize another draw in the evening, especially for just a few individuals? They claimed that there were issues with some of the morning's blood samples and needed to be retaken. Meng Tianhao clarified. Retaken? Yili felt a suspicion rising within her. Have you thought of something? Meng Tianhao asked, noticing her expression. Yili met his gaze through the rearview mirror and suggested, Is it possible they discovered something? Discovered what? Meng Tianhao was momentarily perplexed. Discovered Duo's abilities. Surely not. Meng Tianhao's heart raced at the thought, instinctively denying it, yet the idea increasingly seemed plausible. This would explain the relentless pursuit by the research facility and their insistence on secrecy. If their target was indeed Duo, everything would align perfectly. Meng Tianhao glanced at the innocent child in the back seat, tension coursing through him. We must lose them quickly. We can't allow them to capture Duo. Yili nodded in agreement. First, let us take down those drones. Although they could not yet see their pursuers, the drones were transmitting tracking images back to them, making escape nearly impossible. Do we have any weapons in the car? She asked. Meng Tianhao replied, There are 2 stun guns and 1 automatic pistol, but the ammunition is limited. Hand me the pistol, Yili requested straightforwardly. The stun guns were only effective at close range against monsters, but would be of no use against the drones above. Meng Tianhao promptly freed one hand, opened the glove compartment, and retrieved the pistol, passing it back to her. Yili accepted the weapon and deftly removed the magazine to inspect it, finding 20 rounds inside. Noticing her skilled handling, Meng Tianhao's eyelids flickered. You know how to use a gun? My father was a police officer. I've had a few practice sessions. Yili, the deceiver, responded with a cheeky grin. Meng Tianhao's expression shifted to one of understanding. Yili reloaded the magazine and called out to Qiao Bei to switch seats, then climbed into the passenger seat. Drive a bit slower. I'll see if I can shoot them down. As she spoke, she pressed down the window and adjusted the rearview mirror to get a better view of the drones behind them. Meng Tianhao complied, reducing the speed of the vehicle. Be careful. Qiao Bei quickly covered Duo's ears, shielding her from the impending chaos. Yili, through the rearview mirror, waited for the perfect moment, took a deep breath, and abruptly thrust her upper body out of the window. Gripping the door frame with one hand, she raised the pistol with the other and began firing at the drones hovering in the air behind them. Bang, 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 the drones appeared to be prepared, swiftly ascending into the sky. Several bullets whizzed past them, creating sparks, yet none struck their target. Suddenly, from the drone's dark metallic underbelly, 2 black tubes descended, aimed directly at the vehicle below. Yili's eyes narrowed as she instinctively retracted her hand back into the car. With a rapid succession of gunfire, bullets erupted from the drone's mounted machine guns, mercilessly striking the off-road vehicle. Damn it! Meng Tianhao slammed the gas pedal, pushing forward through the hail of bullets. The deafening sound of gunfire left countless visible dents on the vehicle's frame. Fortunately, the car had been modified for reinforcement, preventing the bullets from easily penetrating, and the occupants were temporarily safe. It seemed the drones were merely issuing a warning. They had no intention of outright eliminating them, as they halted their barrage, still hovering nearby. These wretched things are quite ruthless. Meng Tianhao, shaken, asked, Is everyone all right? In the back, Qiao Bei held Duo protectively in his arms. Aside from some fright, she was unharmed. However, Yili felt a sharp sting in her arm and, upon inspecting it, found her hand smeared with blood. Clearly, she had been hit by a bullet while attempting to dodge. You're injured? Meng Tianhao exclaimed upon seeing the crimson on her hand. It's nothing. Just a minor flesh wound, Yili replied impassively, wiping the blood on her clothes. Are you familiar with the roads around here? The pistol's range was limited, and maintaining stability while firing from a moving vehicle made it exceedingly difficult to hit the constantly shifting drones. They needed to devise a different strategy. I have an electronic map in the tablet in the bag behind, Meng Tianhao shouted. Qiao Bei, could you grab it? Qiao Bei quickly stood up, rummaging through the bag, and retrieved the tablet, handing it forward. Yili took it, entered the password to unlock the screen, and opened the electronic map. With no real-time internet available, they had to rely on specific landmarks and road signs for navigation. After a thorough search, Yili finally identified a target. If we drive about 10 kilometers further, there's the Pingnan Tunnel, which is 2 kilometers long. We'll make our move once we reach there. The second deadlock, Special Infected 33. The sky was a brilliant blue, the sun hanging high. On the winding road, a black SUV was steadily heading north, with 2 drones tailing it in the air. After traversing a canyon, a tunnel loomed ahead. The indicator lights at the tunnel entrance had long since ceased to function, and the dark opening resembled a massive python with its gaping maw, waiting for prey to wander in. Ordinarily, vehicles would slow down for safety when approaching a tunnel. However, as the SUV neared the entrance, it suddenly accelerated, darting into the tunnel like an arrow released from a bow. Concurrently, on a road approximately 7 kilometers away, 3 armed trucks sped along. Inside one of the trucks, 2 drone operators manipulated their controls, remotely piloting the drones through the imagery displayed on their screens. "Captain, the target has suddenly accelerated into the tunnel. What should we do?" One operator urgently reported to Captain Gao when upon noticing the unusual behavior. Given the tunnel and Oppo's location within the mountain, once the drones entered, their signals would undoubtedly be compromised. The sudden acceleration likely indicated an attempt to evade them. Gao focused intently on the real-time footage transmitted by the drones, frowning slightly before decisively ordering, "Follow them in. We cannot lose them, if necessary. We can force the vehicle to stop." "Understood." The operators immediately complied. Due to the tunnel's limited height, the drones had to descend, continuing their flight forward. The tunnel was enveloped in darkness, but fortunately, the drones were equipped with night vision, allowing them to navigate, albeit with a limited field of view. The SUV had vanished from sight, compelling the operators to hasten the drone's speed. However, signal interference began to distort the footage, creating lines and occasional screen shakes that complicated the operators and Oppo's control. Unexpectedly, after traversing about half the tunnel and Oppo's length, the previously elusive SUV reappeared, now silent and stationary in the tunnel and Oppo's center, devoid of lights. The infrared imagery revealed only a vague figure inside the vehicle. "Captain, we have located the target, but it seems a few people are missing," the operator reported, a hint of confusion in his tone. Gao Wen's brow furrowed. "Go and investigate, but proceed with caution. That woman is cunning." "Yes." The operators maneuvered the drones to approach the SUV from both sides. As the drones reached the front of the vehicle and scanned through the windows, they discovered the interior appeared empty. Suddenly, a tall figure sprang from in front of the SUV. She swiftly climbed onto the hood, leaping onto the roof, and with a deft motion, swung a baton towards the drone hovering to the left. Everything transpired in an instant. By the time Gao, One, and Oppo's team reacted, one of the screens was filled with static. Another drone captured the entire scene, and the operator instinctively pressed the attack button. "Stop! Do not harm her." Gao recognized the figure immediately and urgently commanded them to cease fire. The operators halted, but the footage still showed the woman had fallen to the ground, motionless. "Quick, go check." Gao's expression turned grave. If she was dead, there would be dire consequences for her. The operators maneuvered the drones closer, yet the woman, who had seemed lifeless, suddenly raised her hand towards the camera. In the next moment, a flash of fire erupted, leaving only static on the screen. Understanding what had transpired, Gao Wen's face turned ashen, her fists clenched. "Damn it, that woman used herself as bait. She's utterly insane. A reckless lunatic. Pursue her at full speed." Approximately 10 minutes later, the trucks arrived at the scene. As they disembarked, they were met with the debris of drones scattered across the ground, and the SUV had vanished without a trace. "Captain, there's a side tunnel ahead. The others must have exited the vehicle and taken refuge there," one of the guards reported after a thorough search. Gao surveyed the chaos, dark emotions swirling in her eyes. Clearly, the enemy's acceleration into the tunnel had not been an attempt to shake off the drones, but rather a premeditated ambush. "Captain, there's something here," another guard, crouched on the ground, suddenly exclaimed. Gao approached to find a conspicuous puddle of oil where the SUV had once been parked, seeping forward. "It seems the enemy's fuel tank has been compromised and is leaking. Given the circumstances, the fuel would not last long. They could not have gotten far." Gao Wen's eyes brightened. Everyone back to the vehicles. Pursue them. As expected, after exiting the tunnel and driving for about 20 minutes, Gawain's team discovered the abandoned SUV by the roadside. However, it was now empty. Upon inspection, they found the vehicle's fuel tank severely damaged and completely drained. Clearly, the enemy had abandoned the vehicle in haste, leaving behind a considerable amount of supplies. Furrowing her brow, Gawain surveyed her surroundings. To the left of the road lay a low hill with a small path leading upwards. To the right, abandoned fields stretched out, where a few dilapidated houses were visible in the distance, indicating a small village. Bring up the nearby map, Gawain instructed. A guard promptly retrieved the tablet to check. If we continue straight on this road, we will reach City Y in about 20 kilometers. About a kilometer ahead, there is a left turn leading to Town L. He demonstrated on the screen, enlarging the map for Gawain's clarity. Gawain studied the map thoughtfully. With the enemy lacking transportation, they could not travel far on foot, making it unlikely they would head directly to City Y. The nearest destination would thus be Town L, which lay just beyond the low hill. Given the circumstances, they would not take the main road. That would be too conspicuous and expose their position. Instead, they would likely cross over the hill directly. With this in mind, Gawain immediately ordered Shaoli, take a team up the hill to pursue them and report back at all times. The rest of you come with me to Town L. Everyone sprang into action, splitting into two groups. One team of 10 began their ascent up the hill, while another group of over 20 climbed back into the armed trucks to continue their pursuit. The once bustling road quickly returned to tranquility. Yet, moments after their departure, 3 heads suddenly emerged from a cluster of tall grass in the abandoned fields to the right of the road. Oh no, for heads. One of them is not hidden by the grass. The second dire situation, Special Infected 34. The weeds were exceedingly tall. Duo strained to tiptoe and stretch her neck, but all she could see were the tips of the grass. In the end, she had no choice but to tug at her brother's hem, raising her little hand high. Xiaobei finally realized the predicament and hurriedly lifted the child, who was nearly engulfed by the weeds. Observing that the situation was indeed unfolding as Yili had previously predicted, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister, you are remarkable. They really have departed in batches, as you said. How can you be sure they won't return midway?" Meng Tianhao questioned skeptically. Perhaps they are plotting something as well? With a swift motion, Yili dispatched a mosquito that had been feasting on her arm, then leisurely replied, "No need for certainty. That surnamed Gao isn't a fool. He will undoubtedly return. Anyone capable of reaching her position must possess both strength and intelligence." It wouldn't be long before Gawain grew suspicious and sent people back to investigate. "What do you mean?" Meng Tianhao asked, perplexed. "If you suspect they will return, why are we still stationed here? Where else would we go?" Yili replied nonchalantly, "Let's return to the car and gather some supplies before they come back." With that, she tossed aside her baton, swiping away the obstructive weeds as she headed towards the road. Xiaobei and Duo followed her lead without question. For in the eyes of devoted fans, their idol was always right. Only Meng Tianhao lagged behind, anxiously exclaiming, "Wait, can you clarify your thoughts before leaving?" He rushed to catch up, his backpack bouncing as he pressed. "Since you said they would return, shouldn't we hurry and flee instead of going back for supplies?" Yi Li, amused by his urgency, smirked and countered, "Flee? To where?" Meng Tianhao, momentarily taken aback, stammered, "Well, of course, towards that village, or back along the road." After all, Gawain's men had already split from the low hills and the road ahead. Exactly, Yi Li affirmed. If you can think of that, so can they. Meng Tianhao was left dumbfounded. Unable to grasp her reasoning, he pleaded, "Please, just tell me directly. I struggle to follow your logic. Why did every conversation with her make him feel so dim-witted?" Finally, Yili turned to him, her disdain evident. "Let me ask you this. If you were Gawain, what would you do in this situation?" She continued walking as she posed the question. Meng Tianhao envisioned himself in her position and replied, "I would definitely send someone to pursue." Yili pressed on, "How would you pursue when the targets might scatter in various directions?" "Then I would send someone in every direction," he insisted. "Exactly," Yili scoffed. "Since you would send people to pursue every suspicious direction, what difference does it make where we choose to go?" Meng Tianhao pondered for a moment, then realized that makes sense. "So where do you intend to go?" Yili stated plainly, "Of course, We shall climb the mountain towards L Town. Why? Meng Tianhao questioned again, bewildered. Hasn't T Gao when already dispatched people there? If we go, wouldn't we be walking into a trap? Yili nodded. Indeed, they would think the same. Meng Tianhao paused, quickly grasping her implication. Because they assumed the group would not dare to walk into a trap. The most dangerous location might actually be the safest. But what if they also surmise that we will think they think this way, and thus set a trap for us in L Town? Meng Tianhao remained apprehensive. Let them guess, Yili replied dismissively. As long as that Gao is not absolutely certain we will dare to go, he cannot recall all his men to L Town. Dealing with a few minions is not a difficult task. Moreover, a town that large will not guarantee they can find us easily. Finally, Meng Tianhao understood, his gaze on Yi Li revealing a hint of admiration. It appeared she had already calculated every possible outcome. In doing so, she not only discerned the enemy's intentions, but also dispersed their forces, leading them into a fog of confusion. The disadvantage of being outnumbered and out of sight had been completely reversed in a matter of moments. It must be said, this woman was truly formidable. As Meng Tianhao observed her composed demeanor, he felt a twinge of sympathy for Gao Wen's group. Engaging with someone so unpredictable and unconventional would undoubtedly leave them outmaneuvered and bewildered. Meanwhile, Xiao Bei and Duo had been quietly listening, though they understood little. They were nonetheless filled with admiration for Yili. Indeed, sister was the best. The four soon returned to the road. Xiao Bei and Duo took on the role of lookouts while Yi Li and Meng Tianhao retrieved supplies from the car. Due to the need to travel further, they opted to gather only the essentials. Weapons, rations, and water were imperative, along with a barrel of gasoline for when they reached the town and sought a vehicle. Is your injury all right now? Meng Tianhao inquired. Yili responded, it's fine. At the time, she had deliberately shifted her body, and the bullet had not struck a vital area. Coupled with her robust healing abilities and Xiao Bei and Appo's constant care, her wound had healed by now. Why don't you just change out of those bloody clothes? Meng Tianhao suggested. Her garments were soaked in blood, a ghastly sight that could attract monsters. Yili nodded, pulling a set of athletic wear from the trunk and changing on the other side of the car. Once they were all prepared, the quartet no longer hesitated and promptly ascended the low hill. To ensure their safety, they avoided the well-trodden paths and instead ventured into the denser woods along the slope. Though the terrain was more challenging, it provided ample cover from detection. As they leisurely climbed to the halfway point, they indeed spotted an armed truck traversing the road below, moving from north to south before coming to a halt beside an off-road vehicle. Yi Li and her companions paid little heed and continued their journey. After a series of stops and starts, they finally reached the foot of L Town as the sun dipped low in the sky. Nightfall was imminent. The second deadlock, Special Infected L Town, appeared modest in size, with merely 200 to 300 households, yet it nestled amidst mountains and water, offering a picturesque landscape. Yi Li and her companions refrained from recklessly entering the town. Instead, they took refuge in an abandoned earthen temple at the foot of the mountain. While Meng Tianhao ventured into the town to gather information, Meng Tianhao concealed himself and swiftly shed his clothing before stepping out. Indeed, he walked out. The other three observed in astonishment as a pair of black shoes seemingly walked on air, step by step fading into the inky night. Should an unsuspecting passerby witness this, they might well believe in the supernatural. Yili watched in awe, envious of this ability, recognizing it as a remarkable tool for stealth and evasion. Approximately half an hour later, Meng Tianhao returned, stating there were only 10 individuals and a truck stationed at the east end of the town. As he donned his clothes, he continued, the east end is the intersection of the main road. They must be lying in wait for us. It seems Gao has discovered our ruse and dispatched others to search for us. I circled the town and found a small path that leads from the fields to the west end. We can enter the town through there. Good, Yili replied. Is that Gao present? Meng Tianhao shook his head. I did not see her. I assume she is not here. The truck's door was conveniently ajar. I took a glance and saw it was merely for transporting people, devoid of any command equipment. It likely does not belong to Gao Wen. You observed quite meticulously. Yili commended him. After a moment in Appo's, as thought, she inquired, where is the truck parked? Is it easy to drive away? It is parked in a yard of a household. Exiting the gate leads directly to the main road. Quite convenient, Meng Tianhao replied, suddenly realizing something. His eyes widened. You aren't considering stealing their truck, are you? That would be audacious. Knowing they're lying in wait for us, you dare to create a commotion right under their noses? Why not? Fortune favors the bold. We have a ready vehicle, saving us the trouble of searching. Yili smirked, her bright eyes glimmering with excitement. Let's first find somewhere to rest in the town, and we can assess the situation later. Thus, they gathered their belongings and, under Meng Tianhao and Appo's guidance, stealthily navigated into the town. Ultimately, they found a two-story villa at the west end as their resting place for the night. The villa, a self-built structure, boasted barred windows and a fortified front door, providing a relatively secure refuge. The previous occupants seemed to have left in haste, as the door remained unlocked and the interior was in disarray. After Meng Tianhao conducted a thorough inspection and confirmed the premises were safe, the four of them cautiously entered the house. They secured the door and ascended to the second floor. After a day of exertion, all were utterly fatigued, and only at that moment did their taut nerves begin to relax. After a modest meal of dry rations, Yili instructed Xiao Bei to take Duo to rest, while she and Meng Tianhao would keep watch. Later, Yili sent Meng Tianhao to the east end to scout the situation. Upon confirming that no one else had returned and that only the 10 individuals remained in the town, Yili resolved to steal the truck in the dead of night. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 3 in the morning, a time when people are typically at their most drowsy and deeply asleep. Kia Bai, wake up. Xiao Bei, lost in slumber, felt a gentle prodding and opened his eyes to see a shadow standing at the foot of his bed. It was Yili. What's the matter, sister? He asked quickly, sitting up and rubbing his eyes to shake off the sleepiness. I need to go out with Meng Tianhao for a bit. You stay here and guard Duo, Yili instructed earnestly. Remember, under no circumstances are you to open the door until we return. Okay, I want to open the door, Xiao Bei assured her. He then got up and followed Yili and Meng Tianhao down the stairs in silence. Once they departed, he locked the security door once more. Outside, the night was profound. Thick clouds obscured the stars and moon, enveloping everything in a haze. Yili and Meng Tianhao cautiously made their way to the east end of the town. Meng Tianhao had discovered that 2 individuals were on guard in the courtyard. Yili planned to incapacitate the guards with a stun gun and then enter the house unexpectedly to catch the remaining individuals off guard. However, upon stealthily approaching their destination, they were taken aback to find the courtyard utterly deserted. The back door stood ajar, revealing an ominous darkness within, devoid of any sound. Where's everyone? Yili murmured, puzzled. It doesn't seem like anyone is here. I don't know, Meng Tianhao replied, equally bewildered. The truck is still parked in the courtyard. Yili frowned in confusion. Perhaps you should sneak inside and check, just in case there is an ambush. All right, Meng Tianhao complied, vanishing into invisibility as he slipped into the courtyard and proceeded into the house. Yet he returned swiftly, his voice tinged with anxiety. They're all dead. All of them. All dead. Yili gasped in disbelief. How could that be? There must be an aberrant creature here. Meng Tianhao hastily donned his clothing, his tone heavy with foreboding. Without further inquiry, Yili advanced towards the house, only to be met with a pungent stench of blood wafting through the air. As she neared the entrance, the odor intensified to a nauseating degree. Holding her breath, she steeled herself against the rising bile and quickly shone her flashlight inside. The blinding light illuminated a scene reminiscent of hell itself. Everywhere lay dismembered limbs and remnants of flesh, filth mingled with blood streaming across the floor. Not a single intact corpse was in sight, a truly shocking sight. At the entrance lay a severed head, its bloodied face marred with bulging eyes. As if witnessing some horrific spectacle, the jaw clenched tightly, while the neck bore jagged remnants of flesh, resembling a brutal dismemberment. Yili's expression darkened. Retreating into the courtyard, her instincts alerting her that something was amiss. Why had these individuals met such a gruesome end without any signs of struggle? They must have been armed and outnumbered. Even in the face of an aberrant creature's assault, they could not have succumbed without resistance. Yet there were no traces of defiance within the house, and they had encountered no unusual sounds while approaching. This aberrant creature was certainly formidable. What now? Meng Tianhao approached, fully dressed. Let us go back, Yili commanded immediately. That creature is evidently no longer here. Who knows where it may wander next? The second dire predicament, Special Infected 36. After Yili and the others departed, Qiao Bei found it impossible to fall back asleep. He lay in bed, eyes wide open, listening to the occasional howling wind outside, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Previously, with his sister by his side, even sleeping outdoors on a desolate mountain felt remarkably reassuring. But now, with only Duo remaining, he could not quell the tumultuous thoughts racing through his mind, despite being in a relatively safe room. Turning to glance at the peacefully sleeping child, he adjusted the small blanket around her, and ultimately, he pulled the blanket over himself, curling up tightly as he embraced his own form. Silently, he prayed for his sister's swift return. Time slipped away, and soon, with his consciousness hazy, Qiao Bei was jolted awake by a series of loud knocks emanating from downstairs. The sound of knocking reverberated through the stillness of the night, piercingly clear. Startled, Qiao Bei sat upright, straining to listen. Outside, an eerie silence prevailed, punctuated only by the gusts of wind. Just as he began to think it was merely his imagination, the knocking resumed, abrupt and chaotic, completely different from the signal agreed upon with Yili. His heart raced. It could not be his sister. Who could it possibly be? This time, even Duo stirred awake, rubbing her eyes in confusion. Qiao Bei instinctively gathered her into his embrace, uncertain of what to do. The knocks persisted, an incessant intrusion on his nerves, heightening his anxiety. Ultimately, he resolved to venture downstairs, thinking, what if it truly was his sister returning? He decided to peer through the peephole without opening the door. Rising from the bed, he retrieved the stun gun Yili had left for his protection, preparing to descend. However, Duo tugged at his shirt, insisting on following him. Unable to refuse her, he scooped her up and began to make his way downstairs. The dimly lit stairwell was enveloped in darkness, and Qiao Bei carefully navigated, one arm cradling Duo and the other grasping the handrail. The knocking outside continued, seemingly relentless, as if the person would not relent until granted entry. Finally, they reached the first floor. Qiao Bei set Duo down at the foot of the stairs and whispered in her ear, instructing her to wait quietly and not to move. She nodded obediently, covering her mouth with her small hand to ensure silence. Drawing a deep breath, Qiao Bei retrieved the stun gun from his pocket and slowly approached the security door. His heart thudded in his chest, a cacophony of unease. He swallowed hard, steeling himself, and leaned closer to the peephole, his eyes cautiously aligning with the center of the door. Through the small circular aperture, he was met with an unsettling sight of a bizarre crimson hue. Bang! Bang, bang! The knocking intensified. The sound reverberated in his ears, causing him to instinctively retreat a step. In his startled state, he lost control of his footing, the heel of his shoe scraping against the smooth stone floor with a disconcerting screech. In an instant, the knocking ceased, plunging the space into a suffocating silence. Qiao Bei found himself holding his breath, his heart gripped by an invisible hand, pounding violently as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He stood frozen, paralyzed by uncertainty, unsure of whether to remain still or to move. Though he could not discern what awaited him outside, he was certain it was not Yili. Just then, a voice called out from beyond the door. "Is someone in there? Can you help me?" It was the voice of a young woman, laced with tension and fear, imbued with urgency and hope. Taken aback, Qiao Bei remained silent, yet inwardly, he exhaled a sigh of relief. If she could speak, she should not be a monster. My companions have been slain by the aberration. I am all alone. Please, I beg you, help me. As she awaited a response that did not come, her voice grew increasingly desperate, trembling with emotion. Still, Qiao Bei did not reply. Even if she were not an aberration, he understood the peril of allowing a stranger into their sanctuary. Please, the aberration will soon pursue me. Save me, let me in. Her voice cracked, and she began to sob uncontrollably. Xiao Bei, feeling the weight of the situation, feared that her cries might indeed attract the very monsters they sought to evade. "I cannot assist you. You must find another place to hide," he responded softly. "No, I can no longer run. I'm terrified alone. Please, just let me in." Her pleas escalated, and in a fit of desperation, she began pounding on the door. "I promise, if you allow me entry, I will do anything you ask." As her noise grew more insistent, even Xiao Bei's patience frayed. He recalled Yi Li's parting instructions. "No matter what, do not open the door." Yet, the woman seemed resolute, unwilling to depart. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Bei replied, "I cannot ascertain if you are human. Thus, I cannot permit you entry. Why don't you seek shelter nearby? My companions will return shortly. You may come back then." If only his sister returned. It would not matter if she were human or aberration. "I cannot wait any longer. I am truly human, not a monster. Please do not abandon me. Come to the window. See for yourself." The woman's urgency propelled her to dart away, and soon, the sound of knocking echoed from the left window. Frowning, Xiao Bei felt exasperated by the commotion. Reluctantly, he approached the window, pulling back the heavy curtain to investigate the audacity of this stranger. Outside, indeed, stood a young woman, strikingly beautiful with delicate features and fair skin, the embodiment of a delicate, charming creature that would easily soften a man's heart. She stood there smiling sweetly, gazing up at him, devoid of any hint of the fear she had professed. Xiao Bei's attention faltered, and in that fleeting moment, his gaze locked with her enchanting, glistening eyes. A shiver coursed through him, and his consciousness began to waver, the world around him blurring into obscurity. "Open the door, quickly!" Her voice, light and beguiling, wrapped around him like a spell, compelling him to comply. Xiao Bei felt his thoughts dull, as if he were a marionette, mechanically moving in response to her call, instinctively walking toward the door. He halted, raising his hand, just as his fingers were about to brush the lock. A small hand suddenly grasped his wrist tightly. Pain shot through his arm, jolting him awake as if he had just emerged from a dream. His surroundings snapped back into focus, and he realized, with a rush of cold sweat, that he had unconsciously moved toward the door, halted only by Duo's intervention. Seeing him regain his composure, Duo quickly released her grip and pointed anxiously towards the window, her small face reflecting fear and urgency. Xiao Bei turned sharply, his eyes widening in terror. Outside the window, there was no beautiful woman. Instead, a grotesque and sinister aberration loomed, grinning wickedly as it clung to the iron bars. The second dire situation, Special Infected 37. The creature, resembling a grotesque parody of humanity, maintained a semblance of human form, yet its skin was a dark, withered shell, akin to a desiccated corpse, its head pressed against the window glass, with hollow eye sockets from which a pair of sanguine eyes glared hungrily at the two inside. Lacking a nose, it bore a triangular hollow, and its gaping maw was torn back to the roots of its ears, revealing a multitude of sharp teeth, from which a glistening, fleshy tongue writhed against the glass incessantly. Xiao Bei felt a surge of terror, his scalp prickling as sweat drenched his back, his limbs trembling with an icy chill. The stunning beauty he had encountered moments ago was now overshadowed by the horror of this monster. Almost instinctively, he turned, scooping up Duo and sprinting towards the second floor. Meanwhile, Yi Li and her companions swiftly returned from the eastern edge of the town to the western side. Arriving at the small courtyard, they found the security door of the villa still firmly shut, the surroundings eerily quiet, seemingly devoid of any anomalies. "You stay here. I'll go in and call Xiao Bei to open the door." Fearing that the creature might burst in from outside, Yi Li instructed Meng Tianhao to guard the courtyard gate. "Understood." Meng Tianhao nodded, gripping his stun gun, ready for action. With a baton in hand, Yi Li strode towards the courtyard. As she approached the security door, poised to knock, her hand suddenly halted. There, etched deep into the door panel, were several severe scratches, as if made by some sharp instrument. Yet, these marks had seemingly not existed before her departure. Yi Li furrowed her brow, her gaze darkening. In the next instant, a shiver ran down her spine, a potent wave of unease crashing over her. an instinctive awareness of impending danger. Without a moment's hesitation, she sidestepped abruptly, leaping to evade. Almost instantaneously, a shadow lunged down from above the doorframe like a wraith. Yili landed nimbly, raising her eyes to see a gaunt figure on all fours, poised at the very spot where she had stood moments before. It was a monster, yet before she could discern its features, her gaze was ensnared by its eerie, glowing crimson eyes. In that fleeting moment, a jolt of intense shock reverberated through her psyche. The creature grinned malevolently, extending its vicious claws, lunging once more at its intended prey. However, to its astonishment, the prey that was supposed to surrender easily deftly evaded, retaliating with a fierce strike to its head. Arg! The monster howled in pain, retreating a couple of steps, its blood-red gaze fixed menacingly on her. Yili lightly scraped her tongue against her sharp canine, the sharp sting igniting a thrilling bloodlust within her. How intriguing! A creature capable of mental manipulation. No wonder the previous victims had perished silently. It was the source of their demise. At that moment, Meng Tianhao, stationed outside the gate, sensed the unusual commotion within and rushed in to assist. Upon realizing that its powers were ineffective against the woman before it, the creature swiftly shifted its focus, locking eyes with the intruding man. In an instant, Meng Tianhao's gaze went blank, and he lunged towards Yili, his stun gun crackling with electricity. Yili reacted swiftly, sidestepping and delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground. As he struggled to rise, she stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap across his face. With a jolt, Meng Tianhao awakened, blinking rapidly, confusion written across his face. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Don't look into its eyes, Yili commanded sharply, losing her patience as she turned to confront the monster, her baton swirling with vigor. She had discerned that while the creature wielded formidable mental control, its physical prowess was remarkably feeble. Faced with Yi Li's onslaught, the creature soon faltered, collapsing to the ground, reduced to pitiful howls. Ultimately, it was Meng Tianhao, lowering his head, who delivered a decisive electric shock, liberating the creature from its existence. What has happened to me? Meng Tianhao inquired, retrieving his dagger to sever the monster's head from its body. One moment he had been charging at the creature, and the next he found himself on the ground, the stinging pain on his face leaving him feeling somewhat aggrieved. Nothing much. This creature has the ability to manipulate minds, and you are under its control, preparing to harm yourself. I acted swiftly to save your life, Yili replied earnestly. I see. Meng Tianhao blinked. Well, thank you. Yili smiled. You're welcome. Meng Tianhao felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort in the air. The second predicament, special infected, 38, having vanquished the aberrant creature and wishing to avoid any unforeseen complications. Yili promptly tapped the designated code to unlock the security door. She called for Qiao Bei and Duo, and the four of them proceeded to the eastern edge of the town. With the hostile group now eradicated, they readily accepted the truck without hesitation. However, locating the keys proved to be quite the challenge, as the scene was, well, almost indescribable. The night was deep and silent, enveloped in a profound stillness. On the endless stretch of road, only the headlights of the truck illuminated the solitary darkness. At this moment, the four of them were crammed in the cabin of the truck. Meng Tianhao was at the wheel, while Yili sat beside him, cradling Duo against the left window, with Qiao Bei squeezed in the middle. Yili cast a sidelong glance at Qiao Bei, who appeared dejected, and inquired, "What's the matter? You've been sulking all the way." Since exiting the small Western-style building, he had maintained this glum demeanor, his head bowed in silence, his face etched with guilt. A deep bite mark marred his hand, clearly inflicted by Duo's small, jagged teeth. The area was swollen and slightly oozing, indicating the severity of her bite. Yet he refrained from using his powers to heal it, allowing the pain to linger. There was undoubtedly a story behind this. "Sis, I nearly made a grave mistake today." Qiao Bei's voice was low, his hands nervously twisting together in his lap, betraying his inner turmoil. "Oh," Yili raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What kind of mistake?" Qiao Bei, not wishing to conceal the truth, recounted the perilous moment when he almost succumbed to the aberrant creature's influence. Fortunately, Duo stopped me in time. Otherwise, he could not bring himself to articulate the dreadful consequences he dared not imagine. Regret washed over him. He wished he had never descended the stairs, thus avoiding the series of events that ensued. His own demise would have been manageable, but if Duo had been affected, he would never forgive himself. Sis, this is all my fault. I'll learn from this. Next time? No, there won't be a next time. Xiao Bei earnestly vowed. Yili regarded him, reclining against the seat, her tone casual. There's no need for apologies. It wasn't entirely your fault. I should have been more considerate. Perhaps next time, I should simply chain you up to prevent any reckless wandering. She had indeed underestimated his foolishness. How could he have ventured out knowing something was amiss? I'm sorry. Xiao Bei, detecting the sarcasm in her words, lowered his head further, tears welling in his eyes. Enough. It's not the end of the world. Everyone makes mistakes. Just learn from it. Meng Tianhao interjected, attempting to mediate. Yili chose not to elaborate further. She had no intention of blaming him. After all, he had always been sheltered, unaccustomed to the harsher realities of life. However, she was resolute that she could not entrust Duo to him again. At least not until he truly matured. Duo raised her small hand and gently touched the wound on her brother's hand. Worry etched across her face. Xiao Bei clasped her tiny hand in his, reassuring her, "Brother is fine. You should tend to that hand of yours. Don't make Duo fret," Meng Tianhao urged, then added with a hint of humor, "And while you're at it, take care of my face too." Yili had struck him with considerable force. Even now, the imprint of her hand remained, causing him discomfort when he spoke. Xiao Bei remained still, his large, watery eyes gazing at Yili with a pitiful expression. "What are you staring at?" Yili raised an eyebrow. "Do you think a mere display of injury will elicit sympathy? Perhaps I should inflict a few more cuts to stimulate your intellect." Xiao Bei quickly shook his head, wishing only for his sister's forgiveness. "Then why aren't you healing yourself? Are you waiting for maggots to form?" Yi Li's irritation flared as she observed his pitiable demeanor. She realized that his presence amid her trials was the most significant punishment she could endure. Finally, Xiao Bei activated his powers to mend his wound and alleviated Meng Tianhao's facial swelling. Meng Tianhao gingerly touched his face, now restored, and cautiously asked Yi Li, "By the way, why were only Xiao Bei and I affected? You and Duo seemed unharmed. Does the creature's ability only target males?" "Not at all," Yi Li replied. "The creature likely exercised control through its eyes. Once someone makes eye contact, they become susceptible, regardless of gender. As for Duo, her abilities may have rendered her immune. As for me, my willpower is sufficiently strong. It cannot manipulate me." This was not mere bravado. Yi Li was inherently a spiritual entity, although her mental powers were sealed. Her consciousness remained sharper than most. Thus, before succumbing to the creature's influence, she had already bitten her tongue to maintain clarity. "I see," Meng Tianhao mused, admiration for Yi Li growing in his heart. "I'm truly grateful for your timely intervention. Otherwise, I might have met a tragic end at my own hands. The thought of dying by my own hand is utterly vexing." Yi Li accepted his gratitude without reservation. However, something feels amiss. This creature could articulate human speech. Xiao Bei interjected softly. "It was incessantly speaking, trying to deceive me." "Speaking human language?" Yi Li raised an eyebrow and leaned down to ask Duo, "Did you hear the monster speak?" Duo shook her head. "I didn't hear anything." Xiao Bei blinked in disbelief, "But I truly heard it. It was crying outside the door, trying to gain sympathy." "What did you do before you heard it speak?" Yi Li inquired. After a moment's thought, Xiao Bei replied, "I didn't do anything. I just peeked through the peephole. I saw nothing but a sea of red." "Red?" Xiao Bei's realization hit him like a bolt. The creature must have been lurking outside, peering in at him when he looked through the peephole. The red he saw was the creature's eyes. A chill swept over him, sending shivers down his spine. The thought that he had been just a door away from that monster filled him with dread, causing him to hug his arms tightly. Yi Li and Meng Tianhao drew conclusions from this revelation. It seemed Xiao Bei had made eye contact with the creature through the peephole, and although the encounter was brief, it had left an impression strong enough to induce hallucinations. This is the first time I've encountered such a formidable creature, Meng Tianhao remarked. Though physically weak, its mental manipulation can be fatal and utterly unpredictable. If this continues, with various monsters emerging, what shall we humans do? He sighed. I truly hope the doctor can find a solution soon. Is that doctor really so remarkable? Xiao Bei asked with curiosity. Indeed, he is exceptional, Meng Tianhao affirmed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. If there is a savior in this world, it must be him. Yili remained silent, her gaze fixed on the window. The reflection of a man's face stared back, imbued with fervent reverence. A subtle smile graced her lips, and her downcast eyes glimmered with an enigmatic intrigue. A savior, indeed? How utterly fascinating. In the following days, the four companions continued their journey. Apart from the occasional stop to address physiological needs or to disembark in villages for essential supplies, they largely spent their time in the truck. The spacious rear compartment of the truck had been furnished with a large mattress, effectively resolving their sleeping arrangements. Thus, they traversed day and night for 4 days until they finally arrived at a supply station. This particular station was far superior to the abandoned factory outside Base A3, situated in a quaint farmhouse on the outskirts of City Z. Upon their arrival in the evening, the setting sun cast a golden hue across the sky, painting it with vibrant shades of dusk. The serene little courtyard, adorned with blooming hibiscus flowers against a rustic fence, appeared to them as a tranquil utopia, untouched by worldly worries. After parking the vehicle, Meng Tianhao was the first to alight and inspect the premises, ensuring everything was in order before beckoning Yi Li and the others to join him. Although modest in size, the farmhouse was well appointed, with flowers blooming in the front and vegetables cultivated in the back. The small square courtyard featured a bridge and a pavilion, reflecting the former owner's dedication to the place. Given the remote location and sparse population, the area remained remarkably well preserved since the apocalypse. Quick, Xiao Bei, take Duo to gather some hibiscus flowers. Sister Jiang, you head to the kitchen and start a fire. I'll go to the basement to fetch some materials. We'll have a warm meal tonight, Meng Tianhao exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he assigned tasks. Having witnessed Yi Li's prowess, he now referred to her as sister. The farmhouse's amenities were naturally quite rustic. There was a well in the yard, and firewood was stacked in the corner, making it easy to boil water and cook with a little effort. Why gather flowers? Xiao Bei asked, puzzled. Of course to eat, Meng Tianhao replied. Can those flowers be eaten? Xiao Bei, lacking in experience, questioned. Absolutely. They are quite delicious. Hurry up and gather more before it gets dark, Meng Tianhao urged. All right, I'll go right away, Xiao Bei said, suddenly enthusiastic about the prospect of food, pulling Duo along towards the fence. Yili needed no prompting. She had already taken the initiative to gather a bundle of firewood and headed to the kitchen to start the fire. Inside the kitchen, pots and pans were abundant, along with all manner of condiments, though they had accumulated dust from disuse over time. Just as Yili got the fire going, Meng Tianhao returned, holding 2 bundles of dried noodles in one hand and a long, dark object in the other. What is this? Yili inquired. Smoked cured meat, Meng Tianhao said, lifting the black strip with a grin. It was left by the previous owner, just in time for us to enjoy a hearty meal tonight. At that moment, Xiao Bei entered and asked, that cured meat must be at least 3 years old. Can we eat it? Despite his words, his gaze remained fixated on the meat, and he involuntarily swallowed. Of course, even if it has mold, it's still edible. Look how well preserved this piece is. There's no problem at all, Meng Tianhao assured him. Right, it should be fine, Yili said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Besides, if it does upset our stomachs, we have you to blame. Xiao Bei responded with a resigned expression. That seems to be a fair point. He thought little of the last time he had eaten meat. Sister Jiang, please boil some hot water to blanch the cured meat and scrape off the blackened surface. I'll check outside to see if there are any wild onions to bring back for stir-frying with the meat, Meng Tianhao said, placing his findings on the stove. Sure thing, Yili replied without hesitation, eager to enjoy whatever food they could muster. Soon night fell, and after a flurry of activity, they finally prepared their dinner. The main dish consisted of a large pot of clear noodle soup made with hibiscus flowers. complemented by a generous plate of wild onions stir-fried with cured meat and a small dish of cold hibiscus flower salad. Under the flickering candlelight, the four gathered around a wooden table, each with a hearty bowl of noodles, relishing the comforting meal. The noodles were tender, the hibiscus flowers delightfully crisp, and garnished with chopped onions. Each mouthful warmed them from throat to stomach, providing an indescribable sense of comfort. The wild onions paired perfectly with the cured meat. Their fragrant aroma required no additional seasoning, allowing the natural flavors to shine through. The unbloomed hibiscus flower buds, briefly blanched in boiling water and then tossed with a drizzle of scallion oil and soy sauce, offered a refreshing crunch and a hint of floral sweetness, making for a delightful dish. Although Meng Tianhao's culinary skills were not exceptional, after their journey of subsisting on dry bread, the simple home-cooked meal tasted like ambrosia. I didn't expect these flowers to be so delicious, Xiao Bei praised between bites. I used to have these hibiscus flowers where I lived as a child. My sister often took me to gather them and cook them for me. Meng Tianhao reminisced, placing a portion of hibiscus flowers in Duo's bowl. Though a hint of melancholy crossed his features as he lamented that such joys might soon be lost. Duo sat quietly, consuming her meal, seemingly unaffected by her uncle's nostalgia. It appeared that she had not only developed selective mutism, but had also chosen to forget the horrific memories of her parents' tragic demise. Why did your sister insist on taking Duo away from the gathering place? Yili suddenly inquired. I'm not entirely sure, Meng Tianhao frowned. I believe it was due to a catastrophic incident during Duo's mutation when she lost control of her powers, resulting in the unfortunate transformation of two others into aberrations. I suspect my sister was afraid of retaliation, prompting her escape with Duo. Yili raised an eyebrow. Did Dr. Chow impart all this information to you? Meng Tianhao nodded. Yes, he later explained it to me. Yili's gaze grew contemplative, and after a moment of silence, she asked, by the way, when did Dr. Chow develop the drug that accelerates mutations? Just a few months ago, Meng Tianhao replied. Yili pressed further. Was that before or after Duo's mutation? Meng Tianhao pondered for a moment. I believe it was afterward. Why do you ask? Just curious. Yili smiled, though the warmth did not reach her eyes. Do you think it's possible that Dr. Chow was inspired by Duo's abilities in creating this drug? She proposed. Meng Tianhao furrowed his brow at her suggestion, sensing an underlying implication in her words, but remained silent. Yili did not expect him to respond, returning to her meal. Once they had satisfied their hunger, it was time to address their personal hygiene. Since escaping the research facility, they had been on the run, with neither the time nor the means to take a proper bath. Now, with both time and conditions finally available, they could not let the opportunity slip by. There was nothing more refreshing than a hot shower after the rigors of travel. The farmhouse was equipped with a bathing room, complete with a soaking tub. Yili had already boiled a large pot of water, and after enlisting Xiao Bei and the others to carry the water into the bathing room, she happily accompanied Duo for a thorough wash. By the time they finished bathing, nearly an hour had passed, and Yili felt her skin had brightened significantly, leaving her feeling completely rejuvenated. As she prepared to gather her soiled clothes to dispose of them, Duo suddenly snatched her small garment and began rummaging through the pockets. What are you looking for? Yili asked, puzzled. Duo soon found what she was searching for and proudly displayed her small hand, revealing a candy wrapped in red paper. The author has something to convey. This transitional chapter marks the beginning of the conclusion, with an anticipated 5 or 6 chapters remaining to bring this tale to its end. The second predicament, Special Infected 40, Yili immediately recognized the candy as the surprise that Xiao Bei had disguised as the Tooth Fairy, hiding it beneath Dodo's pillow in the middle of the night. At that time, there were 3 candies, red, yellow, and blue. Dodo had eaten 1 blue candy herself, traded 1 yellow candy to change her bed, and the remaining red candy was left untouched. Despite the passage of time, Yili had thought the candy was long consumed, only to discover it still hidden on her. Why are you keeping it if you're not going to eat it? Yili's eyes sparkled. Are you going to give it to me? However, Dodo shook her head vigorously, tucked her small hand into her pocket, and ran away. Watching the child vanish in the blink of an eye, Yili couldn't help but click her tongue. Such an ungrateful little one. The four of them slept soundly through the night. When Yili rose the next day, the sun had already ascended high in the sky. As she stepped out of the door, she spotted Meng Tianhao returning with a basket full of wild leeks. "Why did you bring back so many wild leeks?" Yili inquired, eyeing the overflowing basket in his hands. "I plan to wash and pickle them for a salty dish to eat on the road," Meng Tianhao explained. "That's great, really resourceful," Yili praised and asked where's Qiao Bei. She did not see him in the yard. "You want to pick hibiscus flowers?" "Yes, probably outside the fence," Meng Tianhao indicated with a nod toward the yard's edge. Yili turned to look and gasped in surprise. The fence that had been laden with blooming branches yesterday now stood mostly bare, with only green leaves remaining. "Qiao Bei certainly has a decisive approach," she thought. "Is there anything I can help with? Should we move the supplies onto the truck first?" Yili offered, feeling the need to contribute. "No need. Qiao Bei and I already loaded it this morning. There's nothing left for you to do," Meng Tianhao replied. "I made some hibiscus flower porridge, still warm in the pot. You should take Dodo to eat some. After lunch, we can hit the road right away." "Happy to take a break." Yili readily agreed and returned to the room to rouse Dodo, who was still enjoying her slumber. After finishing the porridge, Yili climbed onto the truck to inspect the supplies. This time, the provisions were far more abundant than the last, including not only basic rations, but also a good amount of rice and flour, along with portable cooking utensils. This way, even while traveling, they could enjoy a warm meal at any time. After lunch, the four of them set off again, following the national road toward the next supply station, a journey estimated to take around 10 days. That evening, they did not stop again, with Yili and Meng Tianhao taking turns driving through the night. The following day, they drove until dusk, and just as the sun dipped below the horizon, they passed a small village when Yili suddenly called for a stop. "What's wrong?" Meng Tianhao asked, puzzled as he halted the vehicle. The village before them did not seem particularly safe. A peculiar creature with an extraordinarily long neck and a disproportionately large head wandered at the entrance, clearly making it an unsuitable place to stay overnight. "I have something to do. Wait here for a moment," Yili instructed, stepping out of the car to summon Qiao Bei from the back. "What's up, sister?" Qiao Bei asked as he climbed out. "I need to discuss something with you. Come with me," Yili said, leading him to the roadside. She handed him a machete. "Hold this for me." Qiao Bei quickly accepted the weapon. Yili then asked, "You promised to listen to me about everything. Does that still count?" Although confused, Qiao Bei nodded earnestly. "Of course, I'll listen to whatever you say." Yili smiled faintly and pointed to the creature loitering at the village entrance. "Do you see that monster? I want you to go over there and kill it." "Okay, kill it." Qiao Bei's face turned pale, his voice trembling. I can't." "What do you mean you can't? Just take the knife you're holding and strike it," Yili replied nonchalantly, observing the creature's obliviousness. It seemed to be an ordinary anomaly with low attack power. "But, sister, I'm scared. I've never killed anything before." Qiao Bei's eyes welled up, his legs trembling. "Everyone is afraid the first time. You'll be fine after a few tries," Yili comforted, yet she left him no escape. Her tone turned cold. "I'll give you half an hour. If you can't kill it within that time, you can stay here and figure it out for yourself." With that, she turned back to the truck and asked Meng Tianhao for his watch. "Why did you suddenly decide to have him kill a monster?" Meng Tianhao teased as he handed over the watch. Leaning against the truck door, Yili checked the time and replied calmly, "No one can protect him forever. He needs to learn to protect himself. It's better to teach him how to fish than to simply give him a fish. Relying on others is never a reliable solution. Why not teach him slowly? Is this sudden pressure really effective?" Meng Tianhao observed Qiao Bei, who was frozen in place, and felt concern for him. "Only by pushing can we discover what he is capable of. The will to survive is often born from pressure," Yili stated expressionlessly. "Besides, he won't die. A few injuries won't matter." Meng Tianhao sighed, taken aback by her coldness. "He has been calling you sister for so long. You truly are heartless." Yili glanced at him, annoyed. "If you have time to watch, you might as well go make some porridge. I'm hungry." Meng Tianhao chuckled. "All right, I'll go now. Remember to add plenty of hibiscus flowers. It tastes great." "Sure, my dear brother," he replied with a smile, returning to the driver's seat. Meanwhile, Qiao Bei stood frozen, trembling as he gripped the knife, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. His inner fear felt like a rod piercing through him, pinning him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Yet, Yili was resolute, glancing at her watch and signaling him every 5 minutes. As time dwindled, Xiao Bei's anxiety intensified. The pounding of his heart echoed like a death knell in his ears, suffocating him. Finally, as Yili signaled the last 5 minutes, Xiao Bei let out a desperate scream and charged toward the creature, machete in hand. The second dire predicament, Special Infected 41, at this moment, the foolish creature finally became aware of its prey. Its neck, as if made of rubber, began to stretch and elongate. Crowned with a head the size of a basketball hoop, swiftly slithering towards its target. This bizarre scene sent a jolt of terror through Xiao Bei, leaving him weak-kneed. As the grotesque, meat-like head lunged towards him, he instinctively raised his machete and struck downwards with all his might. Yet, the creature proved to be more agile than he had anticipated. With a quick flick of its neck, it evaded his blow with ease. Before Xiao Bei could react further, the elongated neck coiled around him like a constricting serpent, tightening its grip. The creature's immense strength left him gasping for breath, and he could hear the ominous creaking of his bones, threatening to fracture at any moment. He felt death looming closer. Desperation filled Xiao Bei's eyes as he instinctively glanced at Yili, who stood nearby, her expression cold and unyielding. She shook her head, offering no assistance. In that moment, the flicker of hope within him was extinguished, plunging him into an icy abyss of despair. As the monstrous head drew nearer, its gaping maw ready to snap down on him, his fear escalated to an unbearable height. He did not want to die. He was not ready to perish. In the face of imminent death, driven by an overwhelming will to survive, Xiao Bei instinctively fought back. He thrust his head forward, colliding with the grotesque orb, and with a desperate struggle, managed to free one hand from the creature's grasp. Without concern for his own safety, he wielded the machete and struck fiercely at the neck constricting him. The angle of his strike was off, though it landed on the creature's neck. The blade also inflicted a painful wound on his own shoulder. The searing pain drained the color from his face and drenched him in cold sweat. Yet, gritting his teeth and with fury in his eyes, he bore the agony and drew the blade for another strike. He swung repeatedly, and the creature howled in agony, finally loosening its grip and retreating rapidly. However, blinded by rage, Xiao Bei stumbled forward, wielding his machete with reckless abandon, striking the creature again and again. 1 blow, 2 blows, 3. He lost track of time, mechanically swinging the blade until the beast collapsed, its neck severed into sections, its head marred with cracks. Lifeless at last, exhausted, he fell to the ground, gasping for air. In that moment, he was a picture of disarray, drenched in the foul, viscous blood of the creature. His shoulder bled profusely, and his hands were torn from gripping the machete too tightly. Every bone in his body cried out in pain. He felt utterly drained, both physically and mentally. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind, and someone knelt beside him, offering a bottle of water and a towel. Xiao Bei hesitated, his gaze shifting to the owner of the hand, whose complex expression revealed anger, disappointment, and deep confusion. You may be angry or hate me, but you cannot resist me. Yili gazed back at him, her dark eyes deep and inscrutable, calm and unruffled. You see, when you lack sufficient strength, your life is reduced to passivity. Even if the other party leads you to your demise, you must yield. Is this existence truly meaningful? Xiao Bei blinked, momentarily bewildered, his voice hoarse. But are we not partners? Indeed, we are partners, Yili nodded, but merely partners. I choose to protect you out of goodwill. However, I am under no obligation to carry you as a burden. Nothing is guaranteed. Moreover, I am human, not a deity. I too have moments of helplessness. Xiao Bei stared blankly at the young woman before him. The resentment and confusion that had once consumed him faded, replaced by profound guilt and self-reproach. He had always believed her to be invincible, forgetting that she too could bleed and feel pain, that she too needed support and protection. Yet, he had sheltered himself under her guardianship, complacently taking her sacrifices for granted. He felt utterly shameless and ashamed. Sister, Xiao Bei's eyes welled with tears, his voice cracking as he vowed, I know you mean well. I will strive to improve. You did well tonight. Yili smiled, offering praise. Remember, relying on others pales in comparison to relying on oneself. True strength lies in self-empowerment. I will remember, sister, Xiao Bei nodded vigorously. Just remember, tomorrow we must continue. Yili pressed the water bottle and towel into his hands as she stood up. First, drink some water, wash your face, tend to your wounds, and prepare for dinner. At the mention of continuing the next day, Xiao Bei instinctively shrank his neck, but nodded resolutely in agreement. In the following days, they adopted a routine of traveling by day and battling creatures by night. As the saying goes, practice is the best teacher. With the passage of time and accumulation of experience, Xiao Bei transformed from a quivering novice, only complying under Yi Li's stern commands, to an eager combatant, charging at monsters with his machete, even timing himself with Yi Li's assistance to break records. His rapid growth garnered praise, even from Meng Tianhao. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and at last, Yi Li and her companions reached the final supply station with minimal peril. The second predicament, Special Infected 42, this supply station is an exceedingly dilapidated factory, long abandoned even before the apocalypse. The facility is modest in size, yet secluded, comprising only a 5-story workshop building and a single-story factory. At this moment, Yi Li and her companions find themselves within the confines of the latter. Outside, the moon ascends the branches, enveloping the night in its embrace. Inside the factory, the four of them are gathered around a flickering campfire. 2 small pots are perched atop the flames. One pot bubbles with thick rice porridge, while the other exudes the savory aroma of stewed wild chicken, its tender meat simmering in a broth infused with fragrant lemongrass. The enticing scent wafts through the air, eliciting salivation. Is the chicken soup nearly ready? Xiao Bei asks, his anticipation palpable as he swallows hard. Yili and Duo gaze longingly at the pot as well. The wild chicken was hunted earlier that afternoon along the roadside. Since human activity has been restricted, flora and fauna have proliferated rapidly in the wild, and along their journey, they have occasionally been fortunate enough to catch small creatures to enhance their meals. Meng Tianhao retrieves a pair of chopsticks and pokes at a piece of chicken to gauge its doneness, shaking his head in disappointment. Not quite there yet. How about we start with the porridge? We still have some wild onion pickles left in the car, which would pair perfectly. Allericht, Kia bei Response promptly. Rising to fetch the pickles from a vehicle, Yili takes the initiative to ladle the steaming porridge into bowls. The October chill in the northern air is biting. A warm bowl of porridge not only banishes the cold, but also brings a sense of comfort to the body and mind. I have already signaled the doctor. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they should come to our aid tomorrow, Meng Tianhao mentions as he enjoys his porridge. Yili swallows the warm porridge and inquires, will the doctor mind if you bring back 2 strangers? Of course not. We welcome outsiders with open arms, Meng Tianhao assures her. Oh, Yili's curiosity is piqued. Do you also conduct research on outsiders there, perhaps even subjecting them to experiments? Experiments do occur, Meng Tianhao confesses candidly, but all participants are volunteers, and those who partake in the research receive additional material rewards. Furthermore, the experiments are not as inhumane as those conducted in the base's laboratories. That sounds quite reasonable. Yili concedes, nodding in agreement. If you all willingly participate in the experiments, it seems you trust the doctor greatly. Absolutely, Meng Tianhao replies, his gaze earnest. The doctor genuinely cares for us. He not only provides a haven for outsiders, but also respects us, viewing us as a beacon of hope for the future rather than as anomalies. Then I find it puzzling, Yili raises an eyebrow. If the doctor perceives outsiders as the hope for the future, why has he not transformed himself into one? After all, he possesses that capability. Meng Tianhao quickly interjects. It's not that he doesn't wish to become an outsider, but rather that the substances promoting transformation are not entirely reliable. There's always a risk involved. Therefore, the doctor has consistently discouraged the use of drugs to hasten the process, advocating instead for a natural approach. Yili smiles knowingly, a hint of irony in her expression. If he disapproves, why then does he persist in developing such substances? Do you not find his actions contradictory? Meng Tianhao pauses, momentarily taken aback, before he carefully responds. I understand that the experiences of the research facility have left you with psychological scars, causing you to harbor reservations towards someone like the doctor. Thus, no amount of explanation may suffice. Once you meet him and interact with him, you will naturally come to believe that what I say is true. Yili smiles lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. She eagerly anticipates their impending encounter. Once they have finished their porridge, the chicken soup is ready, thanks to the addition of lemongrass. The broth is sweet and fragrant. A mere sprinkle of salt elevates its flavor without the need for any additional seasonings. Each of the four enjoys a generous bowl, swiftly emptying the pot. Having satisfied their hunger, the night grows deeper. Yili instructs Duo to rinse her mouth and wash her face, preparing her for sleep in the vehicle. To avoid the inconvenience of nighttime restroom trips, they must first address their physiological needs. With no restroom within the factory and the late hour making outdoor excursions unwise, Yili leads the child to the farthest corner, using a piece of cardboard to create a makeshift barrier for privacy. Duo, feeling bashful, insists that Yili turn away. Yili clicks her tongue, bemused by the child's modesty despite her young age. She turns her back, listening to the sounds of wind and water behind her, guessing that the child is nearly finished. Just then, a sudden scream pierces the air. Yili spins around, only to see Duo suspended in midair, ensnared by some white entity, being swiftly dragged towards the ventilation shaft in the factory ceiling. In the second dire predicament, the special infected 43, Yili was taken aback and immediately lunged forward. She embraced Duo tightly with one arm, while her other hand reached for the white substance that clung to the child's back. However, in the next instant, she felt an astonishing force emanating from that object. She could not pull it off and was instead lifted off her feet. The white substance possessed an extraordinary stickiness, making it impossible for her to break free once she grasped it. In a moment of desperation, Yili could only hold Duo close to her chest, allowing the entity to drag them both away. Not far away, Xiao Bei and another person turned to the commotion, witnessing the figures of Yi Li and Duo soaring upwards, swiftly being pulled into a ventilation shaft. Duo, sister. Xiao Bei instinctively rushed forward, but was halted by Meng Tianhao, who commanded, "Grab your weapons and head for the main entrance." Clearly, Yi Li and the child were being taken by some force, and given the nearly 5-meter height of the factory, they could not possibly climb up to the ventilation shaft. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Bei quickly seized a nearby machete and flashlight, following Meng Tianhao as they burst through the main door. The factory, being a single-story building, had its ventilation shaft leading directly to the roof. Ordinarily, a slight distance would afford a clear view. Yet, it was the dead of night, shrouded in darkness, obscuring everything from their sight. The two could only scan the surroundings with their flashlights. Where have they gone? Xiao Bei tiptoed, straining to glance at the roof, but saw nothing. Meng Tianhao, seasoned in experience, paused to listen, quickly directing the flashlight toward a patch of wild grass taller than a person. "Look over there." Xiao Bei followed his gaze and indeed saw the grass swaying and collapsing, something moving swiftly within. They pursued the creature, eventually spotting a massive shadow emerging from the thicket, leaping onto the adjacent workshop building, rapidly climbing the wall and disappearing through an open window on the 5th floor. Trailing closely behind that shadow were Yi Li and Duo. Although their distance was considerable and the flashlight's range limited, Meng Tianhao and Xiao Bei discerned the creature's silhouette. Its body was as large as a compact car, entirely black, with a rotund abdomen supporting a diminutive head and chest, and 8 elongated limbs protruding from its sides, resembling a grotesque spider. They exchanged astonished glances, both realizing the implications. Is it a monster? Xiao Bei's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a person transform into such a thing? It was known that a person's transformation into a monster was influenced by their desires and obsessions. What kind of desires could lead someone to morph into a spider? Who could say? Meng Tianhao shook his head. It was his first encounter with such a sight. Perhaps the individual had idolized Spider-Man in life. Xiao Bei, are Spider-Man and spiders even in the same category? Does your Spider-Man have 8 legs? Regardless, they needed to act swiftly to rescue the individuals in peril. Without hesitation, Meng Tianhao charged into the grass. Xiao Bei promptly followed suit. They traversed the path left by the creature, swiftly arriving at the workshop. Lacking the monster's agility to scale walls, they located the main entrance and entered. The interior was dimly lit, cluttered with various equipment and debris. Cautiously, they navigated through the disarray until they found the stairwell and began their ascent. The monster had dragged Yi Li and Duo directly to the 5th floor, likely its lair. They climbed steadily, striving to tread lightly. Just as they reached the 3rd floor, Meng Tianhao suddenly halted. "Wait, what's wrong?" Xiao Bei inquired. Meng Tianhao raised his hand, shining the flashlight upon his palm, revealing a layer of white, cotton-like substance that shimmered under the light. Rubbing it between his fingers, he found it quite sticky. He then directed the flashlight to the stair railing, discovering the same white fibrous material. Xiao Bei leaned in for a closer look. "This resembles spider silk." "Indeed," Meng Tianhao replied, raising the flashlight to scan above, causing both of their breaths to hitch in unison. The light illuminated layers upon layers of white filaments, cascading like drapery on the railing, the walls, and the ceiling, all blanketed in a pristine white. How could there be so much? Just as Xiao Bei finished his question, he felt something dart past him. He swiftly turned, flashlight in hand, but saw nothing. Just then, a dark shadow suddenly lunged at him from the wall. Through his recent experiences, Xiao Bei was no longer the panicked individual he once was. In a moment of urgency, he swung the machete with force at the shadow. The blade struck true, eliciting a strange cry as the shadow fell to the ground. Xiao Bei immediately illuminated it with the flashlight. The bright beam revealed a large spider lying on its back. Its body was the size of a soccer ball, entirely black, with a split abdomen oozing a deep green liquid that emitted a vile, acrid stench. Its 8 long legs twitched faintly, as if not entirely lifeless. Yet the most peculiar aspect was its cephalothorax, adorned with strange patterns that, at first glance, resembled a human face. He was just about to scrutinize the visage when Meng Tianhao suddenly called out to him. Xiao Bei looked up, realizing the source of Meng Tianhao's alarm. Countless shadows emerged from the dark corners, converging upon them. A sweep of the flashlight revealed that these shadows were all spiders, the largest the size of a basketball, and the smallest no less than the size of a fist. They scurried rapidly on their 8 legs, climbing the walls and ceiling, densely packed and innumerable. The sight was enough to raise goosebumps on anyone's skin.